In the aftermath of nuclear warfare, the world hasn't a peculiar wapaquera the boundaries between savagery and civilization have a become distinct, coexisting in a fragile balance. And pthela wolf te jungle survival of the fittest thaska matanaminidial. Therava gisoft nuclear radiation havel to-ide spread mutation saming living things. While humanity has made a groundbreaking advancement in genetic research, awakening latent powers in certain individuals. Concurrently, some creature shavial sound lock the doors down precedented intelligence, displaying astonishing abilities. Across the vast, desolate plains, ragged individuals bearing various mutated traits, an array of transformed beings. Anthosu horogant lidiclara themselves pure blood human shave collective like carved up the majority of the world's territory. Ancient legends that they've been passed down through Hedgeser gradually revealing their true forms, often pointing toward shire evolutionary states. Ian, a valiant soul teetering on thebering light and darkness, embarks in an unprecedented journey of evolution amid stinless flight and fire sea battles. This bethysinate hat nuninthinol sophaman history has traversed. Beneath the boundless wilderness, heavy radiation clouds obscura thesson, and dust dances freely beneath the dimsky. A moderately sized tornado reek shavakok crossed her dish brown desert, swirling up withered brancasen leaves along with cloud soft dust, stirring countless grain soft sand and creating gaseotic scene. A rusted, imp titan can roll along with the wind, producing a jarring clatter that pierces the desolated silence. Dust storm shave Bekomiakaman place sight in these harsh conditions. Amidst the swirling sands, Asimi Wadi Althful would cut strut faintly audible. Mr. Wayne, are you certain this is the town? Indeed, Ian, commenced the rugged reply. But we have Weckamer? Isn't that the town ahead has fewer than 100 inhabitants? There is a mething here a thought both the one died sire, which will bring you closer to perfection. A sform, is shall meet Medimisa here. You're already a level 5 powerhouse within, can you know Tescopediath? Oh, little Ian, my genetic disintegration cannot be halted. According to the professor's estimates, I have perhaps fame month left to live. If I can't survive, it would indeed be a boon. As they converse, two figures saw largeman and asmal boy emerge from the grey fog, stumbling along the interstate toad partially obscured by sand and gravel. Bother cloak eden of sized ray capes, burdened by heavy backs, and their face tight lie rapid in finagos, leaving gone lie their eyes visible, adorned with yellow goggles. Their hands are a thorough lie encasing loves, notihin next. Not far away, Ad King Wolfflower sits shedding covetousness, it sees betraying an insatiable greed, yet he thesida testo approach, seemingly unwilling to forfeit the attainablepry. Several hundred meters from the town, Theodal figure of Wayne a firm ligrips the boyshand, halting their advance. Hezen says a concealed danger lurking within the dim lie-lit town ahead and draws a powerful M500 revolver from his waist, wily skinned revolveroft, he some model dangles from his other leg. Able to with a cartridge containing 5 rounds is prominent, displayed. Ian, if where fortuna tinato survive, you shall remain in this stone until it is a leave. Maps off this stone and thesut her in me backpack, and upon me death, thee will buyers. Haha. I do not sense any danger. You are still till we can see grow stronger, you will surely sense it. After proceeding a good 100 meters, Wayne stops, crouches down, and Pierce thruff his goggles at the small boy before him. Ian, do you know how to protect yourself? I an solemn nods, do and do must protect ourself face well. Wayne rises, gently ruffling iron share, then turns to Therode Sideto search, ultimately discovering gathered milestone. The post, about in cinema thick, is modeled and near line decipherable do a toy, ear from sand and wind. Hadina note, being sufficiently observant, this buried post would have been easily overlooked. Wayne kicks Sassadethis and, grips the post tightly, and gently twists clockwise. In an instant, the sound doff machinery whirring from below fills the air, and simultaneously, a beam of light shot straight up from the central building off the town, piercing the clouds, gradually fitting after several seconds. Chaos erupts within the town, followed by Thethendrus roar of 3 dilapidate doff road fickless gargingutov settlement. Without a backward glance, Wayne commands, get down and hide. With that, head draws both revolver sand charges forward. Over 1200 meters say, cloaked figures sleep from the vehicles, armed with various firearms and even makeshift cannons. Thergan barrel same a direct lie at his direction. Were you? A figure draped in affleral cloak bellows, straining tobe herdo verthidin. Face said with the three toff numerous guns, Wayne grins menacingly, steps forward with his left foot, and in an instant, vanishes from sight. When her appears with an ian's perception, he's amidst hey trong o farmid individuals. The 12. 7 mag numbulate syruped from the barrels amidst flashes off fire, accompanied by the deafening roar of gunfire sheep teaseful magazine and mere moments. They impact to femin's second energy shotters as cools, sending therum nat soft-shuttered bony and gore spraying backward, expasingavize agio fun bridled fury. The townspeople rushing out to no Tevin have a timito fire before a they fall, struck down by billets. Most los hof their heads an azingle shot, wily fwothers receive a fatal wounds to their chests. The last twabelets claim twamare skulls, and with as litramorphishans, Wayne discards the empty magazine. Swift liar placing jit with a fu loan from his belt. Hishin Shanglo, eyes blazing with intensity, fixate down the direction off the town. 89er main, Hemmer Mersto himself. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic nuclear war, the world has entered a peculiar nwapok, where the boundaries between savagery and civilization have a becca main distinct, coexist in a hunting equilibrium. Fellow off the jungle, where ethu akereti voured be the strong, reign supreme and governs existence. The rampant nuclear radiation has caused widespread mutations saming living beings. While humanity has made a groundbreaking advancements in genetic research, awaken in extraordinary abilities in certain individuals. Concurrently, some creatures shave unlock a unprecedented levels of intelligence, showcasing capabilities tat belief. On this vast, desolate expanse, there exist the savage individuals, marked by various mutations, in areophobearing creatures. Anthosuha claim to be pure-blooded humans, all vying for dominion over the majority of the world's territories. Ancient legends that they've been passed down through hedges gradually reveal their true forms, often pointing towards some more advanced evolutionary state. Ian, a valiant soul teetering on the brink between light and darkness, embarks in an unprecedented journey of evolution amidst endless flight and fire sea battles. This path, previously untraveled in the null Sotham history, promising a transformation unlike any before. Above a the bound less wasta land, a dense cloud of radiation obscures the sun, as Dustan says free lie beneath the dimsky. A moderately sized tornado reek shavaka crossed Haraset desert, swirling with dead brand and leaves, stirring countless sinita grain soft sand in tochaotic vortex. A rust-eaten incantabulous through the air, clanging ominously, its sound piercing through the desolation. Sandstorm shave Bekomiakum in sight in such harsh conditions. Amidst the swirling sands, Asimi Wadi Alth Fool was pierces through Hias, fainty yet discernible. Mr. Wayne, are you certain this is the town? Indeed, Ian, a rugged voice replies. But we have Weckamer? Isn't there fewer than 100 people line the town ahead. There exists Shuri Wadi one dibeth seek, and it shall grow closer to perfection. A sform, it shall me it minimize. You're already a level 5 warrior. Why can you know TVD death? Oh, young Ian, my genetic disintegration is beyond dreamity. According to the professor's estimation, I have perhaps shall famonth left to live. If I could escape death, it would be most coveted wish. As thee speak, Adel figure and das small boy emerge from the grey mist, trudging along the interstate a highway partially obscured by sandan stones. Botharine vlapid in oversized ray cloaks, burdened with heavy backpacks, their faces stight lie rapid in finagos, revealing in theories, adorned with yellow goggles. Their handsary likewise encased in gloves, leaving no to hin toff skin exposed. Not far away, Ad Kang Wolflower sitshed, it sees betraying an insatiable greed, yet a thessid testo approach, seemingly unwilling to relinquish its ipre. A few hundred meters from the town, Thedo wearing figure off Wayna firmly grasps the boyshand, halting their advance. Hezen sessa hidden paralinth the Murkai town ahead and draws a formidable M500 revolver from his waist, with anotherov tisame model strapped to his other leg. Ableton circling E's waist is conspicuous lie loaded with a cartridge containing 5 rounds. Ian, shouldy assertive, you shall reside in this stone until he to depart. Themap soft this stone and thesut haran me backpack, and they shall belong to one sim gone. Haha, I do not sense any danger. You are still toic when you grow stronger, you will succeed. After proceeding Gabuda 100 meters, Wayne pauses, crouching down to peer through his goggles Sathan boy before him. Ian, do you know how to protect yourself? Ian solemnly nods. Do and do must protect ourself face well. Wayne rises, lightly patting Ian and the head, then turns to Theroid side, searching the vicinity until Heffinally locates Molestoni. Ida sapostra flighten centimeter, batterdandworn, nearly eligible do a toy ear sofaragenan the impact off sandan stones. Were it not for careful observation, this post, Buri dindabris, would be nearly undetectable. Wankik sassadethasand, grips the post tightly, angent lie twists clockwise. In an instant, the sound doff machinery whirring emanates from below, and simultaneously, a beam of flight shot skyward from the central structure reef to town, piercing the heavens, gradual it dissipating after several seconds. Chaos erupts within the town, followed swifty be Thiroro 3 dilapidate, doff road hikla surgeon gutoff teasettlement. Without looking back, Wayne commands, get down, hide well. With that, head draws both revolver sand charges forward. Over 1,200 meters say, several cloaked figures leap from the vehicles, brandishing gun assortment of firearms, including makeshift artillery, aligned menacingly in their direction. Warrior, a burly man in a flowery cloak bellows, his voice amplified bethane's atmosphere. Face said with the 3 tough numerous gun barrels, Wayne grins wickedly, stepping forward with his left foot, launching himself into the fray, vanishing from sight. When her a purse with an Ian's perception, he's amidst hey trung of assailants. The 12.7 mm magnum round erupts from the barrel in a burst-off flame, accompanied by a deafening roar, ashen leisha on toften round sin thebling kofani. The impact tofamin's second energy senses cools flying, shattering bony and spraying crimson and devori, Waletha hoot is flung back, revealing Gavise a jeef sheer ferocity. The townsfolk crushing gout barely have a timatories of thyre weapons before Athera struck down. Mister left with gapping holes where Aether had sun Sora, wily fwothers suffer grievous wounds to their chests. The final twabelets claim Tomara skulls, and with a flick of fish hands. Wayne discards Thespint cartridge, Deathflyer placing jit with 12 fresh, loaded magazines. Hishin shank slightly, gaze sharp as a hawk, fixate don the direction off to town. 89er main, Hemmer Mersto himself. Chapter 2. The Blue Jeans Serum Ian sensed the presence of fewer than 100 individuals, among whom at least 5 eluded his complete perception. Wayne glanced back at the small figure sprawled on the ground, observed the discarded firearms, and then turned his gaze towards the direction of the town. A clattering sound of metal pipes echoed from within the settlement. It was the signal of alarm from the wastelanders. Squinting behind his goggles, he gathered his strength and vanished from sight, reappearing 30 meters away. After several more instances of teleportation, Wayne's silhouette faded into the heart of the town. Ian rose from the ground, gradually making his way toward 3 abandoned off-road vehicles. The bloodstains seeping into the gravel made the ground appear grotesquely mottled. The empty cranial cavity, along with the splattered blood and brain matter on the vehicles, seemed to have no effect on him. Bending down, he picked up an antiquated assault rifle, testing its weight before using the barrel to prod at a corpse's cloak. What met his gaze was a tattered work uniform. The exposed skin riddled with sores, fringed by clusters of fleshy growths and strip-like mutated tissue. The pungent odor of blood was intermingled with a hint of decay. After rummaging through the body, Ian procured a handful of coins, which appeared to be currency from the city of Steel. However, he had no immediate need for such currency, as the town did not appear to harbor anything of value. Otherwise, the weapons in the hands of these wastelanders would not be so deplorable. Bang! A thunderous gunshot rang out from the town. Accompanying the sound of Wayne's revolver were the rapid discharges of automatic rifles. Ian refrained from activating his long-range vision. He merely ejected the magazine, stowing the bullets into his backpack. These 5.66mm rifle cartridges could eventually be exchanged for currency. The gunfire was primarily concentrated around a luminous structure at the center of the town. As Ian approached cautiously, he discerned that it was a grand church constructed entirely of stone. Wayne leaned against the dilapidated steps at the entrance, quietly loading his firearm, with his large backpack resting at his feet. The street and the doorways of the surrounding buildings were strewn with various lifeless bodies. Behind Wayne lay a colossal figure, standing at least 2 meters tall, yet missing the upper portion of its head, including the nose. Through the open doors of the church, one could see the brain matter and blood sprawled across the floor. "Are they all dead?" Ian inquired. Wayne nodded. The bandages obscured his expression from Ian's view. "Is this the place you sought?" Wayne stood, hoisting his backpack and kicking aside the corpse at the threshold. "This is indeed our destination. Let us hope it is not our final resting place." Inside the church, the light was ample, and the air was tinged with the scent of dust. The windows and the walls had long since lost their glass. After over 60 years, the fact that the structure had not collapsed was remarkable. Wayne discovered the entrance to a hidden passage behind the pulpit in the clergy's lounge. He removed his backpack, took out a stone cross, and after embedding it into a cross-shaped recess in the wall, pushed it with force. A series of unrecognizable sounds followed, and the floor of the lounge began to descend. Wayne swiftly withdrew the cross. The ground continued its descent for a distance of at least 100 meters before coming to a halt. Wayne extracted a glow stick, bent it, and shook it vigorously. The confined space became illuminated with a greenish light. Before them lay a corridor, dark and profound. Wayne led the way inside, with Ian closely trailing behind. At the first bend, Wayne once again embedded the cross into the wall's recess, waiting silently for about 10 seconds before an electronic voice resonated. "Identity confirmed. Please proceed." With the glow stick's light, the rotating machine gun mounted on the ceiling became visible. "Leave it be. If anyone is still alive and wishes to exit, this is their only route. Ensure the side with letters faces inward." Wayne retrieved the cross and handed it to Ian. "Is this what you sought? Will it be of use to me? After all this time, can it still function?" Having removed their goggles and face coverings, the two men stared at the two sealed alloy canisters. They watched as Wayne's remarkably steady hands extracted a vial of blue luminescent gene serum and another filled with a crimson-red substance. "This is my last hope," Wayne declared, gesturing towards a nutrient pod standing alongside. "This one is for me, and that one is for you." In a flurry, Ian began to strip off his clothing, silently organizing all his belongings on a workstation approximately 10 meters from the nutrient pod. "If I perish, make your way west. Remember, do not venture into the unknown lands of the Far East. Even the most skilled beings meet their demise there, leaving behind not even the most basic fragments of their genes. Additionally, never allow anyone the opportunity to extract your genes. This world is ample enough for you to survive and evolve into perfection." Ian simply nodded in acknowledgement. Wayne uncapped the vial of blue gene serum and poured it into the nutrient pod's external injection port before shutting the pod's door. Chapter 3. Woodtown next, he retrieved a syringe, placing the vial of crimson gene serum into the injection chamber. After shedding all his clothing, he climbed into the nutrient pod and secured the door. The green nutrient fluid began to flow in automatically. Just as the liquid threatened to submerge his mouth, he gritted his teeth and aimed the syringe at his arm, pulling the trigger to inject the gene serum into his body. Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed through the empty laboratory. "Nutrient pod activation detected. Initiating nutrient pod maintenance function. Lighting system will shut down in 1 minute. 59, 58, 57, 56. The underground laboratory fell silent and dark. Woodtown lay at the foot of the Bear Pass Mountains. Positioned at the mountain's entrance, the population of the town was fewer than 400, a figure that did not include women and children. In this harsh reality, women were viewed merely as vessels for gratification and children as reserves of sustenance, particularly those belonging to others. Excluding mutated and decayed parts, the flesh of the remaining body parts bore no radiation. Unless one possessed natural, evolved abilities, both women and children were, without exception, regarded as tools, commodities, or stored food, with no one considering them as human. Naturally, the lesser the presence of mutated tissue, the greater the value. Within the town, only two individuals possessed weapons: the semi-official figure Old Tonka and his partner Malinsky. They operated a procurement station approximately 2 kilometers into the mountain. The items they acquired included ores and various scrap metals. As long as one had something to offer, they could always exchange it for different goods at Old Tonka's place, such as the generally accepted level 5 treated water. For those with mutated tissue that constantly emitted a foul odor, level 6 treated water represented the utmost threshold they could tolerate. The relatively lower radiation level of level 5 treated water was already something they themselves were reluctant to consume. Most would likely take this level 5 water home for their women or children. Old Tonka did not come every day. He spent most of his time in the town's bar. Malinsky, on the other hand, preferred to remain at the procurement station. He possessed only one eye, the other concealed by a tan leather eye patch, with a frayed rope slung across his forehead and tied at the back of his head. Malinsky did not harbor disdain for mutated tissue. yet he himself bore none. Additionally, he had only one right arm. Each day at precisely 8 in the morning, he would strike a metal plate hanging beneath the procurement station's shed. Clad in a pair of colorless shorts and bearing a torso covered in scars, he wielded an ancient Remington shotgun in his sole hand, striking the metal plate to announce the start of the day's work. In an instant, a throng of over 100 individuals surrounded the nearly decrepit table. Malinsky bellowed, "Today, there are only 200 slots. Line up properly." For a town with nearly 400 men, this meant that nearly half would leave without any food or water that day. Queuing was the rule at the procurement station. As for whether skirmishes would break out among those waiting outside, Malinsky never cared. However, one rule stood firm. Any corpses must be disposed of at least 500 meters away from the procurement station by the party responsible for the killing. Within a single night, the bodies would vanish without a trace, not even leaving a bone behind. The crowd quickly received their identification tags, tools, and baskets before entering the mine to commence work. Neither food nor water was provided free of charge at the procurement station. The only means of obtaining them was through barter. At noon, Malinsky was dozing off when he was suddenly jolted awake. Opening his solitary eye, he fixated on a diminutive figure approaching from the distance. It appeared to be a half-grown child, draped in a tattered cloak, head bowed slightly, entirely enveloped in the fabric, making it impossible to discern their face beneath the oversized hood. In this desolate wasteland, anyone brave enough to wander alone was undoubtedly formidable. Therefore, Malinsky knew he had to tread carefully when faced with someone emerging from the mountains alone. Malinsky's gaze remained fixed on the person's slightly bowed head. As the figure drew closer, they stopped about 10 meters away from Malinsky and inquired, "Is this what town?" Malinsky held his shotgun steadily, nodding in silence. He heard and saw clearly. This was merely a half-grown lad. His voice was faint, lacking any discernible flavor. However, as a level 1 firearms specialist, Malinsky acutely sensed a slight prickling pain upon his skin. This indicated that the boy before him could effortlessly end his life. The young man lifted his head, and Malinsky noticed that not only was his face obscured by a cloth to shield against the occasional rays of sunlight, but his eyes were also hidden behind a pair of goggles. As for his features, they were entirely concealed. The shoes he wore were unrecognizable, similarly wrapped in tattered cloth and tightly bound with rope. The boy nodded silently and slowly turned to leave. Chapter 4. Harry Malinsky gazed at the boy's retreating figure. Noticing a bulge beneath his cloak that appeared to be a backpack, he exhaled in relief and turned to enter Old Tanker's room, where he picked up an antiquated telephone. The boy walked 100 meters away, paused, turned back to glance at the towering mountain, and then cast a fleeting look at the acquisition station before heading towards the town. Ironwood Town. Those armed included Harry and his 10 team members, who were engaged in idle chatter with Old Tanker at the bar. They belonged to the mining operation established by Laverick City and were official personnel. Their paramount duty was to safeguard Old Tanker's acquisition station and the mine. Should any rival factions encroach upon this territory, they would defend while dispatching someone to inform the Laverick branch, located over 400 kilometers away. Typically, they also cleared the surrounding wilderness of giant mutant rats, frenzied hares, and other large aggressive mutated beasts to prevent an abnormal decrease in the workforce. The most daring were the decaying wolves that approached the town. Harry, not only a level 2 shooting specialist but also possessing the rare ability of level 1 mystic surveillance, was somewhat stronger than pure sensory abilities. Moreover, he had an older sister who was the lover of a minor leader in Laverick City, which was the sole reason he held the position of patrol chief. He had collaborated with Old Tanker for 2 years and was well acquainted with him. After enduring just one more year, he could return to Laverick City as a city guard and be promoted to sergeant. Old Tanker had been stationed there for nearly 7 years, and as the mine's yield dwindled, the place was nearing abandonment. Ultimately, only the wasteland dwellers with mutations would remain, while those without such mutations would depart in accordance with the will of Iron City, heading to another location. The remaining wastelanders would be of no concern to anyone regarding their survival. The boy walked steadily down the town's sole street, oblivious to the countless pairs of eyes fixated on him as he traversed the middle of the road. Upon encountering a bar adorned haphazardly, he discerned the sign above the entrance. It bore the emblem of a shield and a long sword. If his memory served him right, that was the insignia of Iron City. Thus, this was already within the sphere of influence of Iron City. Without hesitation, the boy pushed open the bar's door and stepped inside. From morning until noon, The bar was typically devoid of patrons. The already quiet establishment instantly fell into a profound silence. Old Tanker sat at the bar, holding a pipe, his gaze fixed on the figure standing at the entrance. Harry instinctively gripped the pistol at his waist. Of the 10 team members, 8 had gone on their patrol up the mountain, while the other 2 occupied a corner of the bar, equally scrutinizing the boy at the entrance, their hands resting on their firearms. Ian had already sensed how many individuals were behind the door before pushing it open. Their movements and expressions were vividly apparent to him. Upon entering, he strode straight to the bar, lifted his hood, and removed his goggles. His eyes were a striking blue, reminiscent of a sky before a calamity, clear and bright. Alongside his eyes, a smattering of unblemished skin was revealed, dazzlingly fair and flawless, nearly blinding Old Tanker's murky gaze. Old Tanker instinctively perceived this boy as a pure-blood human untouched by radiation, puzzled by how he had come to be in this place. "Excuse me, are there any tasks available in this town?" Old Tanker's expression remained inscrutable. Harry, seated nearby, asked with keen interest, "Can you accept tasks? Are you of age?" Ian disregarded Harry's inquiry, instead fixing his gaze on Old Tanker. "Are there any tasks available?" Old Tanker inserted the pipe into his mouth. What abilities do you possess?" He assumed the child before him was an ability user. Otherwise, how could his skin be so pristine? It was common knowledge that every pure-blood human possessed at least one extraordinary ability. Ian contemplated briefly before responding, "Is manipulation acceptable?" Old Tanker paused, musing, "What level?" "Approximately level 2, though I cannot be certain," Ian replied softly. Old Tanker chuckled, "A rare natural evolution ability user." Harry grinned, reaching for his pistol, ejecting the magazine, and placing it on the bar. "Can you work on a hammer?" he inquired. Ian glanced at the pistol. "You need to provide the alloy." Harry laughed heartily. "No need for alloy. Just fix the hammer for me. It's too dull." Ian frowned slightly and turned to Old Tanker. Old Tanker exhaled a puff of smoke. "What do you require?" "Water, level 4 processed water." Old Tanker nodded, remaining silent. Harry added, "Kid, if you can help me fix this hammer, I'll assign you a special task. If you complete it, I'll give you 2 bottles of level 3 water." Old Tanker shrugged. "The water is yours. You decide." Chapter 5. Harry's task. Only then did Ian scrutinize Harry seriously. The hammer could be repaired without abilities, simply requiring a file. "What is this special task?" Old Tanker smirked slightly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Harry replied with a chuckle, I was just joking." "Tanker, is there really nothing this kid can do?" Old Tanker shook his head. Even a level 2 manipulator might not be able to fix it. Ian remained silent for a moment before stating, "If it cannot be repaired, no payment is necessary." Old Tanker contemplated before saying, "Follow me." Harry and 2 of his subordinates, having nothing better to do, trailed behind Old Tanker as he walked unsteadily out the bar's back door. After lifting a large oilcloth, an exceptionally well-maintained vintage Harley emerged before their eyes. However, this Harley was missing its chain. Harry exclaimed, "Hey, Old Tanker, do you want to lose another leg?" Old Tanker indicated the chain area. "It's missing about a dozen links. Can you manage that?" "I need materials." Old Tanker nodded and returned to the bar. When he re-emerged, he held a chain and a metal block approximately 10 centimeters square. "Refine this and complete the chain. As for installation, you need not concern yourself with that." Ian accepted the chain and carefully sensed it for a moment, then picked up the metal block and activated his ability. Moments later, the surface of the metal ingot began to darken, subsequently shedding some debris. Once the volume was reduced to just over half, he brought the metal block into contact with one end of the chain. The metal block began to deform, extending to envelop the chain's end and gradually taking shape, with every requisite structure intact. The boy remained crouched, unwavering, maintaining his ability, and soon segments of the structure appeared along the chain. When only a small piece of metal remained in his hand, Ian lowered his head, stating, in the end, "I need a connector, but I've never seen one, so I'm unsure how to make it." Old Tanker closed his mouth after having it agape and said, "I'll sketch a diagram for you." He casually drew a representation of a chain connector on the ground. It should be thinner, not too thick, fitting snugly between the protruding parts at both ends of the chain, and it should be detachable. The boy gazed at the drawing on the ground, and soon 4 connectors appeared in his hand. After handing them to Old Tanker, he said, "I won't install it. That's not my responsibility." Old Tanker nodded in acknowledgement and returned to the bar, retrieving 2 bottles of level 4 water along with a small piece of genuine bread. Although small, it was authentic rye bread. After thanking Old Tanker, Ian stowed the water and bread away and prepared to depart. "Where are you headed?" Old Tanker inquired. "East. Stow away the water and bread. Otherwise, leaving this town will be challenging." Ian nodded in agreement. Upon entering the bar, he removed his cloak, took off his backpack, and placed the bread and water inside. Just as he was about to don his cloak again, Harry followed him inside. He immediately noticed the 2 revolvers hanging at the boy's waist. Old Tanker remained in the backyard, tinkering with his antique Harley, and had not returned to the bar. "Hey, nice guns," Harry exclaimed loudly. Ian paused in his movement to put on the cloak but then continued. Harry pressed on, "Interested in helping us hunt decaying wolves? There's a reward for that too." After donning his goggles, Ian turned to him and said, "Can you provide a reward?" Harry licked his lips, his gaze fixed on the guns at his waist. "I have water and food." "How much do you want?" Ian spoke softly. "No, I no longer require food and water. What I truly need is money. Money from Steel City." Indeed, he needed funds to procure ammunition, which was exorbitantly priced. Particularly his customized Magnum rounds, not commonly found in this small town. Such ammunition could only be sourced from larger urban areas. Furthermore, his current capabilities were insufficient to manufacture adequate high-performance gunpowder and primers, having exhausted all of Wayne's inventory stored in the nutrient pod. He possessed merely over 200 rounds. Over the past 6 months, he had employed every conceivable method to conserve his supply, and now only had 73 bullets remaining. Harry chuckled and said, "All right. Your task is to help us eliminate the corrupted wolves and bears in the mountains. They frequently descend to abduct our miners." "How is the price calculated?" "Quite simply, for every corrupted wolf, it's $10. Should you encounter a violent bear, it's $50 per head." "How do I prove this?" "You will accompany us." Ian hesitated. This job was optional. 2 bottles of water and a loaf of bread would suffice for him to traverse at least 300 kilometers, but it would still fall short for reaching Laverick. Initially, he had planned to follow Wayne's map to the next town in search of opportunities, yet it appeared he had now caught Harry's attention. Whether he could barter for water in the next town remained uncertain. Given his level 2 shooting specialization, he might not stand a chance against Harry at this moment. However, escape from the town was no longer an option. He had already discerned that Harry's men were stationed at both ends of the settlement. Ian silently nestled at the entrance of the only church in town, biding his time. As night fell, he chose to enter the church rather than resting in an abandoned building. Tomorrow promised a perilous battle, and he needed to be well rested. Harry, as usual, spent his time at Old Tonka's bar, while his underlings indulged in drinks or engaged with women in corners. This was the norm, and no one paid it any mind. Old Tonka, pipe in mouth, observed the somewhat exhilarated Harry. Those 2 guns of his were undoubtedly of top quality. Harry's eyes gleamed with desire. "Are you certain?" Old Tonka asked casually. "That kid doesn't seem as easy to bully as he appears." Harry chuckled softly. "No matter how skilled he is still just a child. At most 12 or 13 years old. He cannot be any older." Old Tonka shook his head, retrieving 2 glasses from beneath the bar, pouring a drink for both himself and Harry. Harry grinned widely, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. "Those 2 guns are as good as mine." An off-road vehicle and 3 old military trucks parked outside Old Tonka's bar. One of the military vehicles was equipped with a 12.7mm general-purpose machine gun, its ammunition box extraordinarily large. As usual, Ian kept his head slightly bowed and approached slowly, silently standing before Harry. Harry had contemplated killing Ian outright, but it seemed too risky. He preferred to eliminate the boy in the mountains, leaving the corpse behind for the corrupted wolves to clean up, leaving no trace to owe him. That would be the ideal solution. Ian still carried his backpack. In his perception, the only true threat was Harry. The others posed no more danger than ordinary folk, with the most formidable likely being the soldier manning the machine gun. Probably a level 2 shooter. As for Harry, he was undoubtedly a solid level 2 shooter, though Ian was unsure if Harry possessed any other special abilities. Yet Ian himself was also a level 2 shooter, alongside a level 3 in perception and a level 2 in metal manipulation, complemented by an inexplicable level 1 in luck. Normally, luck-related abilities in the mysterious category only manifested above level 7. Ian was uncertain if his luck was innate, as it had been present ever since he emerged from the nutrient pod. His only shortcoming was a lack of speed-related capabilities. Including himself, there were 12 individuals present. After Harry cheerfully beckoned him into the vehicle, the off-road vehicle's large tires kicked up dust as it sped toward the mountain entrance. As they passed the acquisition station, Ian glanced back at the dilapidated yard, then lowered his head, silently removing the revolver from his waist. For his small hands, the two guns were excessively large. The silver gun body and cylinder reflected a glimmer of sunlight, emitting a cold gleam. He hoped that this descent would yield an additional evolution point. The off-road vehicle raced swiftly past the mine entrance, kicking up dust for nearly 6 kilometers before making a sharp turn and halting beside a massive boulder. Harry leapt from the vehicle, laughing heartily. There are at least 20 corrupted wolves in this ravine. Why men observed their hunting routes yesterday. Today's task is to ambush them. We'll see how many corrupted wolves you can take down, and then we'll settle on the price we discussed. Harry brandished a roll of cash, shaking it $10 for a corrupted wolf and 50 for a bear. Ian nodded, glancing up at the dense forest on the mountain. I will ascend from here. What about you? Harry shrugged. You've accepted the task. Whether you succeed is not our concern. We won't accompany you, or else it disrupts the rules. Ian turned and walked away. All right, 3 days from now. At the church entrance, I will use the tail of a corrupted wolf or the gallbladder of a bear as proof of my success. This time, he moved swiftly, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Harry swallowed hard and turned to his men, split into 3 groups. I will be in the middle, flanking left and right. Look for an opportunity to deal with him. Once the deed is done, each of you will receive $100. But those 2 guns are mine, boss. Rest assured, $100 is more than enough to buy his life. Chapter 7. Strike First. Ian was well aware that the price for this mission had already exceeded the norm by half. They coveted his guns, while he was more interested in how many evolution points he could gain from eliminating these men. Ian sprinted nearly 2 kilometers before halting, sensing no other humans or animals nearby. Save for the 11 who trailed behind him, less than a kilometer away, he was confident they could see him with the naked eye, just as he could clearly discern their paths. After catching his breath, he began his ascent at a steady pace toward the mountain's summit. He believed that if any corrupted wolves were present, they would most likely be found along the ridge or at the base of the mountain. As for violent bears, as long as he remained on the ridge, encountering one was improbable. The 11 figures behind him divided into 3 groups, with Harry and 2 others following closely behind, while the remaining 8 split into 2 groups, one veering left and the other hastening to the right. A chill flickered behind Ian's goggles as he continued his ascent. The sunlight-facing slope of the summit typically boasted more vegetation. These trees had long since mutated, most relying on the omnipresent radiation for sustenance. Occasionally, when sunlight pierced through the leaden clouds, these plants would grow at a visible rate. Ian positioned himself behind a protruding boulder, his backpack beside him. He had removed his cloak and draped it over the backpack, creating the illusion of a cloaked figure lying in ambush. He had also taken off his goggles, revealing the several magazines hanging from his waist. This skill was learned from Wayne. The two had traversed over 2,000 kilometers together from the northwest to the southeast, witnessing countless instances of Wayne drawing his weapon and swiftly changing magazines. Now, Ian was quite adept at swapping magazines, though he would not carelessly discard the used ones like Wayne. At least the casings could be reused. Ian cast a distant glance at Harry's position halfway up the mountain. The team of 4 in the shadow of the mountain was the closest, while the farthest contingent was circling around to intercept him from the sunlit side. He was confident he could eliminate any corrupted wolf within 200 meters. However, the challenge lay in the fact that all of them were armed with automatic rifles, capable of precise kills from at least 800 meters away. Given Harry's level 2 shooting specialization, he could potentially achieve an accurate kill at that distance, provided he could see Ian. The corner of Ian's mouth, hidden beneath the bandage, twitched slightly as he leaped from behind the boulder into the rocky shadows of the mountain. After several jumps, he vanished from everyone's sight. Possessing a perception range of approximately 800 meters, he understood that once he sensed the enemy, he would also be within their effective kill range. After sprinting straight down for several hundred meters, he crouched low, squeezing his entire body into a crevice of a severely weathered boulder. His heartbeat rapidly slowed, and his body temperature followed suit. Slowly closing his eyes, he held an M500 in each hand, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Harry, accompanied by 2 soldiers, one of whom shared his level 2 marksmanship specialization, commanded the same combat prowess as Harry. When they were still over 600 meters from the mountain summit, Harry instructed his comrades to continue their ascent while he raised his assault rifle, scanning the horizon and searching through the scope for Ian's silhouette at the peak. He halted just as Ian leaped down into the shadowed valley. As the two soldiers approached within 200 meters of the summit, a thunderous gunshot erupted from the left side of the mountain's shadow. Ian, concealed within the rock crevice, suppressed his presence until the four soldiers were approximately 100 meters away, at which point he sprang forth and pulled the trigger. At this range, no one could withstand the might of a 12.7mm bullet. The four soldiers, spaced about 10 meters apart, fell to his precision after just 2 shots. The deafening gunfire resonated as the 2 outermost soldiers were struck, leaving a gaping wound the size of a watermelon on their fronts, their hearts and lungs obliterated by the impact, before their bodies had even touched the ground. The gunfire erupted again, the interval between shots barely half a second. The 2 central soldiers barely turned halfway before their upper bodies, along with part of their shoulders, were violently propelled away by the Magnum's powerful kinetic energy. Ian, leveraging the force of his legs, caused the ground beneath him to crack slightly as he appeared beside the fallen bodies. His ashen silhouette darted away, vanishing among the rubble, upon hearing the gunfire. Harry had already redirected his weapon. Specialization in marksmanship not only denotes precision in the fleeting moment of shooting, but also signifies an extraordinary acuity and extended line of sight. The instant the gun was aimed at him, Harry recognized the small figure dashing forward as Ian. Chapter 8. The kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry squeezed the trigger. Almost simultaneously, another level 2 marksman, nearing the summit, fired his weapon. However, Ian's speed was remarkable. He nearly bent down to retrieve his weapon while executing a swift side roll to evade the incoming shots, landing in a depression. In front of the depression stood a protruding rock, beneath which lay a small pile of weathered debris. Having pre-selected his position and direction, he aimed to eliminate Harry first before methodically dispatching the others. After ejecting the magazine and checking his firearm and ammunition, Ian smirked, disregarding the ricocheting debris from bullets striking the rock. He closed his eyes, focusing intently on Harry's location, pinpointing him behind a large stone approximately 300 meters to the right. While the revolver possessed formidable power, it was uncertain whether it could hit at this distance. Conversely, though it was his first time wielding the assault rifle, its range was sufficient to create an impact. He pulled back the bolt, crouched behind the stone, and began to fire several rounds toward Harry to the east. Although the bullets landed a few meters away from Harry's body, they served to deter him from acting recklessly, compelling him to seek an opportunity for retaliation. As for the 2 soldiers on the mountain, Ian regarded them with indifference, unaware that another level 2 marksman lurked above. The sound of the assault rifle echoed through the valley as the soldiers above aimed at the rock where Ian hid, firing in rapid succession to suppress him. The level 2 marksman meticulously scanned both sides of the rock, wary of Ian's potential emergence. Harry, too, was preparing to take aim. After firing several rounds, he shifted positions to conceal himself behind a larger rock. Ian rose, positioning his legs apart, with the metal stock pressed against his right shoulder, honing in on Harry's location. That was a tree, roughly the width of a person, standing behind which was Harry. Ian unleashed a continuous barrage, nearly 30 rounds striking the same spot on the tree trunk. Sensing that Harry remained motionless, fearful of being hit, Ian's steady hands maintained a consistent firing rate. The moment Harry vacated his cover, Ian subtly adjusted his aim. A bullet struck Harry in the head, shattering a significant portion of his skull. The remnants of his brain, freed from the confines of his skull, erupted under immense pressure. Ian hurled his firearm to the left side of the boulder and darted to the right. 3 meters away lay the closest automatic rifle. In a burst of speed, he kicked the rifle into the air, swiftly following it and grasping the weapon. Behind him, a flurry of bullets rained down. Sensing that 2 soldiers had begun to descend, Ian abruptly halted, pivoted, and squeezed the trigger. His perception proved sharper and more precise than his line of sight, especially given the limited visibility of the level 2 marksman. Coupling perception with his awareness allowed him to discern the thickness of obstacles, providing him a significant advantage in this battle. After a series of rapid shots, Ian exhaled the breath he had been holding. He knew well that the bullet that had felled Harry was not solely due to his strength, but rather the influence of his mysterious level 1 luck. Otherwise, it would have been improbable to achieve a headshot given Harry's speed. Returning to the fallen bodies, he retrieved 4 magazines to tuck into his lower back. There were still 4 more lives he needed to extinguish. In close-quarters combat, his perception would yield its utmost advantage. However, he was confident that, thanks to the ridge, the 4 soldiers remained oblivious to the chaos that had transpired, and as long as he reached the ridge first, victory was virtually assured. He abandoned the off-road vehicle at least 100 kilometers from Lafrock City, not due to a lack of fuel, but out of fear of continuing further. After setting the vehicle ablaze, he commenced a steady pace of 30 kilometers per hour towards the southeast of Lafrock. Upon reaching a small wilderness settlement nearby, he would then turn back towards Lafrock, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to discern his approach. At this rate, he would reach Lafrock in no more than 4 hours. This settlement was the closest to Lafrock, serving as one of its outposts. Not only did it house regular troops from the Steel City, but it also functioned as a trading point between the wasteland dwellers and Lafrock. The existence of trade imbued this town with a palpable vitality. However, only the locals understood that the true master of this place was a powerful figure from the city. As Ian stepped into the town during the peak of midday heat, the shimmering heat rising from the red earth distorted the view of the distant settlement. While walking, he allocated the 2 evolution points acquired from the battle a few hours prior to his marksmanship specialization. Chapter 9. The shantytown. The only regret was that he had only gained 2 evolution points. Had he opted to utilize the terrain advantage and engage the last 4 soldiers in close combat, he might have secured a 3rd. Now, with a level 3 marksmanship specialization, he no longer needed to pre-aim. As long as the target entered his sight at the moment of firing, he could guarantee at least a 70 hit rate. Moreover, the control over firearms and the upper limits of shooting energy had seen a significant enhancement. He hoped to emulate Wayne, achieving instant kills within effective ranges while maintaining a commendable hit rate even at extended distances. Ian surmised that Lafrock City served as the hub for the Steel City to consolidate and process all ores within the region. This realization dawned upon him as he entered the small town. Besides the ores extracted from its own mines, this place also accepted various scrap metals and bulk ores without inquiring about their origins. Even if the ores were illicitly mined from the Steel City's mines, as long as one was not caught, they would be purchased at standard prices. The only condition was to remain undetected. The town was distinctly divided into 2 sections. The northwest boasted remnants of former town structures, with no tall buildings aside from the church. In contrast, the southeast consisted of hastily constructed shanties, designed merely to shield against the sun and rain, essential for survival in the wasteland. Whether it was the once warm sunlight or the nourishing rain, the former posed indescribable harm to life forms affected by radiation, while the latter carried intense radiation capable of inducing lethal consequences within a mere 15 minutes. Ian ventured into the southeastern shantytown. There were no flowing sewage nor chaos. From his perception, at least 7 or 8 individuals within this shantytown were beyond his ability to contend with, while the northwest housed even more. According to the customs of the wasteland, trade always transpired within taverns. Regardless of the quality of the beverages, they presented an irresistible allure to the wasteland dwellers, who lived lives fraught with peril. Having less than 1,000 coins to his name, Ian understood that this amount merely represented enough for 100 bullets and 5 bottles of level 4 water. Among this, over 700 coins had been scavenged from the 11 corpses of Harry and his men. Were it not for concerns about exposure, he would have been loath to part with the ammunition box of that 12.7mm heavy machine gun. A veritable fortune indeed. 500 rounds of ammunition would cost at least 5,000 coins. As Ian pushed open the door of the tavern, a cacophony of noise and a medley of scents assaulted his senses. There were burly men with open shirts, proudly displaying their tattoos, alongside wild hunters enveloped in bandages, exuding an odorous stench of decay. The clamor of voices was overwhelming, punctuated by the occasional shrill scream of a woman and the raucous laughter of men. The bar counter was situated at the far right of the entrance, dominated by a colossal liquor cabinet occupying half a wall, with stairs leading to the second floor beside it, just like any other tavern. The tall stools lining the bar were filled with patrons, all armed to the teeth. Ian paid no heed to them in the booths on either side. Some individuals had a plate before them, upon which lay a charred mass of food. By the mere scent, Ian could ascertain it was some unrecognizable meat. He was acutely aware that, be it from a rotting wolf or other beasts, the edible portions were exceedingly scarce. A few scantily clad women were peddling drinks, while the individual behind the bar regarded him with an expression of indifference. Ian deftly sidestepped a woman approaching him for business, disregarding her ample bosom, and his gaze remained unwavering behind his goggles, fixated on the burly bartender. The small patch of mutated tissue on the woman's lower abdomen clearly indicated her identity. If she failed to earn sufficient coin, that singular piece of mutation might be all that tethered her to this world. Ian was not particularly tall, standing at a mere 1.50 meters, a stature that unmistakably hinted at a child's height. No adult, barring exceptional dwarfs, would possess such diminutive dimensions, neither in the pre-war era nor now. He was entirely swathed in bandages, even his eyes obscured by thick yellow goggles. The hands that should have been visible were similarly wrapped. Over half of the tavern's gaze was fixed upon him. It had been a long time since a stranger dared to enter this establishment, except for two kinds of individuals, hunters and those seeking death. Ian strode purposefully toward the bar in his perception. Several individuals in the corner were fixated on the backpack concealed beneath his cloak, exchanging glances rife with desire. Everything within the tavern was vividly clear in his mind. Yet, he understood that no one would dare act violently here. Whether with cold steel or gunfire, the only outcome would be being torn to shreds by greater force. Behind the bar stood a dark-skinned, muscular man, his beard a striking shade of burnt yellow. Resembling a wild man, Ian placed his hands on the bar, only his shoulders visible above its edge. "Are there any tasks available?" This was the question he posed wherever he went, though his voice was not loud. It was sufficiently clear for those behind the bar to hear. A momentary silence descended, broken only by the women hawking drinks, as the tavern grew significantly quieter. After a brief pause, a burst of laughter erupted from near the bar. "Ha ha ha! Did you hear that? This kid says he wants to take on a task. Wrapped up like a mummy. Who knows if there's anything but rotten flesh underneath? John, care to help him unwrap? Fuck you. Moody, why don't you do it yourself? I have no interest in his flesh, but if you're willing to pour me 3 more drinks, no, 6, I might consider it." "What? 6? Get lost." Ian stood resolutely, his eyes behind the goggles fixed on the burly bartender. The man set down his drink, his expression remaining impassive as he said, "There are plenty of tasks. I can tell you for free. Try mining. It's at least safer than the wilderness. 100 kilograms of, or will earn you a bottle of level 5 purified water. If you have the skills to complete bounty tasks, you can earn even more." The burly man gestured toward the northwest, where bounty posters awaited. "You can also trade or over there.as for other tasks. You'll have to find out for yourself. This isn't a place for children." Ian shook his head, ignoring the surrounding noise. "What are the rules in this town?" The bartender raised an eyebrow at him. Surprised, To pose such a question indicated that this child had undertaken more than one task. Surviving even a single task implied at least a level 2 ability in this world. Who could say what capabilities this child possessed? "Adhere to the principles of trade and don't kill in my bar. Beyond that, you're free to do as you pleased." A nearby man guffawed, slapping the bar with a resounding clap. "Kid, don't go wild in the northwest. Or you won't even know how you died." Ian produced a coin and placed it on the bar before turning to leave. "Thank you." He had long discarded the assault rifle he found. The 12.7mm ammunition of the heavy machine gun did not fit his M500. He had already expended 4 rounds and needed a refill. He resolved to head northwest towards better constructed buildings. Hoping to find a legitimate task in the wilderness, he had no use for gene enhancers, as he could only earn evolution points through combat. Moreover, they were exorbitantly priced. Even the most basic level 1 gene enhancer required at least 2,000 coins. A price far beyond his means. He needed a level 3 enhancer, starting at a 5-digit price. Where would he procure such funds? Only through battle, continuously accepting tasks, could he generate evolution points within his body, leading to the automatic emergence of a new ability or the enhancement of an existing one. Gaining a new ability required 1 evolution point, but upgrading each level necessitated doubling the points required. Had he not previously accumulated 3 evolution points and slain Harry and his crew for 2 more, he could never have amassed so many. His shooting proficiency could not have reached level 3. Presently, he could accurately hit any target within 1,200 meters, provided he had a decent firearm. The M500 in his possession was still only suitable for close combat. He was eager to enhance his physical speed. Yet his small stature hindered him from undertaking more tasks. The burly man eyed the coin on the BART. Was a 1 yuan coin from Iron City, equivalent to 20 kilograms of ore. While it couldn't purchase much, it was not something anyone could easily earn. Is this supposed to be a reward for adhering to trade principles? The burly man muttered to himself that moment. Ian had already pushed open the tavern's door and stepped outside. With a level 3 perception, he could not fully discern everything around him, able to perceive accurately only within a distance of less than 1,000 meters. Complete insight was achievable within 800 meters, precise perception within 600 meters. This ability was sufficient for survival in the wilderness. If tasked with hunting feral beasts, he could earn enough coin to maintain a sufficient supply of ammunition while also filling his belly. To the northwest of the shanty, separated by an astounding 50-meter-wide expanse, lay the remnants of the original town. Though there were no walls to impede entry, that 50-meter gap was undeniably a chasm. 4 armored vehicles were stationed across the way, each topped with machine guns, 2 aimed southeast and the others covering the street's ends. Beside the vehicles stood over 10 fully armed soldiers, guarding both the vehicles and a structure behind them. Ian observed as a truck emerged from the compound. His perception revealed that it was laden with large barrels of water, treated to only level 5 purity. The purification equipment within the building continued processing water extracted from the depths. It was evident that there was also a deep well on the premises. In the wilderness, water was the most critical resource, without exception. Food could be obtained through various means. If no prey was available, women or children could suffice for sustenance. Such was the life of the wasteland dwellers. The roaming rotting wolves or other small mutated creatures possessed edible parts, differing only in the intensity of radiation contained within their flesh. The tolerance to radiation varied among wastelanders. Some could only consume non-radiated food, while others could utilize most parts. However, potable water was entirely non-existent in the wild. What puzzled Ian was that, according to his perception, there were fewer than 30 soldiers in this vicinity. Beyond the 10 or so before him, there was a purchasing station in the northeastern corner of the town, where a vehicle and 4 soldiers were stationed. Finally, there was a small courtyard with a dozen soldiers resting. He couldn't fathom why Iron City maintained such lax control over this town. However, he soon understood. This location was less than 50 kilometers from Laverick. Should anything happen here, it would take less than half an hour for Laverick's armed forces to arrive. Moreover, high-level ability users like Mr. Wayne could potentially reach within 10 minutes. Ian gradually approached, drawing the soldiers' attention. A few smoking soldiers glanced over, yet their rifles remained slung across their shoulders, undrawn. Since Laverick exerted overwhelming force to seize control of this place, there has never been a gunfight against the armed forces of the Steel City. The soldiers, naturally, did not believe that the seemingly frail figure before them would launch an attack. Ian halted approximately 10 meters from the soldiers, raising his hands and inquiring, "I heard from the bartender with the bushy beard that you accept missions here." The soldiers exchanged glances, and one of them even jestingly gazed skyward at the heavy layer of radioactive clouds. "What day is it today? Is a child here to take on missions?" "Well, with the captain absent, you can just send him away." "No, come on. It's so dull every day. Let us have some fun with him." The murmurs were not loud, but Ian heard them quite clearly. "What is your name? What abilities do you possess?" One soldier demanded loudly. "Ian. Level 1 in marksmanship, level 2 in metal manipulation." Several soldiers immediately raised their rifles at him. "Where is your gun?" "I left it outside the town. I didn't bring it in." He had no desire to display his revolver any longer, fully aware of his own vulnerabilities. Even though he was merely dozens of kilometers from Laverick, it was certain that a level 4 ability user would be stationed nearby. "The bartender with the bushy beard, are you referring to Blackjack?" one soldier asked. The head concealed beneath the hat shook vigorously. "I do not know his name." "Bundled up so tightly, do you have a mutant organization on you?" Another inquired. Ian nodded. "A wasteland dweller? Get lost. Just another reckless fool. You've been duped by Blackjack. Our missions are not open to individuals. You cannot take one." Ian fell silent for a moment. He couldn't claim that Blackjack had deceived him. Missions were indeed being issued here, but it sounded as if he was incapable of undertaking one alone. Should he attempt to reclaim that dollar? Ian hesitated. "Rotten, stinking meat, hurry and scram." Another soldier exhibited a particularly poor attitude towards him. The other soldiers merely watched indifferently, none considering the soldier's demeanor inappropriate. It was simply the collective attitude. At most they preferred not to converse with someone destined for demise. Ian had no need for water or food, and his ammunition could last for a while. After some contemplation, he decided to let the bushy-bearded bartender go. It was not out of generosity, but rather because even in the shantytown area, there were several ability users he could not hope to defeat. Retreating in humility was the wisest choice. He did not head in the direction of Laverick, but instead turned southeast, entering the wilderness. Since the inception of his independent consciousness, he had instinctively sensed where danger emanated from, and the inexplicable level 1 luck had allowed him to instinctively evade countless crises. Within the wilderness, there existed numerous settlements, from mere caves to makeshift shelters that could barely shield from sunlight and rain, all qualifying as a habitation. Each settlement invariably possessed one essential commodity, at least a supply of potable level 6 processed water. Larger settlements would offer a more diverse array of supplies, such as firearms and ammunition. If a level 3 or higher manipulator were present, they could forge remarkably sturdy and sharp cold weapons. Given sufficient materials, crafting ammunition was not a daunting task. Chapter 12. The Ruined City Mission. Wayne's map depicted only half a continent. The westernmost edge of the map was the ocean, above which lay a vast island, the very place where he and Wayne had embarked. To the east was an unknown territory, marked with a dangerous red X. A distant land Wayne had once referred to as the mysterious East. To the south lay another expanse of ocean, similarly marked as unknown. The northeast was also a realm of uncertainty. The wasteland dwellers remained oblivious. Yet the higher echelons of the Steel City or forces aligned with the light knew that this half-continent was once referred to as Europe. The cause of the nuclear war remains a mystery to all. No one comprehended why, nearly 60 years after the catastrophe, the radiation clouds still lingered in the sky. The sporadic appearances of sunlight posed a significant threat to the wasteland dwellers bearing mutant organisms. When sunlight broke through, both beasts and wasteland dwellers would instinctively flee. Otherwise, in just a minute, the activation of the mutant organisms within their bodies would surge, disrupting their internal balance and leading to death. Witnessing the grotesque growth of flesh surrounding a decaying mass, which only moments before had been the size of a fist, while the body's energy was voraciously drained, leaving him in a state of debilitating weakness. Such agony could drive one to despair and even suicide. The wind rose. Beneath the leaden clouds, it was biting. Amidst the howling gusts, the wind carried sand and gravel, striking the tempered borosilicate glass of his goggles, producing a fine sound. Ian's figure gradually receded into the swirling dust of the ground. His destination lay more than 100 kilometers to the southeast, towards a settlement. Wayne had not marked the danger level of this settlement because, in his view, most places posed no threat to a level 5 ability user like himself. Instinct warned him not to enter a pure human settlement until he possessed a formidable firearm. There, his life could be snatched away at any moment. Unbeknownst to him, within a week of his departure, Harry's death had already been confirmed. Although no body was found, the tattered uniform in the battle atop the mountain had been thoroughly reconstructed. The investigators lost all leads upon reaching the small town. This place was an area bordering the vast underground pipeline system of a colossal city. The diameter of the main conduit was a standard 5.4 meters. This measurement would not deviate beyond 1 centimeter. Showcasing the prowess of level 4 perception, a figure draped in a cloak that trailed to their knees, wearing gloves fashioned from the hide of a wasteland giant rabbit, bore a massive long gun slung across their back, while another bag protruded with several sharpened steel pipes and angle steels, deadly instruments. The points were exceedingly sharp. Once embedded in a mutant beast's body, a circular or right-angled wound would spurt forth a copious amount of blood. The length was approximately 1.5 meters, with the sharpened tip extending a full 15 centimeters. It could be wielded for slashing, thrust as a short spear, or thrown as a projectile, rendering it an exceptional weapon against smaller mutant creatures. The pipeline, cast from reinforced concrete, was shrouded in darkness. The only visible light source emerged occasionally from a pool of sewage, emitting a faint radioactive glow. The only other illumination came from moss-like plants that relied on radiation for energy, clinging to mud or human remains. Having spent considerable time operating at night, Ian had accumulated enough evolution points to automatically attain level 4 perception, enhancing his visual range in low light and infrared detection. Even the faintest light was sufficient for him to discern everything within his field of vision, in areas devoid of light. His perception compensated, forming a comprehensive three-dimensional picture. However, this segment of the pipeline was entirely devoid of any light source. Behind his goggles, his eyes were tightly shut, as he clearly observed two giant rats feasting on a human corpse just around the corner. Less than 100 meters ahead. One rat was evidently a female. Its swollen abdomen and elevated temperature indicating it required additional sustenance and energy to nurture its young. Ian's task was to eliminate the giant rats within a 20-kilometer radius of this vicinity. There was no time limit. The mission could be submitted at any moment, with the only evidence required being a complete rat tail. This mission originated from a base on the outskirts of the ruined city. Each giant rat would yield $20, which could be exchanged for a 12.7mm bullet in the wasteland. This reward was quite substantial. The more populous the area, the higher the prices. A bullet for $20 was already twice as expensive as in Laverick. Yet it remained exceedingly profitable for him. This was his second descent into the underground. This time, he had spent 2 days below, traversing less than half of the labyrinthine underground network. The bag slung across his back now contained 27 rat tails. His thick cloak and hood, along with the bandages wrapping his entire body, nearly insulated him from both temperature and scent. Most mutant beasts relied on a heightened sense of smell and evolved infrared vision to scout for food and enemies in this world. Ian advanced cautiously. Chapter 13. The giant rat. His steps were remarkably light and agile, deftly avoiding the occasional bones beneath his feet, making not a sound, akin to a feline predator stalking through the jungle. With his left hand, he retrieved another tubular weapon from behind, slightly raising his right hand. Now, he could effortlessly wield the powerful M500. His marksmanship specialization allowed him to achieve near-perfect accuracy at distances up to 600 meters. Coupled with an inexplicable level 1 luck that seemed to delay his advancement, he had never missed a shot within 500 meters. The M500's immense destructive power would undoubtedly receive a natural amplification within this nearly enclosed environment. Whether in a single kill or multiple eliminations, it would expedite the completion of his mission. However, the thunderous report of the revolver would resonate even further in such a deep, confined space. With the heightened hearing of evolved creatures, any sound would send them fleeing at the first instance. He had no desire to linger in this environment rife with decay and viruses. In this age of mutation, it seemed that everything was accelerating the pace of transformation and evolution. Whether it be the red-eyed behemoth rodents or the colossal hares that roam the wastelands, their strength and speed can no longer be measured by the standards that prevailed before the nuclear war. The occasional appearance of mutated giant eagles in the sky adds a sense of despair. Even when confronted by such a creature, one can do little more than lie on the ground and fire at the heavens. With no possibility of escape, these mutated animals seem to possess a heightened tolerance to radiation. Untreated wastewater does not spell their demise. On the contrary, radiation has bestowed upon them a plethora of enhanced abilities. Their speed, strength, and sensory perception have all seen varying degrees of amplification. Without such adaptations, their survival in this radiated world would be untenable. Another notable change is that both the wasteland dwellers and the mutated beasts reach sexual maturity at least 30 earlier, with gestation periods shortened by the same proportion. This has significantly accelerated the turnover of life in the wilderness. The incidence of wastelanders bearing multiple offspring has increased by nearly 30 compared to the era preceding the nuclear conflict. Only pure-blooded humans, those entirely devoid of any mutated tissue, remain unchanged, save for the emergence of extraordinary abilities. In fact, their gestation periods have lengthened. However, if either parent possesses such abilities, their offspring will invariably manifest them upon reaching maturity, without exception. It is precisely this maddening pace of evolution and transformation that allows a remarkably high number of wastelanders to exist in an environment nearly inhospitable to human life. The fierce competition for resources in the wasteland has spawned countless armed factions. Referred to as mobs by the wilderness hunters, the giant rodents inhabiting the cities differ vastly from their counterparts in the wastelands. They are swifter and far more bloodthirsty, with their primary food source being humans and any other flesh-bearing creatures. Even the reanimated corpses that wander the urban landscape serve as sustenance for them. It can be said that within the ruins of the city, the population of giant rodents stands as the most formidable threat to humanity. Including the wastelanders, A mature city giant rodent measures nearly 1 meter in body length, with some exceptional specimens reaching 1.2 meters, their long, scaly tails trailing behind them. When confronted by wastelanders, the giant rodents hold a definitive advantage. Even more terrifying is their reproductive capability. A pair of giant rodents can produce an average of 30 litters within a year, with each litter yielding at least 20 young. Given sufficient food, their breeding cycle can be reduced to a mere 7 to 10 days, with the young reaching sexual maturity in no more than 3 weeks, ready to mate once more. It is this rapid reproduction and their indiscriminate feeding habits that render them the greatest threat within the city. In contrast, the living corpses found in the urban environment are primarily victims of the giant rodents. Only isolated wastelanders fall prey to their attacks. During times of food scarcity, the breeding cycle extends, and there are instances where mother rodents consume their newly born young. The evolved giant rodents exhibit a strong territorial instinct. Skirmishes between different rodent factions are infrequent but, when they occur, result in large-scale confrontations. In Uni, even the colossal rodents rely on sheer numbers to triumph when confronted by the undead. Stealthily ascending from the sewer opened by that corpse, he deftly replaced the manhole cover and returned to the ruined city to fulfill his transactions involving the rat tails in his possession. The faction that occupied the ruined city was known as Iron Blade, a branch of the Steel City. The moniker Ruined City stemmed from its history of relentless warfare, leaving almost no structures unscathed. Yet, despite the devastation, there remained a multitude of intact rooms and floors. Upon his arrival, he had dragged no less than 30 wild giant rabbits and a dozen ferocious giant rodents, which he had crafted makeshift racks to transport. In exchange for currency, while entering the city, he was neither met with hostility nor overwhelming warmth. It was only after presenting his adventure hunter certification recognized by the Steel City that he was able to complete his transaction. Otherwise, the items he brought would have likely been seized, in truth, had it not been for the imposing large gun slung over his back and the 2 visible handguns, which served as a deterrent. Coupled with the mountain of prey he dragged behind him, indicating his proficiency as a marksman, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to navigate here on foot, as he would have risked robbery in the wilderness. Although he was unafraid, he was certainly unwilling to waste ammunition. Over the past fortnight, he had traded more than 300 rat tails. Following the completion of this transaction involving 52 rat tails, he anticipated departing soon to re-enter the wilderness and resume his previous lifestyle. In the preceding 3 months, he had amassed 7 evolution points in the wild. He required just 1 more to elevate both his speed and combat skills to level 3. Or alternatively, to enhance his speed to level 4. He remained uncertain about which enhancement to pursue. Naturally, if he wished, he could place himself in perilous environments, allowing his body's instincts to consume his evolution points automatically, adapting to the most suitable capabilities for the current circumstances. This instinctual evolution ensured his survival. He meticulously gathered his belongings, which included a standard-issue Steel City Adventure Hunter backpack measuring 50 centimeters in length, 40 centimeters in width, and approximately 30 centimeters in thickness. He packed 2 water bottles, a homemade 12.7mm caliber rifle, 2 revolvers, and 40 self-made ammunition clips. Additionally, he had 2 15-round magazines for 12.7mm bullets and 2 boxes containing over 70 rounds of ammunition. He also included a sharpened homemade dagger, a small package of medicine, a large supply of gauze bandages, a magnesium stick, a packet of fine salt, and a waste pouch. Lastly, he counted his cash, totaling $103. After trading these rat tails, he would have over $1,000. This would afford him a hot shower, replenish his water supply, and allow him to purchase some compressed biscuits or standardized energy bars, as well as a new pair of shoes. As for goggles, he could exchange $50 for a pair of matte finish sunglasses. After making these calculations, he hefted his belongings and pushed open the door to leave. Upon receiving his payment, Ian resolved to spend $200 on a shower. Though he could only indulge for 5 minutes, it was more than sufficient for him, despite the exorbitant cost and the fact that the water was only treated to level 5. It was the best he was willing to pay for a shower. If it were drinking water, he would gladly purchase level 4 treated water. While he could endure higher radiation levels than the average individual, it did not imply he was inclined to suffer unnecessarily. With over $1,000 in hand, he possessed a sum that ordinary wasteland dwellers could scarcely imagine. In the bathing facility, there was no hot water. It was impossible to have hot water before winter arrived. The 5-minute countdown commenced upon turning on the faucet. He swiftly washed his entire body, absorbing at least 10 liters of water through his skin until saturation. While the impurities in the water were expelled at the surface, this was a relatively quick process, initiated not by his conscious intent, but rather automatically when the water flowed over his skin. Perhaps it was a function of his body's instincts, but his awareness could accelerate the process. After retrieving clean bandages, he meticulously wrapped his entire body, leaving no inch exposed, before donning a fresh set of clothing. He then wrapped bandages around his head and face, concealing his features and hair. The ruined city was not a small settlement. On the contrary, it once boasted a population exceeding 800,000. It was among the notable cities on this continent, albeit somewhat remote. He had already eliminated more than half of the nearby giant rodents, yet due to the lack of challenge, barely qualifying as combat, he had not reaped substantial rewards from the extermination of the giant rodents. He himself scarcely felt the accumulation of evolution points. Chapter 16. The corrupted Wolf King, conversely, facing the undead, yielded comparatively poor returns. He would soon depart this place and venture into the mountains. Should he encounter large mutated beasts, he might acquire some evolution points. His current abilities were level 4 in perception, level 4 in shooting expertise, level 1 in luck, and levels 2 in speed and combat. Although his manipulation remained at level 3, he had no intention of investing evolution points in that area. In the wilderness, the initial abilities took precedence. As he exited the ruined city, Ian purchased some compressed biscuits and water, converting all his remaining funds into ammunition, particularly for the 12.7mm caliber rifle. The 12.7mm bullets were typically used in heavy machine guns, making them a rarity among users. Ordinary rifles employed 7.62mm bullets, and it was uncommon for someone to wield such a large caliber rifle as a sniper. At the very least, he had encountered opponents of level 4 or higher. Ian's current capabilities enabled him to accurately eliminate any target within a range of 1.5 kilometers. Naturally, skilled adversaries could evade him, yet such opportunities were rare. Ian primarily faced mutated creatures in the wilderness, trading their remains or resources in communal areas. His greatest desire was to acquire spatial abilities. Yet he remained entirely ignorant of the conditions necessary for such powers to manifest. This was why he consistently ventured into perilous situations, burdened with a significant amount of prey. As he departed, he refrained from mentioning anything about the undead. It was of no concern to him. Information could not be exchanged for bullets or any resources, not even cashed. On the contrary, one might offer him $50 to eliminate an undead. A proposition where the risk far outweighed the potential reward, rendering it unwise. The capital of the Steel City lay approximately 700 kilometers north of the ruined city. For several months, he had diligently avoided the Steel City's capital. Instinctively, he believed it prudent to steer clear of any pure-blooded human capitals until he achieved comprehensive level 4 abilities. This was not merely a matter of financial gain. His personal safety was at stake. His instincts guided him away from that direction. Thus, he continued southeast, traversing the layered mountains. In less than a week, he had distanced himself over 500 kilometers from the ruined city. Thick leaden clouds occasionally parted due to high-altitude hurricanes, allowing intense sunlight to penetrate. Regardless of the organic life form, they would hastily seek refuge, either burrowing into the earth or retreating into caves. At that moment, Ian lay prone on a ridge, entirely shrouded in the verdant shade of trees. He sensed the towering trees rapidly growing under the sun's rays, their roots extending and expanding within the rocks at an accelerated pace. His modified rifle was securely mounted on his backpack, and through the sight, he observed a corrupted Wolf King approximately 1,300 meters away. Within his line of sight, he could clearly see 7 individuals ascending the opposite ridge. Unsurprisingly, they were likely a task force dispatched from the nearby settlement to eliminate the corrupted wolves. A slight grin tugged at the corner of his mouth beneath the bandages as he squinted at the figures and the corrupted wolves. The corrupted Wolf King had evidently noticed the climbers as well. On the side facing Ian, several corrupted wolves were racing down the slope, while a dozen others stood before the Wolf King. Ian recalled the corrupted wolves and brutal bears he had slain recently, distinctly perceiving an increase in the intelligence of these mutated creatures. Perhaps within a year or so, he might witness corrupted wolves patrolling with firearms. Though this was merely speculation, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. At the very least, The last corrupted Wolf King he had defeated had exhibited a glimmer of intelligence in its eyes. It had executed tactics such as flanking and luring the enemy, demonstrating strategic acumen. Were it not for his level 4 perception and shooting expertise, he might have found himself in a predicament requiring the use of 2 M500s to escape. Contemplating this, he shifted his focus to the climbers, careful to avoid prolonged scrutiny that might alert the Wolf King. Luther was the leader of this small team, and in alignment with Ian's suspicions, they were indeed sent to eliminate the corrupted wolves. He was accompanied by 6 team members, all averaging level 2 shooting expertise, including 2 with exceptionally rare olfactory abilities and level 2 perception. While only level 1, this was still sufficient to ensure that none would stray off course. "Boss, 8 corrupted wolves are flanking us from the shadow side." Luther turned to glance at the mountain's shaded area, nodding in acknowledgement. "No worries. We'll assess their advance once they are within 500 meters. For now, our focus should be on that Wolf King above." The individual with level 2 perception, named Goodman, turned to glance in Ian's direction and cautioned, "Boss, there seems to be someone on the left ridge. I sensed a gaze upon me just now." Luther paused, surprised. That distance must be at least over 1,200 meters. He quickly added, "Move to the sunny side." Uncertainty loomed regarding whether the adversary harbored malevolence. As long as their gaze could fall upon us, it indicated that they possessed at least a level 4 proficiency in marksmanship. At this distance, a single bullet could shatter any skull. 7 individuals swiftly traversed the ridge, consciously evading Ian's scrutiny. Chapter 17. B92. The wind blows and clouds shift. The sunlight that graced this mountaintop vanished behind dense leaden clouds. Ian remained utterly motionless, resolved to take down the Wolf King before seizing the corrupted wolves. In the wilderness, if one possessed sufficient might, no one dared to claim the spoils. Otherwise, they faced relentless pursuit to the death. With 15 rounds in his magazine, he was confident he could eliminate at least 14 corrupted wolves. Such was the terror of a level 4 marksman. Luther and his men had just rounded the ridge to the sunny side, positioning themselves less than 800 meters from the corrupted Wolf King. He set up his sniper rifle, while the soldiers behind him formed a semicircle, their barrels trained on the direction from which the corrupted wolves might appear. Aware that 8 corrupted wolves lurked just behind, there was no reason to let their guard down at this distance. Ian could no longer see the figures on the opposite side, obscured from view. Suddenly, the Wolf King lifted its head and let out a long howl, a woo, bang. Ian squeezed the trigger the instant the Wolf King opened eye in the conference room. Apart from the 8 fully armed level 1 to 2 warriors, it was just him and Luther. He placed his rifle on the table, alongside 2 M500 pistols, and took a sip from the water cup in front of him. Level 3 water purification? Luther was quietly briefing him on the matters to be cautious about, while Ian let the information flow in one ear and out the other. He was not bound to this base and could easily accept a mission and depart. Although the earnings from direct commissions from the council were greater, he was content with what sufficed for his needs. The door to the conference room swung open, revealing 3 middle-aged individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. Noticing that he still wore his cloak, the woman's eyebrows knitted in apparent disapproval. "You are Ian, using the hunter license from Iron City?" inquired the man seated at the center. Ian raised his gaze and nodded. Possessing a license allows one to undertake any mission within the domain of the sanctuary, though certain tasks require specific levels of abilities to be assigned. "Could you elaborate on your ability levels?" he asked. Ian replied, "Level 4 in shooting specialization, Level 4 in perception, low light vision and infrared sensing, and Level 3 in metal manipulation." Chapter 19. The mission. The female committee member visibly faltered, unable to suppress her curiosity. "How old are you?" Ian shrugged and responded, "According to the regulations of Iron City, I am of age. In truth, he estimated his age to be around 17. However, his memory only began at the age of 8. As told by the professor, leaving him uncertain of his actual age, though he was confident in the complete maturity of his physical faculties. Reaching level 4 in shooting specialization at 17? Quite rare indeed. The central man nodded. The other man remained silent. According to the universally accepted classification of abilities, known powers are primarily divided into 5 major categories. Manipulation abilities pertain to weapon control, spanning from basic melee weapons to conventional firearms, shooting specialization, and even complex weapon systems or battlefield command. The metal manipulation he mentioned is, in fact, a branch of the spellcasting category, encompassing elements such as wind, rain, thunder, electricity, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, poison, and healing. It is said that there are practitioners of wood and water abilities in Iron City, specifically dedicated to cultivating completely radiation-free and pollution-free crops, though this was merely gossip he had overheard in a bar during his missions in the wilderness. The third category consists of combat abilities, including all aspects related to close-quarters combat, such as muscle strength, speed, and various melee fighting techniques. The fourth category encompasses reconnaissance abilities, such as his sensing powers, which enable the detection of unknown and known worlds, including terrain mapping, scouting, early warning, and tracking. From this category, various levels of abilities have emerged, such as his low light vision and infrared sensing, which fall under derivative capabilities. Lastly, the fifth category encompasses mysterious abilities, which include all powers that cannot be explained and are not included in the first four categories. The highest registered level of mysterious abilities known to date includes the legendary Apocalypse Arrival and the Prophecies of the Church of Light, akin to the concept of words manifesting reality or self-fulfilling prophecies, which can come to fruition in a remarkably short time. However, the conditions necessary to develop such abilities are exceedingly stringent and random, meaning that meeting the conditions does not guarantee their emergence. Other powers, such as curses, might manifest instead. Among the mysterious abilities, the rarest and most coveted power is that of luck. In all its various forms, I currently need to accept a mission to cover my expenses at your base. Given my level, what missions am I eligible for? Ian observed the three individuals exchange glances. The B-92 base is the smallest base directly under the sanctuary. To the northeast, beyond two mountain ranges, lies a settlement of wastelanders near the desert. We require you to help us eliminate all individuals with abilities above level 4 in that settlement. Based on our intelligence, the highest ability level there is a level 5 manipulation practitioner named Vivian Stry. Additionally, there are 5 others, all of whom are level 4 practitioners, they elaborated. Ian nodded. What are the abilities of the other 4? So far, we know there are 2 spellcasters and 1 combat specialist. We lack information on the last one. Came the reply, and the compensation? 1 primary combat gene serum, along with all the ammunition expenses, water, and rations provided by us. Ian shook his head. Not enough. 2 primary gene serums of any field, and you must increase the monetary compensation. He was fully aware of the price of primary gene serums in areas closer to the Church of Light. They were not particularly valuable. However, within the confines of Iron City, the highest black market price was a mere 4,000 credits, but in the wilderness, they could fetch at least 6,000 credits or more. His request for 2 was merely because this was the first place he had encountered that offered gene serums as compensation during his extensive wanderings in the wilderness. He was intrigued to discover if this base had the capability to produce primary gene serums. He regarded them solely as a means to acquire currency, as he had no need for them himself. Instinctively, he rejected the notion of using external catalysts to enhance his abilities. Wayne had once stated that he was already perfect and merely needed to engage in combat to evolve various powers independently. Indeed, this was the case. Both low light vision and infrared sensing had manifested as innate abilities during his time in the wilderness. Level 4 spell abilities, and 2 of them at that. Furthermore, there is 1 level 4 combat ability. None of these are conducive to close quarters combat for me. The level 5 manipulator will be particularly challenging to confront. Their combined powers would render my chances of retreating unscathed exceedingly slim. Not to mention the unknown level 4 practitioner, which escalates the risk significantly. Therefore, the remuneration you propose is woefully disproportionate to the peril involved, if you are only willing to offer such terms. I believe that only a desperate hunter would consider accepting this mission. He sensed Luther's surprise at the price without needing to turn around. This was a blatant case of taking advantage of the uninformed. As if he were an inexperienced novice. Chapter 20. New weapons. After a moment of silence among the three, the central man nodded. We can dispatch a small team to assist you. Ian shook his head. No need, I prefer to fight alone. The man's expression revealed some conflict when he mentioned sending assistance. Level 4 warriors were not lacking, but losing one of their own, especially a level 4 shooting specialist, was a significant concern. We need to consult with the other 4 committee members. May we provide you with an answer this afternoon? Ian nodded. That is acceptable. Additionally, I require the most powerful sniper rifle in your base, with the longest range and largest caliber, along with at least 100 rounds and 10 magazines. Furthermore, I need at least a magazine's worth of high explosive and incendiary rounds. The man pondered briefly before responding. That we can provide, provided we reach an agreement this afternoon. He had never used standard-issue weapons before, but if they indeed proved superior to his rifle, it would be beneficial. However, he had never considered spending money to purchase one, mainly because he found ordinary guns beneath his notice while the good ones were beyond his means. Ian was confident they would agree by afternoon, and indeed, events unfolded as he anticipated. Accompanying him to his room was the latest Model M3000 heavy sniper rifle. Post-nuclear war, boasting an astonishing caliber of 14.8 mm. The ammunition was 14.8 x 114 mm, with a total of 110 rounds provided, 10 of which were allocated for testing. The M3000 measured 1,624 mm in length and weighed 13.2 kilograms. For pureblood humans, who typically possessed at least one ability following the nuclear war, this weight was quite manageable for carrying or usage. The magazine held only 10 rounds. Ian cradled the rifle and exited the base with Luther, opting not to crouch and use the bipod but instead holding it directly, aiming at a stone 2 kilometers away in the wilderness. Bang! Following the thunderous sound, Ian clearly witnessed the stone he had targeted vanish, leaving behind a trench at least 30 centimeters wide. Though he was not well acquainted with the precision of standard-issue firearms, he understood that most mass-produced weapons could not achieve exceptional accuracy. Typically, among thousands, one might find a single gem, where all components harmoniously aligned, excelling in both balance and precision compared to others in the same batch. He nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "A fine weapon." Luther chuckled. "This was selected by our own level 4 practitioners. What else do you require?" Ian contemplated before responding. "I need a larger backpack, not a non-standard, ordinary backpack, but larger." The target of the mission, Vivian Stry, had an undetermined age, likely between 40 and 45 years. The profiles and abilities of the other individuals now resided within Ian's mind. The B-92 base was less than 100 kilometers away in a straight line. Without a vehicle, traversing the wilderness while circumventing 2 mountain ranges would take considerably longer. Ian donned his equipment, a new cloak of reddish-brown and gray, and strapped on a large backpack, he wielded a rifle exceeding 1.6 meters in length, while another formidable firearm rested on his back. Amidst the cloak of night, he maintained a steady pace of at least 60 kilometers per hour. Within the dimly lit range of his vision, no movement in the wilderness eluded his keen senses. The rifle had been stripped of all electronic components. Even the scope was removed and stowed in his backpack. Beneath his cloak, a tactical vest housed 10 magazines, while his backpack contained 10 12.7 mm caliber sniper rifle magazines, in addition to 20 cartridges adorning his belt. All 9 of his evolution points had been allocated to enhancing his combat speed. Now elevated to level 4. Although this level was not particularly high, it was a rare and advanced capability in the wilderness. Only in the grand cities inhabited by purebloods would one encounter a multitude of experts surpassing level 5. Thus, in the wild, barring self-destructive actions, a level 4 ability essentially represented the pinnacle of power in most settlement areas. As for hand-to-hand combat, it was unnecessary for him to engage in close quarters. At least for now, he was confident that upon the completion of this mission, he would acquire no less than 5 or 6 evolution points. Were it not for the requirement of 16 evolution points to reach level 5 in shooting specialization, he would likely continue to bolster his already exceptional abilities. He had always operated as a lone wolf, well-versed in infiltration and assassination, and bore no aversion to close-quarters combat. 2 kilometers away, he lay quietly at the foot of a hill, observing the settlement in the distance. The tallest building stood only 3 stories high, with dim lights illuminating just 7 points. 2 of these points were situated at the main gate, while 3 concentrated around the highest building. And the remaining 2 were located at the entrance of a single-story structure, and within a room. He surmised that there must be a water purification processor there, for such a settlement could not attract so many people otherwise. Chapter 21. First encounter with spellcasters. Approximately 800 meters from the settlement's entrance, several makeshift shelters were erected against the hillside. These served as temporary resting places for the nomads of the wilderness. Perhaps they were there to trade for purified water or to establish another lookout point. The cloud cover in the sky obscured most of the moonlight. For those with abilities below level 2, it was akin to utter darkness, yet this posed no challenge for Ian. The lights at the lookout points of the settlement extinguished. However, Ian could discern clearly that each lookout had 3 individuals, who remained vigilant with their weapons drawn even after the lights went out. They possessed at least level 2 in reconnaissance abilities, if not level 3, but certainly no higher. Should they have been any stronger, they would likely be guarding Vivian. Ian removed a magazine and replaced it with a high-explosive round. Aiming at the window of the tallest building in the settlement, he fired a shot and then awaited silence. At a distance of 2 kilometers, the bullet, with an initial velocity of 1,460 meters per second, would reach its target in just over a second. The thunderous gunshot not only startled the nomads in their shelters but also ignited a fire within the target's window, alarming the entire settlement. After a few minutes of chaos, Severa, the individual of level 4, possessing the highest degree of extraordinary abilities, is likely not defined by the lightning spell, but rather by other non-offensive capabilities. It is palpable that his body bears the marks of charred wounds in several places. With a side leap spanning 7 or 8 meters, he discarded the M3000 in his grasp and drew forth the M500 from his waist. Unleashing a rapid succession of 10 bullets into the air. One of these bullets was aimed precisely at the trajectory from which another had been fired. Lacking any clear sense of the opponent's precise location, confidence in hitting the target eluded him. His usual intellect seemed inadequate to navigate the dire circumstances he faced, marking this as his first encounter with such a harrowing struggle, as his hands fumbled at his waist. He affixed 2 new magazines while instinctively expending the last of his evolution points to forge a thought center in his mind. Within the span of a mere second, this nascent center began to function, analyzing the predicament at hand and calculating various data from the scene. At this moment, Ian remained unaware of the transformation occurring within him. Typically, the generation of evolution points or new abilities manifests during combat, and only after the fight concludes does he scrutinize the augmentation of his evolution points or appreciate the emergence of new capabilities. 5 Magnum round sword toward the shadows and flickering flames. While the remaining 5 bullets fortuitously struck down the woman who had unleashed the lightning, within a 300-meter radius, the destructive power of the M500's bullets eclipsed that of standard firearms. Regrettably, both Vivian and another fire-based ability wielder remained unscathed. Yet, the bullets continued to hover close to Ian's form. He was compelled to unleash his full speed, rushing behind a thin earthen wall. Slightly crouched, shedding his backpack to draw forth his rifle. In this precarious situation, proximity was his only avenue of escape, forcing the hidden marksman to consider Vivian's safety and refraining from granting him a moment's respite. Never before had he felt so beleaguered, nor had he engaged so closely with a spell-casting ability user. Presently, his body was marked by numerous minor injuries. The scene descended into a suffocating silence. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" Vivian cried out in anguish. Despite her outburst, she too sought refuge behind the earthen wall at the entrance. Ian remained silent. "Are you sent by the B-92 base S demons? Is it because I can purify water, allowing more people to survive?" Ian hesitated before replying, "I am merely a hunter of the wasteland. Your grievances are of no concern to me. I harbor no desire to engage in a deadly struggle with you. My sole target is Vivian Street." A rough voice echoed from a distance. "Hey, how much are they paying you?" Ian struck the earthen wall with a clenched fist, pivoted, and fired a shot toward that direction, narrowly evading the incoming bullet before swiftly darting into the first room. Simultaneously, 2 jets of water pierced through the wall toward him. This was the true extent of Vivian's abilities, a level 5 water-type spell user. Yet, at the moment the water struck his body, it transformed into ice shards. Ian was taken aback, but fortunately, he had 10 magazines hanging at his chest. The ice shards inflicted no real damage, yet the pain was undeniably real. As his body recoiled, he fired 2 shots in rapid succession, then rolled onto the ground to conceal himself in a blind spot. Nearby, a muffled groan echoed. With heightened perception, he could not sense Vivian or the still hidden marksman, but the blood that sprayed through the air was undeniably present within his awareness. Vivian was injured. The other level 4 spellcaster attempted to retreat from the area. With Vivian wounded, he did not believe he could withstand the hunter's assault. However, in such dire circumstances, the more one fears death, the quicker it comes. Sensing the figure turning to flee, Ian rose and peered through the window, firing a shot that severed the man's head before quickly changing positions. Currently, his greatest concern lay with the marksman. Other level 4 ability users could only inflict limited harm on him. To pose a lethal threat was nearly impossible. In a matter of seconds, the areas struck by lightning began to regain sensation. The body's healing process was swift, a testament to its innate capabilities, independent of conscious acceleration. Upon witnessing another death among her ranks, Vivian's heart grew cold. She was not particularly adept in combat. Yet, few remained capable of contending with the hunter before her. 3 had already perished. Additionally, 2 others, like her, were not combatants. Ian had not abandoned his pursuit of Vivian. Although he could not pinpoint her exact location, the temperature of her wound was slightly elevated compared to the rest of her body. With this solitary clue, Ian was able to ascertain her position. He fired 4 shots in quick succession at that spot, yet failed to make contact. For reasons unknown, in that fleeting moment, Ian chose to withdraw. Even through the wall, he could sense the gun behind him beginning to zero in on his position as he fired. The wall had proven to be of little utility, incapable of deflecting the bullets that penetrated it, and under the locked condition, his stamina drained at an alarming rate. Removing 2 high-explosive grenades from his waist, Ian pulled the safety pins, tossing one left and one right, at varying distances through the window. As the first explosion erupted, Ian grasped his rifle, spun around, and darted out of the room, taking cover behind the surrounding wall, all while hoisting his backpack onto his shoulder and retrieving the previously discarded M3000, sprinting away at breakneck speed. Even so, he maintained a velocity of 60 kilometers per hour, continuously altering his speed and direction. The anticipated bullets did not come. After reaching the mountain, he finally sat down to rest. Chapter 23. A treacherous betrayal. This was the most perilous encounter he had faced in his memory, without exception. He even suspected that the marksman may not have truly intended to kill him. Otherwise, the disparity in shooting specialization due to a difference in levels would not merely pertain to range and accuracy, but rather the greater chasm lay in the ability to strike first. Even if he had fired first, it was conceivable that the opponent could have still taken him down with a single shot. After taking a few sips of water, he began to reflect deeply on the sequence of events surrounding this commission. Vivian had claimed that she was targeted by the base due to her ability to purify irradiated water, suggesting that they had previously sought her out. Among the low-level soldiers he had dispatched, over 10 firearms were standard-issue equipment from the B-92 base, indicating that prior skirmishes had occurred due to failed recruitment attempts. With the base suffering the losses, the committee had acquiesced to his requests merely to avoid incurring casualties among their high-ranking warriors. Thus, the B-92 base was not only capable of producing basic gene serums, but was also seeking to expand their operations. This matter could not be easily dismissed. Once his emotions had calmed, he realized that he had generated 2 evolution points within himself, insufficient to upgrade any of his abilities at present. Killing low-level soldiers without facing risk did not yield him evolution points. However, his losses were tangible. He had endured risks and sustained injuries to his body, although these superficial wounds would heal swiftly, leaving no scars. Furthermore, a new thought center had formed within his brain. Presumably, this thought center calculated that continuing the fight would yield no fruitful outcome, prompting him to make a decisive retreat after failing to eliminate Vivian with 4 shots. Without hesitation, Ian allocated the 2 evolution points to the thought center, rapidly manifesting a new center in his mind. At this juncture, his intelligence quotient was at least above 200. Reflecting on the recent battle, the additional 2 thought centers enabled him to grasp the situation immediately. Firstly, he had survived. The level 1 mysterious luck was crucial, entirely unrelated to his combat skills. Secondly, this affair involved not only the committee's machinations but also the significant influence of Luther. He had placed too much trust in Luther. In the wilderness, this was not his first experience of being deceived. Therefore, driven by a greedy desire for 2 basic gene serums, he bore substantial responsibility for having come to this juncture. This was the conclusion drawn from the calculations of the thought center. Evaluating the strength of Vivian's side revealed that unless he elevated his exploratory perception domain to level 5 true vision and simultaneously upgraded his shooting specialization to level 5 sniper specialization, he would still find it impossible to escape death when facing that unknown marksman. The mysterious luck ability did not activate every time. Enhancing his capabilities and evolving into more powerful abilities was essential for his survival. The only uncertainty lay in one aspect: Why had the B-92 base not deployed mortars? Given that this was the territory of the cathedral, they surely possessed such devastating weaponry in their arsenal. Under heavy artillery, even a level 5 ability user would meet their demise. As this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed a tremendous fireball erupt from the settlement, casting a reflection of white smoke. The sound of the explosion had yet to reach his ears, yet a series of detonations had already painted half the sky red. Ian was jolted into alarm, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Had he not evacuated the settlement, he would have been reduced to ashes alongside Vivian. Was this a backlash from the protection of his mysterious luck ability? Just as he contemplated the mortars, he bore witness to the devastating power of rapid-fire mortars. Ian glanced in the direction from which the shells were coming, gathered his equipment, and plunged into the mountains. Crossing 2 mountain ranges, ensuring he was more than 10 kilometers away from the artillery-stricken area. He found refuge behind a large rock by a small stream in a valley. He took out an oilcloth to construct a rudimentary shelter and settled in. The stream's water was shallow and flowed slowly. Beneath the faint glimmer of light, while the water's surface appeared devoid of any floating debris, the depths concealed a myriad of objects, including the fragmented bones of mutated creatures. The moss along the water's edge and the bed of the stream emitted a subtle phosphorescence. Ian gazed intently at the water's surface, lost in contemplation. What could possibly compel a base, known for its respect towards the wilderness trade rules, to act in such a manner? Was it merely to eliminate a level 5 psychic capable of purifying irradiated water? Or was their true target none other than himself, with Vivian merely a collateral consideration? What could they possibly desire from me? The only time they had revealed their faces was during the verification of his hunter's license. This alone should not have prompted any particular interest in his genetic material. Otherwise, his genes would have been stolen during the licensing process. He shed his upper garments and unraveled the bandages that enveloped his body. Laying them neatly upon a clean oilcloth, rubbing his hands together, a layer of dead skin sloughed off from the least injured area, which he carefully gathered into a pile before igniting a fire to incinerate it. His wilderness survival gear was comprehensive, featuring a lightweight titanium alloy cooking pot set atop a makeshift stove of stacked stones, into which he poured clean, treated water, patiently awaiting it to boil. Subsequently, he added a piece of high-inner. Ian grimaced and nodded, removing his glasses and placing them into his pocket. Vivian, momentarily taken aback, involuntarily remarked, "Your eyes are so clear and beautiful. Why do you intend to kill me?" Martin let out a raucous laugh and replied, "Stop pondering. At this moment, you can hardly draw your weapon." Chapter 25. I, too, am a victim. Ian's muscles were taut, and although Martin did not exude an overt threat, the oppressive aura he emitted was palpable. Ian was uncertain whether this pressure was directed solely at him. The exposed sockets of his eyes even experienced a sharp pang, a direct consequence of Martin's formidable presence. "I am also on the bombing list, thus I shall refrain from doing anything detrimental to Miss Vivian." Martin chuckled heartily. "If I hadn't discovered this early and departed ahead of time, I probably wouldn't have escaped either." Ian's pupils contracted slightly. The capacity to sense bombardments, even from 3 kilometers away, coupled with Martin's level 5 combat abilities, would surely allow him to evade the blast radius. "Mr. Martin, I extend my sincerest apologies for my previous actions toward you and Ms. Vivian. Despite their decision to bombard the settlement, I consider myself a victim as well." Vivian remained silent, prompting Ian to continue. "With the prowess of Mr. Martin and Ms. Vivian, how could you possibly remain in the wilderness?" Vivian's expression shifted, but she did not respond to his inquiry. Martin stroked his chin and remarked, "I simply came out for a stroll. It's merely a temporary refuge. If it's gone, so be it." Ian chose to remain silent, and after ordering 3 glasses of whiskey, Vivian sighed. "What a pity for the people I brought along." Ian, dutifully quiet, took small sips after settling the bill. He found his pockets nearly empty. The ammunition expended that day required replenishment, in addition to water and food. Furthermore, he needed a new cloak. Martin nonchalantly stated, "Regardless, you plan to return. You can recruit another batch when you get back." After comforting Vivian, he turned to Ian with a grin. "When you return, wouldn't it be splendid if you took this lad back as your subordinate? His combat awareness and marksmanship are quite commendable." Ian did not mind the jest. "I cannot exact revenge alone, Mr. Martin. Would you be interested in accompanying me to eliminate the B-92 base?" Both Martin and Vivian regarded him with enigmatic smiles. Not to mention that I have yet to address the matter of your injury to Vivian. Why would you think I'd want to accompany you to your demise? Ian took a sip of his drink and replied, though I have fired upon you, that was merely a task assigned to the wilderness hunters. I was simply executing orders. It does not imply that I harbor any grievances against you or Ms. Vivian. The base disregards rules, and this cannot simply be overlooked. Of course, Mr. Martin, given your immense strength, I currently possess no capacity to resist. Should you wish to kill me, I would have no objections. Vivian shook her head sadly. I shall return to my family tomorrow. I will not remain out here any longer. Martin's smile gradually faded. His voice tinged with anger. Had it not been for your presence, the base would not have so swiftly resorted to heavy artillery. Now Vivian must return home, and I cannot continue to linger here. The intense pressure, directed solely at Ian, ignited an overwhelming instinct to flee within him. He could hardly suppress the urge to draw his weapon. Fortunately, this oppressive force dissipated swiftly as Martin, somewhat bored, drained his glass. Get lost, kid. Don't let me see you again, lest I be compelled to kill you. After exchanging various mutated beasts collected from the wilderness for some currency, he subsequently traded that for water, food, and universal heavy machine gun ammunition, before vanishing into the wild. When he re-emerged into the public eye, he found himself in a settlement approximately 750 kilometers to the east. Beyond this settlement, less than 800 kilometers to the east or northeast, lay the territory of the so-called Dark Forces according to the wasteland inhabitants. Under normal circumstances, at this distance, the risk of significant warfare was minimal, yet in the east, conflict between the Sanctuary and the Dark Council was nearly perpetual. Thus, one could say that the further east he ventured, the greater his likelihood of encountering high-level ability users. Even within a mere 800 kilometers from the front lines, the struggles in the wilderness were indistinguishable from his prior experiences. To ensure his survival against starvation or dehydration, he reluctantly accepted a super cheap mission. With a mere $30 in his pocket, sufficient only for a handful of bullets, he was compelled to undertake tasks lest he succumb to thirst in the wilderness. He was acutely aware that his physique was unlike anyone he had ever encountered, even distinct from Wayne. The radiation, lethal to wastelanders or mutated creatures, posed almost no threat to him. It could not inflict any harm on his body. Even the most processed water, tolerable by wastelanders at level 6, he could consume without fear of developing mutated tissues. To maintain his facade before others, he had no choice but to persist in drinking processed water. He sold the M3000, his ammunition was depleted, and even large settlements could not provide 14.5 mm caliber rounds. Now, he possessed only a makeshift modified rifle and an M500 revolver. The upcoming mission involved accompanying the leader of the settlement on an assault against an armed faction located less than 100 kilometers to the north, or rather, a band of marauders. The number of marauders in the wilderness was on the rise, seemingly endless in their extermination. With access to transportation, these marauders would pillage indiscriminately, leaving no survivors in their wake. Thus, they remained the common enemy of all in the wasteland. Ian had previously slain marauders during his solitary wanderings in the wilderness, typically to seize food and water, at. Merely spotting a heavy machine gun from a distance would prompt him to pursue and eliminate the owner. All for the sake of at least a box containing 250 rounds. The sole rule for survival in the wilderness was that only the strong could endure. According to the settlement leader's announcement, the marauder gang comprised approximately 70 individuals armed with at least 2 heavy machine guns. Their target was the marauder stronghold. The settlement leader was a level 2 reconnaissance ability user, approximately 50 years of age, who was said to have once served in a regular army unit. This background instilled in Ian a newfound respect for him. Surviving multiple years of combat in a regular army unit and still being alive today, even if lacking in ability levels, their extensive experience was invaluable. This operation recruited a total of 20 mercenaries. Given the prominence of Ian's rifle, his remuneration was set at $200, while most other mercenaries possessing level 2 abilities were offered $100. Additionally, he recruited 30 entirely ability-less wastelanders from his settlement at a daily rate of $20 each. Bluntly put, they were cannon fodder. Even so, the number of volunteers far exceeded the settlement leader's expectations, and he found himself unable to provide additional funds. Chapter 26. Enemy Attack. Ian did not disclose his ability level, yet the moment the leader laid eyes on his rifle, he decided to recruit him. He was a survivor of the battlefield, acutely aware of the pivotal role a sniper could play in small-scale combat. Sometimes, a single sniper could alter the entire outcome of a battle. Each ability user received a bottle of level 5 processed water before setting off. The leader himself was also part of the team. Their mode of transportation consisted of 2 dilapidated troop transport trucks. The ability users leaned against the side of the second truck, resting their eyes. With over 100 kilometers to cover, at this pace, it would take at least 3 hours to arrive. Ian reclined against the truck's dilapidated wooden panel, needing to conserve his strength. The heavy leaden clouds above obscured the sun, allowing them to traverse the wilderness freely, yet the stifling air rendered everyone drowsy. In the wilderness, only these 2 aging trucks ambled along, leaving behind a trail of minimal dust. Occasionally, a massive wilderness giant rat would emerge from the ground, scurrying into another burrow after a brief dash, seeking refuge in its deep lair. Though the wastelanders had been provided with water, nearly all of them conserved their supplies. It was not yet time to drink. Ian closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding environment. The Marauder settlement was now visible to the naked eye, less than 2 kilometers away. Ian opened his eyes to glance ahead, then gripped his rifle tightly. He sensed some figures appearing suddenly on the left slope, approximately 500 meters ahead. Judging by the terrain and positioning, it was clear that the Marauders intended to ambush them once they entered a kilometer radius of the settlement, effectively surrounding them. Ian was indifferent to the outcome of the battle. Whether the Marauders or these mercenaries perished mattered little to him. What he cared about was ensuring that the employer in the driver's seat survived this encounter. Otherwise, he would receive no payment. His motion to grip the rifle alerted the mercenaries, predominantly of levels 1 and 2, to glance around warily. A sniper's eyesight was undoubtedly superior to theirs. As he stood up, he sensed a bullet hurtling toward him at high velocity. Enemy attack. Ian leaped from the truck. A large hole appeared in the windshield of the driver's cabin, and the upper half of the driver was shattered beyond recognition. The interior of the driver's cabin was splattered with blood. As the windshield shattered, the leader of the settlement kicked the car door and leaped out, bellowing, "Enemy attack!" It was only at this moment that the sound of gunfire reached the ears of those present. The truck behind came to a halt, and the wild men leapt from the vehicle, rushing towards the hillside in a frenzied swarm. Heavy machine gun bullets sliced through the air like scythes, instantly mowing down several wild men. In stark contrast, the mercenaries took cover behind the vehicles, each seeking their own targets. With a roar, the leader shouted, "Where is the sniper?" A deafening gunshot rang out behind him. The opposing machine gunner's torso was obliterated by a single shot, a gruesome display of power. This was merely the standard efficacy of a bullet that had been etched with intricate designs. As the bullet exited the barrel and began to spin, the enhanced acceleration features came into play, propelling the projectile to a staggering speed of over 1,400 meters per second, almost simultaneously with his shot. The machine gunner was blown apart in mere seconds. He fired 7 rounds in rapid succession, the cacophony nearly deafening the settlement leader beside him. After dispatching the snipers and machine gunners on the hillside, none who attempted to seize the machine guns were spared. With the threat of heavy machine guns and snipers neutralized, the mercenaries commenced their attack. Covering a distance of several hundred meters, they annihilated their adversaries in under 20 seconds. The wild men fared the worst, suffering numerous casualties. Upon their return, the mercenaries brought back a collection of rifles, a sniper rifle, a heavy machine gun, and 2 ammunition boxes. Ian unceremoniously stowed a complete ammunition box in his backpack, 250 rounds of ammunition, worth no less than $1,000 anywhere. His actions prompted no discontent among his comrades, as his earlier performance had unequivocally established him as the strongest member of the team. Even the leader had been a step slower in recognizing the incoming assault. Had Ian not eliminated the opposing sniper and machine gunner, the casualties on their side could have been far greater. Yet, the true objective, the wild men's settlement, lay still a kilometer ahead. The intricately designed bullets had nearly increased their range by 50%. Ian addressed the leader, saying, "At this distance, there's no need to let the wild men perish. Save them for your next use. Just have the mercenaries follow me. This box of ammunition will serve as extra compensation." The leader nodded in agreement. "Very well, I did not anticipate you to be so much stronger than I imagined." Ian merely nodded, refraining from further comment, and continued forward with his weapon raised. The mercenaries? now infused with confidence, felt reassured by the presence of a formidable ally, one who was likely at least a level 3 sniper specialist, capable of clearing the way of any opposing snipers or machine gunners. As for artillery, no one believed the wild men possessed such weaponry. Ian had barely walked 300 meters when a bullet whizzed past him, narrowly missing its mark. Half crouching, he steadied his weapon and began to return fire. Such a group of wild men posed little threat to him, and he had no desire to risk close-range engagement for minimal evolutionary points. As gunfire erupted, he dispatched the sniper behind a half-buried wall and simultaneously eliminated 2 heavy gunners hiding behind windows. He hardly participated in the remainder of the battle. Any wild man that came into his line of sight was reduced to mere fragments by his bullets. When the gunfire ceased, he stepped into the wild men's living quarters. While not a scene of carnage, there were no survivors left. This was the unspoken rule of the wasteland. Either remain still or leave no witnesses. Each settlement's population was always at the maximum capacity that their water resources could sustain. There was no surplus to nourish even one extra mouth. Furthermore, why leave a potential enemy alive to haunt one day and night? Ian found the wild men's water purification system. It was a relatively rudimentary machine. Yet, to his surprise, it could process water to a level 5 standard. Upon the arrival of his employer, he rubbed his hands together in excitement. This was the greatest harvest of his journey. In a settlement of merely 100 souls, possessing a purifier that could supply at least 200 meant that his settlement could accommodate more inhabitants and bolster its strength. The surplus of firearms and ammunition would essentially cover his expenses for hiring mercenaries, with Ian being the most significant asset in this operation. Chapter 27. Drafted. Mr. Ian, I realize that a skilled individual like you should not be wandering the wasteland. However, I find myself out of funds, and thus can only offer you 5 bottles of grade 3 purified water, some food, and ammunition as compensation. Please forgive me. The promised $200 is truly beyond my means. I can only meet the commissions of others. But for you, I am genuinely at a loss. Ian, puzzled, inquired, why are more and more places beginning to disregard the rules? He then spread his hands and said, fine, but I will not settle for grade 3 water. Instead, provide me with 20 bottles of grade 5 water. As for the bullets, just give me 50 rounds more. The leader was more than willing to oblige. At this point, even if Ian were to kill him, he would have no grounds for complaint. Of course, a desperate resistance might still occur, but he understood that such defiance would be of little significance. Thus, the transaction concluded. Ian additionally requested a tan cloak and departed the settlement with his belongings. The leader wished fervently for him to stay, but understood that a person of Ian's caliber, having chosen the path of a hunter, could not be retained. He gifted Ian a map of the frontline area. Although the current allegiance of the settlement remained uncertain, the location was assuredly correct. As for the mutated gene samples Ian had collected, the leader did not take them. The foundation upon which he built this settlement relied solely on 2 elements, approximately 20 acres of arable land and a water purification device. With just these 2 assets, he could attract more people. However, this recent strike against the wild men had inexplicably netted him an additional purification device. He felt he had struck gold. He would avoid provoking Ian. Knowing that the risks were not worth it, as Ian walked, he examined the map. Every path he traversed, every base and settlement he encountered, every mountain, building, and street he had seen, would continuously be added to his mental map. This ability, which emerged after he developed 4 cognitive centers, was difficult to define. He could only label it as a conscious map. It was not purely a matter of memory. Specific directions, distances, and panoramas did not require recall, but instead manifested directly in his consciousness as a comprehensive image. Should he wish, he could magnify it to such a degree that he could scrutinize each stroke of the characters he had etched onto the bullets. The evolution of his body left him increasingly bewildered. 3 days later, he was conscripted in the next settlement, closer to the front lines. The atmosphere here was markedly different, with less than 300 kilometers to the front line. He had circled the outskirts without encountering any wild men before spiraling inward toward this settlement. However, upon entering to trade the mutated samples he had gathered, replenish his supplies of water and food, and prepare to head southwest, he was intercepted by an emerging troop. This marked his first encounter with elite soldiers descending from the battlefield. Blocking his path were 2 tan camouflage military vehicles, each mounted with heavy machine guns and equipped with bulletproof shields. The gun barrels protruded through 10-centimeter openings, and the vehicle stood over 2 meters tall. With the machine guns already locked onto his position, these were new model vehicles developed post-nuclear war, boasting 8 wheels that ensured they could navigate any terrain in the wasteland, even scaling mountains with ease. The heavy armor registered at a thickness of 1,217 millimeters in his sensors, indicating a somewhat rough construction. The tires showed significant wear, and the vehicle bodies bore the scars of bullet impacts. Merely gazing upon these vehicles brought forth a palpable scent of gunpowder from the battlefield. The previously relaxed soldiers, upon catching sight of him from a distance, leveled their heavy machine guns in his direction. Awaiting his approach, the elite soldiers donned tan combat fatigues, distinguishable by a black rectangular patch from shoulder to elbow, embroidered with a glowing cross. This was the insignia of their faction. On the left breast and helmets of the soldiers was an emblem of a snow-white eagle. A brief glance revealed the inscription Stevenson beneath the eagle, indicating that these soldiers hailed from the Stevenson family. Since his departure from the sanctuary with Wayne, Ian had been aware of the dynamics between the forces of light and darkness. The core faction of the Light Camp was known as the Sanctuary, followed by the Iron City, which encompassed various family powers. Beyond that were their agents and settlements, akin to Woodtown and Base B-92, which either belonged to prominent families or were directly under the Sanctuary's control. Other settlements were inconsequential, even the one whose leader had provided him with the map, existing as a mere afterthought. Easily erased, he knew that even with these 2 vehicles and a dozen soldiers, all of whom were level 1 warriors, they could effortlessly obliterate a settlement. Show your identification. The soldier, adorned with sunglasses, exuded an air of formidable authority. Ian cast a glance at the myriad of gun barrels aimed squarely at him and slowly raised his hands, uttering, "Please allow me to retrieve my identification slowly. Do not fire." He cautiously extracted his hunter's license from Steel City. "I am a wilderness hunter from Steel City," he elucidated, subsequently removing his glasses and displacing his hat, revealing a cascade of silvery hair. "Unbind the gauze from your face." The guns trained upon him remained steadfast, and Ian understood he had no choice but to comply. To do otherwise would mean exterminating the very individuals surrounding him, a futile endeavor. As his visage came into view, the soldiers appeared momentarily bewildered. A countenance such as his could not possibly belong to a mere wasteland dweller. It was more befitting of a young scion from one of the prominent families in Steel City or the City of Light. In that fleeting moment, uncertainty flickered in the soldiers' eyes. They hesitated, unsure if the individual before them was indeed a family member on a training expedition. However, the document bore only the name Ian, devoid of any family affiliation, further fueling their suspicion. Once the soldier returned the hunter's license, he holstered his weapon, his tone softening. "May I inquire about your family name?" Ian chuckled softly and shook his head. "That is of no consequence. I am merely a wilderness hunter now." The questioning soldier introduced himself. "I am Sergeant Padley, a soldier of the Stevenson family, currently engaged in conscription." His implication was clear. They were forcibly recruiting fodder. Ian nodded, casually rolling the gauze into a bundle as he asked nonchalantly, "Is the front line particularly tense?" "I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information. Moreover, you must accompany us," he replied. Ian's fair and delicate skin, coupled with his silver hair, emanated a faint luminescence. He tucked the rolled gauze back into his pocket, donned his hat, and stated, "Very well. I shall accompany you." Chapter 28. A modicum of fame. The Stevenson family is a member of the Steel Knights of Steel City. In a hierarchical arrangement, the apex is occupied by the Church of Light, beneath which lie 2 principal cities, the City of Light and Steel City. Steel City boasts numerous prominent families, representing more than half of the continent. The Steel Knights serve as the armed forces of Steel City, with ranks ranging from generals to the lowest privates, all hailing from various families. Decisions concerning politics, economics, and genetic research arise from compromises among these families. In contrast, the City of Light is entirely governed by the Church, with all decision-making authority resting with the ecclesiastical body. Beneath it are 2 organizations, the Angel Corps, shrouded in mystery, with unknown member counts and abilities. Their sole mandate is to protect the Holy City. The Supreme Commander is said to be the Pope, yet the identity of the individual behind the Pope remains an unspoken enigma. The Sanctuary represents another faction of the Church, with B-92 being one of its established points. Below the Sanctuary exists a singular military organization, the Holy Crusade. which holds a higher rank than the Steel Knights, tasked not only with safeguarding the Holy City but also participating in warfare against the Red Moon Council. The sanctuary must also sustain itself, and its genetic research is acknowledged as the most formidable, with the vast majority of purchasable genetic enhancement serums produced by them. Anything that cannot be procured is likely a product of their own making. Conversely, the genetic enhancement serums from Steel City are more prevalent in the Wasteland. This encapsulates the bulk of Ian's knowledge. However, he had not anticipated that the phrase light will inevitably triumph over darkness was far from the reality depicted by the front lines. Dozens of conscripted soldiers, much like himself, had been forcibly recruited by the Stevenson family. The lowest among them possessed a level 2 manipulation ability with a specialization in marksmanship. Upon entering the barracks, they observed several convoys returning with numerous individuals. Ian was unaware of the exact number of soldiers in each faction, but was certain that they would not resort to conscription out of sheer necessity. He, like the others, sought to gain evolution points through combat. Their encampment lay approximately 100 kilometers from the active front lines. Assigned to the military camp, he quietly surveyed every accessible area. After listening to numerous idle conversations among the soldiers, he learned that this was not the sole combat zone. Private soldiers from various families of the Steel Knights were stationed to the north and south. Although the Stevenson family was not among the most formidable, it undoubtedly ranked within the top 5, with no training and a singular objective: to replace the family troops engaged in combat at the front. Most of the warriors conscripted from the Wasteland were level 3 abilities. While they were considered powerful hunters or armed forces in the Wasteland, they were effectively expendable in such a grand conflict in a mere 2 days. After donning their uniforms and acquiring their desired weaponry, they were thrust into battle. Ian had never encountered a genuine battlefield before. This was his first experience. Beneath leaden clouds, the air was filled with deafening explosions. Soldiers clad in khaki combat gear primarily advanced via vehicles. However, it was the peculiar and rapid-fire mortars that sent chills down his spine, causing his skin to tingle. The barrels, no thicker than a fist, housed explosive devices vastly different from those before the nuclear war. The explosive power had increased at least tenfold. Explosions occurring dozens of meters away sent reverberations that caused his insides to ache. Those level 2 ability users who had not reinforced their bodies found themselves coughing up blood, perishing instantly from the shock waves. Ian's squad comprised the 13th group of the 2nd Detachment of the 7th Brigade, totaling fewer than 20 individuals. Among them, 7 were level 3 elite warriors from the Stevenson family, while the remainder were conscripted recruits. Having reported himself as a level 3 sniper specializing in marksmanship and subsequently refusing the issued Barrett rifle, he was conveniently assigned to the rear of the group, tasked with eliminating any enemy snipers or commanders within his line of sight. Should they detect an artillery unit, they were to retaliate swiftly, ensuring that their ground assault team did not suffer excessive casualties that could jeopardize the front lines. Ian lay prone in a shell crater, several hundred meters away as his group entered the fray. With his extraordinary vision, he could already discern the soldiers clad in black uniforms across the field. The communication channels buzzed with a cacophony of voices amid the explosions and cries of anguish, creating a sinister ambience. According to pre-battle instructions, their mission was to repel the Red Moon Legion soldiers occupying the strategic point 5319. Upon success, they were to hold the position while reinforcements arrived to establish a stronghold, bringing along several rapid-fire mortars. Heavy artillery support was out of the question, and aerial power was non-existent for either side. The pervasive radiation rendered any sophisticated electronic aircraft incapable of sustaining flight for extended periods. Over time, conventional aircraft had been abandoned, with only antique gliders or those with minimal electronic instrumentation remaining viable for the skies. Ian moved cautiously, executing his mission to eliminate opposing soldiers or high-ranking officers. In reality, after the first day, he had only managed to kill 7 enemies, accumulating half an evolution point. This evolution point was not earned through kills but rather stemmed from the heightened tension and fear of bombardment, which kept him in a constant state of alertness. His final shot claimed 2 lives, yet before he could change his position, he was detected by a distant high-ranking officer, prompting incoming mortar fire. He fled in a panic, desperate to evade the close-range explosions, knowing even his body could suffer from internal bleeding. Although this would not significantly impede his mobility, he could rapidly recover. The risk of a shell striking him directly was a looming threat. A month passed, and Ian's squad gradually gained notoriety. This was not only due to their combat achievements, but also because of the distinctive sound of Ian's powerful rifle. Its report was significantly louder than that of a standard sniper rifle, and its rapid rate of fire was unparalleled. With Ian providing support from the rear, their group had only suffered one rotation, while other squads faced utter annihilation. Remarkably, he remained unscathed, save for a bit of dirt on his face. Such a squad naturally drew admiration and envy from all quarters. Even the soldiers of the Stevenson family expressed a keen desire to join forces with him in combat. Thus, a month and a half later, while he was returning to the main camp for a respite, he received a notification. Chapter 29. Von Blitz Stevenson. Ian? Yes, you are a level 3 sniper specialist? So, you are a wilderness hunter. After 2 months of joining, you have eliminated 137 enemies, including 4 frontline commanders, which means they were at least corporals, and you have remained unscathed? Ian offered no response, silently observing the tall young man before him. With golden hair, azure eyes, and fair skin, Ian surmised that beneath his gauze, his own complexion surpassed that of this individual. Standing at 193.22 centimeters tall, this figure was indelibly etched in Ian's mind. His eyes, a deep shade of gray-blue, and his sculpted nose contributed to an undeniably handsome appearance. Yet Ian sensed that the young man held no admiration for him, only disdain. Clad in a uniform of the same ochre hue, yet adorned with the insignia of a sergeant on his shoulder, he stood in stark contrast to Ian, who, despite having claimed the lives of so many, had only managed to attain the rank of corporal, a considerable distance from the coveted sergeant rank. Ian remained steadfast, casting no glance at the 2 sergeant officers who appraised him with scrutinizing eyes. "I am von Bright Stevenson, your new commanding officer," he declared. "Good day, Commander," Ian responded with a loud salute. Bright turned, extracting a document from his desk and handing it to Ian. "This is your transfer order. Report punctually tomorrow." "Yes, Commander," Ian replied, glancing at the order. He had been assigned to Bright's direct squadron, with the location and time for his reporting clearly outlined. Over the course of 2 months, Ian had elevated his combat speed to level 4. Now, should he run at full capacity, his velocity would be at least double that of his previous capability. However, he had never showcased this speed, as a sniper required the swiftness to reposition, particularly over short distances of approximately 100 meters. Not only that, but he had also eliminated 137 foes and had narrowly escaped peril on several occasions. Had it not been for the 2M500S in his possession during the final moments, he would have surely perished. He yearned for an ability that would grant him spatial manipulation. If that were unattainable, instantaneous movement would suffice. Failing that, a means to alleviate the burden of a cumbersome backpack, capable of storing ammunition, sustenance, and water, would be acceptable. Regrettably, his evolution points had been entirely depleted, leaving none to spare. Should he allow his body to autonomously allocate evolution points? He could not ascertain what new ability might manifest in the theater of war. He could only invest all his points into enhancing his speed. Once his existing powers reached a state of relative equilibrium, he would focus on further honing his sniping expertise. With that, Ian turned to depart, preparing to gather his belongings. After his exit, Bright reclined in his chair inside the tent, legs propped upon the tabletop as he lit a cigarette. Remarking, "A level 3 sniping specialization, not too shabby. Bright, you journeyed all this way just to become a corporal. What were you thinking?" inquired a young man with gray hair. Bright exhaled a cloud of smoke, a glint of ruthlessness crossing his features. "If I don't come here to gain some battlefield experience and earn some merit, I risk losing my position as heir. Steward, are you unaware? Shun has already been nominated for lieutenant," chimed in another youth, also with gray hair but possessing green eyes. Chuckling, Bright sighed, "I was content at the family estate, but my mother insisted I come. Beverly, your family circumstances differ from mine. If I don't strive, I fear I might end up with nowhere to call home." Stewart scoffed, "Though Shun is your brother, his mother's lineage is lacking. Thus, I believe you needn't worry about that. You should have eliminated that bastard long ago." Bright's expression darkened. Beverly continued to mock, "Kill Shin? I've heard he's now a level 5 combat expert." Bright responded impatiently, "Level 5 is the minimum requirement for a lieutenant. If he has been nominated, then he must have reached level 5. There's no way I could defeat him, and he has his own retinue. Each one a damn level 3, even against his retainers. I might not stand a chance." "Beverly, What brings you here? Aren't you the top of your family? Stewart queried. Beverly shrugged. It matters not where I go. I've seen the northern battlefield. So I came here to observe. I also wanted to see how our childhood friend Bright earns his merits, so I might acquire some for myself. Bright cleared his throat, shifting the topic. What do you think? Should I have Ian as my retainer? Stewart grimaced. What use is a level 3 sniper? One artillery shell could take him out upon hearing this. A glint of inscrutable amusement flickered in Beverly's eyes, and he fell silent. Stewart continued, Bright, do you have any decent female warriors from your family? Arrange for 2 for me. I've been cooped up for days. Bright shook his head. Find them yourself. I'm not interested in that. Beverly, care to join me? Stewart extended an invitation. Beverly smiled and nodded. Then let's go together. But are you sure we can find good ones here? Bright frowned. To the southwest, 120 kilometers. There are some decent ones in that settlement. You two can go yourselves. Stewart laughed. Looks like you've had your fun already. Bright ignored him, picking up the documents on the table. The other two exchanged glances and, chuckling, exited the tent, summoning their retainers to follow. Soon, a convoy of 8 vehicles, trailing a long plume of dust, headed southwest. Ian packed his belongings swiftly. Afterward, he went to the logistics office to collect his rations, which amounted to a tube of nutritional supplement, and then proceeded to the address specified in his transfer order, inquiring along the way. For Ian, combat was of little concern. The key lay in amassing evolution points to augment his strength. As for the Stevenson family member from earlier, he had memorized his appearance well, even recalling the features of the 2 young men. Arriving at his designated location, he entered the barracks as instructed. Inside the makeshift tent, he found a simple sleeping arrangement. The conditions were far from ideal. A quick glance revealed a total of 12 sleeping spots, 3 of which appeared completely unoccupied. The remaining beds were not all filled either. During non-combat hours, even retainers enjoyed a degree of freedom, though they were not permitted to stray too far. Sensing the atmosphere, he deduced that the strongest among them was another sniper, cradling a Barrett rifle. Ian introduced himself succinctly. Greetings, I am Ian. Recently transferred here, level 3 sniper specialization. Following his introduction, he chose an empty spot, tossing his backpack atop it before lying down. Someone in the tent immediately inquired, How long have you been here? Ian stared at the tent's ceiling and replied indifferently, 2 months. I've eliminated 137 foes. It's that moment. Images flooded his mind. Visions of his slain adversaries, particularly those he had dispatched during their transformation. In the aftermath of his kills, he could still see the Red Moon elite warriors who had already undergone their metamorphosis. He could not fathom how human physiology could expand so dramatically in a mere second. Muscles swelling to the point of tearing through military uniforms, only to further enlarge while sprouting a coat of jet-black fur. The human visage, once recognizable, would morph into that of a wolfman, capable of both bipedal movement and quadrupedal sprinting. Exhibiting astonishing speed, during the first month, he had not witnessed such phenomena. It was only after his unit had advanced several dozen kilometers with the main force that these transformations became apparent. In just over a month, they had covered a mere few dozen kilometers. Countless lives had been lost on the battlefield. In his current location, the reinforcements primarily comprised armed refugees or brigands. Those unwilling to perish on the spot had no choice but to comply and join the fray. Although the ultimate fate remained death, at least they could prolong their existence for a time. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, there were likely few brigands left. As for the refugees, the remaining numbers should be minimal. In the blink of an eye, myriad thoughts coursed through his mind. With 4 cognitive centers, the volume of data and information processed was already substantial. 2 months, 137 kills, and a level 3 sniper specialization. These accomplishments warranted careful consideration. One individual, speaking as he approached, caught Ian's attention. Another sniper regarded him with astonishment. Brother, I'm Pyle, a machine gunner. Pyle beamed, extending his hand for a shake. Ian sat up, nodding. Did you receive transfer orders as well? Pyle affirmed, this squad has just been formed. I heard our primary mission is to protect the disciples of some prominent family during their training. Ian scrutinized Pyle's dark complexion and gleaming white teeth. Are you referring to the disciples of the Stevenson family, or another? The Hunter family, interjected another sniper. The frontline battlefield is the quickest place to acquire military merit, bar none. Even in eliminating brigands. The military merit gained on the battlefield surpasses all else. Those from prominent families come to the battlefield to garner some merit before returning home. Meanwhile, we serve as mere tools to secure their accolades. Ian slowly unraveled the bandage wrapped around his head, revealing his flawless skin. He rolled the bandage neatly into a small bundle and tucked it into his pocket. Pyle, the burly black man, paused for a moment, while the others gathered around. Surviving 2 months was no small feat, especially for a sniper. Everyone hoped that a sniper, capable of surveying the battlefield, would lend assistance in critical moments, prompting their approach. After some conversation, Ian discovered that the individuals in this tent had all been recently transferred to form a new squad, still lacking even a unit designation. It seemed they were genuinely here to provide military merit for the family offspring. Of course, if they managed to survive, they too would earn merit, but regardless, the odds of survival were not promising. Whether from bullets or artillery shells, their descent would not discriminate based on location. Especially in this era, when advanced counter-battery systems could identify artillery positions within 5 seconds, with an error margin seldom exceeding 30 meters. Thus, artillery strikes were typically employed only when it was certain that the opponent lacked any artillery of their own. The range of a mortar is merely around 15 kilometers, whereas that of heavy artillery begins at 15 kilometers and can extend to nearly 70 kilometers. However, such heavy artillery is seldom employed. For those with mutated abilities, the heavy artillery, while airborne, is already sufficient for them to evade the blast radius. After a brief introduction, Ian learned that the other sniper was named Brown, who, like him, was a wild hunter. Though he was also a member of a nearby mercenary team, Brown specialized as a level 2 sniper with additional abilities. This is quite a common scenario. Most individuals possess only 1 or 2 abilities and are already formidable, while those with multiple abilities rarely disclose their power levels. Like Ian, when discussing his own abilities, he always understated his level, carefully avoiding revealing his true strength. The next morning, upon rising, they disregarded their bedding, not knowing whether they would return alive that night. This was the mentality shared by all soldiers. During the assembly, they discovered they had been newly assigned to a special task force directly under von Blett's command. Their mission was to concentrate a portion of elite warriors to breach the front lines, destroy a stronghold of the Red Moon Legion, and hold their ground until reinforcements arrived to forcibly occupy the area, extending their influence over a 20-kilometer radius. Not only were they a dozen strong, but this noble scion also brought along over 20 attendants, including several level 3 ability warriors. Looking at another group, it too was composed entirely of elite soldiers who had survived a month on the battlefield. To Ian's astonishment, most of the members in this team were snipers wielding formidable firearms. As a sniper himself, Ian was positioned on the flanks, while the other 7 snipers were similarly dispersed throughout the ranks. Blett, accompanied by his attendants, took center stage in this forward squad. Among the 20-plus attendants Blett brought, one was clearly a master in close combat and manipulation, impressively large in stature, carrying a massive ammunition box and wielding a multi-barreled heavy machine gun as his weapon of choice. Observing his physique and that hefty barrel, Ian couldn't help but admire him. For ability users, the distinction between day and night is negligible. Most enhance their vision according to their professional orientation. To coordinate with Blett's maneuvers, the Stevenson family's front lines launched a comprehensive assault that night. Tracer rounds and rapid-fire mortar shells rained down upon the enemy's positions, while this small team sped through the front lines in 12 armored vehicles. The giant wielding the multi-barreled machine gun led the charge from atop one of the vehicles, serving as the sole source of firepower, with only the driver and another individual tasked with changing his ammunition boxes. The subsequent 10 vehicles trailed closely behind, plunging into the territory controlled by the Red Moon Legion at an astonishing speed. Following the bombardment, countless silhouettes emerged from the opposing battlefield, with bullets raining down like a deluge. The dense hail of bullets traced long lines, striking the vehicle's armored exterior and ricocheting off with a sound akin to raindrops. Chapter 31. No, it should be level 4. Aside from the counterattacks from the other members of the convoy, Ian and the other snipers did not open fire from the speeding vehicles. During this infiltration, the most striking feature was Blett's attendants. As the sounds of artillery echoed in the air, the convoy would immediately swerve while maintaining high speed. Most of the figures appearing within sight were swiftly neutralized by the attendants. The giant's multi-barreled machine gun was employed with deadly precision, showcasing remarkable accuracy, firing rate, and reaction speed that left onlookers in awe. Originally, Ian believed him to be merely an elite warrior with a level 3 shooting specialization. But it became evident that his threat level was significantly higher. Even Ian had to commend his reaction speed and shooting accuracy, as his own extraordinary abilities only matched this level. They penetrated the Red Moon's positions at high speed. Aside from a vehicle that was overturned and a few minor injuries, remarkably, no one was seriously hurt. Their target was a small settlement in the wilderness, situated at the foot of the mountains. At this moment, they could see the inhabitants actively preparing defenses about 2 kilometers ahead. This area was over 250 kilometers from the front lines, with no sight of rioters or rogue settlements along the way. It was unclear whether Blett had noticed this or if he was well aware of the terrain in this region. Take this stronghold. Blett's eyes sparkled with excitement. Snipers, eliminate all visible targets. Matt, Richard, each of you take a team inside. There will be no reinforcements until this position is secured. He stood at the rear of the vehicle, issuing commands one after another. It was only at this moment that Ian discovered the giant's name was Matt, while Richard was another sharp-eyed man wielding an assault rifle, equipped with at least 20 magazines and a heavy sword on his back. Clearly, he was also a master of manipulation and close combat. The two distributed the newly assigned personnel, excluding snipers, evenly, ensuring each had fewer than 8 subordinates. They then recruited a few from the attendants to form a group of 12, splitting into 2 directions as they drove towards the settlement. No one is allowed to escape, regardless of how many are inside, Blett stated fiercely. Your task as snipers is to eliminate their snipers and anyone who attempts to flee. Ian and the others nodded, dispersing as they moved forward. After running a few dozen meters, Ian glanced back. Blett and the remaining attendants began advancing with their vehicles. These vehicles were heavily armed with machine guns, and each had 2 mounted. Ian chose to position himself behind a massive boulder by the mountainside. As gunfire erupted outside the settlement, he had just arrived at his location. For the sake of his own life, he quickened his pace, covering the 800-meter distance in less than a minute before setting up his large firearm. Matt and Richard's convoy flanked left and right, avoiding a direct assault. Ian lacked knowledge of comprehensive battlefield control. He was adept at solo combat. The settlement began firing. The sound of heavy machine guns resounded loudly in the night. Soon after, Matt's heavy machine gun joined the cacophony. In the darkness, the flames from the gun barrels were distinctly visible. Ian could clearly sense the positions of the other snipers, aware that not far from his concealed spot, another sniper lay in wait. Blett's convoy was simultaneously pushing forward while suppressing fire. Unbeknownst to Blett, the stronghold he had chosen was not merely a temporary position or an ordinary stronghold. It was, in fact, one of the frontline segment command centers. Despite its modest appearance of only a few dozen buildings, it boasted 2 layers of underground structures. There were at least 20 level 4 ability masters present, both in numbers and combat power, exceeding the less than 50 individuals Blett had brought. The commander, named McDowell, was also a seasoned level 4 spellcaster with extensive combat experience. He methodically organized snipers and heavy firepower, while also reporting to the rear that they were under attack from an infiltrating enemy force. Such frontline segment command centers typically had reconnaissance specialists stationed. Standing beside McDowell was a middle-aged man clad in dark gold-striped attire, currently chewing on a thick cigar. Mike, there aren't many people here. Do you intend to withdraw or hold your ground? Mr. Hewligan, according to protocol, I will withdraw from here. We will leave a small group to hold the rear while we retreat. McDowell replied. I realized it when they passed through the battlefield, but I did not mind. Hewligan nodded, smiling. Well, this battlefield belongs to us today, and tomorrow it will belong to them. In a few days, it will be ours again. McDowell shrugged, so there's no need to stubbornly resist. Let the men below hold them off. We'll retreat. Hewligan grinned somewhat ominously. Aren't you going to ask if the higher-ups agree with your withdrawal? McDowell scoffed. I follow the protocol. Whether they agree or not has nothing to do with me. Bang! A loud gunshot echoed from outside, prompting both men to turn toward the source of the sound. Least a kilometer. A sniper, at least level 3. No, it should be level 4. They exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously. It seems the Stevensons sent only elites. The snipers are level 4, and the team leader is at least level 4. Should we eliminate them? Let's test the waters first. What they referred to as elimination was quite literal. Boom! The surrounding structures crumbled under the onslaught of Matt's multi-barreled machine gun. McDowell's expression shifted. This firepower is quite intense. Send who AO to take him out? Hooligan rose and exited. Ian's pupils had narrowed into small crosses. In the dim light, he could perceive every detail of the settlement a kilometer away. Moments ago, he had taken out a heavy machine gun position, shattering it to pieces with a single shot. The gunner had been pierced in the neck by flying debris and was now clutching his neck, struggling on the ground. As the saying goes, only a marksman can eliminate another marksman. This adage holds true even in this era of extraordinary abilities. Of course, should a more formidable ability user emerge, the marksman would become mere decoration. On the other side of the settlement, Hua has already set up his oversized heavy sniper rifle. Hua's prowess extends beyond mere level 3 marksmanship. What is more terrifying is his ability to imbue his bullets with another power of his own, the level 1 initial embrace. Chapter 32. Abandon the vehicle, flee. Any human struck by his bullets succumbs to madness. If they survive, they emerge from their insanity in a state of extreme weakness. After enduring this period of frailty, they inevitably transform into the enemies of humanity, compelled to join the ranks of the dark side. Hua is an exceptionally seasoned dark hunter. Before firing, he does not aim at high-level ability users. Rather, he takes aim in the split second before pulling the trigger. The bullets he employs are a grotesque 14.8 mm x 122 mm, boasting an effective range of up to 2 kilometers. This does not imply the effective range of the rifle itself, but rather that beyond this distance, he can no longer aim accurately. Blett's convoy advanced to approximately 1 kilometer before coming to a halt. The heavy machine guns unleashed a barrage of suppressive fire, bullets flying as if they were free. However, the Red Moon soldiers within the settlement were not fools. They typically fired once and shifted positions. Ian stood quietly behind a boulder. Apart from the shot that felled a heavy machine gunner, he had not fired again. The continuous fire from the 4 heavy machine guns in Blett's convoy rendered the opposition momentarily unable to lift their heads. Ian found amusement in the chaos. Meanwhile, within the settlement, McDowell and Hooligan, having exited their office, retrieved formidable weapons from their crates. These were newly developed portable artillery pieces, operable by a single individual, resembling the ancient RPG design. The 2 men evaded the heavy machine gun fire, opting not to engage head-on but instead turning to the other side, where Richard's team had already circled behind, attacking alongside Matt while remaining vigilant against any attempts at escape. Even Blett was unaware of the intricacies within the settlement. To him, it represented a meticulously chosen target, while to McDowell, it was merely a segment of a command post that could be abandoned at any moment. In the absence of close-quarters combat, weapons serve as the best substitutes. .2 rockets, spewing flames, struck Richard's convoy almost simultaneously upon leaving the launch tubes. The recoil from the modern artillery forced the 2 level 5 experts to take a significant step back to regain their balance. The speed of the rockets was astonishing. Following the violent explosions, the direct hits on 2 vehicles resulted in a powerful blast and shockwave that sent Richard and his team soaring into the air. Their bodies shattered upon impact with the ground. What a force! The firepower was simply overwhelming, exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. McDowell and Hooligan erupted into laughter. Upon returning, each took 2 shells and loaded them into the launch tubes. What is the situation with Hua? Shall we take a look? How should we deal with that level 4 sniper? Eliminate him and consume him. See how many evolution points we can gain. Hua's sniper rifle had already locked onto the individuals near Matt. Yet he refrained from firing, his attention primarily fixed on Matt. Following the thunderous explosions, he was certain that the opposing team had met their demise. If he hesitated to act now, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage once Uncle Hooligan arrived. In a swift motion, he aimed and pulled the trigger, sending Matt's shoulder and a part of his arm flying. Matt himself was hurled to the ground. After stowing his rifle, was shifted to a different position, utterly unconcerned about the fate of the Red Moon soldiers beside him. Within the brief 2 minutes from his arrival on the battlefield to his first shot, over 10 soldiers had already been killed by Matt's heavy machine gun, which had penetrated through the walls. Only Hua remained, hiding in a pit, exposing merely half his head to fire a shot. The explosion of the rockets heightened Ian's alertness. He recognized that this was no ordinary gunfire. However, shortly thereafter, the sound of Matt's heavy machine gun ceased abruptly AF after a sudden halt. He sensed the presence of the sniper lurking behind the stone pile nearby. Blett jumped from the vehicle. Ian crouched behind the rocks, exhaling sharply. The flow of blood in his veins rapidly diminished, and his heart rate plummeted from a normal 60 beats per minute to below 10 in a mere 2 seconds. His body temperature dropped to that of the massive boulder behind him. He remained utterly still, resembling a stone, as he vanished from all senses. The backpack he had just removed was pulled into his embrace, from which he retrieved a cloak, draping it over his head slowly that moment. Unless one were deliberately searching for him, an ordinary person standing right before him would find it exceedingly difficult to discern his existence. Fear gripped Ian. The gaze of that individual was rife with malice, and after a fleeting glance at Blett and the others, Blett fled in terror. The man, however, seemed entirely unconcerned. A formidable awareness swept across the battlefield. While Ian remained motionless, he even felt a searing sensation sweep over him from above, merely passing through without any pause, then extending up the mountain. When the other sniper, a mere 400 meters away, was obliterated by McDowell's cannon fire, Ian instinctively knew he could no longer hide behind the boulder. Every cell in his body screamed in unison, "Flee!" He strapped the backpack tightly against himself, clenching his jaw, resolving to escape the moment the next cannon fired. Otherwise, he would surely perish under such bombardment. Distant gunfire echoed. He recognized it as the clash of snipers, and the particularly loud 3 shots indicated that 3 of his comrades had perished. As a level 4 sniper specialist, he understood that a heavy sniper rifle with a caliber exceeding 14.5 millimeters could be challenging for a level 3 specialist to handle proficiently, although exceptions existed, such as himself. However, he was acutely aware that his physique differed from that of ordinary individuals, setting him apart from everyone else. After the 4th thunderous blast resonated from another direction, he gritted his teeth and darted out from behind the boulder. Moving like a wisp of smoke, sprinting at a velocity of 100 kilometers per hour, heading straight toward the direction his small group had come from. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh echoed from the darkness. "Got you? Little creature!" As the voice reached him, the left side of Ian's body was pierced by a sharp pain. He sensed that something akin to a cannonball was hurtling toward him. With a powerful leap, Ian twisted his body, raising his firearm levelly, his pupils constricting as a crosshair formed, glowing faintly red. His shoes carved deep grooves into the desolate ground. The projectile whizzed past him, barely 10 meters ahead, before detonating nearly 100 meters away. Almost simultaneously, he fired 3 shots. The deafening roar was overshadowed by the explosion, barely discernible. However, thanks to the enhancement of his skills, the bullets converged in a triangular formation, reaching the opponent in a heartbeat. At this moment, less than 2 seconds had elapsed since Ian burst forth from behind the boulder to fire his weapon. Behind him lay the desolation, while ahead was the settlement. And to his right was the massive boulder he had just concealed himself behind. With his cognitive faculties in full operation, he realized that he was indeed the target. After all, among this team, he was undoubtedly the strongest, Ian. His only option now was to retreat into the mountains. On the open plains, faced with such direct fire weaponry and another level 4 sniper expert, he had little hope of surviving. Only by ascending the mountains could he find a chance to evade and counterattack. He veered toward the boulder and then fled up the mountain. To the east, a mere 300 meters away, in about a second, he could evade the direct fire, be it from a sniper rifle or this flat-firing artillery. He did not waste time sensing whether he had hit his opponent. Survival was paramount. In the distance, Hooligan, having discarded his launch tube, raised both hands, conjuring a wall of flames before him. 3 triangular bullets were halted by the formidable barrier of fire. Visible to the naked eye, the projectiles transformed from rapid rotation to a slow spin. And at the very moment they ceased rotating, they exploded into dozens of smaller fragments. Hooligan watched as the patterns on the bullet heads brightened, his expression shifting as he took a half-step back while intensifying his output. The fragments quickly turned red, subsequently melting into liquid, dripping onto the ground and a figure emerged. It was McDowell. Chapter 34. Level 4 and above, approaching level 5.3 bullets. Hooligan's face darkened after he dispelled the barrier. Almost instantly he halted. 3 shots had sealed off all his avenues of escape. This was a master, a level 4 specialist nearing level 5. Had it not been for my quick reflexes, I would have been injured. McDowell's expression grew grave. How could someone of such caliber have arrived here? Is there a significant operation underway on the other side? Hooligan sneered. Regardless of the plan, that little brat is mine for the taking. You should have seen how fast he darted out from behind that rock. At least 100 kilometers. He refrained from mentioning the markings on the bullet heads. McDowell took his words at face value. Glancing at the boulder where Ian had previously hidden, pondering, could that fellow possess even more secrets? Never mind that for now. Let us eliminate everyone and later send Huao to test it out. Hooligan suddenly relaxed, speaking leisurely. That kid has already fled into the mountains. Just let Huao retrieve his head, McDowell inquired. Aren't you worried he might perish in the mountains? Hooligan chuckled. In a battlefield, who doesn't he die? If he dies, so be it. McDowell asserted. Let us check the situation behind that boulder. I did sense it, and there was indeed no one there. Moments later, the two stood behind the boulder, scrutinizing the traces on the ground. McDowell's face grew awkward. Indeed, he had concealed himself here. It seems this little brat possesses other abilities. What a delightful revelation. Shall I go? You and Huao finish off the others first, then come find me? Hooligan shook his head. Forget it. Let Huao handle it. We'll just follow along slowly. He can't escape. I've been keeping my eyes on him. Let us head back, as long as he is alive. He won't slip from my grasp. McDowell stepped back warily. Has your mystical ability advanced? Hooligan licked his lips and grinned. Just now, by blocking those 3 unexpected bullets, I gained 2 evolution points, just enough to level up. During their brief exchange, Ian had already escaped at least 5 kilometers. Having chosen a direction, he surged through the valley, his entire being exuding a palpable intensity with no intention of concealment. The mutated creatures within the valley scurried away, clearing a safe passage for him. His cognitive center operated at a feverish pace, processing vast amounts of data in a remarkably short span. He needed to escape at least 20 kilometers before he could rest. This frenzied method of burning energy within him allowed him to flee at a speed exceeding his usual pace by 20%. At this moment, his velocity had surged to an astonishing 130 kilometers per hour. The life and death halt and the 3 gunshots had netted him half an evolution point. However, apart from this half point, he possessed no other evolution points. His powers were relatively balanced, aside from those acquired through his physical form. Other evolution points were absorbed after obtaining mutated genetic samples. He was unaware if others could absorb the genes of other life forms as he could, but this remained his greatest secret, without exception. As his cognitive center raced, he understood that entering the mountains meant fighting alone. Nevertheless, having spent so long as a wilderness hunter, he was unfazed by this reality. What worried him was the possibility of both individuals pursuing him simultaneously. Thus, after escaping 20 kilometers, he immediately veered toward the frontline direction. He continually sensed a chilling, slippery sensation on his body. Though uncertain of its nature, he understood it indicated that his movements were being monitored. That kid has already escaped over 20 kilometers. Your task now is to infiltrate from the front line and intercept him directly. Kill him and bring his head back. I won't concern myself with anything else. You handle it, Hooligan stated seriously, his gaze fixed on Huao, who mirrored his solemn expression. Huao exhibited little emotion, merely nodding in agreement. A level 4 sniper specialist who can evade Mr. McDowell's detection is indeed a worthy opponent. I will retrieve his head, though I cannot guarantee it will be intact. McDowell chuckled. Stay in touch at all times. Carry your personal radio with you. If you cannot hold your ground, relay the information and the kid's position back to us. My uncle and I will likely be about 10 kilometers behind you. Huao bowed slightly, assuring, rest assured, I will not act recklessly. Hooligan waved him off. Go, prepare whatever you need and set off. Huao turned to ready his gear. After a while, McDowell chuckled lightly. Why didn't you mention that kid's marksmanship? Hooligan shook his head. Huao is a level 4 sniper specialist. He should already know what kind of marksmanship a fellow level 4 opponent possesses. To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to their confrontation. If Huao manages to kill that kid, he should ascend directly to level 5. McDowell remarked. Let us go have a drink, and then we'll follow along. Hooligan glanced at him. You're the commander. You can't leave so easily. I can handle that kid, and I assure you. I won hog all the glory. McDowell let out a resigned sigh. Very well, I shall issue orders to contract the front lines over there, in an attempt to block this fellow. Hooligan also sighed, expressing his uncertainty regarding the perpetual limitation of combat scale, That is precisely because, at this level of engagement, it is just right, McDowell replied nonchalantly. The chilling, slick sensation lingered upon his skin, reminiscent of a mutated serpent coiling around him. However, the distance was considerable. Ian halted, extracting 2 tubes of nutritional paste and consuming them in one go. After drinking a bottle of purified water, he swiftly discarded all his clothing and retrieved several large rolls of bandages, commencing to wrap his entire body. His movements were remarkably swift. Within mere minutes, he had encased himself like a mummy, leaving no hair unwrapped. Once dressed, the only exposed parts of his body were his mouth and nose, while his eyes were obscured by a matte covering. The tactical gloves were excellent, sufficiently insulating his hands from heat emission. Glancing back at the direction he had come from, he resumed his sprint. The taste of the nutritional paste was unpleasant, yet it was incredibly caloric. A single tube could sustain frontline soldiers for 2 days. Ian had always harbored an insatiable craving for energy. Any surplus energy would be stored within his muscle fibers. Only during times of abundant food would he possess a modicum of fat. The last time fat had appeared within his body was several years ago. When traversing a vast expanse of dense forest, he had indeed not worried about sustenance. Chapter 35. The home field in his current state of flight. He needed to expend even more energy to maintain his peak condition for battle. Regardless of who pursued him from behind, as long as there were not more than 2, he could assure his survival. After exhaling deeply, the mental map in his mind had recorded every place he had traversed, with every blade of grass and tree within his sensory range accounted for. However, the path ahead remained uncharted territory, shrouded in darkness on the map. Estimating from the frontline positions of the 2 major factions, he was less than 200 kilometers from the front lines, meaning he had merely been moving southward in parallel. Regrettably, he could not afford to be a coward now. As long as he was alive, he must strive to return. Otherwise, he might find himself utterly trapped. Wayo had set out with nothing but a gun, a few magazines, and minimal provisions. While the individual radio was functional, it was of little practical use. It became ineffective beyond 20 kilometers, lacking the advanced technology of the Luminary faction. It was said that elite soldiers of the Luminary faction possessed individual radios that contained electronic components from high-precision weaponry, enabling their command centers to pinpoint their locations with remarkable accuracy. Even more terrifying was the fact that this positioning covered the entirety of the Luminary faction's territory. However, these were merely rumors. Wayo had never experienced the feeling of receiving positional support from the rear. With Uncle Huligan's guidance, he had a general idea of the enemy's position. Yet, he did not plan to approach obliquely but rather to follow the route the enemy had taken. He was confident that, with the enhancement of his bloodline talent, his speed would surpass that of his opponents. Indeed, this was the case. He slung his gun across his back, tightly secured a small pack measuring only 20 centimeters at his waist, and strapped 2 daggers to his thighs. He began to sprint, but after a mere few dozen meters, he shifted into a frenzied dash, akin to a corrupted wolf, his limbs propelling him forward as his arms elongated. His running became increasingly coordinated, and his nose and mouth protruded, resembling those of a corrupted wolf. His sense of smell was amplified countless times. A tail more than a meter long extended from his rear. Maintaining his balance, eye in his eyes, glowing with a crimson hue, the traces left by the boy ahead glimmered like a bright line in the night, unmistakably evident. Not even a single wild rodent could be seen within 100 meters on either side of this line. Apart from dense foliage, there were no signs of organic life. His speed escalated, soon surpassing 100 kilometers per hour, and alarmingly, this pace continued to increase. This was the manifestation of his bloodline talent. Not all werewolves could maintain a human form while utilizing their limbs for high-speed dashes. Although this speed was not sustainable, he believed he could catch up with his quarry within 20 minutes and tear him apart, gaining not only evolution points but also the taste of his flesh and blood. This was the optimal solution for him. If not for Uncle Huligan's insistence on bringing back the man's head, he might have even considered offering the individual an initial embrace. A level 4 sniper as an utterly loyal subordinate would indeed be a delightful prospect. His speed was undeniably swift, yet remarkably light. He deftly evaded branches and leaves, skillfully sidestepping obstacles without any loss of velocity. Before long, he reached the spot where Ian had wrapped himself in bandages. The scent here, imperceptible to ordinary individuals, was intoxicating to Weo, who reveled in Ian's aroma. He made a resolution. Upon capturing this fellow, he would consume not only the head but also Devu. The intricate patterns on the bullets must remain confidential and be kept on one's person at all times. As for the cloak, he removed it and folded it neatly to one side. The ceramic ballistic armor was also retrieved and placed atop the cloak. Scattered sniper rifle ammunition was poured into another pouch, which he then secured tightly to his waist. After testing it, he found it did not hinder his ability to wield his weapon and change magazines. However, he decided against carrying the field cooking set. There were also several rolls of space-consuming bandages and lastly, that set of sculpting tools. Should he survive, he would return for them. If not, they would serve no purpose. He glanced at the dagger strapped to his leg, withdrew it for a moment, then replaced it. Descending the stairs and exiting the room, he gathered some firewood and ignited a modest bonfire in the courtyard. Turning back to his room, he embraced his firearm and began to meditate. When He reached the mountain summit, he beheld the village nestled at its foot. This place was intimately familiar to him. It was once a site where he hunted for sustenance. The structures of the dwellings bore a striking resemblance to one another. However, the emergence of a village here was quite unexpected. Rising to his feet and resuming his human form, He retrieved the contents of his backpack, casually stowing them in the pockets of his vest. Casting a glance at the flickering flames, he smirked. "I have arrived," he proclaimed loudly from the mountaintop. "I know you are waiting for me. I have come." Ian opened his eyes, the red and green hues within them transforming his previously azure gaze into something rather unsettling. He aimed his gun toward the direction of the voice and fired a shot at random. Ejecting the magazine, he loaded another round. He laughed heartily. "Excellent." He then ripped off the single soldier radio and tossed it aside, firing a shot into the sky. The two deafening booms echoed across the tranquil plains and valleys. To the death. Very well, then, to the death. After Hooligan halted his vehicle, he glanced in Ian's direction. Lifting the launcher from the passenger seat, which contained but a single shell, he had no qualms about obliterating that young man into fragments. At his pace, as long as that boy's cells retained vitality, it would fulfill all his needs. He ambled toward Ian's direction, unhurried. Although still over 100 kilometers away, there was no rush. The confrontation between him and Hua would require at least half an hour. Ian leaned against the windowsill, his body elegantly flipping out of the window, then bizarrely ascending in the blink of an eye. He was half squatting, half sitting on the slanted rooftop. His firearm was steadily aimed at Hua. The distance between them now approximately 2 kilometers. Despite minor discrepancies in caliber, both weapons lay within effective range. Missing was inconsequential. A hit would either result in death or severe injury, at the very least. Taking a substantial portion of the body with it, after firing, Hua leapt down, sprinting with fervor in his view. The duel could only take place within the village, a fundamental understanding expected of any noble gentleman before a duel. However, the distance between them was far too great. Even with their level 4 sniper specialization, they could not guarantee a hit from such a range. The heavy leaden clouds hung low in the sky, emitting an unsettling radiation. Ian remained motionless. With his keen eyesight, he could merely perceive a sesame-sized shadow hopping along the path he had taken. Yet, he could not accurately target the moving figure if within 1.5 kilometers, he would have a 50% chance. At 1.2 kilometers, he could confidently claim a kill, even if the opponent were in rapid motion. Every blade of grass and tree on the hillside was etched in his mind. Yet he was astonished by the man's leaping ability, which seemed almost inhuman. From the foot of the mountain to the furthest house was merely over 800 meters. Once that individual entered the dwelling, the life and death struggle would commence. His pupils narrowed to tiny crosshairs, fixated on the shadow. Hua, sprinting at full speed, constantly altered his direction. Although he sensed no targeting, knowing the opponent was a sniper compelled him to take basic evasive actions. The instant he raised his weapon with intent to kill, he would perceive it immediately. However, upon leaping through the window into the room, he was engulfed by Ian's scent permeating the space. What a delightful choice of battleground. Saturated with your aroma, so fragrant and sweet, I can hardly wait to savor your flesh. Hua chuckled softly, checking his sniper rifle and tightening his backpack. He strode to the window and casually fired toward Ian's direction before leaping out of the window. The gunshot resonated with deafening intensity. Ian remained unmoving, yet when Hua shot out from around the corner with astonishing speed and swiftly retreated, Ian fired. Bang! The 12.7mm bullet, propelled at over 1,400 meters per second, struck the corner with an explosion of fire. After enduring centuries of rain and snow, the stone, irradiated for decades, crumbled away in large chunks. Hua was at least 3 meters away from the corner. Such rapid reflexes. Hua's expression shifted slightly. Chapter 37. The last time it was just as I had darted out that he fired, and he did not choose the direction I had taken. Instead, he shot directly at the corner, knowing I would retreat. What he did not realize was that Ian's bullet speed surpassed that of normal ammunition. Yet, Hua confirmed that the caliber of his adversary's weapon was slightly inferior to his own, likely around 14.3mm or 14.5mm. He was equally unaware that the devastation wrought upon the corner was not solely due to caliber, but rather the explosive characteristics of the bullet. After firing, Ian leapt from the rooftop and sprinted toward the house behind him. Both were attuned to one another's presence. He understood that even with the speed enhancement from the explosive characteristics, his bullet speed would likely still be outpaced by the opponent's. Thus, in a head-to-head exchange, he needed to fire before the other. Additionally, the opponent's speed was extraordinary, necessitating a more spacious area. Hua, weapon in hand, burst forth from the opposite side of the house, racing forward at full speed. The opponent had begun to retreat. Even if his gun was more precise, the scenario had transcended mere weapon comparison and evolved into a contest of awareness, speed, and instinct. In no time, he entered the building where Ian had fired moments earlier. The fire in the courtyard continued to burn. Hua scrutinized the neatly arranged items, leaned in to sniff them, and after swallowing hard, he retrieved a 14.8mm x 122mm bullet from his pocket, placing it on the windowsill and pressing down gently. In Ian's perception, the opponent's action of leaping out the window and ascending to the rooftop mirrored precisely what he had done previously, showing no distinction. He turned and fired 2 consecutive shots. At the instant he discharged his weapon, Hua had already leapt sideways. The first bullet pierced the roof, exploding upon impact, while the second followed the same trajectory, striking the spot where Hua had just landed and detonating as he jumped outward. Fragments of the bullet struck Hua's calf, but caused him no harm. The instant Hua landed, he fired once, followed by a second and third shot, each less than half a second apart. By the time he fired the second shot, he had already teleported 3 meters away. By the third shot, he had again teleported another 3 meters. He refrained from using initial powers, as that would compromise the savoring of Ian's flesh. The resounding blasts echoed across the small plain. As the second bullet flew from the barrel, Ian swiftly crouched and rolled right, then fired again from a kneeling position. His figure vanished from sight, almost teleporting 3 meters high to fire once more. The distance between them was merely around 900 meters, just shy of 1,000. The bullets would reach their target in just over half a second. Yet, Ian had fired 4 times, while Hua had fired 3. And neither had succeeded in hitting the other. Calculating the total, both had fired 5 shots. Their figures flickered as they teleported, pausing just long enough to take aim. Amid the deafening sounds, they had exchanged 10 shots in total. Hua teleported again, simultaneously ejecting the magazine and loading a new one, completing the action seamlessly during his series of teleports. Ian likewise replaced his magazine in the midst of his teleportation, in the process of reloading. He even angled himself toward Hua, charging forth. Their movements were astonishingly swift. Within just 2 teleports, they had both completed their magazine changes, and the tedious exchange of fire commenced anew. Their teleportations lacked any discernible pattern. Yet Ian consistently fluctuated between 1 and 3 meters in his teleportation distance. Hua's movements were equally erratic, with no fixed direction. The two were of equal caliber, their bullet speeds slightly varied, yet the proximity between them rendered the comparison of firearms moot. It was a contest of instincts and reflexes. Meanwhile, Hooligan was rapidly approaching the battlefield. Transforming into his beastly form, he exceeded speeds of 150 kilometers per hour, and that was not even at full throttle. His psychic awareness remained tethered to Ian, and while he was somewhat unclear about the exchange of shots between the two, he was acutely aware that Ian was stationed at a fixed location and had not departed. The chilling, damp, and somewhat greasy sensation persistently enveloped Ian, irritating the skin beneath his bandages and leaving him deeply uncomfortable, eager to conclude this battle and escape after vanquishing his opponent. Alternatively, he contemplated facing the adversary directly. Huao, acutely sensitive to Ian's movements, discerned that Ian was teleporting while simultaneously closing the distance between them. A slight smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a low, menacing chuckle as he too began to approach Ian. As the distance between them dwindled to approximately 500 meters, Huao replaced his magazine. Yet this time, his teleportation distance astonishingly exceeded 3 meters, reaching an impressive 10 meters. After 2 successive teleports, he had once again reduced the space between them. Due to the erratic nature of their teleportation, their positions and orientations had completely reversed. Ian maintained his own 3-meter teleportation, also changing his magazine. The final distance between them had shrunk to an almost unbelievable proximity. No longer a battlefield for snipers, but rather that of assault rifles. Ian surged forward, teleporting wildly. Huao's eyes gleamed with a frenzied red hue. After a series of deafening explosions, both combatants sustained injuries. A chunk of flesh was torn from the outer side of Ian's thigh, blood gushing forth, yet fortunately, no bones were harmed. Huao, too, was struck by Ian's bullet in the side of his. He could only feel the prickling pain beneath the bandages. A testament to the formidable and perilous nature of his opponent. Hu Jin's crimson-tinged eyes fixated on him from a distance, and he let out a prolonged howl that echoed for 20 seconds. Before leaping down from the summit, almost mid-air, his form reverted to that of a human, yet his speed remained undiminished. Ian's pupils constricted, a glimmer of red igniting in his eyes, interspersed with a more vivid green. Both infrared and low-light vision activated simultaneously, revealing that his adversary bore no weapons, neither cold nor hot. Charging towards him nearly naked, he was a blur of speed. Ian raised Huao's sniper rifle. Assessing the injury in his still-repairing left leg, the muscles within were already capable of exerting force, too fast. The opponent's velocity was astonishing. In the span of 3 to 5 seconds, he had crossed a kilometer. Gazing at the sneering visage of his foe, Ian couldn't help but let the barrel tremble slightly as he pulled the trigger. A series of gunfire erupted as he unleashed 5 bullets in quick succession. This was merely to decelerate his opponent. He harbored no illusions about killing him with this. The moment Ian squeezed the trigger, Hu Jin had already veered left, changing direction without losing speed. He intended to seize this boy and consume him alive. Once the gunfire ceased, Ian noticed that his adversary stood motionless, the massive gun in his hand slightly lowered. The air was thick with an irresistible, sweet aroma, mingling with the bloody scent emanating from his nephew Huao's remains, accompanied by an unmistakable stench. Hu Jin, too, exuded an odor that could not be masked, which was fundamentally why he sought to appropriate Ian's genetic ability to conceal his presence. A gene that could prolong his existence and facilitate further evolution. Whether he could acquire evolution points was of little consequence. The allure of savoring the delectable flesh was far more compelling. Hu Jin halted, the distance between them approximately a kilometer. Why have you ceased firing? How much courage did killing Huao grant you to remain rather than flee? Hu Jin's menacing voice echoed. Ian removed the microlens glasses and stowed them away. Your scent is utterly intoxicating. I will ensure you witness how I methodically consume you piece by piece. I promise, the experience will be exquisite. Hu Jin raised his hand, seemingly to point at him. Bang! Ian fired again. 0.5 shots in rapid succession, aimed at 5 different directions. The 14.8mm caliber bullets thundered towards Hu Jin in an instant. Hu Jin, standing still, made no effort to evade. Only one bullet was aimed directly at him. Hu Jin slightly retracted his right leg and raised his other hand. To Ian's astonishment, a bright white shield of flame materialized before him. Tungsten alloy bullets, known for their hardness and historically used as armor-piercing rounds, faced an unbelievable heat from Hu Jin's flames, which glowed bright white. The immense kinetic energy propelled the bullet toward the barrier. But the bullet's tip began to glow red and halted mid-air, melting before his eyes. Just 1 second. Hu Jin was certain that in merely 1 second, the bullet would turn to liquid. Yet even in its liquefied state, its kinetic energy remained formidable. After emptying the magazine, Ian relinquished the sniper rifle, grasping his weapon resting against his leg, and shot anew. Simultaneously, he blinked forward nearly 50 meters. This was his most significant trump card at present. A flurry of bullets hovered before him, blocked by the fire-based magic he exerted. Yet the kinetic energy persisted. Hu Jin's gaze locked onto Ian's approaching figure, a sinister smile creeping across his face. With roughly 700 meters still to cover, the kinetic energy from the bullets exerted significant pressure on Hu Jin, yet he felt no threat to his life. A thunderous roar erupted. Hu Jin retreated a half step to the right, adjusting the angle of his flame shield. Then his figure vanished, reappearing approximately 10 meters in the air. Ian raised his weapon to continue firing. However, Hu Jin's erratic movements, both in the air and on the ground, reached an astonishing speed. After 3 consecutive shots, as Ian prepared to instantaneously switch magazines, he suddenly noticed Hu Jin wielding a pipe as thick as an arm. Ian's scalp prickled. Escape! Flee quickly! His body instinctively twisted to force a retreat from the battlefield. The central processing of his mind did not engage in this frenzy but offered a single word: space. Ian instantaneously blinked to the left, propelling himself over 100 meters in an instant. Simultaneously, an explosion erupted less than 20 meters behind him. The force of the blast and its shockwave augmented his momentum, catapulting him over 100 meters away in his visual field. He beheld Hu Jin's face twisted into a malevolent grin as he discarded the pipe, only to summon another. Ian began to change directions erratically, yet his trajectory was still toward Hu Jin. In the midst of his teleportation, he had already swapped magazines. As his figure materialized, he fired again. Continuing the pattern of instantaneous movement, the two were locked in a combat rhythm reminiscent of his earlier battle with Wao. Ian had deeply experienced the might of a level 5 ability user during his journey with Wayne to locate the church on the continent. Regardless of the nature of the opponent's abilities, once one reached level 5, it was impossible to deplete their energy within mere minutes. He had to close the distance. The second shell detonated behind him as he continued to fire, advancing towards Hu Jin at a rate of 50 meters with each blink. Ha ha ha, boy, you wish to engage in close combat? Hu Jin sneered. Come. Discarding the cannon, he raised his hand to conjure a thread-like flame. The skin beneath the bandages felt a searing heat, and the air he inhaled became scorching. Within that confined space, the temperature surged dramatically. Ian zigzagged frantically, not only side to side but also above and below, dodging the fiery onslaught while continuing to close in. Chapter 40. Level 3 Spatial Ability. As the last bullet exited the barrel, Ian discarded the sniper rifle. Drawing forth the M500, he unleashed a barrage. Hu Jin, amidst the teleportation, was caught off guard by the seemingly small handgun that fired with such ferocity. After a graze on his shoulder, Hu Jin regained his composure. 10 bullets nearly simultaneously enveloped all surrounding space above, below, and around him. The flame shield appeared once more before him. Yet Ian afforded him no respite, nor time to adjust the angle of his shield. With a swift shake, he discarded the empty magazine, and in a mere instant, 2 new magazines were in place. After the second round of fire, Hu Jin found himself unable to teleport. To do so would mean certain injury. This was his intention: to force me into a stationary target. Hu Jin felt a surge of urgency, yet his expression betrayed none. Boy, do you think you can kill me with this? You overestimate yourself. Yet Ian spoke not a word, silently surrounding him with teleportation while continually firing. His hands alternated between shooting and swapping magazines. The moment a bullet struck Hu Jin's calf, severing it from his body, he felt no pain. Only then did he realize that while he was compelled to expend energy and abilities to sustain the light shield, he was indeed being pinned down by Ian. The 12.7mm caliber bullets, inscribed with acceleration and explosion runes, possessed kinetic energy rivaling that of the sniper rifle. While fully exerting his abilities, the blood loss from his severed leg was more than twice that of a typical injury. Ian, 50 meters away, continued to fire. Following the loss of one leg, Hu Jin was struck by 7 or 8 bullets. As the light shield dissipated, the bullets that had been blocked surged toward him. But those that had expended most of their kinetic energy upon impact could not penetrate his skin. Yet, with both legs now absent, Hu Jin could only fight desperately. Ian swapped the last 2 magazines. Should these fail to shatter this man's skull, he would have to retreat to retrieve more. Hu Jin let out a furious scream, vanishing from Ian's line of sight. Yet he sensed Hu Jin's presence as he teleported directly toward him. Retreat! The opponent intends to self-destruct. The thought barely surfaced when his figure darted left. However, Huli Jin merely feigned, having teleported nearly 200 meters away after 2 blinks. Blood rained down from the sky. In this situation, even fleeing would likely result in death from blood loss. Ian stood still, closing his eyes. A shot struck Huli Jin in the back, followed by 9 more bullets, all embedding themselves in Huli Jin's torso. His body erupted mid-air, flesh and blood scattering. Ian retrieved a magazine from his waist, attaching it to his belt, and slowly approached the writhing remains. Huli Jin's head rolled to a stop after a dozen meters, his heart still beating vigorously among the carnage. The air thickened with the scent of blood. Ian, standing 10 meters away, aimed a shot at the heart. To his astonishment, the head lying several meters away emitted a shriek. Ian instantly teleported 50 meters back, focusing intently. The heart ceased its rhythmic beating after being shattered, yet the dismembered limbs continued to writhe. Must I shatter the skull? Ian raised his weapon and was about to fire when Huli Jin bellowed, "Do not." Ian stood firm. The first words he uttered were, "Why? Do not kill me." Hooligan exclaimed in a panic, "I can provide you with intelligence." Ian furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you possess spatial abilities?" "What level?" Hooligan hurriedly replied, "Level 2. I will trade information for my life." Ian shook his head, saying, "Your intelligence is worthless to me, bang." Hooligan was dead beyond any doubt, and only then did the remnants of flesh on the ground cease their writhing. Ian let out a sigh of relief. Yet, as soon as he relaxed, a wave of pain coursed through his entire body. The release of his taut nerves allowed the feedback from his injuries to shock him profoundly. He bore more than 20 wounds, all inflicted by that fiery line. The most severe was on his right foot. Only now did he realize that half of his right foot was gone, its whereabouts unknown. Next, he dipped a finger in Hooligan's blood and licked it. That would suffice. The cells at the wound began to rapidly divide, mending the injury. Meanwhile, the cells in his mouth quickly processed the genetic material within the blood. Soon, several gene fragments were extracted on his own genetic chain. Hooligan's gene segments seamlessly integrated and fused in an instant. However, the crucial moment lay ahead. His own abilities were only at level 4, while Hooligan was a level 5 expert. The key was in the replication that followed the fusion and absorption. Once the chaos subsided, he wiped his mouth and began to limp toward the location where he had lost his foot. He needed to retrieve the scattered ammunition magazines, shells, and firearms. He also picked up the 2 launchers left behind by the enemy. After a trek back to his former residence, he sat on the floor, simultaneously loading bullets into the empty magazines and evaluating the gains and losses from the battle. The ammunition consumption was staggering. He now had only 1 box of bullets left, aside from the wound on his leg that was healing. His foot would require a longer time to mend. The other burns were manageable. He would recover by tomorrow. Besides the few abilities acquired from the first sniper, this encounter with a level 5 powerhouse had granted him a spatial ability. Upon sensing it, he discovered that the primary spatial ability had a volume of 1 cubic meter. This was precisely the ability Ian had long desired but never attained. Additionally, he had acquired a basic fire-type spell ability. All these were obtained after absorbing the genetic samples from his opponent. As for evolution points, he had garnered only 2 points, totaling 6.5 evolution points. Without hesitation, Ian invested all 6 points into the mysterious spatial ability. The level 3 spatial ability expanded to 9 cubic meters. Ian was thoroughly satisfied with this newfound power. After storing everything except his sniper rifle in the spatial realm, he donned a cloak, retrieved his toolkit, and began to etch symbols onto Huao's bullets. He had only 2 complete magazines left, totaling 20 bullets. He also inscribed characters on the bullet resting on the windowsill, pulled back the bolt, and loaded the chamber. This weapon now contained 11 rounds. Once everything was in order, he cloaked himself, slung his rifle over his shoulder, and departed the village nestled within the valley, retracing his steps toward the route he had fled. That direction should lead him to the nearest source of supplies. Chapter 41. An inevitable clash. After 4 hours of slow walking, he arrived at the mountain entrance where he had initially fled. A few hundred meters ahead on his right lay the massive rock where he had taken refuge. Along the way, he refrained from firing his weapon, opting instead to dispatch 4 wild giant snakes with his dagger. Utilizing his basic fire ability, he roasted each snake in turn, replenishing a portion of his energy. Furthermore, he hunted a nest of wild giant rats. The edible meat from the giant rats weighed less than a pound for an average person, but for him, it amounted to over 10 pounds of sustenance. After dismembering the rats, he roasted all the consumable parts to regain energy and accelerate his recovery. The remaining portions were stored in his spatial realm for a time test. If they did not spoil, it would confirm that time within that space was entirely frozen. Mike McDowell had completed the cleanup of the battlefield surrounding the command post. This battle had claimed the lives of over 10 ordinary soldiers at levels 2 and 3. Had they been in the wilderness rather than on the battlefield, they could have been considered formidable. Yet, in combat, one could never predict the level of the enemy's abilities or whether their powers might counteract yours. Everything remained uncertain, left to fate. T.O. McDowell. These were mere low-level cannon fodder. The command post only required him and Hooligan, not just the two of them. Each segment of command on the front line boasted 2 level 5 ability users stationed. Their operational radius extended roughly 200 kilometers. Hours passed, yet Hooligan had still not returned, which did not concern him. He trusted that the level 4 sniper specialized ability user would perish at Hooligan's hands. Although Hooligan had a singular skill set, he possessed more than one rocket launcher within his spatial dimension. Moreover, as long as either his head or heart remained intact, he would not truly die. Clenching a cigar, McDowell scrutinized the digital tactical board, assessing the situation on the front lines, while Ian, a kilometer away, narrowed his pupils into 2 cross-shaped slits, observing the conditions within the settlement. The battlefield had clearly been tidied up. Destroyed vehicles lay strewn about, yet no corpses remained. He suppressed his presence and retreated into the valley, stowing away any superfluous items, including 2 M500 pistols. With only 1 M500 magazine strapped to his waist, 20 rounds in total, he held only his sniper rifle. The magazines were stored in his spatial realm, allowing for swift replacements, far more convenient than accessing them from his chest. The M500 magazines hanging from his waist also proved easier to replace than retrieving them from storage. An imminent battle was unavoidable. Had it not been for the need to replenish supplies and the pent-up frustration within him, he might have directly penetrated the front lines. His wounds were healing. Yet he required additional energy. He chose not to initiate a primary transformation, but instead sat behind the massive rock where he once rested, clutching his rifle, to recuperate. The sky over the wilderness gradually brightened. The gray-black clouds rolled ominously above, occasionally parting to allow fierce ultraviolet rays to pierce through to the ground. Various creatures swiftly burrowed into their dens to evade the lethal light. Time passed. And Ian opened his eyes, switching to Huayo's 14.8mm rifle. He pulled the trigger 4 times in quick succession. Within a mere 3 seconds, the heads of 4 Red Moon soldiers standing guard outside the command post exploded. McDowell abruptly lifted his head, rushing out of the door. The gunfire belonged to Huayo, not to the level 4 sniper specialized human. In his perception, the 4 soldiers had already breathed their last. Only one conclusion could be drawn. Huayo was dead. The hybrid creature had perished. It seemed Hooligan was likely dead as well. Good riddance. That scoundrel was wholly his now. Find him. Bomb him to pieces. Leaning against the rock, Ian's hands remained as steady as the stone itself. There were still 7 bullets in his rifle. T.O. replenish his ammunition afterward. He would have to venture into the settlement. Yet, no apparent chaos erupted within the settlement. The buildings and walls, riddled with bullet holes from heavy machine guns, bore gaping wounds. A head cautiously peeked out from behind a collapsed wall, attempting to survey the area. In an instant, a bullet struck, exploding upon impact and obliterating a significant portion of the skull. A few meters away, another Red Moon soldier raised his weapon, blindly firing through a hole in the wall toward Ian's direction. Nearby, flames erupted from a room's window, and the dull roar of the heavy machine gun echoed as bullets struck trees and earth dozens of meters away. Bang, bang. After 2 thunderous explosions, the body behind the wall was violently propelled by the shattered bricks. The explosive symbols on the bullets detonated upon contact with solid objects, while they created a large hole in the wall. Their penetrating power was severely diminished. Ian recoiled behind the boulder, pondering the conditions under which these symbols manifested. The symbols could enhance the bullet's velocity and, upon contact with the target, shatter to create greater lethality. Naturally, the fragmentation of the bullets into smaller pieces diminished their penetrating ability. This was completely logical, and he had no immediate solution. From his position, he could not sense the situation within the settlement, where at least one expert still resided. He vividly recalled that the cannon fire the previous night had emanated almost simultaneously from two directions, indicating a minimum of 2 individuals, with Hooligan dead. There was still one left. After firing 2 shots, he unleashed a surge of speed, the fastest he had ever run, reaching a speed of 153 kilometers per hour. The rhythm of his heart surged to 210 beats per minute. Even as his body remained wrapped in bandages, his temperature soared far beyond that of an ordinary human. To the Red Moon soldiers across the way, he appeared as a brilliant star in the wilderness. As their guns aimed at him, he had already changed direction. Then, he executed a series of instantaneous movements, darting forward in mere seconds. The entirety of the settlement unfolded before his senses. The whistling bullets soaring past him failed to evoke a sense of danger. Charge! Charge! He could only utilize close-range instantaneous combat. The Red Moon soldiers within the settlement numbered only 48, and with that expert included, there were barely 50 in total. The booming sound of large-caliber sniper rifles reverberated throughout the area. McDeville stood by the window, observing as Ian continuously alternated between teleportation and sprinting. Drawing ever closer, a smile graced his face as he watched below, where individuals frantically fired to thwart their adversary. He even discerned that the weapon in Ian's hand was none other than the very one wielded by Hu-Ao in the past. Chapter 42. Unable to escape my grasp, he bent down, seized a launch tube, and casually fired it in Ian's direction. In the absence of certainty regarding the opponent's next appearance, it was prudent to bombard the possible vicinity. Whether or not he would hit his target was of little consequence. As for close-quarters combat, McDeville leaped from the window, activating his teleportation while still airborne, covering several dozen meters before entering another room in a different building. He held his pistol in hand, a modified Desert Eagle from a bygone era. Featuring an extended barrel and a magazine capable of holding a full 12 rounds, in terms of both range and lethality, it reigned supreme among handguns. A shell exploded behind Ian, propelling him forward another 50 meters. A sniper rifle was raised, aimed at McDeville's direction, but little did they know McDeville had already teleported away in the blink of an eye. He had concealed himself behind the building, while bullets from other soldiers rained down upon him. Ian was in a hurry. Just 2 more teleportations would allow him to stow the sniper rifle and unleash a torrent of fire with the M500. Affairs seldom unfold as planned. A realization Ian had long since come to terms with. He believed that 2 teleportations would place him within melee range, yet the prowess of his level 3 shooting specialization proved formidable. Several bullets seemed to predict or fortuitously find their mark at his landing spot during teleportation. 2 of these bullets struck him, one in the left shoulder and the other in the chest. Had it not been for the existence of ceramic armor, that shot would surely have inflicted grievous harm, compelling him to abandon his original plan of engaging in close combat with the final level 5 expert. His cognitive faculties raced, and with a determined grit, Ian abruptly morphed, accelerating his form. The distance of his teleportation increased by several meters as he entered the residential area. Having eliminated 4 Red Moon warriors during the process, the sniper rifle was stowed away in his space, and he picked up an assault rifle from the ground, donning a communication system from one of the corpses. He floated like a feather, adhering to the ceiling, with his weapon trained on the doors and windows. Quickly, spread out in groups of 3. Be wary of shadows along the ceiling and corners. That lad can morph. We don't know what we're dealing with. Where did McDeville go? Have you seen him? Tori is dead. Stop dawdling and find that kid to eliminate him. Clearly, these individuals were still over 100 meters from the room where he concealed himself. As long as he remained outside their line of sight, they could not strike him. Listening to the cacophony of voices through the communication system, Ian stowed the assault rifle in his space. Landing softly on the ground without a sound, a half-finished bottle of water lay on the table. Ian drained it before stowing the bottle as well. Upon thoroughly searching, he discovered 2 tubes of nutrients and 2 unopened bottles of water beneath the table. He twisted the caps off and silently consumed all the water, followed by the nutrients, banishing his hunger. Content. He checked the magazine of the assault rifle before making his way to the doorway. His senses detected a dozen Red Moon soldiers advancing towards him, weapons drawn. At this moment, he had effectively utilized his teleportation ability to place himself within the enemy's encirclement. He restrained his presence, rapidly cooling his body temperature. With his cognitive faculties operating at full throttle, he needed to execute a double kill upon the first soldier's appearance. using their bodies as shields to eliminate the approaching group. As for himself, he would sustain only minor injuries, if any at all. The level 5 expert left no trace, his presence undetectable. He had to first eradicate the foes before him. The foremost Red Moon soldier was followed by a dozen others, cautiously advancing towards his location. When they were within 50 meters of Ian's room, he teleported out, leveling the assault rifle at head height and pulling the trigger. The rapid gunfire erupted, instantly piercing several skulls, causing the remaining soldiers to tremble uncontrollably. Ian exerted force beneath him, appearing amidst their ranks. The assault rifle had vanished, replaced by the M500 in both hands. The staccato of gunfire ensued, accompanied by a sea of fallen bodies. Ian bent to retrieve the fallen assault rifle, swiftly pilfering several magazines before vanishing from sight. McDeville stood atop his office building, his eyes fixed upon Ian's figure as he murmured, "Teleportation, distance approximately 50 meters. Dual pistols, exceedingly rapid rate of fire." His combat instincts are remarkable. Upon noticing the wound on Ian's shoulder, his eyes narrowed, unable to suppress his excitement. The scent of the boy's blood was irresistibly sweet. Even from his elevated position, he felt an insatiable thirst. The distance between the two was merely over 200 meters when McDeville's figure flickered and vanished from the rooftop. He stealthily followed the path Ian had taken during his teleportation. As Ian slaughtered his way through half the residential area and arrived at the storage room, McDeville made his move. Inside the storage room, Ian discovered crates filled with water and nutrients, and in a moment of joy, he filled his space to the brim with supplies. Just as he turned to exit, a bullet struck his chest. Fortunately, he managed to sidestep just in time. The tremendous force of the bullet propelled him back into the room, shattering his ceramic armor. The bullet lodged itself in his lung, a searing sensation flooding his chest and brain. Harnessing the momentum from retreating, Ian crashed through the earthen wall of the storage room, activating his primary morph and teleportation. Escape. The lung injury rendered him unable to intake sufficient oxygen for vigorous close combat. However, he failed to realize that the direction in which he fled was increasingly distant from the Stevenson family's private army stronghold. McDeville sensed Ian's presence suddenly vanish, only to reappear elsewhere, subsequently disappearing again. Yet the distance between them was widening. McDeville stormed into the storage room, overwhelmed by the intoxicating aroma that filled his nostrils. He reached out, smearing a trace of blood on his nose, licking a taste of IT. IT was a flavor he had never experienced in his life. Beyond its sweetness lay a chilling coldness. Yet, he found no genetic fragments in the blood. Aside from the shattered remnants of genes, all he gleaned was the enchanting sweetness of the taste. McDeville howled to the heavens. "You are mine. You cannot escape my grasp." The sound reverberated throughout the residential area, and McDeville's form vanished from sight. He was in pursuit. Chapter 43. Crossing the fire line, retreat, escape. He was no match for him. The only option left was to flee. Ian fled like a madman. In the course of teleportation, he shed the ceramic armor and discarded it. The fibers and muscles in his lungs writhed, and in mere seconds, the bullet was expelled from the wound and fell to the ground. Blood vessels sealed. The path was incorrect. He needed to take a wide detour to escape the influence of the dark faction. Crossing the fire line, retreat. Ian scurried on all fours, fleeing desperately. The repair of his wounds consumed energy, and running required energy. His form intermittently vanished from McDeville's senses, during which he would hastily consume nutrients and gulp down water, continuing to run. This frantic flight lasted nearly 3 hours. McDeville was taken aback. That shot had been exceptionally accurate. His intention was not to kill but to rupture Ian's chest, ensuring he would not perish immediately. Otherwise, that bullet would have inevitably blown Ian's head off in the face of life and death. The speed Ian exhibited was astonishing. With energy replenished and his wounds sealed, his breathing was hardly affected. As his body temperature rose, so too did his velocity. McDeville was frustrated. A level 5 mutant could not catch up to a level 4 mutant warrior. Even absorbing Hooligan's morph should not have enabled such speed. Unbeknownst to him, Ian had consumed a staggering 17 tubes of nutrients and over 40 bottles of water in the course of those 3 hours of frantic escape, continuously replenishing his energy and hydration. However, McDeville had no means to replenish his energy. The hunger within him transformed into a burning sensation. he conceded. At the front line, 70 kilometers north of the Stevenson family's territory, lay the domain of the Hunter family. The soldiers on both sides appeared to be idling, exchanging sporadic gunfire from a distance of 1 kilometer. Suddenly, a level 3 elite warrior from the Red Moon sensed a brilliant light approaching rapidly from behind. Upon closer inspection, it was a comrade on all fours, yet curiously, he wore a uniform resembling that of the opposing side. In a moment of confusion, Ian reverted from his primary morph, wielding an M500 in each hand. Charging forward at a breathtaking speed, following a barrage of gunfire, Ian's figure soared over the heads of the Red Moon warriors, crashing into the Hunter family's stronghold. Along the way, dozens of corpses lay strewn about, most of them with bullet holes to their skulls or their upper bodies shattered beyond recognition. The destructive power of the engraved projectiles was simply overwhelming. Upon charging into the battlefield of the Hunter family, Ian slowed his pace. At this moment, he was barely recognizable. His uniform was tattered and filthy, his body marred with wounds, a layer of sweat and grime clung to him, surrounded by numerous guns trained on him. Ian gradually placed his weapon against his thigh and declared loudly, "I am Ian, a warrior of the Stevenson family. I belong to the elite team directly under von Blett, tasked with deep combat operations. And by some stroke of fortune, I survived." He reached up to unwrap the bandages that bound his head, revealing a nearly flawless visage framed by silvery hair, in the blink of an eye. The sight of a ragged soldier transformed into that of a memorable wounded hero. "I require food and water. Thank you." He addressed the soldiers of the Hunter family who had confiscated his 2M500s. He also took note of the Hunter family's emblem, which depicted a lion roaring defiantly towards the heavens. Without any surprise, after receiving nutritional supplements and water, Ian complied by donning handcuffs and was confined to the barracks. Although supplies of nutrition and water were available, he could only request additional energy resources. What pained him most were the 2M500s and the belt. Losing them would be a significant blow. "What?" Blett jumped up. Ever since he returned, he had not ventured out, merely claiming that the entire army had been annihilated, lamenting that the information provided to him was flawed. The enemy's firepower was astonishing, particularly the direct fire artillery. Its lethality was not only formidable but also remarkably portable. After his detailed account, this information was relayed upward. He understood that such intelligence held little value. Its sole purpose was to confirm that the enemy's Red Moon soldiers possessed weaponry akin to RPGs, a type of armament that had long been rendered obsolete due to its insufficient range and high cost in close combat. Within 2 kilometers, a single bullet could resolve the issue. However, he bore the Stevenson surname. During these past few days, he had believed himself the sole survivor, convinced that all others had perished. He had not anticipated that a sniper had also returned. Upon receiving this news, he immediately traveled to the Hunter family's stronghold and encountered Ian resting in a barracks. The moment Ian saw him, he rose and saluted. Ian, reporting for duty. Accompanying him was a lieutenant, who, although not of the Hunter lineage, bore the rank. Blett saluted and said, "Indeed, one of the soldiers who accompanied me. I had thought them all dead." The captain nodded and replied, "Very well, take your man back." He turned to the outside and shouted, "Return this lattice weapons and ammunition to him and let them depart." Moments later, he found himself seated in a vehicle, following Blett towards the battlefield of the Stevensons. "Are there any other survivors?" he inquired. "Report, sir. To my knowledge, I have not encountered any other survivors. The enemy possesses at least 2 level 5 psychics and 1 level 4 sniper. I managed to ambush and kill the level 4 sniper and 1 level 5 fire psychic, which allowed me to escape." Blett assessed the injuries on Ian. The burn marks on his clothing were evident. Even the bandages beneath had been singed. The wound on his chest appeared minor, although there was a fresh gunshot wound on his shoulder. His overall appearance was disheveled, and his left leg bore a significant injury. With half of his foot missing, he wondered how this individual managed to escape and traverse such a considerable distance. He did not wish to dwell on how Ian had evaded capture. What concerned him was the confirmation of the level 4 and level 5 kills. His immediate objective was to persuade Ian to become his retainer, thus claiming the glory of those feats as his own. Retainers did not earn battle merits, yet all expenses, including evolution points or genetic serums, would be his responsibility. "Return with me, rest well, and once you have recovered, we can discuss further matters. Additionally, regarding the 2 individuals you mentioned, Do they possess any distinct characteristics? Mr. Blett, indeed, point one wields a 14.8 mm caliber sniper rifle, while the other is a fire psychic capable of deflecting bullets. In close combat, he employs a whip of flame. Furthermore, both can transform. And when on all fours, their speed is remarkable. Lastly, in close quarters, they are capable of instantaneous movement, the distance of which remains uncertain, but at the very least, I witnessed them evade my bullets without difficulty. Chapter 44. You have one day to consider, Blett hastily inquired. Did you manage to collect any genetic samples? Ian shook his head and replied, Sir, I was too preoccupied with survival. I am grateful to have returned alive. Let alone gather genetic samples. There were no containers for such samples provided in the equipment, Blett sighed. If only we could have obtained genetic samples. However, no matter. Focus on recuperating. Once you are healed, I would like you to serve as my retainer. You shall have the best equipment available. Ian shook his head. Mr. Blett, I am merely a wilderness hunter. While I am willing to fight, I do not wish to join any family. I hope you can forgive me. Moreover, with my current injuries, it is uncertain how long my recovery will take. A flicker of harshness crossed Blett's eyes, though his expression remained calm. Very well, focus on healing. We shall discuss the matter of retainership later. He was acutely aware that his reason for fleeing lay in the terrifying gaze of the enemy. Charging into conflict knowing one was outmatched was undoubtedly an act of folly. Ian's ability to escape unscathed while claiming the lives of two foes, one of whom was a level 5 psychic, indicated that he must possess some means of self-preservation or other hidden abilities. Yet, the specifics of everyone's powers were closely guarded secrets, and he refrained from inquiring further, opting instead to suppress his curiosity and devise alternative strategies. Upon returning to the settlement, McDowell beheld the collapsed warehouse and realized that the young man had absorbed the transformations of Hirogen or Hwareo, and even acquired spatial capabilities. Otherwise, the inventory within the warehouse would not have been so extensively depleted. Regrettably, despite collecting Ian's blood along the way, including traces on the ceramic armor, he had failed to recover any intact genetic fragments. The blood contained only fragments of DNA. After calming himself, he began to consume food to replenish his energy. Regardless, a report needed to be written, and he was unclear about the specifics surrounding the deaths of Hwareo and Hirogen. Once he had restored sufficient energy, he composed a report and promptly sent it to his superiors. In just 2 days, a convoy arrived from his command division. The superiors dispatched a level 5 psychic and a level 4 sniper specialist. After supplementing 30 level 3 elite warriors, he commenced with the organization of defensive measures for the settlement. The remaining personnel were from the Hirogen family, led by a level 5 psychic alongside 4 level 4 psychics and 4 level 3 psychics. Equipped with various tools and ample supplies, ventured into the mountains following the route Hwareo had taken to track Ian. Their mission was to ascertain the precise causes of death for Hirogen and Hwareo. McDowell was unaware of the specific abilities of each member of this investigative team and did not concern himself with such details. The essence and scent of that individual had been deeply etched into his memory. He would capture him sooner or later. At this moment, Ian remained oblivious to the events transpiring within the Red Moon faction. In his flight, he had paid little attention to the details. Now, most of his injuries had healed, and the flesh that had once been torn from his left thigh had fully reattached to the bone. He could say that he was no longer hindered by the injury. However, the loss of part of his foot required the regrowth of bone and flesh to fully recover. Though he did not engage in daily training, he was not idle. Using a cane for support, he procured a sniper rifle, modified the magazine to extend its capacity to 15 rounds, and then settled into his barracks to meticulously carve new symbols. With only 3 evolution points to his name, he lacked sufficient resources to distribute them and could only wait patiently for more to accumulate. Yet, amidst his fervent mental calculations, he failed to conceive new symbols. Instead, a novel elongated character manifested in his dreams while he slept, sturdy, penetrating. Ian awoke in an instant, contemplating this character. If it were too sturdy, would the explosive character still prove effective? He yearned to test it. But if he ventured into battle now, Blett would likely insist once more on his serving as a retainer, an arrangement akin to being treated as a mere hound. Should he refuse again, adverse consequences might ensue. Unexpectedly, a week passed without any summons for Ian. He remained in the barracks. He understood that Blett's reluctance to provide treatment stemmed from his failed recruitment efforts, yet he was unconcerned. His formidable regenerative abilities had enabled him to fully regenerate a new foot 2 days prior. He merely feigned injury. After some contemplation, he resolved to test the new character on the battlefield. The first bullet in his magazine was inscribed with Accelerate Sturdy Penetrating. The second bullet bore all 3 characters. He donned a cloak, draped it over himself, and made his way to the front line. Upon his appearance in the trenches, the pressure on the front line notably diminished. He observed that when the first bullet struck the enemy, it merely passed through, failing to shatter the body. The individual struck seemed to suffer minimal impact. Thus, the bullet penetrated the human body without deforming or tumbling, transforming instead into an armor-piercing projectile. The second bullet, however, violently dismembered the individual. This resulted in an additional explosive effect, yet it remained unclear whether the explosion occurred after the initial penetration or if the solid structure had entirely lost its efficacy. After a day of combat, he returned to the barracks, deep in contemplation. Nevertheless, he could not devise a satisfactory solution to this dilemma. Upon learning of his presence on the battlefield, Blett summoned him back to the specially assigned squad that very night. Faced with the newly formed unit, Ian had no choice but to reside in the communal tents. Had it not been for the life-and-death struggle, the opportunities for him to accrue evolution points would have been minimal. Despite having eliminated over 70 adversaries in a day of battle, he did not earn even a single evolution point. He yearned to depart from this place. The following morning, he was summoned to Blett's tent. "Last time, I invited you to join me, and you declined." Blett's expression remained earnest. Ian could see this clearly. Similarly, the 2 young men reappeared in his tent, observing him with an expression akin to spectators at a play. "Now, I extend my invitation once more for you to join my retinue. Be it equipment, supplies, or medicine, all will be of the highest quality. This is self-evident, as you have surely observed." Ian nodded silently. He understood this was likely his final opportunity. To refuse in the presence of others would yield dire consequences. The reputation of prestigious families held greater importance to someone like Blett than life itself, especially in moments of embarrassment with members of other families present. The outcome would invariably lead to death. There would be no resolution otherwise. Ian felt a throbbing headache. Blett locked eyes with him and stated, "This time, it is indeed the last invitation I shall extend to you. I give you a day to contemplate. By evening, I expect your response." Chapter 45. The transaction of portraiture in merely 3 hours. The 5th-level Esper dispatched by the Huligan family accurately pinpointed the exact locations of Hu Ao and the fallen Hu Ligan. Leading the team, 5th-level Esper Hu Fu Man was not particularly skilled in combat. His expertise lay solely in tracking and scene restoration, a unique ability within the Huligan family. The accompanying individuals were all combat personnel, tasked with ensuring Hu Fu Man's safety and eliminating any obstacles that might hinder his complete recreation of the battle scene. Had it not been for Hu Ligan's spatial ability being the family's only one, they would not have been dispatched to recover his remains. As long as the remains had not entirely decomposed, all fragments must be retrieved. Should they fall into the hands of another family, there was a 50% chance of developing a gene serum for spatial abilities. Even though utilizing the serum did not guarantee successful acquisition of spatial powers, the likelihood of success diminished further. This risk was one the Hu family was unwilling to undertake. Within the Red Moon camp, the Hu family's spatial gene serum was unparalleled, generating untold wealth. Standing atop the mountain where Hu Ao had once stood, Hu Fu Man closed his eyes, facing the village below. Had Hu Ao survived and been present at that moment, he would have noticed that Hu Fu Man's stance, gaze, and even his expression mirrored perfectly the moment he had stood there watching the flames. There was not a trace of difference. Hu Ao had leapt from this very spot. The direction of his gaze was undoubtedly this way. Hu Fu Man opened his eyes and pointed directly at the rooftop from which Ian had fired. "Follow me!" He leapt down. Followed by 8 others. In moments, he discovered the scattered remains. Both Hu Ao and Hu Ligan had met their demise here. The assailant's strength was at least 5th level, although Hu Ao had perished first. The interval between their deaths was minimal. The ability to remain here after killing Hu Ao while waiting for Hu Ligan spoke volumes. This individual was to be placed on the kill list. As Hu Fu Man simulated the battle scene, he reached a conclusion. Not only was the enemy's movement swift, but they had also concealed their strength during the confrontation with Hu Ao at the very least. He deduced that Hu Ao's teleportation did not grant him an advantage, and the ground where Hu Ligan had fallen bore clear signs of fire scorching. This indicated that even Hooligan's fire-based abilities seemed to falter. Nevertheless, he found remnants of Ian's severed hand, stained with black blood. The 8 subordinates utilized various instruments to mark the battle zone and the points where the remains had fallen, subsequently collecting Ian's blood samples with utmost care. Swiftly erasing all traces of the battle, Fu Man then led the group back to the settlement area. McDowell was not surprised by their swift return. Every family possessed its unique talents, which was quite normal. However, when Fu Man inquired about obtaining a portrait of the enemy, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. An enemy portrait could only be obtained through close combat. This was not merely a simple sketch or painting. It required capturing the essence of the enemy, which necessitated expending substantial energy against the close combatant, potentially resulting in mental strain. Upon completing an enemy portrait, barring those with abilities above level 7, the vast majority would require a period of recuperation to recover. Crafting a portrait was akin to suffering from a grave illness. The notion of an Esper falling ill was almost a humorous absurdity. The Hu family will provide ample compensation to your family. Fu Man's voice was somewhat oily yet straightforward. McDowell shook his head and replied, Fu Man, we are of equal rank, and you hold no military position while I do. If I fall ill, who will bear the consequences on the battlefield? Furthermore, the compensation for my family will not reach my hands. I refuse. Fu Man chuckled lightly, leisurely stating, if you propose personal compensation, what do you think will happen when your family receives the news? After all, compensation is a one-time affair. McDowell laughed heartily, replying, unless there is a military order, I refuse. Alternatively, provide me with a gene serum for spatial abilities at levels 1 to 5. Otherwise, await your family's command to issue a military order. In that case, I too can obtain a serum. Fu Man glanced back at his team and instructed, contact the family. Yes, sir. These individuals were not his retinue. But during this recovery operation, they were obliged to follow his orders. McDowell chuckled lightly. I have shown your family ample respect by not discreetly collecting Hooligan's belongings. As for my relationship with my family, that is my concern. You may contact them. I suspect your family head will instruct you to comply with me directly. Fu Man would not take it upon himself to make unilateral decisions. Within mere seconds, the radio crackled with static-laden communication. Give it to him. After Fu Man succinctly summarized, he received only a 2-word response before the call ended. McDowell burst into laughter. Fu Man paid no heed to McDowell's mirth, extending his hand to reveal a sealed alloy box. After inputting a complicated password, he slid the open box toward McDowell. Point one of each from levels 1 to 5. You may examine them. McDowell did not reach out but scrutinized the contents before stating, I need a day. Tomorrow morning, provide me with the password. Fu Man nodded and then turned to leave. McDowell gazed at the box resting on the table, lost in thought. After the portrait was completed, he would endure nearly a month of weakness. However, a mere sketch posed no issues whatsoever. Taking out a sheet of paper, he began to draw. Unfortunately, he only knew the individual's shape and eyes, wrapped like a mummy. With only 2 eyes exposed, as he sketched, Ian's likeness came to life on the paper. Next, he summoned a droplet of blood, concentrating intently to depict Ian's form and combat aura. Even the sweet scent of Ian's blood and the chill it exuded were captured with precision. He understood that Fu Man must have similarly acquired Ian's blood or the soil tainted by it. Concealment held no merit. All he could do was craft 2 droplets, one for trade, the other for the family. Should they locate this individual, the family would have a chance to discover a method for producing spatial gene serums. The next day, Fu Man departed with his team, while McDowell dispatched an alloy-sealed box designated for family use, subsequently retreating to the command bunker to enter a state of dormancy. He would awaken in a month, at which point he could commence the injection of a level 1 spatial gene serum. Chapter 46. Have you made your decision? Ian had successfully eliminated 1/4 level and 1/5 level Esper. This achievement had been confirmed. At the very least, the system acknowledged the existence of these 2 individuals, and the lieutenant of the Stevenson family, also a 5th level Esper, had verified it. Though the process of confirmation remained unknown, upon the announcement of this news, Blett received no credit for any military accomplishments. This left him quite displeased, yet he had no choice but to accept it after all. He had returned alone, unscathed, save for the scent of gunpowder lingering on him. In contrast, Ian had clearly returned from a grueling battle. his body bearing the marks of flames that perfectly matched Hooligan's abilities. Yet, no one understood why this 4th-level sniper had been capable of slaying a 5th-level Esper. Generally speaking, such a feat was nearly impossible. Of course, it was common knowledge that those below level 7 were akin to ants. Ian had garnered not only military merit but also a monetary reward, a bonus of 15,000 yuan awaits. Representing the bounty for eliminating level 5 and 4 adversaries, the battlefield and the wilderness are utterly dissimilar. Within the wilderness, tasks can only yield rewards based on submitted missions, yet all expenditures and losses incurred during the execution of these tasks are borne entirely by the hunter. He is not anyone's retainer. The weapons he acquires upon entering combat also require the expenditure of battle merits or currency. However, as he currently serves as a warrior of the Stevenson family, this cost is shouldered by the family. Should he belong to a mercenary group or a hunter's guild, the bounty would belong to the organization, and his expenses would likewise be covered by them. It is a straightforward rule that on this day, he continued to engage in tedious sniping missions on the battlefield, acutely aware of the gaze fixed upon him, indicating that he was being targeted. Escape was not an option. Unless he were to enter the domain of the dark camp and never return, the label of a frontline deserter would render him homeless. Brett stood atop a war vehicle in the camp, over 2 kilometers from the front lines, equipped with a high-powered telescope. Since Ian entered the battlefield, Brett had kept his eyes trained on him, hardly diverting his attention. He sought battle merits, but wished to avoid death. He was not fond of the time-consuming trench warfare, where both sides exchanged fire in futility. Everyone, including the soldiers, recognized the meaninglessness of such combat, yet it was mandated from above. The front lines shifted swiftly, often advancing a short distance only to retreat once more. At around 4 in the afternoon, Ian had not fired a single shot since morning, lying motionless in a former shell hole, draped in a camouflage cloak. When the leaden clouds parted under the force of a fierce wind, revealing a shaft of intense sunlight, the soldiers of the Red Moon erupted in a unified shout. In an instant, the opposing position was devoid of life. Beneath the cloak, Ian sensed that the soldiers around him had also abruptly withdrawn into the trench, hiding in the underground shelters. This was his sole opportunity. He had intended to wait until nightfall to quietly depart. But the moment the sunlight appeared, the gaze upon him vanished. Gritting his teeth, Ian activated a short-distance teleportation. Even in the midst of teleportation, he maintained his prone position, merely stowing his weapon in a spatial pocket and using his gloved hands to pull the cloak around him as he teleported to a position 50 meters to the side. After several consecutive teleportations, he found himself over 400 meters from his original location. When the shadows once again obscured the sunlight, he became invisible to those at his previous spot. Only then did he raise his weapon and begin his sniping. After both sides coincidentally ceased fire, Ian withdrew. Brett stood at the entrance of the camp, his eyes fixed intently on the approaching Ian as he inquired, "Have you made your decision?" Ian replied solemnly, "Sergeant Brett, I apologize, but I cannot comply with your request. I merely wish to be a wilderness hunter, waiting for the fighting to cease before I depart." Brett's expression finally shifted. The warmth he once exuded vanished, replaced by a somewhat sinister demeanor. No one at all, could so humiliate a member of the Stevenson family. Ian, you are commendable. Remember this. From the moment you donned the military uniform, you became a soldier of the Stevenson family. Hold this truth firmly in your mind. Ian silently nodded, lowering his head as he entered the camp and made his way toward the supply station. The supply station was staffed throughout the day, ready to fulfill any request, whether for nutrients, water, or ammunition. After all, many lives were lost daily, and the firearms and ammunition on the battlefield would be recovered. Ian claimed that he would be executing a mission the following day, requiring approximately a week, and received a crate of water, 14 nutrient packs, and 10 boxes of 200 rounds of ammunition before returning to his quarters with his supplies. He lay quietly on his bed, contemplating how to extricate himself. Before he could fall asleep, a voice called from outside, "Ian, report." Sighing softly, Ian rolled out of bed, donned his backpack, and wrapped himself in his cloak as he exited the tent. In the dim light, Brett awaited him outside. "Ian, you have been summoned to join the temporary special task force." Brett's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. Ian had no choice but to comply. Refusal could result in Brett executing him on the spot. Today, Ian was similarly swathed in bandages, sporting his sunglasses. His attire consisted primarily of gear seldom used by snipers who required stealth, mostly cloaks and ghillie suits. Ian explained that this would minimize bodily moisture loss, a practical statement that quelled any doubts, especially given his commendable battle record. Following Brett, he exited the camp, where a convoy awaited. Ian silently boarded the vehicle, leaning against the side and shutting his eyes while cradling his weapon. This newly formed unit, aside from Brett, was filled with unfamiliar faces. Moreover, within the several vehicles, there were multiple level 4 abilities. The composition of this team made Ian particularly cautious if they did not intend to eliminate him. It implied that the mission was exceedingly dangerous. While the likelihood of Brett directly orchestrating his demise seemed low, Ian was unprepared for the revelation that awaited him when the convoy came to a halt. It was indeed the target of their previous mission. The settlement, the very place from which Ian had once desperately fled. The mental map indicated that their current position was where they had previously come under artillery fire. The road still bore evidence of shell craters. As the convoy came to a stop, Brett commanded all personnel to disembark and begin unloading equipment from the last truck. Ian observed as the disassembled components swiftly transformed into 10 sets of paired mortars. Brett, while directing the operation, proclaimed loudly, "Do you see the craters on the road? This is where we were shelled last time. Set up the mortars quickly. The target has been relayed to the tactical board. Remember, upon receiving the order, fire 10 rounds in rapid succession, then abandon the mortars and return to the vehicles for an immediate assault. Act swiftly. Otherwise, when the enemy retaliates, you will not wish to experience the devastating power of those artillery shells." Chapter 47. Now is the time. Charge with me. Everyone else, into the vehicles. Move quickly. Precision is unnecessary. Covering fire will suffice. Hurry. This time, they must reduce the opposing settlement to ruins. Ian watched silently as the roar of engines filled the air. The gunners swiftly adjusted their firing coordinates, and in pairs, they launched projectiles roughly the size of an arm, each about 40 centimeters in length. Boom, boom. In less than half a minute, the firing was completed. If the enemy had gunners, they would only require a minute to accurately respond with artillery, with an error margin not exceeding 50 meters. The convoy sped away. Within a mere 100 meters, the sound of explosions erupted behind them in a cacophony. Ian calculated silently. The number of retaliatory shells was not substantial, totaling only 53. During this time, they had advanced nearly 500 meters, skillfully evading the enemy's counterattack. On the communication channel, Brett began issuing orders for the mission. This time, he specifically summoned Ian, who had previously accompanied him, for this task. Alone, he had eliminated one level 5 and one level 4 enemy. It could be said that he was very familiar with the target area. Once they reached their destination, Ian would lead the charge inside. Ian leaned against the side of the vehicle, remaining silent. Brett did not mention the type of direct fire artillery possessed by the opposition. Data relayed from the Central Command indicated that the enemy's artillery had a range of at least 3 kilometers. Otherwise, it could not achieve such rapid flight speed. Furthermore, the explosions occurred after penetrating the target, resulting in a violent detonation that was not only immensely powerful, but also had a blast radius of at least 50 meters. Brett had not uttered a single word about this. Why? The corners of Ian's mouth curled slightly beneath the bandages, and his eyes narrowed behind the tinted lenses. Only at this moment did he grasp that Brett had chosen so many individuals, assigning him to lead the charge with 2 plans in mind. 1. To successfully complete the mission and earn battle merits. 2. Should the mission fail, he would command Ian to continue fighting, ideally resulting in mutual destruction. The tactical board would record Brett's command process and every order given. Von Brett Stevenson. Ian glanced at the supplies within the vehicle. Nutrients, water, and ammunition were all present. Without hesitation, he unzipped his backpack and began filling it with bottled water. Nutrient packs and ammunition. Those around him merely turned their heads away, silently observing his actions. Ian pressed his lips together. These individuals all understood. He silently stuffed his backpack to the brim, then filled his magazine pouch with bullets. As long as he could escape the battlefield, these supplies would be essential for his survival in the wilderness. As for whether he would live or die, he had not considered it, at least not at this moment. The convoy halted 3 kilometers from the target. Brett disembarked, instructing everyone to prepare their gear before approaching Ian, stating, "You are most familiar with the terrain. You will lead the team. Including you, there are a total of 30 individuals. Your mission is to enter, eliminate all inside, and place this locator within, providing precise coordinates for the camp. Afterward, hold your position for an entire day until reinforcements arrive to establish a stronghold. Ian nodded and turned to address the neatly arranged personnel. Snipers, step forward and position yourselves at the rear. Assault troops, move to the front. Hand me an assault rifle and several magazines. Keep pace with my speed. Brett's gaze narrowed momentarily. He believed that Ian had already comprehended his meaning. However, why was there no resistance? Ian observed Ian as he removed his cloak, neatly folded it, and stowed it away in his backpack. A sniper rifle hung over his shoulder as he began to load magazines into his tactical vest, casually tossing in a box of high-explosive grenades. The assault rifle rested against his right shoulder. This could be considered being armed to the teeth, yet it was futile. The probability of Ian returning alive was nearly zero. As Ian turned to set off, he noticed that the 10 or so individuals standing beside Blett were completely motionless. Among them was one of the 2 young men he had first encountered in Blett's tent. Ian halted, turning to say, "The standard personnel configuration for the settlement across should not be fewer than 40 individuals. If you do not engage in combat, we will face significant risks." Blett flashed a grin and replied, "Rest assured, we will keep up." Ian nodded and turned away. Behind him, 29 individuals silently followed. As he walked, Ian stated, "The sniper will halt at a distance of 1 kilometer from the target to find his own position. The rest of you, move with me, spread out, and charge directly. Taking it slow will prove futile. If the previous bombardment was accurate, the enemy's casualties should be substantial. Thus, rushing in is not without its opportunities." Blett watched as he led the way, murmuring to those nearby, "Keep an eye on him, but harbor no intent to kill, understood?" One individual beside him nodded, brandishing a large sniper rifle as he began to follow Ian's path. Blett waved, "Leave the vehicles here, take your weapons. We shall proceed." His voice was loud enough for Ian to hear clearly. After walking a kilometer, Ian led the team to veer right up the mountain. As those behind him followed the turn, someone finally spoke up, "Ian, did you truly eliminate a level 5 ability user?" Ian responded without looking back, "It was merely luck. Were it to happen again, I would undoubtedly perish. Once we enter the mountains, refrain from speaking loudly. The enemy's abilities are peculiar. There is also a handheld cannon that possesses immense power and an incredibly swift firing speed, exploding almost simultaneously with discharge. It is faster than a bullet. Once we break from the mountains, we can only continue to accelerate. The shortest distance is less than 2 kilometers. That is all I can convey. Beyond that, I know nothing." He did not deactivate the communication system. Every word he spoke was crystal clear to Blett. However, it no longer mattered. Between Blett and his team stood an individual whose presence was exceedingly unstable. In Ian's perception, this person's aura fluctuated erratically. He devoted over half his attention to this individual. If his instincts were correct, this person would not be the first to fire upon him. Yet the most lethal bullet would undoubtedly be shot from this individual's weapon. The corners of his mouth curled slightly to "As long as you can aim at me, that is sufficient." With a faint smile, Ian gradually quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at the mountain pass he had traversed before. Here, he had once shot down at least 10 Red Moon warriors. "Snipers, find your positions. The rest, gear up and prepare to charge." In the distance, a kilometer away, the settlement was ablaze with fire and smoke. The overcast sky continued to obscure the moonlight. The clouds were not entirely dark. Some areas still glimmered with dim light. Ian set down his backpack, unzipped it, and retrieved a bottle of water, drinking several gulps before hastily stowing everything in the space within. He left the empty backpack in the grass and stood up, announcing over the communication channel, "Now is the time. Charge with me." Chapter 48. Humpolter Ian had no intention of concerning himself with the lives of these soldiers. Their fates were not his responsibility, and it was certain that among them, some would inevitably take aim at him. Thus, he bore no psychological burden. In the wilderness, lives were lost every moment. The addition of a few dozen was inconsequential. Casting a glance at the infrared light screen some 700 to 800 meters away, Ian squinted and shouted, "Keep up with that." His figure vanished before their eyes. Ian surged forward, rapidly reaching speeds of approximately 100 kilometers per hour. Maintaining a steady pace, in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from their sight. Among the dozens trailing behind him, only a few, adept in speed, managed to keep up. The corners of Ian's mouth lifted slightly as he activated his teleportation ability. After several lateral teleports, he had deviated over 200 meters from his original path, lying still on the ground. Blett observed the dot representing Ian on the tactical board accelerate suddenly before vanishing. Causing him to feel a twinge of urgency, he hastened to the mountain pass, witnessing the snipers searching for positions and the hesitating individuals contemplating whether to charge into danger, muttering under his breath. "Where is Ian, Sir Blett? Mr. Ian has already charged ahead. Indeed, his speed is astonishing. We cannot keep pace with him. It is unclear where he has dashed off to now. I am a sniper. Mr. Ian instructed us to find sniper positions on site and coordinate with him as he leads the charge." Blett glanced around, spotting the sniper he had dispatched, half kneeling on the ground. Aiming his large rifle at the enemy, he rushed over, grasping the individual and quietly inquiring, "Where is he, sir? His speed is extraordinary." As soon as I aimed, it seemed he utilized a teleportation ability. "I cannot match his pace. Damn it. Are you not a level 4 sniper specialist? Has your sensing ability been devoured by the corrupted wolf?" Blett dared not raise his voice, fearing the alertness of the enemy's experts. Unbeknownst to him, one of the enemy's elite, McDowell, was currently in slumber, while another newly arrived level 5 ability user was proficient in sensing abilities. This individual, also hailing from the Who family, was currently observing with a metal flask in hand, leaning against a battered second-floor wall, which had been ravaged by cannon fire. Humpolter, a level 5 combat ability user, wielded a beautifully crafted two-handed greatsword. However, this did not imply he was incapable of using firearms, for he was simultaneously a level 4 shooting specialist. This meant that as soon as he acquired a gun on the battlefield, he would understand all its strengths and weaknesses and performance almost instantaneously. After firing a few shots, he could fully exploit the weapon's capabilities. It is worth noting that despite being a level 5 ability user, his military rank was merely that of a lieutenant. His assignment here stemmed from a less-than-ideal relationship with the Who family. In both light and dark factions, familial ties always involved competition and underhanded tactics. The two primary areas of contention were status within the family and resources. Once one achieved the former, the latter would naturally be adequately allotted. Yet even so, it was exceedingly common for family members to resort to various means to seize resources from one another. If one were to be robbed, it merely demonstrated their incompetence. Being robbed was simply their fate. However, inter-family conflicts were strictly prohibited from resulting in fatalities. Otherwise, the perpetrator would inevitably be executed, without exception. This was not a matter of willingness but a precedent that could not be set. If killing among kin were to be permitted, the family would swiftly cease to exist. Humpolter had been dispatched here as punishment for severely injuring another member of the Who family during a resource dispute, leaving the individual in dire need of costly repairs. His assignment was for 3 months. His intention was to bide his time in this place, while McDowell, upon seeing his lieutenant's insignia, readily acknowledged his leadership and took the opportunity to fall into slumber. Humpolter was largely unconcerned with matters both within and outside the family, showing little interest in the position of heir. At the age of 27, he had already attained level 5 ability status, becoming a renowned expert within the family. Of course, every family had one or two prodigies, but Humpolter did not qualify as one. Another narrative suggested that he had been sent here at the behest of a prominent figure within the family to garner military achievements in this relatively low expert area, with the goal of advancing to the rank of major and returning to the northern ice fields to secure greater benefits for the family. Beside him leaned a two-handed greatsword, his weapon. As Ian and his companions approached the mountain pass, he had already taken note of their presence. Coincidentally, during the artillery strike on the settlement, the first shell had precisely targeted his office. However, at that moment, he was not there but rather in his bedroom enjoying a drink. The bombardment concluded in a mere half-minute. After launching a counterattack, the command post established within the settlement found that no further shells were incoming and thus abandoned any further assault. It was evident that the enemy merely aimed to fire a shell and relocate. The command post sustained minimal damage. Even if the ground structures were entirely destroyed, it would not significantly impact them. Following the attack, the fallen soldiers lay scattered in a collapsed room. The remaining personnel focused intently on raising their alertness, even taking the time to deploy an automatic alarm device at various points 500 meters outside the surrounding wall. This device was compact, designed to balance directly on the ground at preset angles, emitting an invisible infrared light screen, If a creature breaches the infrared curtain, the command center's basement will trigger an alarm. It is a straightforward yet practical measure. However, this infrared barrier holds little efficacy against abilities such as infrared vision possessed by certain individuals. Take Ian, for instance. He had already perceived the situation as he began his sprint. After teleporting, he crouched before the luminous barrier, utterly still, attuned to the movements of Brit and the others behind him. The commotion within the target area was, of course, not lost on him. The moment Humport's gaze swept in his direction, Ian made his move. He teleported into the air, a formidable sniper rifle materializing in his hands, and fired a shot while suspended mid-air. The bullet hurtled directly toward Humport's face. The gunshot resounded loudly, and the flash from the muzzle was conspicuous. When his figure reappeared on the ground at another location, a gunshot echoed behind him. Ian's eye twitched. He promptly teleported again, vanishing from his previous spot. Chapter 49. Brit's schemes and resentment. As Ian's figure dissipated, Humport had already leaped into action, his toes deftly curling around the sword's hilt. When his silhouette emerged in midair, the great sword was firmly in hand. He launched himself from the debris, his target being the individual crouched and firing at him. The bullet fired from behind was aimed at him in mid-flight, yet neither shot found its mark. However, these two shots drew the fire of the Red Moon's forces, a hail of bullets raining in both directions. The sound of bullets slicing through the air was excruciatingly sharp, prompting Ian to gently shake his head. Fixating on the approaching enemy, he turned and fled, intent on luring them toward Brit. Each individual was calculating their own escape. Humport was convinced that none present posed a threat to him. Ian believed he could slip away while simultaneously ensnaring Brit. Meanwhile, Brit saw this as the perfect opportunity. As he observed a figure burst forth from the target building, rushing toward Ian, he immediately set up a heavy machine gun, loading a belt of ammunition. With either of those two dead, he would emerge victorious. In a chase of pursuit and evasion, Ian retrieved two high-explosive grenades from his spatial pocket, yanking off the safety pins and holding them for roughly 2 seconds before tossing them behind him. The lethal radius of the grenades encompassed an indiscriminate area of over 200 square meters. 2 fireballs erupted amidst the whistling bullets of the heavy machine gun. Humport crossed his swords before him. A flash of red light illuminating the scene. It was a red barrier, ripples manifesting upon its surface. With a derisive laugh, Humport made a sweeping gesture, causing the great sword to vanish from his grasp, replaced instead by 2 RPGs. Sensing this development, Ian frantically changed direction, teleporting while sporadically flashing both in the air and on the ground. That weapon was far too terrifying. As Brit caught sight of the rocket launcher, he noticed a bright projectile soaring directly toward him. An overwhelming sense of danger sent a shiver down his spine. He instinctively grabbed an unknown individual nearby, pulling them down to use as a shield. A thunderous explosion followed. Once Brit rose, he didn't even glance at the person who had shielded him from the blast, but instead bolted into the mountains. He didn't have the time to wipe the blood from his nostrils. The shell detonated less than 10 meters away, and though he escaped shrapnel damage, his insides were severely shaken. In his panic, he hastily tore off 2 smoke grenades and tossed them behind him. Stuart, beside him, moved even faster. Upon spotting a figure appearing across from him, he had already turned and fled, even a second ahead of Brit. Humport observed the situation around him. Aside from the heavy machine gun, several snipers had also taken aim at him. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he shifted direction toward the mountain pass. In a matter of seconds, he closed the 600-meter distance, materializing beside a sniper and crushing the man's skull with a kick. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this, did not flee. Instead, they raised their firearms and fired wildly. Unfortunately, as the red light flickered, their assault rifles only created a flurry of ripples. With none of the bullets able to penetrate, it was only then that they realized the disparity in their abilities. He was a level 5 adept. Before the last words left their lips, he was already severing them into fragments with a blade of light, extending nearly 10 meters. In the fluidity of his movements, Humport danced with a grace that belied his size, weaving through the ranks of the Stevenson family soldiers, cleaving each one in half as he passed. The confined space soon became saturated with the stench of blood. Driven mad by the scent, Humport's eyes turned crimson as he howled to the heavens, his form accelerating with newfound fury. For level 3 or 4 adepts, unless they specialized in speed, Evading the close pursuit of a level 5 adept was nearly impossible. Moments later, the ground was littered with corpses. Humport came to a halt, surveying the scene before him, then gradually made his way toward the command center. He had no intention of giving chase. He understood that all present were level 4 adepts. Particularly one young fellow who had managed short-range teleportation. In such circumstances, pursuing would be futile. While he could catch up, it would serve no purpose. At the very least, Ian, swathed like a mummy, left behind a scent that was, if anything, even more alluring. The other two, however, fled with remarkable speed, their fear palpable. Britt, consumed by a mix of anger and fear, paused several kilometers later. Relieved to find no ominous presence pursuing him, he began to breathe heavily. Stuart, on the other hand, did not stop, escaping over 10 kilometers before finding a cave to hide in. He had merely come along for the ride, never anticipating the terror of a level 5 adept. He planned to remain in the cave for a day before making his way back, fully aware that his abilities lay solely in speed and ranged attacks, armed with an energy weapon, a rarity at the front lines. Regardless of how secure his hiding place was, Britt had previously returned alone. This time, he could not afford to do so again. Though he would not face punishment, 2 consecutive failures would undoubtedly subject him to ridicule within his family. Even the commanders at the front would not grant him any leniency, reporting his performance truthfully to his family. When that time came, he would certainly see his rank drop by 1 or 2 positions, a fate he was desperate to avoid. He had fought hard for his place at the front, aiming for achievements. Yet, Ian refused to serve as his subordinate and seldom heeded his commands. Britt had witnessed Ian's teleportation abilities and sensed that he might even possess the capacity to eliminate their formidable level 5 adversary. He could not help but wonder if Ian was currently being pursued. At this moment, he was not focused on escaping or wishing for Ian's demise. Instead, he pondered how to return in a manner that would allow him to save face. At the very least, he wanted to secure some measure of merit from this mission, providing his camp with a satisfactory report. After hiding for half an hour, he turned back toward the battlefield. Ian, perched atop a large tree, observed as Humport leisurely made his way back. From a distance of 2 kilometers, he could still discern the man's movements, though he could neither fire nor wish to. His journey had involved minimal contact with the ground, yet the prolonged teleportation had drained a significant amount of his stamina and energy. As he walked, he retrieved a nutrient supplement from his spatial pocket. Marveling once more at how space truly represented one of the most enigmatic and elusive abilities. Simultaneously, he recalled that the 2 projectiles fired earlier had also emerged from the same spatial realm. Thus, it was clear that this family possessed spatial abilities as well. Chapter 50. Severing the escape route, he was not oblivious to the risks of returning. However, in his pursuit of their equipment and at least 4 heavy machine gun ammunition belts, he was inclined to attempt a return. At the very least, the level 5 adept had departed. According to their customs, unless provoked once more, they typically would not turn back, primarily due to the hassle involved. More importantly, he needed his backpack to conceal the existence of his spatial abilities. Coincidentally, as he circled around and climbed to the summit of the mountain, he spotted a figure stealthily approaching from the opposite side. The distance between them was merely over 800 meters. Ian's pupils constricted into a cross shape as he activated his low-light vision. He observed Britt moving rapidly, utilizing various obstacles to approach the mountain pass while continuously scanning the distant settlement. In an instant, Ian grasped the situation. After his previous solitary return, Britt had likely faced reprimand from his family. This time, he sought to reclaim his honor and ensure Ian's demise. Ian began to descend slowly, eager to ascertain what abilities this scion of the Stevenson family possessed that emboldened him to return. Yet, Britt's speed in fleeing was indeed remarkable. In the distance, the settlement was no longer engulfed in flames, and the smoke rising into the air had dissipated somewhat. However, the infrared curtain remained intact. Ian hesitated to attempt crossing it again, fully aware that it served as a warning system and unwilling to act foolishly. Britt, wary, felt a mix of tension and irritation. He lifted the heavy machine gun abandoned on the ground, performing a quick inspection before replacing the ammunition belt and positioning himself behind a boulder. Turning back, he hoisted several corpses, casually discarding them around the boulder. Ian watched in disbelief as Britt dug a sizable pit in the ground, arranging a corpse within it in a prone position while leaving the sniper rifle beside it. The heavy machine gun was stowed away into the pit by him, and he crouched down into it as well. For him, such minor grievances were hardly of any consequence, as long as he could eliminate even a single level 4 ability user from the opposing side. He would return with something noteworthy to recount. However, the thought of returning without any kills, having lost the entire team, was one he did not wish to entertain further. Ian stood at a distance, observing his movements, maintaining a distance of approximately 700 meters, and even retreated over 100 meters. With Buelite being a level 4 ability user, he could not guarantee that he wouldn't be discovered if he moved closer. He reached for his sniper rifle and slowly crouched down. He awaited in silence, as he had suspected. Once Buelite was prepared, he lifted his sniper rifle and, after eliminating a soldier from the settlement with a single shot, withdrew into the pit. Ian shifted his position, lying flat on the ground, and after exhaling deeply, both his heartbeat and body temperature began to drop rapidly. Buelite aimed to lure the opposing forces out to investigate. At that moment, the weapon Ian desired most was a handheld cannon akin to the RPG from the opposing side. Just one shot would dispel all his troubles at such a close range. Merely aiming a meter above the pit would suffice to either mortally wound or incapacitate Buelite. Following the gunfire, chaos erupted within the settlement, and soon, Humpolter appeared atop the wall. Sniper, find him for me. Heavy machine gun, fire at any suspicious targets and flush him out. This is never-ending. I intend to devour him alive this time. Humpolter, clutching an assault rifle, instantaneously teleported out of the settlement. At this moment, Ian remained utterly still, not a single breath escaping him, resembling a solid rock. He released his perception, encompassing the position of the boulder. His target was not the high-ranking ability user opposite him, but Buelite. Just as Humpolter approached within 400 meters of the boulder, Ian retrieved 4 grenades, methodically pulling the pins. At this distance, the assault rifle posed no danger to him. He rose and hurled 2 grenades towards Buelite. Suddenly, a figure sprang from the pit and rapidly retreated. The explosions of the grenades sent debris flying, and as the fragments erupted, he threw the remaining 2 grenades towards the direction in which Buelite was fleeing. He then raised his hand and squeezed the trigger of the sniper rifle. This entire sequence of actions was completed in a mere second and a half, after which he turned and teleported towards the mountaintop to expedite his escape. The damage from the 2 grenades was minimal to Buelite. He had already leaped out of the pit and retreated nearly 5 meters by the time the grenades were airborne, putting him about 25 meters away from the explosion when it occurred. However, as the subsequent 2 grenades appeared before him, nearing detonation, he could only retreat hastily. Moreover, a large-caliber bullet arrived even sooner than the grenades. Long before the gunshot echoed in his ears, he felt a searing heat in his leg. And soon, all sensation in that limb vanished. In the darkness, warm blood spilled onto the ground, mingling with the dust and earth. This single bullet shattered all hope of his escape. The innumerable fragments generated by the grenade explosions covered a radius of 50 meters. With at least 100 fragments embedding themselves into his body, he was riddled with gaping wounds. Just as the scream escaped his lips, Humpolter's assault rifle erupted in flames, but not directed at Buelite. Rather at the swiftly retreating Ian. Although he had calculated the lead, Ian's teleportation exhibited no discernible pattern. By the time Buelite reached the boulder, he collapsed to the ground, futilely drawing his handgun to shoot at Ian in a frenzy. Humpolter, grinning wickedly, shattered Buelite's wrist and approached slowly. Oh, so you're a minor official? Humpolter scoffed. Blood drained rapidly from Buelite. Though his heart was filled with terror, he stubbornly declared, I am von Buelite Stevenson, a direct descendant of the Stevenson family. Humpolter chuckled derisively. And then what? He crouched down, mockingly observing Buelite's blood-splattered face, prodding his mangled arm with the assault rifle. Buelite, striving to maintain his composure, insisted, I demand treatment befitting my status as a prisoner and request a ransom commensurate with my worth in exchange for my life. After Hufuman returned to his family with the image of the killer responsible for Hooligan's death, he had been closely monitoring the situation. The reason being that although the image contained within that drop of blood appeared unremarkable, he harbored a strong intuition that the essence of the killer embedded within that blood might lead to dire consequences. While he was uncertain about what that might entail, the family's demand for the image in itself was not particularly exceptional. What was peculiar was the sweetness of the killer's essence. indicating that the blood's purity far surpassed that of an ordinary pure-blooded human. Chapter 51. A new crisis regardless of the family. The demand for pure blood is insatiable, and no opportunity to acquire pure blood would ever be overlooked, and he fervently hoped that the individual in charge of investigating this matter would allocate resources to him. Yet, after nearly a week of waiting, there was still no news from above. He found himself growing increasingly restless. He had firmly committed the essence to memory and needed only to pursue the investigation. With his level of ability, he was certain to track down that individual, even perfectly reconstructing every route taken by that person and every action performed, using it as a basis to predict and assess their next move. Furthermore, he had gathered all his elite retainers, 12 in total, forming a complete team. This included electronic experts, biochemical specialists, and masters of both close and ranged combat. Among them were even 2 snipers specialized at level 3. As the only mysterious ability user in the family capable of scene reconstruction, the resources he commanded far exceeded those of typical family offspring, even if he belonged to a collateral branch. In the mere decades following the nuclear war, the competition and warfare between the 2 major factions had shifted in nature. Regarding Hooligan's demise, he personally found it exceedingly foolish. He scoffed at the notion of openly engaging in trench warfare between the 2 factions. Only the weak among humanity would resort to such tactics. The era of respecting the strong had long since arrived, and regardless of willingness, this fact must be faced. The only aspect that remained unchanged was the family's deeply entrenched ideology, which was too firmly rooted to be shaken. While the struggle between direct descendants and collateral branches had not altered, the meritocratic principle was still in its infancy, having only been established for a few decades, and had yet to reach the stage of overturning the existing promotion system. Fortunately, any ability user above level 4, provided they possessed sufficient financial resources, could hire more individuals to join them as retainers, thus creating a personal force loyal solely to them. Though their numbers were few and could not rival the wealthier direct descendants within the family, each member of his team had been meticulously selected as a professional. Hufuman was one of the rare individuals whose personal and team capabilities were well balanced. The complementarity of abilities among teams had gained him considerable notoriety within the family, though his methods were not easily replicable by others. Ultimately, it stemmed from the differences in identity and status. During his teleportation, Ian glanced back and genuinely believed Bulite was doomed upon seeing the expert crouched beside him. He was entirely unaware of the long-standing tradition that existed between the true gatekeepers, one that included the practice of purchasing lives. Humpolter grinned as he gazed at Bulite, inquiring, "From the Stevenson family? Bestowed with the title of Vaughn?" Bulite struggled. "Yes, please help me stop the bleeding. You will receive the ransom you deserve." Humpolter seized Bulite by the collar and strode toward the command center. "Tell me about your family's situation. If you lie, I'll tear you apart, and it will simply be deemed as death by shelling." "Do you understand what I mean?" Bulite hurriedly nodded. After the 2 figures departed, merely 20 minutes passed before Ian returned. He intended to collect the corpse. However, when he found no trace of Bulite's body, he was left bewildered. Quickly gathering all usable equipment and ammunition, he hastened towards the location where vehicles had previously been stationed. These items could be exchanged for currency in the wilderness. As he collected every useful item, Stewart emerged from the cave, surveyed his surroundings, raised his gaze to the position of the moon above the leaden clouds, chose a direction, and swiftly departed the cave. He was unaware of Bulite's circumstances, nor did he possess any knowledge of Ian's situation. In the span of just 2 disappearances, the valley returned to its former tranquility. The only notable event was the death of dozens of individuals in the mountains, turning this place into a paradise for mutated creatures such as corrupted wolves, giant rats, or even colossal snakes. Ian chose a route leaning towards the front line, moving northward. Initially intending to head south, he was oblivious to the extent of the Stevenson family's front line, so he decided to change direction. Strictly speaking, he had no clear destination. His sole aim was to survive. However, unbeknownst to him, another significant event was unfolding in a vast estate located in the southeast. The drop of blood that MacDowell returned to his family contained not only his image, but also an explanation for MacDowell. For the MacDowell family, Ian had already been marked as a target for elimination. Almost within a week's time, the Who family also confirmed Ian's position on their family's kill list. Tasked with capturing Ian was the eagerly awaiting Hufuman. While the MacDowell family dispatched another level 6 ability user, Rupert McDowell, known as GUMS. The saying goes, there are misnamed individuals but no misnamed aliases. The abilities of Rupert remain a mystery to all. Yet he has never faltered in the art of tracking. Although not every target has been returned by his hand, it is undeniable that, without him, the majority of targets would likely remain unapprehended. After Ian departed from the Hunter family's line, Hoffman and Rupert set forth with their respective teams. The two factions arrived at the command post where battles had raged, only to discover that Humboldt had already dispatched Blett to the frontline medical facility for treatment. Despite losing a hand and a leg, he was not truly beyond salvation. Provided he could return to his family with sufficient resources and time, it was conceivable that he could regrow his lost limbs, albeit at a considerable expense, one that ultimately depended on whether his father would be willing to pay. However, the prerequisite remained that he must first pay a hefty sum to ensure his survival and return to the family. Healing was a matter to be addressed upon his return. Blett had never anticipated that, as he risked his life to return and seize an opportunity, Ian would launch an attack against him. Even more surprising was that the skilled adversary chose not to pursue Ian, but instead retreated to the settlement. To make matters worse, while attempting to lure the opposing sniper, he managed to kill a mere third-level Red Moon warrior, only to attract the attention of a fifth-level expert. When faced with this formidable opponent, Ian's grenades and sniper rifle had already inflicted severe injuries upon him, rendering him unable to escape or retaliate. Merely 4 standard high-explosive grenades and 1 bullet had placed him in a dire predicament. This was the very reason he harbored such animosity toward Ian. What glory in battle! To hell with it. All he desired was to survive and return to his family, to publicly expose Ian's treachery that led to his downfall, and subsequently place a bounty on Ian in both the light and dark factions. He was determined to see Ian dead. Humboldt, however, was unconcerned with such matters. After confirming Blett's identity with the family, he tended to his injuries. The ransom for Blett and his rightful share would be pursued by the family, sparing him from such worries. What piqued his interest at that moment was the enigmatic figure known as Ian, whom he had not pursued. Chapter 52. Are the individuals you are tracking the same person? According to Blett, the name and characteristics of the mummy were quite clear. Furthermore, this individual was the murderer of Huligan and Hua. Humboldt had initially assumed that the killer of Huligan was also a 5th-level ability user, never suspecting that it was the work of a 4th-level individual, and of course, aside from Ian himself, no one was aware that he had actually attained 5th-level status. Humboldt immediately contacted the family and learned that Hoffman would lead a team to pursue the suspect. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the Duval family had also dispatched a small squad. This compelled him to ponder further. Why had the Duval family sent personnel as well? Although he had not seen the portrait, he recognized the unique aura, and while the impression was not vivid, the suite sent alongside Blett's description of silver hair and blue eyes, armed with a large sniper rifle and 2 remarkably lethal revolvers, provided him with an additional advantage. He possessed knowledge of Ian's true appearance and weapon characteristics that Hoffman and Rupert lacked. Moreover, in terms of sheer combat prowess, he alone could easily overpower the two of them. As for their retainers, he viewed them as mere fodder, capable of delaying him for a mere 3 to 5 minutes before he dispatched them. Nevertheless, he had no intention of eliminating the two. Unless the two families formally declared war, they could only compete or cooperate. Before entering the conference room to face the two pursuers, Humboldt deliberately arranged for 2 of his own retainers to accompany him. Until he was certain whether Hoffman had acquired specific information about Ian, he would not voluntarily disclose anything, unless the family had already conveyed Ian's details to Hoffman following their interrogation of Blett. Even in that scenario, he believed he still held a certain advantage. Hoffman and Rupert were quite the novelty. The 2 most skilled captors from their respective families were now before him. How unfortunate. He mused that Mike remained dormant, leaving him to host their meeting. Humboldt wore a smile, feigning indifference to their purpose. Rupert, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, possessed a leaner physique compared to the robust Hoffman. With his grayish-black eyes glimmering with a hint of red, Rupert spoke nonchalantly. No need to sugarcoat it. You know precisely why we are here, don't you, Hoffman? Hoffman shrugged and leaned forward, addressing Rupert. My presence here is to track the murderer of Holman. With the portrait provided by Mike.it is entirely within the realm of family matters. However, Rupert, your team does not appear to be here on a combat mission, does it? Rupert calmly shook his head. Note that I am also here to apprehend individuals listed on the family's wanted list. You understand that family affairs always follow a certain hierarchy. I had no choice but to come. Otherwise, I would have preferred to enjoy a drink in my little abode within the family. Humboldt chuckled. Can you tell me if the individuals you're tracking are the same person? Rupert, could you elaborate? He fixed his gaze on Rupert, determined not to miss any subtle shifts in expression. Feigning ease. Rupert replied, a fourth-level sniper expert. If he is indeed the one who killed Houligan, then perhaps we have an opportunity for collaboration. Hoffman chuckled lightly. What a coincidence. The portrait was provided by your family. Unless Mike Duval created two, it is improbable for you to possess such extensive information. Rupert's hands, previously interlinked on the table, now spread wide in a gesture of resignation. It is as I mentioned earlier. Family matters compel me to be here. If it weren't for your words, I would have been unaware that the portrait was provided by Mike. Humboldt slammed his hand on the table, declaring loudly, since you are both in pursuit of the same individual, why not set off together? If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to voice your needs, be it equipment or personnel. I can provide it all. He expressed sincere regret. Alas, I cannot accompany you. I am confined here. And with Mike in slumber, the matters of this segment command my attention. Rupert chuckled softly, rising to address Hoffman. What is your stance? Shall we pursue our paths independently or join forces? Hoffman, equally smiling, extended his hand. Let us join forces. That lad is a sniper, and he may very well have reached 5th level by the time we catch up to him. More hands make for a safer endeavor. And the prowess of Lord Rupert's abilities is indeed enviable. It would be a pleasure to witness them in action. The two clasped hands firmly. Humboldt rapped the table and inquired, do you require any specific equipment? If not, then I shall take my leave for a brief rest. The two tracking experts shook their heads in unison. No need. Humboldt shrugged, rose, and exited the conference room, followed by his two retainers. Hoffman remarked with a light chuckle. Let us depart from here and investigate the site where that fellow eliminated Hua and Houligan. Rupert's eyes brightened. You know the location? Ian, knife in hand, was methodically dissecting a mutated berserk bear. A complete bear hide lay on the ground beside him, while 4 bear paws had been severed and the bear gallbladder, the size of a fist, had been stored in his dimensional space. The heart of the berserk bear was immense and remarkably muscular. He had encountered this colossal creature merely minutes prior. Initially reluctant to fire, he had been compelled to do so when the bear, sensing his presence from a kilometer away, charged toward him in a desperate hunger. Ian patiently selected a bullet devoid of engraved characters, loaded it into the magazine, and, as the bear approached at nearly 90 kilometers per hour and was within a mere 100 meters, he squeezed the trigger. The 12.7 millimeters bullet penetrated the bear's skull the instant it exited the barrel, bringing the beast crashing to the ground. The sheer inertia of its massive frame meant that it came to rest right at his feet. The skinned bear hide measured close to 4 meters in length. Not only was it of considerable size, but the creature also boasted numerous edible parts. The bear paws were entirely consumable, while the gallbladder, though inedible, was a highly sought-after reagent. He collected small portions of the heart and brain tissue, sealing them in genetic sample vials. The remainder consisted of selecting edible portions to be stored in his dimensional space. Even the inedible segments, aside from the mutated tissues, were partially preserved for use as bait in future hunts. Once his tasks were complete, he did not depart the area. Instead, he built a fire in the midst of the pungent surroundings and began roasting the bear paws. This was the most delectable meal he had enjoyed in a week. Gradually, the aroma wafted through the air, attracting rustling sounds from the surroundings. Without turning, he sensed 3 decayed wolves approaching, their heads bowed low, greedily sniffing the air. Chapter 53. Rupert's mighty aura emanating from Ian deterred the decayed wolves from recklessly advancing. Yet the tantalizing scent of food incited their primal instincts, compelling them to attempt a closer approach. Or perhaps, refusing to give up. Ian continued to gnaw on the bear paw, casually tossing a burning piece of wood towards the decayed wolves. Without a sound, the wolves leapt back in alarm. Ian chuckled softly, tossing the remnants of the gnawed bear paw into the darkness. Almost the same moment, amidst the darkness, sounds of contention and growls erupted. It was not until he had finished gnawing on the bear paw, wiped his hands clean, and stood up to hoist his backpack before turning to depart that the decaying wolves dared not approach within a 20-meter radius. That moment, he was over 600 kilometers away from Fuman and Rupert. He had never imagined that someone would continue to pursue him. Instead, he pressed on in a roughly northern direction. The map of the dark campsite was entirely unfamiliar to him. The route he chose predominantly followed ridges and mountain summits, allowing for a broader view. Whenever he encountered any settlement, even one inhabited by marauders, he would draw near to barter his prey for water and food. Over the course of more than a week, he had expended approximately 100 bullets. His current ammunition reserve could sustain this rate of usage for another 2.5 months, so he felt no urgency. Along the way, he had subsisted solely on the game he hunted, rather than on rapidly replenishing nutritional supplements, partly due to the repugnant taste of the latter. The only necessity was to replenish his water supply. After discovering the lair of the ferocious bear, he meticulously collected numerous genetic samples, intending to keep them for future trade. Upon crossing the great mountain, he was greeted by an expansive plain. Though distant mountain ranges were visible, the vastness of this plain was substantial. At the foot of the mountain lay what appeared to be an abandoned town. After traversing the mountains for over a week, he felt a sense of relief wash over him as he began his descent. He was in dire need of a map. Not only did Fuman's entourage include specialists in biochemistry, but Rupert also possessed such talents. They were currently engaged in the careful collection of soil samples at the site where Ligon had fallen. These samples contained not only Ligon's blood, but also that of Ian and Hua. Both Fuman and Rupert possessed spatial abilities, undoubtedly derived from the genetic agents of the Hu family. All vehicles, equipment, and analytical instruments had been stowed away by the two, for otherwise, they would have had to abandon them while traversing the mountains. In contrast, Fuman's entourage began to gather as many bloodstains from Ligon as possible from the battleground. This portion of blood would become Fuman's private fortune. On the black market, the blood of the Hu family commanded exorbitant prices. Ian's blood would also fetch a considerable sum, though that would depend on their capture of Ian. Based on time calculations, the last appearance of that lad was approximately 1 week ago. After Ligon's demise, Bolt had not been forthright. He must have engaged in battle against the other party. Otherwise, Van Blet from the Stevenson family would not have spoken with such precision. Although it was necessary to avoid Rupert, I could not directly begin restoration and simulation at the segment command post. I did not wish to overtly display my ability level before Rupert. What was required now was for him to demonstrate his powers and provide me with a general direction. Fuman was always cautious. Yet Rupert's abilities remained an enigma. He rarely acted and had never failed in his endeavors. Most of his time was spent in the estate, and all information regarding Rupert was cloaked in half-truths. Fuman believed that exercising utmost caution was prudent. Clenching a cigar, he sat in the tent of the makeshift camp, observing the busy movements of his entourage outside. In another tent, Rupert was intently examining the results of the instruments. He needed to see 3 entirely distinct genetic fragments. However, 2 weeks had elapsed since the battle, and the genetic fragments displayed on the screen were utterly indecipherable, leaving him disheartened. The only aspect that made his journey seem worthwhile was that one of the dried blood samples, upon being mixed with the nutrient solution, revealed genetic remnants that were, in fact, non-existent. There were no fragments or broken genes visible, just a pure black liquid. This peculiarity was precisely why he was so fixated on this blood sample. The detached blood had evidently self-destructed all its genetic material. This could only indicate that the uniqueness of the original blood, or rather its genes, exceeded all expectations. Unreplicable, untraceable, unusable. This was completely at odds with the findings of contemporary biochemical research. Unlike Fuman, Rupert's ability level reached 6, but his 6th level ability was a mysterious precognition. Specializing in this ability, all his other powers were of the most rudimentary 3rd level. Almost all his evolutionary points had been allocated to enhancing this precognition. Should he elevate it to the 7th level, it would evolve into foresight. Currently, his precognition could foresee events up to 3 days ahead, albeit with an accuracy of only around 60%, yet that was sufficient for him to evade all dangers. Upon reaching foresight, he would be able to anticipate occurrences within a single day, with an accuracy exceeding 90%. Thus, although there were temporal gaps, the precision would increase by more than 50%. He was, moreover, an unequivocal expert in biochemistry, which was his true passion. Hu Fuman anticipated that he would showcase his abilities, yet Rupert had no intention of doing so. He merely needed to carry this extraordinarily peculiar blood sample with him to foresee potential encounters with individuals or creatures related to it. His ability did not require activation. It was entirely spontaneous. Just as he extracted the sample from the electron microscope, he knew that the owner of this blood would soon enter a settlement, specifically on the edge of a vast plain. Although precise locations and directions were lacking, this did not hinder his ability to search for similar areas on the map, delineate them, and send his entourage to investigate. He had brought a substantial entourage, each member being a third-level ability user. They encompassed every aspect of the 5 primary ability systems. Whether it be manipulation, the mysterious, reconnaissance, combat, or spellcasting, each individual had reinforced at least 4 abilities. All at the 3rd level. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Among them was even a gene agent for earth manipulation that he himself had developed. This on the extent of Rupert's formidable presence. Furthermore, the family had dispatched 2 4th-level ability users for personal protection. Had it not been for the shocking images and accompanying notes provided by McDowell, he would hardly have left the family. Chapter 54. Norwood. He commanded his subordinates to bring forth a map. Using this location as a reference point, he calculated the time of Hu Ligan's death to be approximately 15 days prior. Estimating a maximum travel distance of 100 kilometers per day, he thus drew a large circle. If the target proceeded straight in any given direction, the range would be about 1,500 kilometers. However, in each direction within this range, there were continuous mountain ranges. Excluding the path toward the light camp, which he could not traverse, if the target had genuinely returned to the light camp, he could return home now. A 6th-level ability user rashly entering the opposing camp would only result in death, with no chance for negotiation. On the dark camp side, there were only 4 areas with plains. In fact, these could hardly be considered plains. Any flat terrain not exceeding 10,000 square kilometers was deemed a plain by those in the dark camp. It was said that there were even more expansive plains in the former Gaul. But that was merely hearsay. He had never departed from the dark camp. How to arrange personnel across the 4 potential target areas was a pressing question. On the mountainside, Ian chopped several branches to create a makeshift sled. He extracted the skins of the giant rats and ferocious bears he had collected during this time, along with the skin of a giant python, dragging them down the mountain. He had confirmed that there was activity in the ruins below. Just minutes before, 2 vehicles had emerged from the mountain pass and entered this modest settlement. 100 or so houses stood sparsely arranged, and even a railway ran through this small town. Ian deduced that there must be a mine in the mountains, likely abandoned for quite some time. Most importantly, there had to be water here. Regardless of the level of water treatment, he could at least obtain 4th-level treated water, which was practically assured. The only concern was that this was his first time trading on the dark campsite. He was uncertain about the prices and the form of currency used, and he possessed no licenses. Therefore, he would just have to pass himself off as a wilderness drifter. The bar was located at the center of the town, and Ian slowly dragged his small sled into the settlement. His 2 guns were visible at his waist. Others could only see the bandages peeking out from beneath his cloak's hood. Although he had entered the plain area, the ground was not entirely composed of sand and gravel. Rather, it was grassy. He did not observe any farmland, which was likely situated on the other side of the mountains. Countless eyes from the rooms on either side watched the goods on the sled through windows and door cracks. As Ian advanced, a strong scent of blood permeated the air. Sensing the gaze fixated on his M500, Ian raised his head to meet the source of the stare. The sunglasses beneath his hood appeared for the first time. Causing the gaze to retract, Ian lowered his head and continued toward the bar. Upon reaching the entrance, he left the sled outside, pushed the door open, and, accompanied by the chime of a bell, Ian beheld the interior of the bar. Unlike any bar he had encountered before, this one was devoid of patrons during the day. The individual behind the counter did not even lift his head. There were no scantily clad barmaids adorned with mutations, which left Ian momentarily stunned. He stood at the entrance and called out loudly, "Do you buy the skins of mutated ferocious bears?" Behind the bar, a face adorned with spectacles emerged, accompanied by a voice imbued with an effeminate quality that inquired, "Are you certain that you killed a mutated violent bear and not a mutated wild boar?" The dim lighting of the bar rendered visibility somewhat challenging, yet the subtle softness in that voice compelled Ian to activate his low-light vision, allowing him to scrutinize the speaker more closely. The individual appeared to be a youth, seemingly no older than 30, a record for the youngest bar owner Ian had ever encountered. Most striking was the individual's pallid complexion, which seemed almost otherworldly, coupled with features that exuded a certain delicacy, curiously devoid of malice. When the young man lifted his hands from beneath the bar, Ian discerned that he was gripping a rather impressive shotgun, capable of firing dozens of pellets in an instant. With a range of 20 meters, making it quite formidable at close quarters. Ian found himself within a mere 10 meters of that weapon. I am quite certain that I have slain a 4-meter-long mutated violent bear, and its gallbladder remains intact. Regrettably, I have already consumed its paw, Ian stated calmly. Are you a wilderness hunter? The young man queried. One might say so, albeit without a license, Ian replied. Then you cannot truly be considered a wilderness hunter. At best, you are merely a solitary wanderer of the wilds. But who really cares? Now, let us examine your bare hide. As the young man rose, Ian noted that he stood at least 1.90 meters tall. He found it rather surprising that individuals within this dark faction generally towered over him. Standing at 1.83 meters, Ian was not particularly short, yet not exceptionally tall either. Turning to face the gathering crowd that observed him with curiosity, Ian bent down to untie the vines atop the wooden frame. He lifted a massive bare hide, shaking it out before laying it upon the ground. The visual impact of that bare hide, spread out before him, was undeniably staggering. It dwarfed Ian, not even a third of its size. A gaping hole marred the bear's skull, from which a dried, reddish-white substance exuded a nauseating stench. Additionally, he unfurled a massive python skin. Measuring 1 meter in length, its sheen somewhat muted yet entirely intact, save for the absence of its head. The bar owner crouched down, gingerly touching the bare hide, then the python skin, seemingly ignoring the several giant rat skins hanging on the frame. Shot through the mouth and into the brain. A swift kill. What audacity, what marksmanship! The young man exclaimed, smacking his lips. Ian chuckled lightly. Just fortunate, I suppose. What price do you demand? The young man inquired. Ian glanced at the onlookers and replied, Shall we discuss this inside? Very well. The young man smiled. My name is Norwood. Ian. Then, Mr. Ian, please join me for a drink, Norwood said with a grin, noticing Ian's gaze fixated on the items on the ground. Fear not. My possessions are untouched by anyone. From this statement, Ian surmised that this young man was likely a level 3 or 4 ability user. Otherwise, such confidence would be unfounded. Moreover, that shotgun was likely modified to fire specialized rounds. The two men entered the bar, where Ian took a seat at the counter while Norwood returned to the bar's interior. 2 glasses of liquor soon appeared before them. I cannot afford the tab, Ian admitted awkwardly. Norwood chuckled. It's on me. Now, do you seek currency or goods in exchange? Ian replied. A map, 10 bottles of water, and 50 standard 12.7 millimeters rounds. If that falls short, the bare gallbladder can supplement. Should there be excess, simply convert it to water. You do realize this isn't Red Moon City, right? Even in Red Moon City, a bare hide would not fetch such a price. Norwood shook his head vigorously. Disbelief etched across his face. Ian unzipped his backpack and produced the bare gallbladder, damp and glistening. After downing the contents of his glass, he carefully placed the gallbladder atop the glass's rim. Norwood scrutinized the gallbladder, then nodded. Considering the snake and rat skins, along with this gallbladder, I might begrudgingly offer you a map and 15 bottles of water. The ammunition, however, is off the table. You simply lack sufficient goods to warrant such a price. Ian pondered for a moment before saying, what if I were to offer you 105.56 millimeters rounds in exchange for 12.7 millimeters rounds? How many could I procure? Precisely what you desire, Norwood affirmed. Are you certain you wish to trade rather than keep them for yourself? Though the range of a carbine could extend beyond a kilometer, its lethality was limited. Ian had initially collected these items to barter for supplies. Thus he shook his head, indicating he had no need for them. Deal. He feigned rummaging through the bottom of his backpack and produced a metal box containing 2 paper cartons, each filled with 10 stacks of 50 rounds. Now, may I see that map? Ian asked, placing the ammunition on the bar. Norwood opened a drawer and retrieved an electronic tactical board. This is military-grade equipment, quite valuable, but I'll let you have it for a steal. Suddenly, Ian recalled that he possessed a similar device, issued to him by the Stevenson family, though he was uncertain of its contents and not particularly adept at using it. Clang. The 2 cartons were placed heavily on the bar. These are standard 12.7mm rounds, 50 in total. Then, 15 bottles of water were also set down on the counter. A brief glance confirmed to Ian that these were all level 4 processed water. It appeared the water treatment facilities here were quite advanced. Or perhaps the standard for trade water was simply level 4. He stowed the water and ammunition back into his backpack, asking, "Could you teach me how to operate this electronic board? And is there sufficient power supply?" Norwood nodded. "The power is ample, and I can provide you with an extra battery. In no time, Ian learned how to navigate the device. Its advantages were evident, allowing him to view topographical lines depicting mountains, rivers, and inhabited areas, complete with city names and distance measurements. For Ian, this was invaluable. Regardless of its origin, the worth of this device was immeasurable. Norwood seemed to grasp his thoughts, murmuring, "This was acquired, and it's of relatively high grade. However, it has lingered unsold, with no one willing to take it off my hands. Normal sales channels have proven futile, hence the bargain for you." Ian smiled. "How much for a bottle of water? I'd like to purchase more." Norwood silently grinned. "Your backpack doesn't belong here. Would you like to trade it for one? It's quite cheap. Just 10 rounds will suffice. If you can produce another 105.56 rounds, I can offer you 50 of the rounds you seek, along with a backpack as a bonus," Norwood added. Ian, at a loss for words, glanced down at his own pack. Indeed, it was the military-issued one he had received. He reached inside and tossed 4 magazines onto the bar. 50 rounds for a backpack, the rest for water? Norwood genuinely laughed. It was clear he had a need for standard ammunition, perhaps for trading purposes, as fewer people required 12.7mm rounds. Moments later, the transaction was complete. Ian sorted through his belongings, transferring them into the new backpack. Although the new pack appeared pristine, a single hole indicated it had been salvaged from a battlefield. Ian was unconcerned. "Which direction is the nearest major city? And how far is it?" Ian inquired, preparing to depart. Norwood shrugged. "What is so appealing about a major city? It lies approximately 470 kilometers to the north-northeast. You can check it yourself on the map." Ian smiled. "Thank you for the drink. Next time, it's my treat." As Ian hefted his backpack, Norwood placed a coin on the bar. "This is the universal currency. A bottle of water costs 2 coins. Consider it a memento. I hope to see you again." Ian focused intently on him for half a second, then pocketed the coin and turned to leave the bar. The moment the door closed behind him, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Adjusting his hat, he lowered his head and hastily exited the town, entering the mountainous terrain. Finding a relatively secure spot, he activated his cognitive faculties to their fullest extent, beginning a thorough assessment. This marked the first time he felt such a foreboding sense of anxiety. Something pertinent to him was afoot, a warning from his basic luck, yet upon delving deeper into this primary luck, he sensed as if it were being obscured by a more formidable, mysterious force. After a prolonged period of careful contemplation, he ultimately concluded that his basic luck was not obstructed, but rather suppressed by a more potent, mysterious ability. This indicated that events surrounding him were steeped in hostility. Otherwise, such a phenomenon would not occur. This realization sparked an unease within him. Surveying his surroundings, he began to exert himself and sprint. At the moment Ian experienced this sense of foreboding, Rupert's level 6 precognition reached a conclusion. The imprecision of his foresight led Rupert to deduce that Ian had entered the plane's point 4 potential locations were identified. After conferring with Huffman, Rupert merely informed him of the target's likely current position, refraining from disclosing the basis for his conclusion. Huffman harbored no doubts regarding the accuracy of Rupert's deduction and promptly stated that the 2 teams would commence from the south, methodically verifying the correctness of the 4 locations in succession. In less than 10 minutes, the camp was thoroughly cleaned, and between the 2 individuals, there were no secrets regarding their personal spaces. Rather, they genuinely embarked on a collaboration. As for the competition that might arise between them, that would only come into play upon sighting their objective. However, the first location they were headed to was in the far south, while Ian's arrival was in the far north. With a distance exceeding 2,000 kilometers separating the 2, if we were to consider geographical positions prior to the nuclear conflict, this would entail traversing the territories of 3 small nations. With Rupert's premonition and Huffman's scene reconstruction, within merely a day and a half, the 2 locations spanning over 1,000 kilometers were eliminated by Huffman. More than 40 individuals sped towards the 3rd location in powerful off-road vehicles. At this juncture, Ian had only just arrived at the last settlement en route to Red Moon City. The distance from there to Red Moon City was a mere 170 kilometers. During this time, he acquired a new character, Poison. Chapter 56, Jinda Town. Furthermore, this character required the application of his own blood onto the warhead. This signified that the effect produced by the character, when combined with blood, would manifest as an unparalleled toxin. Despite being aware that his own flesh and blood possessed an extraordinary devouring capability, exceedingly aggressive and with a terrifying replication speed, this did not necessitate verification in a biochemical laboratory. He simply knew. This also explained why all the residual blood and genetic material within him would self-destruct after a certain period. Once instinct and consciousness issued a command, this directive would be executed down to the genetic level. Unless instinct deemed such an action life-threatening and subsequently refused to comply. Thus far, the most significant act of rebellion exhibited by instinct was merely the desire to flee when confronted with Hulican. Ian bore his powerful sniper rifle on his back. Hua Ao's gun was prepared in the space, with 10 rounds in the magazine and 1 round chambered, ready to fire at any moment. There were also over 10 assault rifles in the space, all intricately engraved with acceleration characters on their bullets. AS for penetration and explosion. He dared not casually inscribe characters on them anymore, for the effects were not only different but could also conflict with one another. This issue might only be resolved upon the emergence of a new character. This settlement was not a refuge for wild marauders. With a perimeter wall and guard posts established, it was evident that this was a settlement set up by the wild drifters themselves, intended to provide a resting or trading place for travelers heading to Red Moon City. Wild marauders would not linger in one place for long. Their sole endeavor was to seize everything they laid their eyes on through force. From this perspective, regardless of the faction, the occurrences in the wilderness were entirely the same, devoid of distinction. Thus, the reason why the two factions had been at odds for so many years remained a mystery. Outside the entrance of the settlement, Ian observed 2 rudimentary watchtowers, one of which had a machine gun aimed directly at him. He raised his hand and waved towards the watchtower, then slowly walked into the settlement. The population within this settlement was the largest he had ever seen in the dark camp. Not only were there people on the streets, but there were even vendors selling food. He was astonished to find that the food and water here did not appear to be monopolized, not controlled by any single individual. Typically, such settlements had a singular leader, wielding all the force and controlling all resources. Clearly, this was not the case here. Ian casually inquired about the location of a bar, and after traversing an alley, he entered a street behind it. The settlement, constructed based on existing buildings, covered a considerable area. By Ian's estimation, it spanned at least several 100,000 square meters. He found the bar, and after briefly contemplating, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. During the daytime, the bar was filled with patrons. Yet, no one paid heed to the arrival of this stranger. Apart from the bartender, only the barmaid noticed his presence. Ian sidestepped the woman attempting to peddle drinks and made a beeline for the bar counter. He retrieved a bullet from his pocket and tapped it on the counter. "I've run out of money. Can this be exchanged for a drink?" he inquired loudly, having to raise his voice due to the blaring, discomforting music in the bar. He wondered where the electricity came from. The sound of the bullet tapping caught the attention of the bar owner. He picked up the 5.66 bullet, examining it closely, and asked, "What's this pattern for?" Ian chuckled and plopped himself down onto a chair, responding, "Just something I carved for luck, hoping it'll help me take down a beast with a single shot." At that moment, aside from his lips, no other skin was exposed. Yet this was not surprising. In the wilderness, most individuals dressed similarly to him. "1 bullet won't suffice for a drink. You'll need to part with at least 4 more. Spoke a robust man who had appeared beside Ian. With curly hair and a rugged visage, he bore an unusually clean-shaven chin, a rarity in these times. Clad in leather attire, with empty hands, he seemed to pose little threat. Ian smiled, reached into his pocket, and placed a handful of bullets on the bar. "Let us start with 1 drink, and we'll see from there." The characters engraved on these bullets were limited to a single inscription, acceleration. They were all assault rifle rounds, kept merely for trading purposes. The speed of the bullets typically went unnoticed, as they were short-range and not subject to deliberate scrutiny. Holding the glass of alcohol, Ian took ASIP. Was diluted with a considerable amount of water, but it contained an unknown additive that left his tongue tingling, likely something designed to expedite numbness. The drink's effect remained unchanged, but the alcohol content was actually quite low. Get me one too. Are those coming from Red Moon City still headed there? The man tossed a few coins onto the counter, then grinned at Ian. Inquiring. Just arrived. Planning to check out the scene in Red Moon City, Ian replied succinctly, Red Moon City. That place is a den of decadence, where no amount of money suffices. Accepting the drink handed to him by the bartender, the man gulped down half of it. Ian nodded, remaining silent. Just then, as the man spoke, Ian was once again struck by a wave of unease. The color beneath his bandages shifted slightly. He was uncertain where the impending danger originated. But it certainly did not stem from this bar. Soon, he made a decision. Are there other settlements around here? I came from the south, Ian casually asked, noting the man's rapid drinking. The man laughed heartily. Buy me a drink, and I'll answer any questions you have. As long as I know the answers, 1 question per drink. Ian nodded and nudged the bullets on the bar, saying, I have but one question. Are there any abandoned settlements within 200 kilometers of Red Moon City? The man counted 5 bullets, examining them closely before sighing. Did you carve these? Quite the charming little things. You still haven't answered my question. Ian replied coolly. Yes, about 140 kilometers northeast from here lies Jinda, which used to be a transportation hub but was devastated during the war and has been abandoned for decades. Jinda. That place was also listed on the electronic board, though Ian was uncertain if it was indeed a deserted town. The location and distance seemed to align, and Ian nodded, lifting his bandaged chin. Take your time with the drink. Downing the remainder of his drink, he gave a slight nod to the bartender and the man before turning to leave the bar. Chapter 57. I remembered, after exiting the bar, Ian spent half an hour traversing every corner of the settlement. Thus, every nook and cranny of this settlement became a vividly realistic three-dimensional image in his mind's map. Should a battle arise here, he could easily locate the hiding spots he desired. This ability bore no relation to a powerful memory. It was purely akin to writing and reading. Upon leaving the settlement, Ian quickened his pace, commencing a run at approximately 60 kilometers per hour. He needed to ascertain the source of danger, and the best way was to seek a deserted location and await the crisis. An uninhabited area would facilitate his concealment and ambush. Jinda, like every town before it, was situated beside a dry river, not far from the sprawling mountains. Ian climbed the mountain, roamed around, then gradually circled inward, narrowing the area until every detail was etched in his mind before entering Jinda. He explored every corner of the ruins, even inspecting each room. The town was permeated with his essence. To his delight, he discovered the existence of sewers within this town. After decades of neglect, the odor within the sewers was not unpleasant. Of course, even if it were, he would not mind. After familiarizing himself with the town's sewer system, he returned to the surface. He chose the attic of an abandoned church. The roof had been blown away, and the partially collapsed attic faced the plains. The ground was thick with dust. Ian shed his cloak, set down his backpack, and removed each item within it, methodically storing them in his space. He gathered some wood and kindled a fire. From this point onward, he needed to consume copious amounts of food to ensure his body had sufficient energy. Once danger erupted, he feared he might not even have time to consume nutrient supplements. He had found it. This was the place he had visited. Huffman's complexion appeared somewhat flushed. 3 locations, with a total distance exceeding 2,000 kilometers. Had it not been for his extraordinary ability to reconstruct scenes after such a lengthy passage of time, he would have been uncertain whether he could still detect the lingering scent left by Ian. However, upon reaching the final location, Huffman affirmed the presence of Ian's aroma. This was corroborated during their inquiries in the settlement. Neither Huffman nor Rupert adopted a condescending demeanor. Despite their entourage of over 40 individuals clad in luxurious uniforms, unmistakably hailing from prominent families and feared in the wilderness, they maintained an air of humility. In recent days, only one outsider had visited, trading a bare skin for a dozen bottles of water before departing. The pale-skinned Norwood, whose appearance and voice bore a somewhat effeminate quality, calmly responded to Rupert and Huffman's inquiries. Indeed, that individual was swathed in bandages, much like the solitary wanderers of the wild. No, I do not know where he has gone. That was not a question I was meant to ask, was it, gentlemen? High-level adept, hailing from a distinguished family, accompanied by a formidable retinue, Ian, the solitary wanderer from the Light faction. An exceptional marksman, this encapsulated all that Norwood knew. Yet he felt no particular attachment to this knowledge. In this settlement, he was the chief, but not an impulsive one. The secretive places within the mountains harbored sufficient food and water for everyone to survive. He had no intention of jeopardizing himself for a stranger with whom he had conducted a single transaction. Yet, he refrained from revealing that he had provided Ian with an electronic board. Nor did he disclose Ian's whereabouts. The two composed individuals before him, exuding calmness and flanked by an imposing number of attendants, could easily obliterate his settlement. After leaving the tavern, Rupert furrowed his brow, stating, "I can only ascertain what he intends to do within the next 3 days. However, the location remains for you to confirm." Huffman closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, opened them again, a peculiar smile gracing his features. "This fellow has lied. Not only has he traded the bear skin, but he has also traded ammunition. What intrigues me is where he acquired a military-grade electronic tactical board to barter for his target." Rupert's gaze sharpened, and he nodded to the attendants beside him. 4 of them promptly brandished their firearms and charged into the tavern. Moments later, Norwood was dragged out, while the other attendants formed a defensive perimeter, their weapons aimed outward. The onlookers peering through the cracks and windows of the surrounding buildings quickly retreated. This was not their conflict. Nobody was foolish enough to confront such a powerful faction. Though life was arduous, they were at least alive. "Speak. What is that man's name? What else did you trade?" Rupert inquired blandly. Norwood, ashen-faced, whispered, "My lord, that man is named Ian. I also traded an electronic tactical board acquired long ago and 100 rounds of ammunition, which are in the drawer at the bar. There is truly nothing else, my lord." Another attendant immediately entered the tavern and soon emerged with the ammunition. Huffman took the bullets and inhaled deeply. Indeed, it bore his scent. Rupert turned to Norwood and asked, "Truly have no clue as to where that man has gone?" Norwood grimaced and replied, "My lord, I would not dare deceive you. I genuinely do not know. He merely came to trade, and I could hardly inquire about his destination." Rupert nodded. 2 attendants seized Norwood and pulled him aside, drawing their pistols and executing him with a single shot to the head. The group quickly departed in their vehicle, kicking up dust that spread into the air. Strangely, for several minutes after their departure, no one in the settlement dared to step outside. Meanwhile, the scattered remnants of Norwood began to trickle back. As the convoy vanished from the town, Norwood slowly sat up, his complexion pale and his eyes filled with malice. "Damn it, is it truly this ruthless? The Duval family, the who family I shall remember." His gaze swept over those still peeking through the cracks, and he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, silently chuckling to himself as he returned to the tavern. Moments later, he emerged, wielding an oddly shaped firearm, and fired a shot into the sky. The bullet soared straight up, reaching its apex before emitting a brief glimmer and disappearing. "Damn it, when my people arrive, I will ensure each of you receives a bullet," he seethed. Norwood angrily returned to the tavern, seized a bottle of liquor, twisted off the cap, and drank deeply until it was drained. In Red Moon City, a holographic electronic screen displayed a flurry of windows. Suddenly, a blood-red window appeared in the lower right corner. It was a map, with a pulsating red point glowing incessantly. A slender, delicate finger emerged, gently tapping the blinking red dot. Instantly, a new window popped up on the holographic screen, revealing Norwood's face, looking quite pleased, with his curly hair flopping over his forehead, his eyes squinting with delight, and his mouth curving upwards to showcase a few pearly whites. The slender finger withdrew, and after a moment, it tapped another window, quickly inputting several lines of text before shutting off the screen. A figure rose from behind the desk, revealing long, shapely legs beneath a short skirt, clad in black knee-high stiletto boots. Once her entire form was visible, the most striking feature was her cascading red waves of hair. The fitted uniform appeared to be a size too small, with buttons straining at the seams, distorting the badge on her chest. Her slender waist could be grasped with a single hand, flaring out dramatically at the hips, creating an astonishingly enticing silhouette. This was an exceedingly alluring woman. Her exquisite face bore elegantly arched brows that slanted down at the corners, hinting at a somewhat formidable personality. Below her well-defined nose lay a pair of slightly thin, red lips, complementing her fair and delicate skin, adding a touch of sensuality and an extra layer of allure. Having entrusted her tasks to an assistant, Nama exited her office, the heavy door closing behind her as she ignored the covetous gazes from various rooms and departed directly. Those gazes were filled with astonishment, admiration, and even some lascivious and predatory glances. The ensuing whispers were of no concern to her. The bullet fired by Norwood into the sky signified one thing: the most rebellious member of the family, and her only brother, Norwood, had been grievously injured. This message indicated that Norwood sought vengeance from the family. Bullets could be fired from various angles, but those capable of conveying information were not commonplace among families. The same scene unfolded across multiple terminals, accompanied by various expressions of surprise and exclamations. The Kane family controlled an area spanning nearly 1,000 square kilometers, with a colossal castle built against the mountains. Extending from the foot to the hillside, atop the summit stood another solitary castle, its spire piercing the sky like a sword. Within a chamber of the castle on the hillside, a voice echoed, "Send someone to intercept Nama." Ensuring she remains in Red Moon City. Norwood's affairs are for Linty to handle, understood. Following this succinct response, the castle returned to its usual silence. In the lower levels, not a single dissenting opinion was voiced. Their only task was to obey. Yet moments later, the gates of the estate at the mountain's base swung open. A massive SUV roared out, followed by a second, a third, until the last vehicle exited the estate. Just as the workers in the nearby fields finished counting, this was a convoy of 7 vehicles. Meanwhile, Nama, having merely grabbed a small backpack, donned a sleek black combat outfit and quietly departed Red Moon City. Nama, the most brilliant prodigy of the Kane family, had achieved level 8 abilities by the tender age of 18, a feat unmatched by any of her peers. Her talent was extraordinarily rare in the Kane family's millennia-long history. Although the family was sparse in numbers, thousands of years of accumulation had resulted in it being the most populous family within the Dark faction. Rumors circulated that the Kane family was the largest and most talented among the Dark factions. However, due to numerous branches, conflicts had erupted among various collateral families over the millennia, even among those of common ancestry. The main family had never intervened to mediate these disputes, leading to the survival of only the strongest or the most talented. Although the main family remained aloof, the head of the family was undeniably the most powerful of each generation. Even if not the true direct descendant, as long as one possessed sufficient strength. Collateral family members could leverage the head status to secure favorable resources for themselves. Through generations of propagation, the emergence of gene evolution serums post-nuclear war had granted humanity various abilities, with new powers continuously being developed. Nama undoubtedly possessed the purest bloodline of the main family. Yet even as a member of the main family with exceptional talent and combat prowess that eclipsed her peers, she still had to confront the issues of family and faction propagation. The responsibility of procreation originally lay with Norwood, yet her brother, ever the embodiment of rebellion since childhood, has strayed far from the family. Despite possessing a publicly acknowledged ability of level 4, he seldom resides within the familial confines, opting instead to roam freely. Even prior to his transmission of this information, none could ascertain his whereabouts. In the realm of the Dark factions, the principle is simple: the strong survive, while the weak perish. If the genes of the strong can be perpetuated, it is indeed advantageous, facilitating the selection of superior lineages. As Nama departed the office in Red Moon City alone, donning her combat attire, it signified a singular intent: to personally retrieve every individual who has harmed Norwood, bringing them back alive to Red Moon City for public execution. Regardless of their background, no mercy would be shown. Nama has never hesitated when it comes to killing. While her beauty may captivate, any who dare extend their hands towards her will find her retaliation as fierce as a tempest, leaving no survivors. After Fuman and Robert exited Norwood's settlement, they continued their pursuit of Ian, showing mercy only by refraining from razing the entire area to the ground. The settlement leader, a mere level 4 ability user, was inconsequential. His death would be of little significance. At that moment, they were on the correct path. Following Ian's departure, their powerful vehicles raced across the wilderness at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, a vehicle departing from the Kane family sped towards Norwood's settlement at a staggering 150 kilometers per hour. Linter, a level 6 spellcaster, was dispatched due to being the grandson of the current family head. The preferential allocation of resources has rendered his faction increasingly formidable. Had this mission not been directly assigned to him from the outset, there might have been contention over its acquisition. At that juncture, He might not have secured the task. As long as he could apprehend the murderer of Norwood, he would gain access to greater resources and more potent genetic serums, potentially placing him in contention for the family head's position within a century. Chapter 59. Visitors at home. Linter's entourage was modest, with merely 3 individuals per vehicle, all his personal retainers, uniformly level 3 ability users. Their weapons were of high quality, and more than half of them were spellcasters, which bolstered his confidence, as he excelled at ensnaring opponents with an unending barrage of spells. Linter reveled in this process. When his magical energy waned, he could merely expend his retainers to replenish it, which was the fundamental reason behind his patronage of so many spellcasters. However, as he approached Norwood's settlement, just a few kilometers away after 3 hours of travel, he was astonished to sense a formidable presence lurking within the settlement. To his dismay, that aura belonged to Nama. "Sister, take me with you," Norwood jested. "You shot me in the head without a second thought. This debt, I must repay myself." Nama, her crimson hair elegantly coiled and secured with a silver hairpin adorned with intricate patterns, replied, "Norwood, you ought to return home instead of wandering aimlessly. Are you still at level 4? She stretched her long legs atop the table, casting a glance towards Linter's direction, a smirk gracing her lips. "Visitors have arrived. From afar, I could detect the foul scent of Linter's spellcasting abilities." "Linter?" Norwood pondered before smirking. "The spellcasting genius from the collateral branch," he then ingratiatingly remarked. "In such a large family, only my sister is a genius. All other prodigies pale in comparison before her. Don't you agree, sister?" With a playful smile, Nama withdrew the hairpin from her hair and began to groom her non-existent nails. "Indeed, your sister is a genius, but isn't the genius's brother also a genius? Alas, he has always been rather disobedient. Do you think I should send him to the training camp for some discipline?" Norwood's expression soured. "Sister, you are my only blood relative. Could you not be a bit kinder to me? The training camp is no place for a person like me. I fear I wouldn't survive long enough to see the end." Nama chuckled. "How could that be? You know I possess the authority. You can enter without undergoing tests." Norwood quickly shook his head. "Sister, let us forget it. I prefer roaming outside. Encountering various interesting individuals is far more enjoyable than being cooped up in Red Moon City." Nama sighed. "That information you provided merely deceived another Linter." "What do you plan to do now?" Norwood shrugged. "It's of no consequence. I'm not familiar with him. However, I will cooperate by providing relevant information." He then mischievously winked. "Of course, I won't disclose who he is. Let him figure it out on his own." Nama's fingers lightly tapped the table. "Who family and Doomsday family? Do you recognize their names?" Norwood shook his head. "I didn't pay attention." Nama laughed. "Did you perhaps overact? Misjudging the extent and ended up being injured?" Norwood awkwardly scratched his cheek. "Sister, it's been a long time since we last met. Why not stay with me for a couple of days? Once Linter departs, we can quietly eliminate him." Nama disdainfully smirked. "If I truly wished to kill him, would I need to be discreet? Come with me to Red Moon City. I'll protect you as long as you don't bring trouble upon yourself. No one in Red Moon City would dare to lay a finger on you." Norwood vehemently shook his head. "Absolutely not. Then I shall not concern myself with you any longer. I came to see you and to ascertain what kind of individuals the family head has dispatched. As I suspected, they are from that faction." Norwood grinned. "I see this fortuitous. Why not follow me and eliminate him yourself?" Nama slowly shook her head. "Now is not the time to turn against them. Perhaps you should adopt a different guise. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to eliminate them all, leaving not a single one alive." Norwood chuckled. "Of course, not a single one shall remain. The wilderness may be chaotic, but it still adheres to basic rules. I adhere to these unwritten rules, yet they, emboldened by their strength, act as they please. If it were truly so, I would have eliminated them all upon their arrival in my territory." With her long legs descending from the table, Nama softly inquired, "What kind of compensation do you desire?" "I shall procure it from both families," Norwood replied. "The assailants were from the Doomsday family. That individual from the Doomsday family must die. Let them provide an air filtration system and a complete water treatment system. As for the Who family, I require 2 doses of spatial serums ranging from levels 3 to 7. A sudden roar of engines echoed from outside the bar. Linter had arrived. Nama straightened her posture, gesturing towards the liquor cabinet. Norwood hurriedly retrieved a bottle of wine from beneath the counter and handed it to her before proceeding to open the bar door. Linter, upon seeing Norwood in good health, appeared bewildered. "Norwood, aren't you gravely injured?" Norwood cheerfully responded, "Indeed, I am gravely injured, yet I can still persevere." "Did the family send you?" Linter nodded, glancing back at his retainers before following Norwood into the bar. The dimly lit atmosphere of the bar made Nama's striking features and alluring figure all the more captivating, igniting an uncontrollable desire within him. Norwood seemed entirely oblivious to Linter's gaze, conversing as she walked. "The individuals who came are two formidable experts. I am merely level 4, while they are at least level 5 or 6, accompanied by dozens of retainers. As you can see, I've been occupying myself in this small bar. And they, unbeknownst to me, tracked someone to this location and subsequently gravely injured me. Had I not recovered swiftly, I might still be lying down." Nama remained silent, not sparing Linter a single glance, instead sipping from the wine bottle at her leisure. Linter swallowed hard, his burning gaze fixed upon Nama as he spoke. "Nama, it's been a long time." Setting down her bottle, Nama turned to face him, a subtle smile gracing her lips, though her eyes remained icy. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Linter suppressed the desire flickering in his eyes. "I merely came to check on Norwood's injuries, and perhaps bring back those who harmed him for the family to deal with." Nama chuckled lightly. "Oh, is that so? Then do have a proper conversation with Norwood. I too look forward to you bringing those individuals back." Suddenly, Linter declared, "Nama, I will soon reach level 7. Nama's expression remained unchanged. "And so, once I attain level 7, I should be worthy of you." Linter could no longer contain himself. Any normal male, upon encountering Nama, would inevitably be consumed by desire. Chapter 60. A shocking time reversal. Norwood found amusement in Linter's unwarranted confidence. Remaining silent, Nama nodded, "I understand. However, you must first defeat the others, then triumph over me. Only then will I bear as many offspring as you desire." Yet, a flirtatious smile suddenly graced her face, though, I must confess, "I have quite the number of suitors, around 200. Do you believe you can conquer them all, Linter?" Linter licked his lips. "I do not need to defeat them all. That would be too troublesome. I merely need to defeat you." As Nama set down her bottle, her expression turned frosty. "Linty, I had thought that your mind was still somewhat lucid, but it appears it is filled solely with folly. Shall we commence now? I am greatly looking forward to your magical entanglements. Do you dare to confront me directly as I propose?" Linty shook his head and replied, "Not now. I speak of after I reach level 7. Norwood, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead and sighed. "Linty, how long has it been since you last saw my sister? She has already attained level 8. Do you truly believe you can keep pace?" Nama exuded a commanding aura, and a formidable sense of oppression enveloped the small bar, causing Linty to feel as if his body had become dozens of times heavier. Gravity from the mysterious realm? Linty's expression shifted, and he struggled to maintain his composure. He gazed at Nama in disbelief and asked, "When did you ascend to level 8? With her aura diminished, Nama calmly replied, "Quite unfortunately, it was before I arrived." Linty realized he could never hope to match Nama's strength and chuckled, "Let us discuss our matters another time. I am here on a mission, but it is indeed a pleasure to see you again." Nama huffed and chose to ignore him, lifting a bottle to sip slowly. Linty turned to Norwood and inquired, "Do you know the origins of our adversaries?" Norwood sincerely shook his head. "I am not aware. But they seem to be headed towards the Red Moon City. I only know they are pursuing a target, though I do not know who it is. I merely sought information about the recent unfamiliar faces. I only concealed the details of the transaction, and this is the result. Could you take me to the place where they engaged?" Linty did not wish to know the specifics. He merely desired to utilize his abilities to discern the appearance and attire of the opponents. Hoping to uncover some useful clues, as he deployed his powers, not only was Norwood astonished, but even Nama was taken aback. In the very spot where Norwood had been injured, Linty unveiled a stunning display of time reversal. In truth, he unleashed a sequence of abilities, the first being a level 3 mysterious ability, time reversal, the second, a level 3 projection of consciousness, and the third, a level 6 fire barrier. The barrier revealed two subordinates dragging Norwood from the bar, followed by Robert's inquiries, capturing Norwood's fearful and aggrieved expressions, along with his cries. However, The moment the subordinates drew their weapons, the vision abruptly ceased. Linty paused, attempting once more, but the scene remained frozen. Nama stood at the entrance, observing the unfolding spectacle. Although she recognized that Linty was merely showing off, she was nonetheless astonished by his mysterious abilities. As for why the vision halted just before the subordinates drew their guns, Nama speculated that it might be due to their bloodline connection. Had a different branch been targeted, perhaps complete information could have been obtained. Yet, she would not voice this concern. After casting a deep glance at Linty, she turned and departed. Linty silently retracted his abilities and, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "From their attire, they must belong to a particular individual, yet I can only discern the clothing of one person. That person should be a member of the Duval family." Norwood scratched his head. "The Duval family? I have been wandering aimlessly for years. I have forgotten the family crest." Linty replied earnestly, "There are many family crests. Even within our own Kane family, counting all the branches, there are dozens of families, indeed difficult to remember. However, since I have seen his face and know he is from the Duval family, and you mention they are headed towards Red Moon City, I shall take charge of this matter. The grievances you have suffered, the family bears the responsibility to rectify. This will not be left unresolved. Rest assured." Linty departed, his 7 vehicles roaring towards Red Moon City. In the bar, Nama regarded Norwood with a serious expression and asked, "This ability? I have never witnessed it before, nor have I seen him use it previously." Norwood also abandoned his playful demeanor, stating solemnly, "I was equally astonished. Moreover, I suspect his ability is not of a high level." Nama sighed. "What do you intend to do? This individual cannot be allowed to remain. I must find a way to eliminate him. Otherwise, anything we do in the future may be discovered. Furthermore, did you notice that the vision ceased when those 2 subordinates aimed their weapons at you? I surmise it is due to our bloodline connection. Any information concerning you and me at critical junctures cannot be reproduced. Yet, even so, our figures still appeared, so do not act against Linty." Nama lifted her bottle and took a hearty gulp. Norwood pondered. "Sister, have you overlooked one crucial aspect? The Hu family and the Duval family are pursuing an individual named Ian, who is entirely wrapped like a mummy. In my perception, Ian's level is either 4 or 5. Though 4 seems more likely. Why would they dispatch level 5 and 6 individuals to track this person?" Nama remarked, "That would classify as sniper rifle ammunition. However, there are even larger calibers. This Ian, there is little to analyze. He likely got lucky and killed members of both families, prompting them to seek revenge." Norwood suddenly chuckled. "Sister, there is one more thing they must know, which I have not disclosed to you. That Ian hails from the Light faction. Moreover, the 12.7mm caliber bullets are used in his handgun. He traded 5.66 bullets for the 12.7 ones." Nama ceased her drinking, contemplating. "So, this Ian must have obtained the assault rifle ammunition by killing military personnel? A handgun that utilizes 12.7mm bullets is quite rare. Sister, it is a revolver, M500, Nama exclaimed. "But while magnum bullets are indeed 12.7, their shapes differ." Chapter 61. The drawbacks of gene serums. Norwood smiled and said, "Sister, have you forgotten the Hu family's most renowned spatial gene serum? It is entirely possible that this fellow killed Hu family members and acquired the unique spatial abilities of the Hu family." Nama shook her head. "Does the Light faction also possess devourers?" Norwood's eyes sparkled. "Initially, I did not pay much attention to this matter, considering it an ordinary transaction. However, upon reflection, there are many intriguing elements within this entire affair. I am somewhat inclined to witness the unfolding drama. How many evolution points do you still require to reach level 8? Nama inquired. Norwood shook his head and sighed. "Sister, sometimes I truly cannot comprehend. I am already quite formidable, arguably the youngest level 7. Yet you are aware of how many evolution points are needed to ascend from 7 to 8. I am perplexed. From where do you acquire your evolution points? As of now, I still lack over 80 evolution points to reach level 8. In these past 2 years, I have only accumulated around 30 evolution points. I truly do not know when I will have enough." Nama gazed at the bottles on the shelf. "If you continue to squander your time aimlessly, I cannot fathom when you will gather the necessary evolution points. You are well aware that evolution points can only be earned through battle. To acquire new abilities, one must experience life and death. Unless you wish to resort to gene serums, but you know well the drawbacks of gene serums. You are aware of the limits of non-natural evolvers. And as a natural evolver, should non-natural evolution genes emerge, that would spell your doom. Norwood nodded. Rest assured, I am quite aware of that. However, due to the overwhelming number of required evolution points, I am somewhat disheartened. After all, I have a long lifespan. I can afford to play a few more years. Nama silently drank, uninterested in responding. After finishing a bottle of wine, she spoke, Fetch me a few more bottles, and then I shall go and see Linty. I shall strive to locate the Hu family and Duval family members ahead of him. Once they are dealt with, no one will know the details of your injuries. Norwood considered. Sister, I will accompany you. Give me 2 minutes to prepare. 10 minutes later, Norwood closed the bar's door and drove out a ruggedly styled off-road vehicle, its tires towering a meter high. The thick tread on the tires demonstrated the vehicle's formidable grip. The massive roar of the engine showcased its powerful capabilities. The off-road vehicle executed a sharp turn, speeding towards Red Moon City. Ian had already been lingering in the desolate town for 2 days. Throughout this time, he had left his scent in every corner of the town. He meticulously organized his firearms and ammunition repeatedly on each bullet. He engraved new poison symbols, applying his own blood as well. After suppressing his first level of luck, he felt an unsettling restlessness within. Yet, to minimize unfavorable factors during battle, he chose this abandoned location. At the very least, the newcomers are all foes. He did not fear combat. On the contrary, for him, battle was the quickest way to acquire evolution points, and devouring was the fastest means to manifest new abilities within his body. He understood this all too well. However, apart from combat, he could not obtain new genetic fragments. This was an unchangeable reality. As the feeling of oppression grew increasingly palpable, he realized that the enemy was drawing nearer. Yet, within, his heart remained remarkably tranquil. It was merely a battle. To kill the adversary in the name of survival was not inherently wrong. Likewise, the pursuit of him by the other party was equally justifiable. The next town that Huffman and Robert arrived at was the very place where Ian had last engaged in conversation. Behind Huffman stood Lint, and behind Lint was Nama. The imposing convoy halted not far from the watchtower of the settlement. The sheer presence of the convoy, coupled with the emblems on the vehicles and the uniformity of their attire, unmistakably indicated that these individuals hailed from a formidable power. After stopping the vehicle, Huffman activated his abilities, confirming that Ian had indeed waved and entered the settlement. Upon hearing Huffman affirm that the target had been present, Robert immediately employed his abilities to ascertain that the target's location was an abandoned town. Robert strode down from the vehicle, stood at the entrance of the settlement, and spoke in a low voice. Fetch the owner of the bar inside. The guards stationed at the watchtowers flanking the settlement's entrance dared not direct their weapons at this convoy. The individuals on either side exchanged glances, none willing to take charge. Robert harbored no fondness for this settlement of wilderness vagabonds. Where grotesque mutated beings were rampant, in his view, these people were no different from the dead, as none seemed to live long. However, when his words were met with silence, Robert calmly turned to his attendant and said, Blow up the watchtower. Then go inside and drag the people out. The attendant acted swiftly. At such close range, there was no need for artillery, as 2 high-explosive grenades were accurately thrown into the watchtower, with a deafening explosion. 4 bodies fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, while smoke and flames erupted from the collapsing wooden structure. The settlement was thrown into chaos. In truth, Robert's voice had not been loud. Although some at the entrance were curious about the convoy, they had not anticipated that these individuals would resort to violence. No one would dare to assist these strangers in finding the bar owner. Yet, once the first fatalities occurred, those at the entrance immediately fled in terror. Huffman frowned and said, Send in 2 people to fetch him out. After confirming, we should leave promptly. There's no need for such a grand display. Robert retorted coldly, Everyone goes, including your attendants. This settlement harbors heavy weaponry. Huffman's attendants looked at him, and upon seeing his nod, they followed behind Robert's attendants, each raising their weapons as they approached the settlement's entrance. Bring them in, and if there is any resistance, kill them all, Robert impatiently declared. Huffman found Robert's sudden rage somewhat baffling. He had never considered that indiscriminately slaughtering an entire settlement was wrong. Were these vagabonds even human? And the mob, even less than vagabonds, were certainly deserving of death. He merely believed it unnecessary. He was unaware that while Robert was indeed interested in hunting down a specific individual, he did not wish to squander excessive time. The more complicated the process became, the heavier his resentment grew. Huffman produced a bottle of water and tossed it to Robert, saying, "Drink some water. We need to continue the pursuit shortly. Where do you think that young man is now?" Robert twisted open the bottle, took a sip, and replied, "In an abandoned residential area at it might be a forsaken town from the past. What I saw were scattered houses, but the exact location is unclear." Chapter 62. As I anticipated, Huffman remarked, "This settlement is teeming with his presence. This indicates that he likely knows someone is tracking him, and he is deliberately doing this to confuse me. However, we only need to ascertain when he left and whether he inquired about any locations to pursue him with greater direction. The past few days of continuous pursuit have indeed been somewhat monotonous. Nonetheless, do try to temper your anger until we find that young man." Robert replied irritably, "Once I find him, I won't let him off easily." Huffman chuckled, "As long as you don't kill him?" "Do as you wish, however, this individual is to be brought back to my family. Do not forget that." Robert shook his head. "I also intend to bring back those listed on the family's wanted list. However, we can discuss that after capturing him." Huffman smiled, concealing the glimmer in his eyes. Each attendant only heeded the commands of their respective masters. Although Robert held no military rank, his imposing presence was quite remarkable. And Huffman had nodded in agreement. Dozens of attendants surged into the settlement, ignoring the people in the streets, while their uniform attire prompted those on the street to swiftly evade them. Some even frantically sought refuge behind the nearest doors to escape their gaze. Not only were they well equipped, but their aura of menace was genuinely terrifying. The sight of 30 or so attendants marching together was indeed intimidating. The attendants who had frequently accompanied Robert in clearing settlements quickly located the bar. Two of Robert's level 4 attendants pushed open the door, peering into the dimly lit interior of the bar, and made a beeline for the bar counter. The person seated at the counter, clueless about the unfolding events, was abruptly seized by the clothing and tossed aside as he scrambled to his feet and was about to shout in protest the moment he caught sight of the attire of his assailants. He clamped his mouth shut and shrank into a corner, rendered speechless. The previously noisy bar fell silent in an instant. "You, step forward," one attendant coldly commanded, aiming his gun at the bar owner behind the counter. The other attendants raised their weapons, directing their muzzles at the patrons within the bar. No one spoke, nor did anyone dare to make a move. Sweat began to bead on the bar owner's forehead. Quickly soaking his hair and clinging to his scalp, he raised his hands and followed them out of the bar. "Sir, I do not know how I have offended you." The owner, upon seeing the armed attendants outside, felt his legs grow weak. What on earth was happening? "Come with us, and don't play tricks." At the entrance of the settlement, when the bar owner beheld the collapsed watchtower and the bodies on the ground, his face turned even paler. Yet, in the wilderness, such occurrences were all too common. He understood that these purebloods would indiscriminately slaughter every vagabond or mobster they encountered, simply because of their overwhelming power, and sometimes merely for the thrill of killing. Robert watched the bar owner being brought over and, with his keen senses, immediately recognized that the bar owner was merely a level 3 ability user. However, the presence of some mutated entities on his wrists revolted him. "It's your responsibility," he said to Huffman before turning away, unwilling to let this individual offend his eyes. Huffman regarded the owner with a soft chuckle, saying, "You only need to answer a few questions, and I can guarantee that your settlement will not be destroyed." The bar owner nervously nodded. "Sir, please ask. I shall reveal everything I know." Huffman inquired, "In recent days, a young man, entirely wrapped in bandages like a mummy, has been here. I believe he must have visited your bar. I wish to know every detail of his actions within the bar." The bar owner recalled, "Yes. This person, he used bullets to buy a drink and even treated another person to a drink before leaving. He went to Jinda town, which is 140 kilometers northeast." Huffman did not employ his abilities, for it was already confirmed that Ian had been here. He merely asked, "What about the bullets he used to exchange for the drink?" The owner hurriedly replied, "They are in my pocket. Can I take them out?" Huffman nodded. The owner retrieved the bullets from his pocket and held them up. An attendant took the bullets and presented them before Huffman. That person also mentioned that the pattern engraved on the bullets signifies luck. "Sir, He only had one drink and inquired about the abandoned towns within a 200-kilometer radius of Red Moon City. He used 5 bullets to treat another person, who then directed him towards Jinda town. And right after, he left, sir. I speak nothing but the truth. Huffman scrutinized the pattern on the bullet, unable to discern anything. Luck? He murmured, then turned to Robert. What do you think? Robert glanced at the engraving on the bullet. Frowning, I have never seen this pattern. It might indeed be for so-called luck. However, luck associated with the mysterious is exceedingly rare. It seems unlikely that young man possesses such abilities. Huffman nodded, taking the bullet and placing it in his pocket. 140 kilometers northeast, Jinda town, he repeated, an abandoned town. Robert nodded, just as I anticipated. Then let us depart. The sooner we conclude this, the sooner we can return and report. The bar owner slumped to the ground, watching as the attendants began to leave in their vehicles, feeling a sense of relief. But Huffman drew his pistol and shot him in the head. The slumped body collapsed to the ground, forcefully toppled by the bullet's impact. Robert looked on in astonishment. You were just advising me against killing him. Why do it now? Huffman chuckled. He spoke nothing but the truth, yet he failed to mention why that young man was loitering in the town, leaving behind so much of his aura, making it difficult for me to ascertain. I in the wilderness. Those who can operate bars are the leaders of settlements. As a leader, he knows nothing beyond what transpired in his bar. By this measure, he deserves to die. Robert pondered thoughtfully and climbed into the vehicle. Once seated, he muttered to himself, is he attempting to erase all traces? He retrieved a tactical board and swiftly scribbled a few words upon it before stowing it away. Silently, he donned the tactical vest that lay beside him. 200 kilometers behind him, Linty was madly accelerating along the tracks they had left. I in the wilderness. The preservation of tire tracks is contingent upon the weather. Once the winds begin to blow, the marks will swiftly vanish. He had been trailing Huffman by approximately 5 hours since the outset. Now, reaching this degree of pursuit was the absolute limit of the vehicle's speed. Chapter 63. The trap a mere 10 kilometers behind him, Nama and Norwood were also in hot pursuit. With Nama present, there was no way they would lose track. Had it not been for Norwood's insistence to follow, Nama would have surely surpassed Linty long ago, perhaps even catching up to Huffman and his group. Yet, at this moment, no one was aware of the pace at which each faction was advancing. All parties were in a frantic rush. Meanwhile, Ian, feeling an escalating sense of pressure, grew increasingly agitated. Throughout the day, he had consumed 5 nutrient bars and at least 10 bottles of water. Aside from the bare minimum needed for survival, all his energy was stored within every muscle fiber. The only uncertainty he faced was the number of adversaries he would encounter. After setting several traps, he patiently awaited the onset of battle. A distance of 140 kilometers was merely an hour's journey. Gazing at the distant abandoned town, Huffman commanded his retinue to halt the vehicle. Observing his stop, Robert did likewise. This was the place. Unless he had departed again. This would serve as the battleground against us. Huffman produced a cigarette from seemingly nowhere, placing it between his lips as he reached for a lighter. Robert took a step back. He preferred cigars and was not fond of the scent of cigarettes. If you have no intention of going in to investigate, then stay back. I intend to take a look. He is but one man. Do you truly believe I would fear him with so many of us? Robert gestured towards the entrance, and his subordinates drove the vehicle forward. Several cars dispersed, slowly making their way into the derelict town. However, aside from the debris scattered across the ground, they found nothing of significance. Standing in place, Robert scrutinized the messages on the tactical board, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Why not give it a try? It appears that fellow has already vacated. Huffman squinted and smiled. Is your prowess insufficient to ascertain his next location? Robert shook his head. Huffman replied, let us proceed. We must combine our efforts to capture him first. Robert opened the door and joined Huffman inside the vehicle. Upon entering the town, Huffman's demeanor shifted. The air was thick with his essence. Are you certain he remains here? Robert nodded. At the very least, I have not witnessed his departure. With a sinister grin, Huffman commanded, everyone disembark, spread out, and search each building thoroughly. More than 30 subordinates, save for those left to establish a camp, exited the vehicle, weapons raised as they began to inspect every room. In the underground drainage system, Ian curled into a tight ball. His breathing and heartbeat reduced to a minimum, entering a state of deep slumber. All the exits of the drainage pipes had been covered with debris. The only exit, a mere 5 meters away, was obscured by a decayed wooden plank resting atop the dry silt, its weight negligible from the ground level. There was no indication that anyone had been there, and the cover of the pipe exit was buried beneath a thin layer of soil. Whenever he wished, he could easily push open the cover and escape. The subordinates possessed varying degrees of sensory abilities, with the lowest being level 2. They would not recklessly enter a room unless they confirmed it was unoccupied. Yet, even peering through the shattered windows, they could see remnants of burnt coals scattered across the floors of some rooms. This indicated that someone had been there to light a fire within the last 3 days at most. Such occurrences were not isolated. Ian had ignited numerous fires in several rooms simultaneously. When one subordinate opened a door to investigate, the moment he stepped inside and instinctively aimed his weapon at a shadowy corner. A high-explosive grenade was hurled from the side. His eyes widened as he recognized that the grenade was suspended by a thin wire. In that instant of opening the door, he must have severed something. Triggering the grenade, boom! The explosion erupted right before him. Flames and the sound of detonation filled the air as a body was blown apart, hurtling out of the doorway, though the two behind him were not severely harmed. The blast had ruptured their eardrums. Even worse, simultaneous explosions erupted from several rooms in different directions. Within a mere few seconds, 11 rooms experienced violent explosions. Yet, whether the remaining unsearched rooms harbored similar traps remained unknown. Huffman and Robert could only watch in horror as their men were either killed or injured, rendered momentarily powerless in the face of chaos. Fortunately, the death toll was limited to 4, while the others had exercised a degree of caution. When the first grenade detonated, it captured everyone's attention. The spellcasting subordinates raised protective barriers, sustaining only minor injuries from the blast. Robert found himself enveloped in a shimmering shield at the moment of the explosion, safeguarding him. Huffman, on the other hand, instinctively lowered his head. He had not anticipated that this location would become Ian's battleground. Ian opened his eyes. In the span of 2 breaths, his bodily functions returned to their peak state. In total, he had planted 28 grenades, and now only 11 had detonated. 17 grenades remained. However, at this moment, he merely opened his eyes and glanced upwards. He refrained from unleashing his sensory abilities. The exploration abilities were a form of mental power. When their ranges overlapped, they would gain a general sense of each other's positions, albeit not with absolute precision. He relied on the earth above him to conceal his presence and shield against detection. Decades of rainwater, rich in radiation, had rendered the soil an excellent medium for blocking sensory probes. From the sounds of the explosions, he surmised that the adversaries numbered no fewer than 20. He estimated that the death toll would exceed half. Yet, the ground soon erupted with a series of explosions once more. Ian's gaze dimmed as he closed his eyes again. His hiding place was not merely the underground pipe. He had also excavated a hole at the pipe's entrance over the course of a day, reinforcing its walls with bricks. Though imperfect, it was unlikely to be discovered unless someone inspected it thoroughly. The excavated soil and debris currently resided within his space. The second wave of explosions would not injure anyone. The traps he had set likely caused minimal harm. However, based on the second round of detonations, he speculated that the enemy's numbers might exceed 20. In his experience, it was unusual for a level 5 expert to bring so many subordinates, especially since this was merely a pursuit of one individual. Chapter 64. Why not give it a try? The ground may have been visited by 2 or 3 families. The issue was that he did not believe any significant figures had perished among those he had slain. Aside from the level 4 expert with the sniper and a level 5 adept, beyond that, he had not killed anyone of comparable rank. Ian regulated his body temperature and breathing, transforming into a stone-like stillness. Let them search. He would wait until their frustration peaked before making his move. On the ground, the search process began to slow. No one knew if there were additional traps. Thus far, the death toll stood at 4. While 7 others sustained injuries, among these 7, the most severely wounded had suffered a shattered arm and ruptured eardrums. Huffman and Robert watched as blood flowed from their comrades' ears, their tempers flaring. Withdraw from this town and bombard the area. I refuse to believe he can hide forever. Robert's patience had worn thin. Huffman muttered, You stay here. I will circle the perimeter of the town to see if he has already fled. Robert seethed internally but could only nod. He was convinced the target had not left. The deaths of subordinates meant little to him. They were merely bargaining chips for resources and protection, and their loss was inconsequential. Upon returning to the family, would not more subordinates be readily available? However, Huffman's distrust stung his pride. If you wish to go, then go. But if you discover any signs of his departure, you best inform me. Huffman nodded, smirking as he replied. Rest assured, even if I am competing with you, it is not the time for that. Yet, an hour later, he found little cause for mirth. He was certain that the abandoned town was surrounded by the target's essence, even extending to the mountains behind. Upon reaching the summit, he discovered that the target's movements were confined to below the halfway mark, yet he found no signs of departure. It appeared the target was traversing in circles, continuously encircling the town. He even employed his scene restoration ability in several directions, yet to no avail. This was what truly ignited his frustration. Scene restoration necessitated interaction. Only through interaction can the fluctuations of the psychic field manifest, allowing him to partially reconstruct a scene based on the residual disturbances. Should one of the parties involved be present and possess a lower level of ability than his own, he dares to assert that he could restore the scene with complete accuracy. However, when he is alone, devoid of any psychic activity or interaction with others, he is unable to sense anything at all. In such moments, he must rely on his acute sense of smell. The air is thick with the scent of potential targets, yet it also seems to elude him. This is akin to being in a fragrant orchid chamber for too long without noticing its aroma. Robert's retainer collected the body of the deceased, and under Robert's disdainful gaze, could only find a room to stow it away. The injured began to bandage their wounds. The damage to the eardrum would require at least a day to heal. In that instant, Robert felt utterly at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before. In the past, he had always followed his instincts to the last known location, where his subordinates would surround and constrict, ultimately forcing the target into confrontation. Yet now, there was no sign of anyone, and since the explosion, there had been no response, as if the target had vanished into thin air. Could it be that the target possessed an aircraft? But this thought was soon dismissed. If he himself lacked such a means, how could a level 4 psychic? Even as a level 6 psychic, he could not acquire a personal aircraft, despite having profited from selling his own Earth-based psychic potions. Observing the grim expression on Huffman's face, he resolved to conceal his full capabilities for the time being. Set the place ablaze, burn it all down, Robert commanded. Yes, my lord, came the swift reply from his retainer. The spellcasters quickly ignited the flames, and black smoke began to billow into the sky above the town. From a distance, the heavens quickly darkened with a thick cloud. Are you certain he has indeed departed from here? Robert's expression soured, and his tone shifted to one of hostility. Huffman, undeterred by his demeanor, responded with a somber air. I have surveyed the vicinity. He has deliberately traversed in circles, saturating the area with his essence to disorient my senses. The previous explosion also indicated that he is well aware of our pursuit. Therefore, I am convinced he remains here, though I cannot pinpoint his exact location. My senses fail me. With a smirk, he added with a hint of amusement. Perhaps you should give it a try? Rupert shook his head. Only a fool would reveal their trump cards at such a moment. My ability lies in anticipating where he might appear and the general circumstances surrounding him. I am already at the site of his last appearance. From this point onward, I must rely on my retainers to flush him out. As for my exploration abilities, I possess only a level 3 perception, which pales in comparison to my subordinates. Huffman chuckled lightly, leaning against the vehicle as he casually remarked, that lad is likely hiding here, waiting for the fire to subside before letting the retainers search underground. An unexpected tension seized Robert's heart. He could not fathom the source of this sudden alertness. Search thoroughly for any underground passages. If any exist, go in and investigate. If you find nothing, blow the entire system to pieces. I refuse to believe he can remain hidden below. Rupert's orders were executed with utmost diligence. As the flames died down, the earth manipulators among Robert's men began to turn over the soil. 2 earth psychics, faced with a town covering several square kilometers, would need at least a day to excavate completely, and they would require rest. However, locating the sewer was a far simpler task. Soon, the entrance was discovered. Unfortunately, as the retainers ventured inside, another explosion erupted. This time, the blast was tremendous. Ian had placed 4 high-explosive grenades in a narrow bend, in the pitch-black underground passage. Even a bright flashlight could easily overlook grenades dangling from above, especially when they were half submerged in mud, ready to drop and detonate at the feet of unsuspecting individuals, resulting in the immediate death of 5. Upon awakening from the shock of the explosion, Ian resumed digging. As he excavated, he stored the displaced earth in his spatial pocket, turning to reinforce the wall he had constructed. Chapter 65. Waiting. Although he was unaware of how many had perished this time, he still had traps prepared. The sewer was not lengthy, but it was relatively complex. Each building had pipes leading to a main conduit, eventually connecting to a small septic tank. Within these pipes, Ian had concealed a small number of grenades he had pilfered from the warehouse before battling McDowell. His ultimate weapon, which he had yet to deploy, was an RPG that had once obliterated 3 cars with a single shot. In the event of close combat, he was also armed with a nest of bullets smeared with his own blood. The poison sigils had yet to be utilized. The straight tunnel was laborious to excavate due to the hard earth, but he could leverage his spatial abilities, eliminating the need to transport soil, thus allowing for rapid progress. The explosion in the sewer confirmed Rupert and Hufuman's suspicions regarding the target's hiding place. With no activity above ground and an explosion occurring below, if the target had not departed, he must be underground. The retainers were dispatched to continue along the main conduit. The powerful beam of the flashlight illuminated every detail within the sewer. Although their advance was slow, the number of grenades discovered was astonishing. Hufuman's excitement heightened. He was convinced that the target possessed spatial abilities. Naturally evolved spatial abilities were exceedingly rare, and all that belonged to the mysterious category of powers seemed to manifest randomly. However, Hufuman was acutely aware that the target must have absorbed the genes of Hooligan or Huao to acquire spatial powers. Otherwise, considering the number of grenades that had already detonated or been uncovered, which exceeded a whole box, he could not believe that an ordinary psychic could carry such a load over a distance of more than 2,000 kilometers. If he had indeed obtained the adversary's genes, a mere drop of Robert's blood would suffice for him to discern Robert's hidden cards. At that point, Robert would no longer hold an advantage. As for the family, all that was required was to deliver the body. The retainers could all be eliminated. The target's abilities must belong solely to him. At this moment, the individuals underground included Rupert, Hufuman, and over 20 retainers. The injured retainers remained above, guarding their equipment and vehicles. In the dark tunnel, 2 green points of light flickered. Those were Ian's eyes. He had now excavated a space just beneath the surface, with a mere 20 centimeters of earth overhead. Since the underground passage had been discovered, he no longer cared. Instead, in the span of just an hour, he first removed the bricks sealing the main conduit, piling them at one end, leading to the septic tank. He casually tossed 2 grenades atop the pile. On the surface of the tunnel he had dug, he connected over 10 strands of wire to 4 grenades, positioned on either side and overhead. The entrance to this tunnel was now conspicuously evident, visible to anyone with their wits about them. However, should they detonate this location, he needed only to fire 2 RPGs from the corner at the top of this straight tunnel, enough to inflict greater losses on the opposing side. He himself would then leap out from the other end and collapse the soil from his spatial pocket to seal the exit. As for any battle that may erupt above, he felt no fear. With an RPG in each hand, he stood within a pit of half a meter in diameter, exposing only his head and shoulders, while retaining nearly 10 meters of space behind him. The RPGs were aimed squarely at the tunnel he had excavated. He understood the peril of firing such a weapon in a confined space, especially at a distance of less than 50 meters. The moment it was launched, the explosive shockwave would hurl the opposition against the back wall of the tunnel, burying them under the rubble, regardless of whether they sustained serious injuries. If he acted swiftly enough to retract, he would not suffer significant impact. If one were to examine a blueprint, they would find that Ian was already on the outskirts of the town, a mere 50 meters from the septic tank. This area was essentially the terminus of the pipeline. Should the opposition be blind to the traces he had left behind, it would be a regrettable oversight for them. He unleashed his perception to its fullest extent. As long as they approached, he would be aware of their presence. Time passed second by second, as Hufuman followed closely behind his retainers, gradually advancing toward Ian's position. Ahead lay a right-angle bend, and after rounding it, they would need only 20 more meters to glimpse the hole Ian had excavated in the sewer wall. Since the front had already been sealed by Ian, it was impossible not to notice. Ian's perception locked onto the entrance of the tunnel. While both the retainers and Hufuman exerted every effort to probe the interior, the two sides drew ever closer. Lin Te gazed at the black smoke rising in the distant sky and waved his hand decisively. Accelerate! A battle must be underway over there, no matter what the McDowell family is pursuing. We must not let them escape this time. Leave no survivors among the retainers. You two, entangle with them and suffocate them. The retainers responded with a resounding affirmation as the convoy's speed increased once more. Nima had abandoned her vehicle and was hastening towards the scene on foot. Her ability to teleport was astonishing. During the process, her figure barely flickered before vanishing, only to reappear nearly a kilometer away. This process requires merely about a second. Norwood, however, continues to drive, his right foot firmly pressing the accelerator to the floor, the roar of the engine resonating clearly even from a kilometer away. The speed of the vehicle approaches the staggering limit of 200 kilometers per hour. Were it not for the exceptional suspension he had personally modified, the vehicle would have surely overturned by now. In stark contrast to the placid expression of Nama, Norwood's face is alight with exhilaration. This wild racing is a different kind of thrill for him, one that sharply contrasts with the leisurely enjoyment he once savored. Yet, both embody a sense of freedom, unrestrained freedom. Norwood also catches sight of a wisp of black smoke on the horizon, an unmistakable sign of a settlement or refuge engulfed in flames. If Linty is fast enough, he may have already begun the battle. However, Nama's speed would undoubtedly surpass theirs. She might already be engaged in a massacre. The mere thought sends a thrilling rush through him. Although he is not present at the scene, he imagines that the man, who had ordered the execution of his own head with an expression of indifference, is likely enduring Nama's wrath. With Nama's level 8 abilities, she is practically invincible in the wilderness. No level 8 abilities have ever been seen active in the wild. Most engage in battles between factions or confront the more formidable mutated beasts of the north, seeking either merit or evolution points. Whether among refugees or marauders, there has never been any report of a being exceeding level 6. Chapter 66. Explosion. Ian waits silently. 2 RPGs are positioned atop the pit where he hides, ready to rest upon his shoulders with a mere shift of his posture. The beam of a flashlight draws near. A smile slowly creeps across his lips. His senses indicate that there are a dozen individuals approaching. Though he is oblivious to the last two, Huffman and Robert, whose abilities surpass his own, rendering them invisible unless within direct line of sight. The path ahead is blocked. To the left, there is a freshly excavated hole. Be cautious. There are 2 grenades in the sealed area. Examine carefully for traps. Quinn, you check it out. The others, step back. There may be traps ahead. No worries, we'll hold the light shields. Quinn, you investigate. Huffman and Robert remain stationary, waiting for confirmation of safety before proceeding. The role of the escort is precisely this, to shield against bullets and investigate dangers. Yet, they remain unaware that, nearly 2 meters beneath them, Linty's convoy has already halted 2 kilometers away, and his escorts are setting up mortars. From this distance, Linty can discern even the most minute patterns on the uniforms of the guarding escorts, not to mention the badges emblazoned on their chests. It is at this moment that he also notices the presence of members from the Hu family among the escorts. Regardless, as long as they are not a branch of the Kane family, he feels no fear. Even if they are level 8 masters like Nama, he harbors no reservations. Within the Dark faction, none dare oppose the Kane family. Historically, several formidable families have met their end at their hands, vanishing without a trace from the annals of time, their bloodlines extinguished. Linty believes that during this battle, he will surpass level 6 and reach level 7. He merely requires 2 evolution points. Elated, Linty fails to notice that Nama is approaching from the side, moving with a deceptive swiftness. Why, Lord, the 4 mortars are ready, coordinates set, and we can fire at any moment, one of the escorts reports. Linty's lips curl into a sinister yet slightly frenzied smile. Aim for those vehicles. Fire at will. The mortars of this era, aside from their lengthy launch tubes, are remarkably slender in both shell and tube, with precise specifications of 800 millimeters. This is akin to the smallest mortar caliber prior to the nuclear war. Yet the explosive power of today's high explosives rivals that of gunpowder from tenfold the past. Within 2 seconds, 2 volleys of 8 shells are launched from the tubes. Linty licks his lips and commands, "Leave 2 behind to gather supplies. The rest, follow me." The 2-kilometer distance is traversed in mere seconds as the shells descend with a piercing shriek. Huffman and Robert's escorts, upon hearing the ominous sound, scream, shelling. Several agile individuals flee towards the distance, while those less nimble can only wait helplessly for their fate. The shriek is not singular. Their vehicles are clustered closely together. Boom, boom. Two nearly simultaneous, thunderous explosions erupt from the sewers. A flash of fire ignites, with the blast radius remarkably contained. Ian's timing and firing is impeccable, as the entrance, over 50 meters away, becomes obscured by shadows. He rises fully, launching 2 shells from the mortars simultaneously. Following the massive roar, Ian remains motionless, crouched in the pit. The air thickens with the acrid scents of soil and gunpowder, sharp and suffocating. Huffman and Robert, merely 5 meters from the blast zone, are hurled away, propelled 4 to 5 meters along the pipeline by the force of the explosion. Dazed and disoriented, they rise, activating their low-light and night vision capabilities simultaneously. Where the cave entrance once stood is now unrecognizable. A chaotic heap of rubble and earth, with limbs protruding from the dehuman, upon noticing the turmoil etched upon his own visage, found himself engulfed in a wave of panic. He hastily inquired, "What has transpired?" Beads of sweat began to cascade down Robert's forehead. Swallowing hard, he hesitated before uttering, "I am uncertain if my suspicions are correct, but I am aware that a formidable adversary is at play. At the very least, an 8th-level power. We are ensnared." Hufuman's countenance shifted dramatically. Could this be the spatial confinement of the mysterious faction? He turned to observe Linty and his retinue, who continued their assault in silence. Within a foot of their bodies, apart from their own breaths, not a sound reached his ears. This incredulous situation was one he could scarcely fathom. Yet the reality loomed that he was trapped within this minuscule space by an entity of superior ability. Nama was descending the mountain, sensing Norwood's vehicle racing toward them with reckless abandon. A glance revealed a thin plume of dust advancing in their direction. Norwood, brimming with confidence, was aware that his sister had arrived. In that fleeting moment, as he scanned the scene, he understood. Linty turned to gaze at the distant off-road vehicle. Although he had never seen it before, he could discern Norwood's exhilarated visage through the window. What was his purpose? Had Nama also come? He had always believed that the previous attacks had failed to harm the 2 targets due to their light shields. To exhaust their stamina, he had instructed his subordinates to attack in turns, and the assault rifles had not ceased firing. Yet upon seeing Norwood, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Turning back to the 2 beleaguered targets, he comprehended that they were under Nama's control. Witnessing the bullets suspended in midair, a bitter taste filled his mouth. It was undeniably his achievement. Against Nama, any individual would feel as powerless as an ant shaking a tree. After surveying the surroundings, he finally spotted Nama emerging from behind the charred ruins of a nearby building. The burnt structure juxtaposed with Nama's crimson hair and fair skin created a strikingly vivid tableau. With a smile gracing her lips, Nama declared, "I shall take matters into my own hands, Linty. Your mission concludes here." The moment Linty's subordinates laid eyes on Nama, they ceased their assault. Clad in pure black combat attire, her epaulets and insignia, along with the deformed embroidered badge upon her chest, unmistakably signified her identity and rank. Major General of the Red Moon Legion. Should anyone dare to fire upon her, the consequence would be dire. Death for any insubordinate, including Linty himself. This was not merely the rule of the Red Moon Legion, but that of the Red Moon Council. "Had I known you were coming, I would not have undertaken this journey," Linty muttered, a tinge of resentment in his voice. Nama cast a glance at the 2 captives, chuckling, "Fear not, the credit remains yours. However, these 2 have harmed Norwood, and I shall personally see to their demise, delivering their remains to you for your accolades. I in return, do find a way to transfer 2 million to my account. A most advantageous deal, would you not agree?" Linty turned to glance in Norwood's direction before nodding. "Indeed, quite advantageous, but I currently lack such funds." Nama's smile remained unchanged. "You have a year to fulfill the payment. Otherwise, I shall personally seek you out. Draft an IOU using your tactical board." Linty hesitated for a moment, but soon produced his tactical board, inscribing an IOU and dispatching it. Nama retrieved her own tactical board, perused it briefly, then stowed it away. She then walked over to the 2 imprisoned individuals and, Extending a finger, gently traced 2 lines in the air. Like a painting, their expressions varied, but soon, a fissure appeared at the locations of their ears and hearts. Their bodies were cleaved into 3 sections. The brain and heart were severed, and viscous liquid gushed forth, seemingly contained within transparent vessels, rapidly accumulating. The severed torso and arms fell to the ground, blood beginning to pool. Linty stood aghast, witnessing how Nama effortlessly dismembered the 2 with a mere gesture, involuntarily shuddering. Despite being at 8th level, he could not contend with her. The allure of the body beneath the combat attire was eternally tempting. Yet even at the cost of his life, he had not even a chance to touch it. His throat parched painfully, he swallowed hard, retreating a couple of steps while his subordinates mirrored his movements. Nama turned, smiling. Linty, I await your challenge once you attain 7th level. Linty's face paled, forcing a laugh. Forget it. I lack the confidence. In mere moments, Norwood's off-road vehicle arrived, the tires screeching against the ground. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, Norwood flung open the door and leaped out. Linty, splendid work. Did you take out both of them? Norwood laughed heartily as he approached. Linty cast a glance at him, ignoring the question, his attention focused on Nama. Nama snapped her slender fingers, and the remains plummeted to the ground, the earth swiftly becoming saturated with red and white substances, which began to spread. Very well, you may piece them together and take them back for your accolades. I find this environment quite agreeable and intend to rest here for a day. Linty had no choice but to command his subordinates to load the bodies into the vehicle, tossing them into the truck bed. Moments later, amidst the roar of the engine, Linty steered toward the territory of the Kane family, while Nama and Norwood stood rooted, watching their departure. They did not utter a word, did they? Norwood inquired. Chapter 68. You must come with me. Nama smiled and replied, no, even if they had spoken, Linty would not have heard. However, do exercise caution in the future. Casting a glance at Ian's hiding place, she continued, I had initially hoped to wait until those 2 dealt with Linty, but their targets proved quite formidable. The subordinates they brought were mostly slain by him, while the remaining few fell victim to Linty's bombardment. Norwood exclaimed in astonishment, so powerful. Nama giggled, indeed, quite formidable. Over 30 individuals. Nearly all dispatched by him. Norwood inquired, where are they now? Nama covered her mouth with a laugh. Buried. I suspect he has been hiding underground since the very beginning. The air here is thick with his presence. Although I have yet to sense any difference, he must be unearthed, at the very least. I need to ascertain whether he truly possesses the ability to consume others' genes. If so, we could strike it rich. Norwood chuckled as well. I never expected that a mere acquaintance from the bar would possess such abilities. Half of the profits are mine. You have no subordinates. What need have you for such wealth? Do you have any idea how many people I must support? Norwood pondered for a moment before saying, regardless, we must first extract him and inquire about the situation. Besides, I recall that lad mentioning he would treat me to a drink next time we met. Then let us go and unearth him, Nama said with a smile, nodding in agreement. The 2 slowly approached the vicinity of Ian's pit. Come out. Your pursuers have all been eliminated. It is safe outside now. Norwood called out loudly. Do you remember promising to treat a bar owner to a drink? I have come to collect on that promise. Nama observed her brother's antics, remaining silent, a smile playing on her lips. Ian had long since awakened but was too fearful to emerge. The ruckus outside was chaotic, the sounds indicating the presence of at least a dozen individuals. He was not invulnerable. Stepping out would be tantamount to courting death. The individuals outside were increasingly powerful, and the last presence he detected was one he recognized. Yet the former 4th-level ability user had transformed into an entity beyond his perception, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Escape was no longer an option. He emerged from the underground, the pain beneath the bandages intensifying. All he could do was relax his muscles and acclimate to the discomfort. Norwood grinned widely, his gleaming white teeth on display. I knew you were extraordinary. Nama gazed into his blue eyes and suddenly spoke. Unwrap your bandages. I wish to see your face. Norwood chimed in. I do not understand why those from the wasteland prefer to cover themselves up. Ian reached for his M500, discarding it on the ground, then began to unravel the bandages encircling his head. The bandages fell away. A cascade of silver hair emerged before the siblings' eyes. His fair skin appeared comparable to Nama's. Norwood gasped, "Wow, silver hair. How stunning. I must do the same." However, upon seeing Ian's revealed skin, Norwood lost his composure. "Is your skin so flawless because it has been wrapped up for so long? Should I try it too?" Ian remained expressionless as he continued to unravel the bandages. Soon, his neck was exposed. He halted his movements, calmly regarding Nama and Norwood. In his perception, they appeared as two black holes, while in his line of sight, Nama was the most beautiful and alluring woman he had ever encountered, without exception. As for Norwood, the bar owner, although he did not understand how he could conceal his ability level, it was evident that he harbored no ill intentions. Yet, the enchanting woman before him bore no expression, simply observing him. "Continue." The cold command emanated from her seductive red lips. Ian unfastened the belt adorned with a bullet pouch and, devoid of expression, removed his tactical vest before proceeding to unbutton his shirt and begin disrobing. Norwood continued his incessant chatter from the side. "What about the backpack I gave you? You haven't lost it, have you?" Aside from Norwood's incessant prattling, both Nama and Ian remained silent. Beneath his clothing lay tightly wound bandages. When Ian was left clad only in his underwear, he paused and locked eyes with Nama. Ian's physique was, in fact, rather commendable. In truth, those who roamed the wilderness typically bore little fat, and as a wilderness hunter, he merely ensured his basic sustenance through ceaseless toil. Should he encounter extreme downpours, he would be left to perish in the wild. His upper body formed a perfect inverted triangle, with a slender waist and muscular legs. Most notably, his body bore no scars. The severe injuries he had once sustained had healed completely, leaving no trace behind. Nama scrutinized his form for a while, displaying no hint of embarrassment. After examining his abs and V-line, she shifted her gaze to his long fingers, ultimately meeting Ian's eyes as she inquired, "Have you never been wounded?" "Indeed," Ian replied tersely. Norwood interjected with a sigh, "Your physique is truly remarkable. You've been injured, yet not a single scar remains. Your body's regenerative abilities surpass even mine." Ian continued to ignore him, pursing his lips in silence, fixated on Nama. Suddenly, Nama smiled and said, "Come with me. Be my man, will you?" Ian was taken aback. Norwood erupted. "What? Sis, what did you just say?" "Sis." Ian silently noted the peculiar relationship between the two. Strangely, from the onset until now, his instincts had not signaled any urge to flee, indicating that these two held no murderous intent towards him. Nama cast a glance at the bewildered Norwood. "What? Is he unworthy?" Norwood, astonished, exclaimed, "Sis, you can't be serious. Just because you saw his body, you want to offer yourself to him?" Nama disregarded him and smiled at Ian. "You heard correctly. I want you to be my man." Ian remained silent for a moment before responding, "That is not a possibility." Nama, nonchalantly, remarked, "I am confident that your genes are exceptionally perfect. The proportions of every part of your body have achieved optimal ratios in their natural state. Thus far, you are the only one. Therefore, you must come with me." It was only then that Norwood realized Nama was not jesting. He pointed at Ian, saying, "Sis, if you're not joking, you ought to think carefully. After going to Red Moon City with her, how do you think this guy will meet his end? Those breeding pigs will devour him whole." Chapter 69. "I will not return with you." Ian remained silent, merely bending down to retrieve his clothing and began putting it on. As he dressed, Nama spoke to Norwood, "It's fine. Once we return, you will join him at the selection camp." Ian paused momentarily, stating, "The only thing you can take back is my corpse." He was unaware of what the selection camp entailed, but he could make an educated guess from its name. Unexpectedly, Norwood's reaction left him momentarily stunned. Norwood instinctively took a step back, exclaiming, "I'm not going." Nama did not engage him, instead extending her hand towards Ian. "Come with me. If I am not mistaken, you are currently only at level 5. Moreover, as a natural evolver, you have likely never consumed any genetic enhancement drugs. However, even if you refuse to accompany me, how long will it take you in the wilderness to achieve a balanced development of various abilities? Not to mention, when you need to advance to level 6 or 7, where will you obtain enough evolution points for all those abilities?" Ian silently continued dressing, and once he was fully clothed, he stood still, saying nothing. He did not touch the belt or the M500 that lay discarded on the ground. Norwood suddenly asked, "What about your sniper rifle?" Ian turned to glance at him, nonchalantly replying, Lost it. Norwood sighed. What a shame. You must be a level 5 sniper specialist. A level 5 sniper specialization was practically useless. Once one reached level 6, anyone aiming a gun at you would instinctively sense it, rendering sniping an illusory endeavor against abilities of level 6 or higher. Unless your sniper specialization reached level 9 or above, it bore little lethality. Noting Ian's lack of response, she continued, true masters primarily utilize cold weapons or spells. As for manipulators, I have yet to encounter a genuine expert. Most transition to cold weapons once they surpass level 6. Come with me to Red Moon City, Nama reiterated. Ian did not respond, merely bent down to secure his belt around his waist before attaching the M500 holster and sliding both weapons into their respective places. Norwood sensed that Nama's behavior was exceedingly unusual, yet he felt it inappropriate to inquire at that moment. One person insisted on returning to Red Moon City, while the other refused. What puzzled him was why Nama, who usually had everything meticulously planned, was fixated on Ian. Could it be that Ian was indeed a perfect evolver? Wasn't that a legendary existence? Such beings had never existed in history. Did Nama truly comprehend what she was saying or doing? Come with me to Red Moon City. While I have faith in your genes, you are currently not qualified to mate with me. If you cannot withstand the assaults of my suitors, then you may perish. However, during this process, I will ensure you are sent to the selection camp, where through systematic training and practical combat, you will acquire a wealth of evolution points and learn close combat techniques. Even if you wish to maintain your sniper specialization, you will have ample opportunities to hone your skills with all the firearms that have emerged thus far. As long as you survive, you could reach heights in just 1 year that would take you 10 years in the wilderness to attain. As I mentioned earlier, evolution points are scarce in the wild. If you accompany me, I will utilize all available resources to facilitate your advancement. Norwood sighed. The selection camp is a matter of life and death. If people learn that you are the man my sister has chosen, you may not survive a month. Nama interjected. So you must go as well, to protect him and prevent him from being killed indiscriminately. After all these years, it would be a pity if the man I've finally taken a liking to were to die. Ian, wearing a sullen expression, declared, I will not return with you. Norwood gazed at him with a peculiar expression before glancing at Nama. Indeed, Nama grew impatient. With a swift movement, Ian collapsed to the ground. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Norwood's eyes as he observed Nama, who had struck Ian down with her palm. Sis, hurry and check if you've killed him. Nama shot him a glare. His physical strength is extraordinary. I deliberately increased my force. While he won't die, he should be unconscious for at least 2 days. That should be sufficient time for us to return to Red Moon City. Go, help me throw him into the vehicle. We're heading back, Norwood sighed. Knowing that refusing to act would only result in punishment, he had no desire to overthink matters, so he grasped Ian by the collar and dragged him towards the parked SUV. The Hu family. The news of Hu Fumin's death had yet to reach them, similar to the Duowei family. However, considering the 4 or 5 days he had been away, based on the cycles of previous pursuit missions, he should be on his way back by now. Meanwhile, Hu Mu-Pot, who had once faced Ian directly, still fantasized about obtaining a piece of Ian's flesh to taste. Another individual, Lin Tae, promptly reported back to his family upon returning. However, he did not elaborate much on the causes of death for these two. The bodies had been brought back, making it impossible to extract any confessions. When Lin Tae reported to the family head, his grandfather, he specifically mentioned the issues he encountered while using his time reversal ability. The problems he himself did not comprehend became straightforward in the presence of the family head. Bloodline suppression. This was due to Norwood's bloodline being purer than his own. Hence, regardless of the ability he employed, if it pertained to Norwood's safety, he would yield no results. Even if he launched a lethal attack against Norwood, it would be significantly diminished. This was the reason I urged you to strive harder. Their lineage is too small. It could vanish at any moment. Return and diligently practice your techniques. The family head's words were simple and direct. Yet Lin Tae understood that his grandfather would not deceive him, nor would he show undue favoritism. The family head had his own responsibilities and stance. Offering discreet advice was acceptable, but ultimately, he represented the entire Kane family. Not merely his own branch. Grandfather, did you know that Nama has reached level 8? Yes, I was aware of it when she broke through. Lin Tae fell silent for a moment, bowed, and then exited the room. To this day, he believed that Nama's personal intervention was to seek vengeance for Norwood. I had never considered that Nama's presence there was intended to silence others. That trash, Norwood, possessing such a remarkable lineage, yet remaining at a mere level 4, baffles me. How can siblings of the same blood be so vastly different? It was precisely at the moment when he returned to his modest residence that Nama and Norwood arrived in the city of Red Moon, approximately 700 kilometers from the Cayenne family territory. Chapter 70. Red Moon City, 1. Nama has returned, accompanied by AMAN.is that not the useless Norwood. No, aside from Norwood, she has brought back another individual. Strikingly handsome, particularly with his silvery hair. Could it be that she has found a man outside? I never imagined that Nama would start keeping a man. Enough with the nonsense. Regardless of his beauty, he belongs to her. Your drooling is futile. Red Moon City is encircled by extensive walls, with air filtration devices installed atop the walls functioning continuously, ensuring that while the air still contains some radiation, its quality has returned to what it was before the war. The towering spires in the city center are interconnected with the mechanisms of the city walls, maintaining the purity of the city's atmosphere. Ian awoke upon arriving in Red Moon City, although he was meant to be here anyway. Even if he wished to escape, it would likely be in vain. He simply could not contend. Since leaving Wayne, Ian had never inhaled such pristine AI, or IT was also his first encounter with so many pure-blooded humans gathered in one place. To him, the distinction between darkness and light was minimal. Both were merely humans, albeit developing in divergent directions. Being solitary, he bore no aversion to this. After Nama brought Norwood and Ian back to her residence, they entered a villa district. As they walked, the whispers surrounding them were indistinguishable from shouts to those with abilities, particularly when those abilities were activated. Norwood, grinning, followed Nama closely, chuckling softly. "Sister, you're still living here. Why not move to the high-ranking officer district? Just listen to what these people are saying." Nama scoffed, not glancing sideways, though this area is filled with unsavory characters. "It possesses what I require, hence I shall remain here for the time being. However, since you have returned with me, along with Ian, we shall tidy up and relocate tomorrow." Ian silently followed behind, observing the layout of the villa district. Without turning back, Nama instructed, "Stop looking. We will be leaving tomorrow. Focus on how to escape when the time comes. Now, come with me to tidy up, take a shower, and change clothes." Ian silently complied. Fundamentally, both the dark and light factions could be considered military organizations. The difference lies in the existence of a highly transcendent entity within the light faction, the Church of Light. The military organizations under the Church, stationed in the Holy City of Light, are divided into two types: the Iron City, formed by various noble families, and the Angelic Legion organized by the Church itself. Beneath the Holy Hall, two entities are established: the Court and the Holy Cross Legion. Structurally, the Light faction is unequivocally a purely religious organization. Conversely, the Dark faction operates differently. The highest authority is known as the Red Moon Council, subordinate to which are the Dark Wolf City and Red Moon City. Additionally, there exists a core city not governed by the Red Moon Council, Lost City. This city is administered by a mercenary organization affiliated with the Dark faction. While it ostensibly submits to the management of the Red Moon Council, in reality, this organization has been steadily growing. Rumors suggest that Lost City aspires to independence, seeking to become the second major power within the Dark faction. However, the presence of numerous mercenary organizations complicates management significantly. Within the jurisdiction of Lost City lies the most chaotic region of the Dark Forces. No one's life or property is secure, unless one possesses the power to intimidate all. Chaos is the prevailing order here. Nama, as the youngest Major General of the Red Moon Legion, is not only recognized for her exceptional combat prowess, but also for being a rare tactical master. Just over 700 kilometers north of Red Moon City lies the Icy Plains, a battlefield against mutated creatures. It is there that Nama amassed a considerable number of evolution points. After upgrading her abilities, her military achievements reached the highest standards for a Major General. Had it not been for this, she could never have attained such a rank. To this day, her retinue remains engaged in battle in the north, with only a small team of about 50 returning with her to Red Moon City. The three of them bathed in succession. While showering, Ian discovered that the water flowing from the showerhead was not only hot, but also of a purity he could scarcely afford, level 3 water. This was purer than tap water had been before the nuclear war. He could hardly fathom that the inhabitants of Red Moon City utilized such water for bathing. As he washed, he absorbed a considerable amount of moisture, pondering whether there existed a recycling and purification system for the bathwater underground. Otherwise, it would be an immense waste. After changing into clean clothes, Norwood grinned at him, saying, "Do you find it extravagant? Water is so precious in the wilderness. Yet here, the bathing water is even purer than what I sold you." Ian nodded silently. Nama descended from upstairs, clad in jeans and a snug purple crop top, topped with a long-sleeved linen cardigan. Her bare feet treading lightly as she came down. "Let us rest for a day. After we move tomorrow, I still have official duties to attend to." Once seated, Nama spoke. Ian, feeling somewhat uneasy, sat across from her. "Norwood, do you have any plans?" Upon hearing Nama's question, Norwood's expression turned bitter. "Can I join the military? Just give me any position, as long as I don't have to go to the selection camp. I still need to hide my abilities. It would be troublesome if they were exposed, right, sister?" Nama poured herself a glass of wine from the table and downed it in one gulp. "Don't think about the military for now. If you wish to become a sergeant, you must either accumulate military achievements on the battlefield or emerge from the selection camp. Otherwise, with a low rank, you won't gain entry into the military." After speaking, Nama turned her gaze to Ian. "You have seen the resource situation in Red Moon City." Ian nodded. Resources, in essence, require funding. However, the higher the rank, the easier it becomes to earn. Every day, countless individuals emerge from the wilderness, much like yourself. Yet, those who truly acquire resources are always a select few. By following me, you need not compete for resources. Simply survive the training in the selection camp, and you will naturally receive better resources. However, I advise you not to use any gene evolution potions you acquire. Sell them instead. What I can offer you is a spot in the selection camp. Everything else you must strive to obtain for yourself." Ian raised his head and asked, "What is the selection camp? Who were the people pursuing me?" Chapter 71. Red Moon City 2. "What were those people outside saying about you?" Ian inquired, breathlessly asking 3 questions in quick succession. Before Nama could respond, Norwood chuckled. "When everyone is envious and jealous of you, it means you are on the right path and ahead of the game. Among those people, the men are envious of you, while the women envy my sister. As for me, I am merely a useless one." Ian shook his head. "Though I do not know how you concealed the level of your abilities, you are at least around level 7. In comparison, you are the genius, while I am the true waste." Norwood's eyes flickered momentarily, but he did not pursue the topic. Nama took another drink, seemingly quite fond of alcohol. "Forget about those worthless individuals who squander their time and energy on others. Let me tell you now, the selection camp is the fastest way to join the Red Moon Legion, without exception. Only at the rank of second lieutenant can one be considered a formal member of the Red Moon Legion. All others are dependents or family soldiers, unworthy of your efforts. As for the individuals hunting you, one is from the Hu family, and the other hails from the Davil family. Their pursuit of you likely stems from either your having killed someone from their family or because you harbor a greater secret." She waved her hand dismissively. "Don't be anxious. You will eventually belong to me, so I have no interest in your secrets for now. Regardless of whether you are a devourer, I am indifferent. What concerns me is that your level is too low. At the very least, you must reach level 8, or our union will not produce offspring, for otherwise, your seed will perish within my body." Seizing the opportunity, Norwood added, "Indeed, for my sister, you are merely a means of procreation. However, you should be aware of one thing. My sister has an overwhelming number of suitors. Nearly every man in Red Moon City, Wolf City, and Lost City desires her to bear their children. It all hinges on whether you can surpass them. Otherwise, you will encounter endless troubles." Ian glanced at Nama, about to speak, but she raised her hand to silence him. "I have many suitors, but not one has captured my interest. It is not due to their lack of strength, but rather because their genes are flawed. In contrast, your genes should be somewhat more perfect than theirs." Ian inquired with an expressionless face, "What if there are better candidates?" Nama shrugged and replied, "I haven't encountered anyone at least in terms of physique. You are the most perfect one, without exception. What should I expect in the selection camp?" Ian asked. "A comprehensive training system. Whether it be combat or firearms, you will undergo training that is impossible to find in the wilderness. Although I am uncertain of your abilities, I hope you can survive. Additionally, you must be aware that within the selection camp, you may face my suitors, and there could even be assassination attempts from the Hu family, the Duval family, or even individuals from my own family. In short, you will have to resolve these matters on your own. As long as you do not perish on the spot in the selection camp, I can save you." Ian fell silent for a moment. "Can I retaliate?" Norwood burst into laughter. "Of course, as long as you don't get caught by Blackjack. Otherwise, when he fights, you'll wish for nothing more than to take your own life." Nama sipped her drink slowly, a hint of a smile gracing her face. "In the selection camp, the use of gene serums is prohibited. However, if you manage to survive and become a second lieutenant, you will be able to purchase various resources exclusively supplied to the Red Moon Legion using your own identity. For example, ultra-long-range, large-caliber sniper rifles, and astonishingly high-capacity close-combat handguns. Moreover, as long as you have the funds, you can acquire gene evolution serums that will never appear on the market. This is precisely why they are willing to fight tooth and nail to enter the Red Moon Legion. The purchase of gene evolution serums is restricted and must be used on-site, thus effectively curbing the proliferation of these drugs. I know you possess spatial abilities, but I must remind you that carrying personal weapons into the selection camp will lead to your demise. Therefore, you cannot bring any weapons with you into the selection camp." Ian's pupils constricted sharply. Norwood kindly explained, "The Hu family, which is tracking you, made its fortune by developing spatial ability serums. This is not a secret. In the Dark Camp, at least 1/5 of the individuals possess this ability." Ian thought of Brett. Even among the direct descendants of the family, this ability was not common. They too required vehicles to transport weapons and ammunition. "Is it difficult to obtain a spot in the selection camp?" Norwood nodded. "Indeed, it's not just rare. The key is that there is only one session each year, and no one knows how many will successfully make it out alive. No one knows how many will attain the rank of second lieutenant each year. It is entirely at Blackjack's discretion. On one occasion, there was only one lieutenant in the selection camp because only one person survived." Nama added, "If there is only one lieutenant spot in the selection camp, it means that this cohort allows for only one survivor, while the others must perish. However, Blackjack does not deliberately target anyone. That has never happened. Maintaining fairness is the fundamental reason he has been able to oversee the selection camp for so long. Otherwise, he would have been thrown into the dungeon long ago." Ian pondered for a moment and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Norwood smirked, "Of course, to eliminate everyone." Nama nodded, "Yes, if you enter the selection camp, you must strive to be the sole survivor." Ian furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you have no allies in Red Moon City?" Nama replied candidly, "Allies come at a price. My only ally is my own ability, not humanity." Ian continued, "If I manage to survive, what would be the probability of advancing several levels in my abilities?" Nama contemplated before responding, "That is uncertain. Some who survive find that their ability levels do not increase but acquire several new abilities instead. Others focus on a single ability, but as you know, advancing in ability levels requires evolution points, so it ultimately depends on how many evolution points you can obtain during training." She looked at Ian earnestly and said, "If you have the chance to devour, do not let it slip away." Ian remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. He asked the most crucial question, "Is there a tuition fee?" "I have no money." Norwood laughed maniacally. "You only need to spend a night with my sister." Nama disregarded her brother. "A tuition fee is indeed required, but I happen to have a spot available. If not used, it can be sold for 1 million. Don't you think that's quite valuable?" Chapter 72. Is this the newcomer your sister spoke of? Furthermore, I will cover the training camp fees for you. Norwood, after we finish moving, take him to open an account. Norwood stroked his chin and chuckled. "I'm fine with running errands for you, but I won't be going to the training camp. If Blackjack only grants one spot, wouldn't that put me against Ian?" He looked at Ian. "I remember you mentioned treating me to a drink." Ian replied without changing his expression. "I don't have any money right now, I do." "Come, let's go have a drink," Ian asked in surprise. "Why are you treating me like this?" Norwood paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Anyone whom my sister takes a liking to will undoubtedly become a formidable man in the future. Although you are only at level 4 now, I believe you will soon surpass me, and perhaps I will even need you to save me then. Consider this an early investment." Nama glanced at Norwood. "A group of newcomers has emerged in the city. If you encounter them, do not hold back." Norwood's eyes lit up, and he nodded with a wicked grin. "Don't worry, leave it to me." He turned to Ian and said, "Red Moon City does not prohibit private duels, as long as no lives are lost. Even if someone is seriously injured, they can be treated. Just avoid killing if possible. This is strictly forbidden." The penitentiary is filled with experts, and very few come out alive. Ian silently noted several key terms: selection camp, blackjack, survival, gene evolution serum, money, private duels, no random killings, penitentiary. Once his cognitive faculties were fully engaged, he began to grasp the overall structure of the dark camp. However, the information he currently possessed was still somewhat lacking. A trip outside with Norwood, walking around, listening more, might yield additional insights. Norwood drove him for at least 5 kilometers before stopping at the entrance of a bar. This bar was not located on the main thoroughfare. Several military vehicles were parked outside, leading Ian to surmise that this was a place where official members of the Red Moon Legion came to relax. Otherwise, the vehicles would not be so uniform. It was even possible that only members of the Red Moon Legion were admitted. However, neither Norwood nor Ian were soldiers. Norwood seemed to understand his concerns and smiled. "Don't overthink it. This place is not exclusively for military personnel. It's just that today happens to be filled with soldiers. If you don't believe me, take a closer look over there." He extended his hand to point towards the other side. 4 or 5 young individuals clad in uniforms were approaching, though their attire appeared to lack certain insignias and patterns. He had seen the combat gear of Nama before, although it bore no overt embellishments. The subtle designs were unmistakable. Particularly notable were the epaulets on the shoulders and the badge upon the chest. As he pondered this, the image of Nama's remarkably captivating deformed badge seemed to materialize before his eyes. Observing the peculiar smile on Norwood's face, Ian couldn't help but inquire, "Is this what your sister referred to as the newcomers?" Norwood chuckled heartily. "I've been away for less than 4 years. Before that, I, Norwood, was a figure to be reckoned with in this city. Now, look at these fresh faces. Their gait and expressions indicate that they are not merely newcomers but rather newcomers of considerable background. Come on, let us disembark and have some fun with them." Ian shook his head, replying, "I shall refrain from engaging unless provoked." Norwood paused, his hand hovering over the car door, and turned his head to whisper, "Do you recall my sister mentioning her lack of allies? In this city, every moment sees someone trampled into the mud. Only those who can rise again earn respect. If one fails to recover, not only does one lose face, but their family also suffers shame. If honor cannot be restored, more will come to oppress their family. Whether in politics or business, others will seize opportunities to usurp. Thus, during such times, no one shows mercy, nor does anyone utter the idle phrase, 'It's none of my business.' For every event that transpires in this city may indeed pertain to you. Gil put it in terms of my sister. It means that if there is an opportunity to suppress any family, one must seize it, even if it means creating that opportunity." Chapter 73. "My close-quarters weapon is also dual pistols." Ian continued to shake his head, stating, "You need not test me. I will not resort to violence, and my proficiency lies in level 4 sniping specialization. I am not adept in close-quarters combat. To be precise, I possess no capability in unarmed close-quarters combat whatsoever. My close-range weaponry consists of dual pistols." Norwood displayed no sign of embarrassment. With a chuckle, he settled back into the driver's seat, jovially remarking, "Close combat with your 12.7mm caliber pistol? Are you not concerned about ensuring a swift demise?" Ian replied nonchalantly, "I have always been alone in the wilderness." Norwood nodded with a hint of sympathy, saying, "No friends, no comrades, and sometimes not even enemies. You truly are quite unfortunate." Ian inquired, "When does the selection camp commence? Is it true that no weapons are permitted inside?" Norwood chuckled, "The selection camp is merely another battlefield for competition between families. However, all the rules of the game are dictated by Blackjack. Whether or not one can bring a firearm is entirely up to him. Perhaps last year it was permitted, but this year it may not be. There is simply no way to know in advance. The selection camp is his domain. Aside from the Red Moon Council, he heeds no one else." Ian muttered, "Red Moon Council?" Norwood confirmed, "Indeed, the Supreme Red Moon Council. However, matters concerning the Red Moon Legion do not reach the level of the Council, hence the selection camp has always been under his command. Whether it be training content or any regulations, none can alter his decisions." Ian glanced at the group nearing the entrance of the bar and softly remarked, "Can individuals like them gain entry into the selection camp?" Norwood shook his head, "The standards vary year by year. Only upon submission of applications can the results be known when announced. However, the ability to enter the selection camp is not something Blackjack can determine alone. More often than not, it's a result of power struggles and compromises between families. Essentially, the quotas for each prominent family are allocated based on their strength. During critical times, the value of such a quota far exceeds 1 million. Do not be misled by my sister's casual remarks. Ian asked, "What is the maximum number of participants in the selection camp?" Norwood replied, 50 is the limit. Its lowest. There could be none at all. So, are you still interested in entering? Ian nodded, extending his hand towards the door, but still queried, "Though I am unsure why you are so patient with me, I do not sense any danger. Might I ask why a level 7 expert exhibits such patience towards me?" Norwood chuckled lightly. "As I mentioned before, perhaps I will need you to save me in the future. This is merely a preemptive investment." Ian scrutinized the twinkling eyes of Norwood for a full second before nodding. "If that is indeed the case, I will certainly come to your rescue, as long as you are not deceased. However, if you have already perished, I shall not avenge you." Norwood was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Flinging open the car door and leaping out, Ian followed closely, casting a glance at the emblem and name above the bar before stepping through the grand entrance. Before an exquisite wrought iron gate stood 20 ruggedly designed off-road vehicles. Armed with mortars and heavy machine guns, positioned in a standard semicircle, targeting the castle less than a kilometer within the gate's. 2 vehicles were stationed at the entrance, similarly equipped with heavy machine guns. As of now, neither side had opened fire. The 2 individuals at the entrance were engaged in negotiations. Linter stood atop a vehicle, hand resting on the machine gun's trigger, fixated on the opposing gunner. The one negotiating was his uncle, Romberg. This place represented the Hoof family's face. Beyond the gates lay the ancient castle that the Hoof family had inherited for centuries. At this moment, they had come to demand compensation for the shattered corpse of Hoof Fu Man. Regardless of the amount the family sought, he would receive a mere 10%. From any perspective, the Hoof family had no choice but to acquiesce, as they were entirely devoid of negotiating power. 20 vehicles were more than sufficient to reduce this estate to ruins. With their face lost, the Hoof family would only decline more rapidly. As for the negotiations taking place, they held no allure for him. The accompanying uncle was not the strongest in terms of combat prowess, but was exceptionally. Haddington paused for a moment before stating, "Indeed, this matter was improperly handled by the scions of the Hoof family. We, the Hoof family, accept responsibility for this incident. However, I kindly request your guidance regarding the specifics of the compensation. I need to report this to the family head." Lin Tay quickly bowed slightly and returned to the car. Although he could still hear everything clearly, he felt it inappropriate to stand beside Romberg in such matters. To his surprise, Romberg did not propose any conditions. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "As for the specifics of the compensation, we require to see the sincerity of the Hoof family. Our visit here is merely to provide evidence linking this matter to your family. Within a week, we expect to see your proposed compensation plan." "That is all I can convey at this moment, Mr. Haddington." Haddington nodded silently, refraining from further comment. After taking a couple of steps away, Romberg turned back and said, "The one who was severely injured is Norwood. The only brother of Namad, I must admit. While we can seek compensation on behalf of our family, we do not represent Namad." Haddington's pupils constricted slightly as he nodded and bowed slightly before turning to close the door. Once Romberg returned to his vehicle, they departed, the convoy steering towards a different direction, the direction of the Duval family. The incident involving Norwood's assault was being dealt with in accordance with the Dark Faction's protocols. Unbeknownst to Norwood, this branch member, Romberg, had effectively sold him and his sister out in the bars of Red Moon City. There are indeed barmaids, albeit those here, despite their similarly revealing attire, exhibited no signs of any mutated organizations. Naturally, they would never shy away from or disdain any man. As long as payment was rendered in Red Moon City, everything revolves around money, a reality far more direct and brutal than that of the wilderness. Ian observed this for a while, noting that the barmaids here did not seem particularly averse to being groped, a stark contrast to his experiences in the wilderness and even in Steel City. The difference lay in the fact that most of the women associated with the dark forces here possessed exceptionally attractive physiques. Perhaps this was due to the unique environment of Red Moon City? After ordering a bottle of wine, Norwood returned, placing the bottle and 2 glasses on the table before them. "This round is on you. I'm just fronting the cash," Norwood declared boisterously. Ian nodded. "Sure, I'll keep a tab. Are you quite familiar with the bar owner here? I noticed you were chatting for quite some time earlier," Ian inquired. Norwood chuckled. I'm well acquainted with all the bar owners in Red Moon City. It's impossible not to be. He expertly twisted open the wine bottle and poured each of them a glass. Welcome to Red Moon City, Norwood winked, grinning as he raised his glass. Ian lifted his glass and gently clinked it against Norwood's before taking a sip. The deep crimson liquid filled his mouth, and his cognitive center immediately processed a data set. The alcohol content in this drink was not particularly high, yet the hallucinogenic component was alarmingly potent at 7.36. He paused. Is this your house wine? Norwood laughed. Does it not compare to the wine from my bar? The bars in Red Moon City can be divided into two categories: the upscale bars, accessible only to a select clientele, and those operated by various families, generally not open to the public. Yet, the most popular offerings are those infused with hallucinogens. Do you know why? Without waiting for Ian's response, he continued, because this type of wine is reasonably priced and can quickly intoxicate someone. And drunkenness is the best excuse for a brawl, bar none. So, let us enjoy a good drink together and then go find someone to fight. So Red Moon City knows Norwood has returned. Ian found Norwood's intentions somewhat perplexing, yet given his current lack of funds and his dependent status, he resigned himself. Do as you wish. I shall not partake. Norwood suddenly chuckled. Ah, the fun is about to begin. In normal circumstances devoid of conflict, no one would constantly utilize their senses, yet Norwood was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, he would not have forsaken such valuable family resources to venture into the wilderness alone. Hey, silver-haired kid, where are you from? Ian did not need to look up to know that one of the individuals seated diagonally across from them was approaching. He glanced at the newcomer, raised his glass, and sipped slowly. Norwood, with his back to the approaching figure, wore a smile. Don't hold back, or my sister will thrash you, he whispered. Ian's striking blue eyes paired with his silver hair certainly made him stand out, and with his nearly flawless features, he left a memorable impression that was hard to forget. The individual sat down beside Norwood and drained his glass in one gulp. Norwood silently shifted over, turning to shout towards the bar, "Bring over a glass." Both Ian and Norwood recognized this individual as one of the young men they had seen outside the bar earlier, but they were unsure why he had approached them uninvited. The man smiled at Norwood. You two look unfamiliar. Just arrived? Norwood, still smiling, remained silent, while Ian, expressionless, watched as he poured more wine into his glass. Yes, just arrived, Ian affirmed with a nod. How much is a bottle of this wine? He asked Norwood. If you're buying, probably around 15,000 coins. Norwood continued to smile, not stopping the other from pouring wine into his glass. Why? Ian asked, gazing intently into the man's eyes. The man blinked. Why what? Ian pressed earnestly. We did not invite you. Why sit down to drink our wine? Norwood grinned widely. The young man suddenly laughed, turning to his companions. This kid is asking me why I came to drink. The others stood up, one of them grasping a wine bottle. Ian's expression remained unchanged. He was acutely aware that, in terms of sheer physical strength, even together, these individuals were no match for him. All were level 3 ability users. To him, they were no different from ordinary vagrants. To Norwood, who was a level 7, they were akin to children. Norwood amicably cautioned, I'm a level 4 ability user. It's best not to start a fight. You can't win against us. His voice was not particularly hushed. Before the young man could respond, the one who had approached spoke up. What does being level 4 mean? We're here to extend you some courtesy. Don't think your level 4 makes you formidable. Ian fell silent. Given that Norwood had spoken, he merely needed to observe. Surprisingly, Norwood nodded indeed, which is why we made no objections. Correct? I even offered him a seat and requested a glass, a tea that moment, for individuals stood near the small booth. Their uniforms revealed they were merely at the rank of private, although donned in the attire of the Red Moon Corps. It bore no insignia. This was the most basic uniform, yet not anyone could wear it, the very least. This was not the front lines, where one could be conscripted indiscriminately. Ian and Norwood wore uniforms devoid of any rank insignia. Sensing Norwood's retreat, the young men grew increasingly bold. This is Red Moon City. What can you do even if you're level 4? Red Moon City abides by its own rules. Do you know who we are? Even if I'm only level 3, would you dare to lay a hand on me? Ian raised his glass and drained it, then picked up the wine bottle to pour himself another glass before passing it to Norwood. Is it the custom in Red Moon City to freely consume another's drinks? Ian inquired with a smile, especially when no invitation was extended. Is your own money insufficient that you must share one bottle among 5 of you? As soon as Ian finished speaking, Norwood burst into laughter. Because their standing in their family may not be significant, they probably lack spending money. Ian's eyes glimmered with amusement as he regarded the group. Their carefree demeanor seemed to deter the others from acting rashly. Norwood bellowed, "Kolinsky, it's been years since I've been here. The rules of your bar haven't changed, have they?" From the bar, a voice responded, "If you wish to fight, take it outside." Norwood grinned at the young man beside him. "Regardless of when you joined the Red Moon Corps, were you unaware that one should not provoke anyone before attaining the rank of second lieutenant? If your family elders have not imparted this basic rule to you, it merely indicates that you are likely a distant branch of the family. However, I am quite curious, what families do you hail from? Drinking and brawling is entirely normal. I have no objections." Ian had yet to familiarize himself with the prominent families within the Dark faction and interjected, "State your family name, and then you may leave. If we lose, we will cover your drinks for the day." Norwood laughed heartily. "Indeed, indeed. The one who loses shall pay." Ian delivered the final blow, "and it was just the 2 of us against your 5. Among the 5, one hesitated and said, "It's just about getting some free drinks. Is it really necessary?" Ian regarded Norwood without uttering a word, his gaze laden with inquiry. Norwood shook his head and replied, "This is not merely about drinks. The issue at hand is that you spend 15,000 to acquire a single bottle, while my words could procure 2. Thus, what your friend is drinking is not merely alcohol but my dignity. Do you understand? If you are unfamiliar with the rules, I can enlighten you." He slowly twisted the cap back onto the bottle and placed it on the table. "My friend inquired about your family name. Yet you have yet to respond. Rest assured, this is merely a drunken scuffle. It will not tarnish your family's reputation, I assure you." The young man holding the bottle scowled. "I won't say anything." "Do as you wish." Norwood's smile vanished, and with a grim demeanor, he queried, "Then let us pose another question." He pointed at the young man clutching the bottle. "You just received a phone call? After which you incited this brainless fool to create trouble. Who called you? Speak up, and you'll only need to spend a week in the hospital. Otherwise, it will not end so simply." The young man, labeled as a fool, flushed crimson. Ian shook his head at the scene. The young man holding the bottle took a step back and protested, "That's not true. You're talking nonsense." Norwood reached out and seized the right arm of the young man beside him, applying pressure that resulted in a fracture. Almost simultaneously, Ian had drawn an M500 from his leg and aimed it at the young man's leg. Bang! With a deafening sound, the young man screamed in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Ian had shattered his calf with a single shot. 2 cries of distress rang out simultaneously. Following the gunfire, Ian holstered his weapon. The bar, which had not been particularly crowded, now witnessed a retreat from onlookers, many of whom had sought refuge behind booths upon hearing the gunfire. Ian did not use teleportation. Rather, his speed of movement within such proximity was astonishingly swift, allowing him to appear among the other 3 in an instant. 2 elbow strikes and a kick sent the trio flying into a nearby booth. Norwood grasped the neck of the one seeking free drinks, dragging him toward the bar's exit. "If you possess the courage to act as a pawn, you must also bear the consequences. Come with me. I guarantee you will only be laid up for a week." The young man, writhing on the ground, clutching his severed leg, ceased his wails. He glared at Ian with malice, declaring, "Even with Nama's protection, you will surely die." Ian turned to glance at him, gently shaking his head. "I hope you live to witness that day." He first dragged the other 3 out of the bar and tossed them aside before returning to seize the hair of the legless youth, picking up the severed portion from the ground as he exited the establishment. Chapter 76. Finished the unfinished drink in a mere handful of seconds. Not only had a gun been fired, resulting in a grievous injury, this wholly surpassed the expectations of the onlookers in the bar. What they anticipated as a mere brawl had escalated to gunfire. Moreover, the sound was deafening in such a confined space. After dragging the injured individual out of the bar, Ian cast him onto the ground. Upon raising his eyes, he observed that during his absence, Norwood had already shattered the legs of the remaining 3. The 4 lay in a heap, groaning softly in agony. Yet, the most unfortunate was his subordinate. Without treatment within 24 hours, it was likely that his leg would not be reattached. Ian drew his handgun, aiming it at the severed leg on the ground, demanding, "Who called you? Which family do you belong to?" Why target me? 3 questions tumbled from his lips, prompting Norwood to chuckle and say, "You'd best answer quickly. If he shatters your leg with a single shot, you will truly be incapacitated. No matter what promises were made by the one who called you, even if you received them, you would find them utterly useless." Tears and snot streamed from the young man's face due to the pain. Ian discerned that he was merely a pampered child, likely unaccustomed to real injury. The young man shouted hoarsely, "It was my brother. He instructed me to test you. You returned with Nama today." Ian inquired in a low voice, "What is your brother's name?" "Adra Pisea. My brother's name is Adra Pisea." Ian holstered his weapon and nodded at Norwood. Norwood grinned. "Adra? You are his brother?" The young man clutched his severed leg tightly, nodding vigorously. Norwood approached, peering down at him. "So you knew who I was from the outset?" The young man timidly nodded. "You are Norwood Kane?" "Nama's brother, a level 4 Esper." Norwood smiled and pointed at Ian. "You wish to know who he is and why he returned with my sister, yet you were unaware of his background, prompting your friends to probe? Correct?" He then turned to Ian and said, "Forget it. Let us spare the young man who knows nothing. However, be cautious. My sister's suitors have begun to take action, and you may soon face greater challenges. But rest assured, no one dares to kill indiscriminately in Red Moon City." Ian shook his head gently. "Shall we return?" Norwood laughed heartily. "Return? Just wait a moment. Someone will be here shortly." No sooner had he spoken than a black military vehicle approached from down the street, its engine emitting a distinctive rumble. The vehicle skidded to a halt before them, and 4 men in military uniforms disembarked. Fully armed, one of them bore the rank of lieutenant, towering at approximately 2 meters tall, with a physique reminiscent of a statue and a face equally formidable beneath his helmet. "Did you fire a gun in the bar? Who fired?" Ian noted that this individual's gaze was fixed intently upon him. He glanced at Norwood, who displayed no discernible emotion. After a brief frown, he replied, "I fired the gun. My life was in jeopardy, and I shot solely in self-defense. Is that so?" The newcomer turned to the injured individual on the ground. "Shibroka, you are the victim. Speak." Ian then learned that the young man whose leg he had shattered was named Shibroka Pisea. To be honest, Ian felt a twinge of anxiety. The pivotal factor in this situation was Norwood's stance. If he remained silent, matters could become troublesome. After all, he had no foundation in Red Moon City, knowing only Nama and the Norwood siblings up to this point. He had merely acquired 2 names, those of the Pisea brothers. Norwood stood still, addressing the newcomer, Reynolds Bratton. "Am I invisible standing here?" Reynolds turned to regard him, a hint of a smile appearing. "Norwood, when did you return?" Norwood replied with a smirk. "Just today. I came back with my sister and brought a friend along for a drink." "Your sister has returned? Wasn't she just away for a few days?" Reynolds' gaze shifted to Ian while continuing to question Norwood. "Yes, my sister went out specifically to bring him back," Norwood continued with his cheerful demeanor. Ian felt a pang of frustration. "Bring him back?" Reynolds' expression and tone were laced with disdain. "A level 4 novice?" Norwood took offense. "What are you saying? Am I also just a level 4 novice in your eyes?" "This is my sister's friend, Ian." Reynolds scoffed. "Ian, you are the one who shot Shibroka's leg?" Ian remained silent, merely nodding. This moment, he was focused on Norwood's response. As for the outcome, he had no worries. Even if he was one of Nama's suitors, he had not committed murder, thus not violating the rules of Red Moon City. The very least. The only rule he was aware of was that killing was prohibited. Beyond that, Norwood had not elaborated on any other regulations. A few individuals gathered outside the bar, watching the unfolding drama. The arrival of Reynolds' vehicle had drawn a crowd to the street, all eager to witness the spectacle. Such brawls were commonplace in Red Moon City, often showcasing spectacular displays of combat. Under the constraint of the no-kill rule, personal combat encounters were particularly thrilling. Shibroka glared at Ian with venom, yet he understood that he had instigated this situation himself. "Shibroka, what do you have to say?" Reynolds inquired, looking down at him. Shibroka, suppressing his pain, adopted a regretful expression and replied, "Lord Reynolds, this was merely an ordinary drunken street brawl. He is new to Red Moon City and was unaware of its rules. He accidentally injured me with his gun. Although this is unfortunate, I believe the rules of Red Moon City could be imparted to him, perhaps through a verbal reprimand." Reynolds scrutinized him for about a second before turning to Ian and stating, "Red Moon City does not prohibit fighting, but killing is forbidden. That is the rule of Red Moon City. Do you understand now? Ian nodded. Reno turned to Norwood and said, "Please send my regards to your sister." He then addressed Shibuloka, "Quickly contact your family to take you to the hospital. You will be fine in a couple of months." After uttering these words, he hopped into the vehicle and departed amidst a roar. Norwood slowly approached Ian and said, "Now, you must come inside with me and finish the unfinished wine." Chapter 77 XM 1021 Didn't you say you wouldn't resort to violence? Why did you draw your weapon? Norwood asked with a grin. Ian shrugged. If it were a typical brawl, I certainly wouldn't have taken action. However, if it's directed at me, that's a different matter. Besides, I have stated that even in close combat, I would employ a firearm, and as you can see, that was the outcome. Norwood nodded in response. After engaging in casual conversation about a few families Norwood could recall from Red Moon City, the two finished a bottle of wine, after which Norwood assisted Ian in opening an account. Upon returning to the villa area, Ian was astonished to discover that Nama had not only tidied up the villa herself, but had also organized 2 packages. "I am already aware of the situation," Nama stated. "Adela is now a level 6 ability user. However, he is unlikely to act against you directly. Therefore, you need not be overly concerned, at the very least. Most of your adversaries will be below level 5, and the majority will be acting under orders to confront you." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "I have already spoken with Jack. It's time to move. Prepare some items you will require for the selection camp tomorrow, and the day after, let Norwood take you to register. This year's selection camp has already begun its registration, which will close in 4 days." Norwood chuckled. "Ian, your timing is impeccable." Nama paid no mind to Norwood's playful demeanor. Instead, she focused on Ian and said, "Regardless of who the candidates in this selection camp may be, your objective is to find a way to survive as best as you can. Although the training camp lasts only half a year, it is often compressed. Typically, in the end, either a group remains or only one person survives." Ian suddenly inquired, "Did you participate in the selection camp back in your day?" Norwood laughed heartily. "My sister possessed the strength adequate for the selection camp, but she was too young. By the time she reached the appropriate age, she was already leading her retinue into battle on the ice plains. Do you think just anyone can become a general? My sister is the youngest general in the Red Moon Legion, without exception." Nama chuckled. "My situation is rather unique and not particularly representative. I merely wish to remind you that in the selection camp, if there is only one spot available, any alliances are mere illusions, because attaining a 2nd lieutenant rank in the Red Moon Legion is no easy feat. Even my assistants must hold the rank of major or above. A 2nd lieutenant signifies that you can independently lead troops into battle, and certain resources can only be exchanged for through merit earned in combat. Do you understand my point?" Ian nodded and asked, "Does this include the war against the Light Camp?" "Indeed," she replied. "However, if you have ventured to the west, you would likely have discovered that the war against the Light Camp does not yield much in terms of merit. More importantly, you gain very few evolution points from battles against the Light Camp. Therefore, as long as you can survive the selection camp, head north to the ice plains to elevate your rank as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, even if I wish to help you, I would have no means to intervene directly. You should be aware that without my consent, you would never obtain my genes." Ian spoke earnestly. "I understand." Nama laughed lightly. "That is precisely why I will support you. I will ensure you agree." Ian fell silent. What he needed were evolution points, not resources, not potions, and certainly not weapons. Yet, it appeared that the only way to acquire evolution points was to survive the selection camp and thereafter engage in battles in the northern ice plains. He recognized that his body was not akin to that of an ordinary pureblood human. He had grasped this fact long ago. However, he also understood that he was not a purely human entity but rather a clone birthed from a laboratory. Much like Mr. Wayne, the knowledge of these matters had vanished from all records following the professor's demise. Unless he could locate the original laboratory, he remained oblivious to the identity of his progenitor. These secrets lay buried deep within his memory. Each alteration in his body brought forth a multitude of questions. For instance, what were the origins of the suddenly emerging cognitive centers and the unexpected characters? On a conscious level, he could perceive each fragment of his genes. His muscle fibers, even muscle cells, could store vast amounts of energy and moisture, rather than relying on the fat within his body for energy storage. Such capabilities were beyond the reach of an ordinary pureblood human. Yet, even if someone could achieve such feats, they would likely remain silent about it. What did Nama mean by devourer? Did it imply that his cells possessed formidable engulfing capabilities? Or that he could acquire new abilities through the consumption of flesh? These remained enigmas, awaiting his gradual evolution to uncover their underlying truths. Thus, he required a substantial number of evolution points. The selection camp, as Nama had mentioned, would expose him to experiences he had yet to encounter. The new home was situated in a more central location within Red Moon City, with an astounding distance of 500 meters between the standalone villas. The expansive yard not only housed the villa but also featured a swimming pool and a garden. Norwood and Ian each occupied a bedroom on the second floor, while Nama resided on the third. The first floor comprised a standard living room, kitchen, and lounge area. The basement through to the third floor was designated as training rooms. This residence was not only more luxurious than the previous villa, but also more practical. The gun room on the third basement level was stocked with an array of firearms. Norwood had a penchant for shotguns and selected the largest caliber, a 12mm buckshot. Ian, on the other hand, chose a sniper rifle with a 12.7mm caliber, which was the most easily replenished. Observing Ian aiming with the weapon, Norwood casually inquired, "Do you still have another gun in your space?" Ian remained perfectly still and replied, "None left. I am merely accustomed to this caliber." Norwood retrieved a hefty gun weighing 21 kilograms and placed it before him. "Try this, the XM-1021 sniper rifle, caliber 20mm. The pre-nuclear war caliber was 25mm, but it has now been modified to 20mm. Its effective range reaches 3 kilometers, and it can effortlessly penetrate 10 centimeters of armor. However, the magazine holds only 7 rounds, and it has considerable recoil. Additionally, the gunfire is quite loud, making it easy to reveal your position." Ian lifted it for a test. Although the weight posed no challenge for him, it could become cumbersome if he could not utilize his spatial abilities freely, especially with only 7 rounds in the magazine. Nevertheless, its advantages included long range and, combined with his characters, the capability to eliminate targets from a greater distance. The bullets appeared excessively thick, almost grossly so. Modifying the magazine would render it too long, thus affecting stability or the prone shooting position. Chapter 78 Blood Exchange. The gun is excellent, but the ammunition is troublesome, Ian commented succinctly. Norwood chuckled, "Do you really believe this ammunition is difficult to procure? You can swap the barrel. It can accommodate a maximum of 25mm and a minimum of 12.7mm. Would you like to experience its recoil?" Ian pondered, ejected the magazine, and took a glance. "Never mind, I should be able to adapt." Norwood nodded, moved aside, and casually took a shotgun magazine, loading it with rounds before commencing a barrage of fire. "I relish the sensation of a shotgun. It scatters a wide area," he shouted amidst the thunderous gunfire. Ian smiled, raised his gun, and fired at a wall piled with sandbags 50 meters away. The immense recoil caused him to stagger slightly, and a brilliant flash erupted, followed by a booming sound that left his ears feeling slightly uncomfortable. However, his body swiftly adjusted, generating an additional layer of eardrum just outside the original, 3 millimeters away. Upon careful consideration, he realized it had nearly no effect on his hearing. Coupled with his perception and visual range, it would not hinder his combat effectiveness on the battlefield. Turning his gaze back to the sandbags, he saw Norwood obliterating them, while his own shot had merely created a small hole. Norwood continued firing wildly, over 100 rounds before finally satisfied and stowing the gun. Neither Ian nor Norwood had donned ear protection. They returned to the living room on the first floor, where Ian remarked earnestly, "I really like that large gun. Its destructive power and range are hard to resist." Norwood laughed heartily. "However, you still cannot bring it into the selection camp, or else Jack will incapacitate you in a manner that cannot be healed." Ian nodded. Since meeting the brother and sister duo, he had displayed very limited abilities. In truth, he was uncertain of his own potential limits. Yet, when confronted with Nama, he felt utterly devoid of any sense of resistance. It seemed his instincts believed that any effort against Nama would be futile. Furthermore, his cognitive center was disinclined to entertain the possibility of rebellion. Clearly, Nama's abilities must extend beyond a mere level 8 ability. Perhaps she possessed multiple abilities, all reaching level 8. That gun, I will retrieve it once I return alive. The tranquility of the villa district resembles that of a solitary hunt in the wilderness, where scarcely a sound can be heard. Nama is upstairs. Norwood clings to his electronic devices, while Ian, with nothing to occupy his time, can only indulge in as much food as possible to stockpile energy for his body. He has never undergone systematic training, and some information disclosed by Norwood included the term extreme exhaustion of physical strength. Having experienced hunger, Ian is particularly wary of it. This selection camp has a total of 37 slots. Thus far, including you, 34 individuals have arrived. The reason it remains an odd number is due to the slot I have not utilized. The original number was 36, thus you have effectively cut in line. 3 individuals have yet to register. Take this badge and present it to Jack upon arrival to complete your registration. The absence of the final 3 individuals should be clear to you. It is rare for Nama to convey such seriousness. Ian listens attentively, for it pertains to matters of life and death. How could he not take it seriously? Once Nama finishes her instructions, she inquires, "Is there anything else you wish to know?" Now is the time to ask, for once I begin my duties at the military headquarters, I shall have little time to return. Only Norwood will remain in this villa, and he cannot assist you much. Ian furrows his brow, ignoring the intensity of Nama's gaze upon him. Is there a similar selection camp within the Light faction? Nama nods, stating, "Although we are not entirely certain, it must exist. The Holy Crusaders of the Light faction likely have a similar selection camp. Additionally, there is the Angel Corps, though I have never interacted with them and cannot provide much information. I only know that the Angel Corps represents their highest combat prowess, yet they have never left the Holy City of Light. It is said," she hesitates, "that the Angel Corps consists entirely of modified beings, not pure-blooded humans." Ian's expression remains unchanged, but a sense of unease stirs within him. Could it be that he, too, is a modified being? Do angels truly exist in this world? Nama chuckles lightly, stating, "I have never encountered an angel. However, it is rumored that there are demons within the Lost City, though I have not seen those either. If you survive, you may investigate for yourself whether angels or demons truly exist." After a moment's contemplation, Ian asks, "Could you tell me about the situation in the northern ice fields?" Nama raises an eyebrow, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. The battles in the northern ice fields predominantly involve not humans, but modified beings. In other scenarios, one confronts beasts engineered for modifications. Remember, the war in the northern ice fields commenced after the nuclear conflict. It has endured for decades, and we do not even know the name of the force behind our adversaries. I believe the Light faction is in the same predicament. They too are unaware of whom they are fighting. Yet the battle continues. The entities in the northern ice fields should be considered enemies of all humanity. She exhales, adding, "However, this is not a concern for you at present. Everything can wait until your return. At that time, you may join my battle ranks." Ian remains silent. Nama continues, "Before you depart, grant me a drop of your blood." Ian suddenly looks up, fixing his gaze upon Nama. Her stunning visage radiates an alluring smile. "Difficult to refuse. Why? You know full well that if I refuse, you cannot utilize my blood." Nama giggles. "No, no, no. I shall not touch your blood. I fear I may not withstand it. My intention is that if you perish, and if you can retain your consciousness, I could use this drop of blood to clone you, and then transfer your consciousness into it. The selection camp? Must I certainly perish within? I do not know. Thus, I merely wish to prepare for contingencies." Nama extends her delicate finger, flicking it, causing a drop of brilliant red blood to float in the air, hovering before Ian. "This is mine. Let us exchange." Ian gazes at her impossibly beautiful face and, parting his lips, releases a drop of blood, equally vivid red, yet intertwined with a hint of silver light. That silver glimmer represents a seed encompassing all his memories, the core of his consciousness, within the blood. He has not commanded death, so as long as sufficient nutritional supply is provided, this drop is sufficient to autonomously grow into a brand new Ian. Chapter 79. Absorption. He swallowed Nama's drop of blood, and the cells in his oral mucosa swiftly absorbed it, beginning a rapid analysis. Almost instantaneously, his body temperature soared to nearly 100 degrees Celsius. The vast disparity in levels caused his remaining consciousness cores to nearly crash. After consuming several evolution points, generating 4 consciousness cores, his temperature gradually decreased, yet still hovered around 60 degrees. This was an external manifestation resulting from his insufficient analytical capability, necessitating more energy consumption. If he had more evolution points, it would likely be futile. The more consciousness cores one possesses, the more energy is consumed. Ultimately, deciphering this drop of blood might reduce him to a mere husk, and even continuous consumption may not suffice to keep pace with the rate of energy expenditure. Meanwhile, Nama, seated across from him, did not touch his drop of blood. She retrieved a genetic sample container, carefully placing the drop of blood within it. Inside the container, the drop maintained its suspended state, entirely devoid of contact with the walls. Nama's face displayed awe and admiration. "It is simply perfect, yet exceedingly perilous. I can sense that within this drop of blood lies immense danger." Inserting the tube into the cleft of her chest, she sighed with relief. "I truly wish to dissect you for a closer examination." Glancing over, Ian had already closed his eyes, diligently absorbing the energy and information embedded in her drop of blood. A trace of smug satisfaction flickered in Nama's eyes as she rose to head to the kitchen, retrieving a box of high-energy nutritional supplements from the freezer and placing it before him. High-energy supplements. 1 tube suffices for a normal person for 5 days. Consume freely. You require a copious amount of energy. Ian opened his eyes to glance at the small box. The hunger within him roared like flames. Not only was his stomach already boiling, but in such a brief period, he had lost at least 5 pounds in weight. He reached for a tube, swiftly twisting off the cap and pouring its contents into his mouth. Yet, as the tasteless, viscous substance entered his stomach, it was almost entirely dissolved. He continued, consuming 4 tubes in rapid succession before mustering the strength to rise, heading to the kitchen to turn on the tap. Ensuring his stomach was filled with water before resuming the intake of high-energy supplements, he had never consumed such a vast amount of energy in such a short time. The primary reason lay in his utter astonishment that merely deciphering the information within that drop of blood required such an immense energy expenditure. The box of high-energy supplements contained 20 tubes. After 1 hour, only 3 remained. Essentially, he had expended the equivalent of 3 months' worth of energy in just 1 hour. Yet, he did not save the last 3 tubes. He consumed them all. His clothes were completely soaked with sweat, making him appear as though he had just emerged from a pool. Nama sat on the sofa, observing him, while Norwood was absent. Otherwise, he would have made a fuss. The data transmitted from his consciousness cores indicated that his weight had decreased by 5.71 kilograms within that hour. Ian looked at Nama, somewhat awkwardly. "Is there any more left?" Nama nodded. "There is a freezer in the kitchen. Open it. There are more inside. Feel free to eat as much as you like. If you have the space, it would be wise to take some with you, lest you find yourself too weak to crawl when hunger strikes." With nothing to eat, Ian remained silent, taking another box of high-energy supplements and opening it in the kitchen, consuming tube after tube. With each tube consumed, he chugged a bellyful of water. The continuous consumption and hydration caused his consciousness cores to persistently expend energy. At this moment, his focus was not on deciphering the results of the blood sample, but rather on replenishing his energy. However, as time passed, his pace of eating slowed. The taste of the substance became increasingly unbearable. Yet the energy contained within these supplements was incomparable to any other food. As fat began to accumulate within his body, he slowly started to regain weight, and the flow of sweat lessened. After finishing the second box of supplements, even Nama was taken aback. Ian's complexion had returned to normal. Though his temperature still exceeded the norm, it was now fundamentally stable. He smiled at Nama, saying, "I suppose I have underestimated my own capacity. This serves as a lesson. I need to take a shower and change my clothes. You are the most voracious eater I have encountered. Even I, during my battles in the northern ice fields, never consumed 2 boxes in one sitting. I find myself increasingly intrigued by your physique. How about you grant me a sample of your bodily tissues, even just a strand of hair?" Ian ignored her, turning to enter his bedroom, where a bathroom and clean clothes awaited, all prepared by Nama in advance. After taking a cold shower and changing, he returned to quietly sit on the sofa, looking at Nama and asking, "In the selection camp, is it permissible to kill at any time?" Nama smiled, saying, "I cannot provide an answer to that question. Upon entering the selection camp, you need only heed the commands of one individual. The words of others may be disregarded. That individual is Jack. If you take action and kill someone without his tacit approval, I cannot assist you. Do you understand my meaning?" After contemplating for a moment, Ian nodded and said, "If the adversary strikes first, I must endure until Jack intervenes to eliminate them?" Nama shook her head and replied, "Jack will not take action to kill anyone." Ian then realized, "I understand now. I will strive to ensure my own survival, and I shall endeavor to eliminate all others." including the final three. Nama rose and stretched. Ian recognized her deliberate intent, yet he could not help but let his gaze linger on her breathtaking silhouette. He whispered, "In return for your favor, I will eradicate them all." Nama said nothing, completed her stretch, and ascended the stairs. Only then did Ian begin to analyze the results of that single drop of blood. The first surprise was the acquisition of a total of 8 evolution points within his body. An unexpected boon he had not anticipated. The second revelation was that the 4 cognitive centers he had previously created using 4 evolution points were insufficient. Rather, after the emergence of evolution points in his system, he consumed additional points to generate 4 more cognitive centers. This signified that a total of 12 cognitive centers were functioning in unison, allowing him to complete the analysis of Nama's drop of blood in a mere hour and a half. In addition to the 8 remaining evolution points, he also obtained the complete genetic makeup contained within that drop of blood. Through his analysis, he discovered that Nama's genetic structure was exceedingly complex. Entirely unlike the standard human double helix, it was a triple helix. The connections between the genes branched out into 3 lines that linked the 3 helices. Alarmingly, the genes on each of the 3 strands were identical. This indicated that Nama and Norwood's genes could split into 3 entirely identical, independent genetic chains. However, the purpose of evolving into such a form eluded him for the moment. Nevertheless, the process of extracting a segment from one of the genetic chains and inserting it into his own genetic chain subjected him once again to an increase in body temperature. Fortunately, this time it did not consume much energy. After depleting the newly generated fat in his body and replenishing it with several tubes of nutrient solution, he returned to normalcy. He identified 7 new segments, namely gravity, space, spatial confinement, terrain comparison, hazard insight, initial embrace, and fragmentation. Moreover, there were at least 3 genetic segments whose content he could not decipher, which he could only temporarily store within his genetic chain. Perhaps, once he reached level 8, he would possess the requisite ability to analyze them. Upon careful examination, he recognized that among the 7 abilities, he already possessed initial embrace, while the function of fragmentation seemed to involve splitting the physical body into multiple subbodies for escape. He had the ability of space. He greatly appreciated the function of terrain comparison, which allowed one to identify differences between 2 images, thereby facilitating enemy detection. Gravity was also applicable to him. However, the ability of spatial confinement seemed rather useless. Given its low level, despite the multitude of abilities at his disposal, he chose not to invest evolution points in them. Instead, he allocated all 8 points to enhancing his combat-related speed. Simultaneously, he converted the surplus initial embrace and space into evolution points, all directed towards speed enhancement. As a result, his combat speed reached level 5. Given his unique velocity, his speed now rivaled that of a typical pureblood's level 6 ability. Now, he possessed 2 level 5 abilities. One was sniper specialization, and the other was speed. His intention was to augment his escape velocity. Engaging in a futile struggle when outmatched would be foolish. He had never been one to fear death, yet he had never wished to act foolishly. He was uncertain as to why Nama provided him with that drop of blood, seemingly convinced that he was the so-called devourer, and believed that this drop of blood would grant him certain survival abilities within the selection camp. As for what a devourer truly was, Ian had begun to grasp the concept. Someone like him, who directly absorbed another's genes to transform his own abilities, perhaps embodied the essence of a devourer. However, unbeknownst to him, Nama's interest extended beyond this ability. Rather, when a true devourer evolves to a high tier, specifically beyond level 7, their cells acquire a terrifying capacity for consumption. At that point, his blood would become a formidable weapon. Unbeknownst to Nama, since Ian had begun to retain memories, his blood had already possessed this ability. The two held divergent understandings of the concept of a devourer. After Nama ascended the stairs, she did not return. Ian slowly processed the information he had obtained until Norwood returned, reeking of alcohol. He did not mention the exchange of blood between himself and Nama. Instead, he informed Norwood that Nama had requested him to escort her to the selection camp the following day. Norwood laughed heartily and agreed. The selection camp was situated approximately 30 kilometers northwest of Red Moon City, in a desolate area. Norwood halted the vehicle at the entrance of the camp. "I can only take you this far. I won't be entering," he said. "Be cautious, and don't meet your end inside." Ian nodded and turned to enter. The entrance to the selection camp was devoid of any guards. Only upon stepping inside did he notice a crooked sign indicating the new recruit registration area. At a window sat a portly black man, smoking a cigarette and donning sunglasses. His white beard, eyebrows, and hair unmistakably suggested that he was at least 50 years old. Otherwise, his hair and beard could not possibly be entirely white. However, what struck Ian as odd was that the skin of this black man appeared almost as smooth and refined as his own, merely obscured by its darker hue. He produced the badge Nama had given him and handed it over. "Hello, I am here to register. My name is Ian." The portly man withdrew his legs from the table, glanced at the badge, and tossed it into a nearby box. "You are Ian, Nama's little friend?" he rasped. Though Ian could not see his eyes, Ian remained silent. He had studied the badge and noted that it bore no special markings to indicate Nama's identity, so it could only be presumed that Nama had mentioned his name to this man. "Blackjack, proceed forward, follow the signs, and locate your room. The uniforms are inside. Change into them. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, assemble on the playground." As Blackjack spoke, he tossed a numbered identity tag to Ian, which bore only the number 1. 1.1? Ian seemed puzzled. Sensing his confusion, Blackjack grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "The distinction is not in the sequence but in the badge you presented." Ian nodded. "Thank you, Officer Blackjack." Blackjack acknowledged with a nod. Propping his legs back up on the table, exhaling a plume of thick smoke as he chuckled. "No need to thank me. Soon you shall realize that your gratitude holds no value to me. This is my world, and I call the shots. Even if you were to kneel and thank me, should I wish for you to consume feces, you would have no choice but to comply. Do you comprehend?" Ian nodded and turned to walk deeper into the camp. As he walked, he released his perception. From his visual range, the camp was not particularly small. However, the dormitories he found were merely a few rows of bungalows. His assigned room was number 1. Shortly, he located his room, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The room was not large, approximately 40 square meters. A brief survey revealed the presence of a bathroom, complete with a shower. He opened the wardrobe and retrieved the uniform stored within. The black training suit resembled combat attire, though devoid of any patterns or insignias. The only aspect that he appreciated was the superior quality of the material. After changing into the uniform, he opened the door and stepped out. He visited the cafeteria, classrooms, and infirmary, inspecting each location. His striking appearance drew the attention of other trainees, who were either wandering about or congregated in hushed conversations. Ian disregarded the overtly hostile glances directed his way. One matter remained unclear to him. It was evident that Blackjack was not the sole overseer of the selection camp. Why then did he personally wait at the registration area? Logically, he should not have been there solely for him. As Blackjack held absolute authority in this selection camp, it was improbable that he personally managed every detail. Ian had already observed at least 7 or 8 robust men clad in black training uniforms, sporting military ranks. Additionally, there were several individuals in the infirmary, and the cafeteria and maintenance garage were not devoid of personnel either. Yet, Ian refrained from wandering about unnecessarily. He would gather such information naturally during mealtimes. There was also a logistics department, essentially a warehouse and an office. He encountered a similarly dark-skinned female soldier there. Surrounding this training base, aside from the dense trees on both sides, lay an expansive open area beyond the walls. There was little to conceal. From this moment onward, he needed to remain vigilant for any potential threats against his life. After all, the formal training in the selection camp would not commence until tomorrow. He did not return to his dormitory, but leaned against the wall outside his room, lighting a cigarette and smoking silently, waiting for the arrival of the final 3 individuals, if anyone were to target him. His own judgment was that these last 3 posed the greatest suspicion. They must have known the name Ian even before signing up. All they needed to do was ascertain who Ian truly was. As to whether they would form alliances after entering, that was even harder to say. Everything depended on how many spots Blackjack would allocate for this selection camp. If there were only 1, Ian would have to devise every possible means to eliminate everyone. If there were more than 1 spot, he too needed to secure his position among them. Otherwise, should Nama abandon him, his demise would be swifter. The final 3 arrived before dinner. One of them stood at least 2 meters tall, his muscular frame stretching his clothes tightly, while the other 2 appeared rather unremarkable in truth, aside from his silver hair and strikingly handsome features. Ian was no different from an ordinary person. His height and physique were quite average, and he lacked any bulging muscles. His muscle fibers merely appeared slender, yet their resilience exceeded that of the average ability user by at least threefold. Furthermore, all his senses were also 3 times more acute than those of an ordinary ability user, particularly in terms of hearing, smell, taste, sight, and even pain perception. His speed had now reached level 5, which led him to believe that within this selection camp, he was neither the weakest nor the strongest. At least when facing multiple attackers, he might not necessarily gain the upper hand. After dining in the cafeteria, he quietly returned to his room, secured the door and windows, and lay on his bed fully clothed. Remembering Blackjack's reminder to gather at the playground by 5 in the morning, he awoke before the appointed time. Sitting on the bed, he awaited the sound of the assembly bell. Although he had never served in the dark camp, as anticipated, the time allowed was merely 3 minutes. He was neither the first nor the last to reach the playground, in the neatly arranged formation. There were surprisingly 4 women, which startled him, though upon reflection, it made sense. Perhaps they possessed unique abilities. It was in the dawn's light that he truly discerned Blackjack's appearance. Standing around 2 meters tall, it was rare to see such a hefty figure commanding respect in the selection camp for so many years without being ousted. If not for his astonishing strength, then surely someone influential backed him. Excellent! A slightly hoarse voice rang out. Dressed in a full military uniform, Blackjack towered at the front of the line. Behind him stood 4 others clad similarly, all bearing the rank of second lieutenant. Including Blackjack, the 5 instructors wielded short rods approximately a foot long, their material indiscernible. Regardless of your family backgrounds, you must have heard of Blackjack's rules. My rule is simple. Everything here is at my discretion. Whether you choose to obey or disobey, the outcome remains singular: obedience. Regardless of your internal thoughts, you must respond with yes, sir. Even if I commanded you to eat excrement right now, you must respond with yes, sir, and proceed to do so. You cannot stop until I order you to. Do you understand? The final phrase was delivered in a flat tone. Yet everyone clearly had been forewarned. Yes, sir. The synchronized response prompted a nod from Blackjack. He walked slowly down the line, scrutinizing each individual's eyes, progressing from the front to the back. There were a total of 37 individuals, aligned in a row, the line not particularly short. However, Blackjack's robust presence exerted immense pressure on Ian. He maintained a steady gaze, not even casting a sidelong glance to gauge the thoughts of others. Blackjack halted before one of the female recruits. Your name? Ava. Instantly, the woman bent at the waist, collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, Ian surmised that her diaphragm had received a severe blow, rendering her lungs incapable of automatic expansion and contraction. She lay there, mouth agape like a fish out of water, unable to inhale a single breath. Blackjack sneered, saying, You should have first responded with yes, sir. A display of authority. This was the simplest and most effective method for an instructor to assert dominance by randomly picking someone to punish. Blackjack paid no heed to the female soldier who struggled on the ground for a good 10 seconds before finally mustering the strength to rise. Tremblingly responding, Yes, sir, my name is Ava. Blackjack smirked. Now strip off all your clothes. You have 30 seconds. The 4 second lieutenants, 10 meters ahead, stood like statues, motionless aside from their breathing and blinking. This, in Ian's eyes, was quite remarkable. At the very least, these individuals had achieved a commendable level of control over their muscular bodies. He too could do it. Upon Blackjack's command, Ian began to undress without hesitation, from the corner of his eye. He noticed everyone else stripping down, regardless of gender or any sense of shame. Soon, everyone stood completely naked. Blackjack's short rod tapped rhythmically in his hand as he observed all of them. His eyes swept slowly across each person's physique. Nodding in approval in the soft morning light, his teeth gleamed white. Now, go run laps, 200 laps. The last 3 will miss lunch. Yes, sir, Ian shouted along with the others. Chapter 82. Quivering muscles. Running barefoot was a first for Ian. The vast playground appeared to measure approximately 500 meters in circumference, and the ground was not particularly level. Anyone could discern that numerous pebbles had been deliberately scattered across the track. Initially, these would not pose an obstacle. But as stamina waned, stepping on them was inevitable. That would be the true moment of separation. Ian was acutely aware that 200 laps amounted to nearly 100 kilometers, and it was now 5 in the morning, with a full 7 hours until lunchtime. This indicated that aside from running, other training activities would fill those 7 hours at least, he believed it impossible to complete this 100 kilometers of running within that time frame. Those who came to train were, at a minimum, level 3 ability users, possessing the most basic qualifications, while only the most promising individuals from families ascended to the rank of second lieutenant. Nama and Norwood had mentioned that securing a second lieutenant slot could yield substantial benefits. Thus, these individuals were sent by their families to take risks. If they perished, it mattered little, but obtaining a second lieutenant rank was a gamble that could yield high returns for both the individual and the family. Ian jogged steadily within the ranks, consistently remaining in the middle. He did not wish to draw attention to himself. Over the course of 3 months, it would be imprudent to resort to violence from the outset. What he could conceive, Blackjack would undoubtedly anticipate as well. He and the other 4 instructors stood by, observing their running. It was only once the running commenced that Ian began to note and memorize each individual's running posture. Even the minutest differences when their bare feet struck the ground, all of which he committed to memory. Each person's arm swing varied, and their footfalls were distinct. He even intentionally lagged to observe the last runner's form. Aside from the woman named Ava, he knew none of their names. Yet, he had memorized their appearances. At dawn, 37 naked individuals ran silently on the track. While the scene was indeed striking, it was perhaps only so in Blackjack's eyes. Once he had completed his observations, Ian began to accelerate. By the 100th lap, he had firmly latched onto the heels of the leading few, maintaining his position in 5th place throughout. He was well aware that the 200 laps had taken less than 4 hours, averaging a speed of approximately 25 kilometers per hour. Should he run at full speed, he could accomplish it in under an hour, but that would be at a life-or-death pace. When the group returned to the starting point, Blackjack commanded everyone to put their clothes back on. They were to form a 6-by-6 formation, with 2 meters of space between each individual. The issue was that there were now 37 people, which displeased Blackjack considerably. I do not favor disorderly arrangements. His expression darkened as he slowly approached Ian, stating, "You? Yes, sir." The moment the words left his mouth, Ian felt a sharp pain in his diaphragm. However, it transformed into numbness in less than half a second. The numbness rapidly spread from the impacted area. He bent at the waist, mouth agape like a fish out of water. Nevertheless, he did not collapse. "I did not ask you to answer a question." A slightly hoarse voice emanated from above. In truth, terrifyingly. The soreness he experienced was purely muscular, neither penetrating to the marrow nor striking at the heart. It merely caused his legs to tremble with increasing intensity. While the quaking of muscle fibers began to spread throughout all the muscles in his legs, even the gluteus maximus started to shake. In a mere span of 8 seconds, he could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. "Your intrusion has rendered my formation unsightly." Blackjack extended his foot, pressing it onto his silvery hair, effectively trampling him. Ian felt the tremors of his muscles, profoundly shaken by this method of attack. He had never conceived of such a form of assault. Blackjack's movements were entirely obscured to him. A short baton struck simultaneously against the muscle of his thigh. The 8 cognitive centers relayed data indicating that his right leg was struck first. Yet within less than a millisecond, the left leg was hit in the same spot. "Drag him away. He's disrupting my formation." Blackjack spat upon his head before speaking. 2 instructors approached, each gripping one of his arms to hoist him up. To all the other trainees, Ian's legs appeared as though they had been broken, dragging along the ground without any response. It was not that Ian did not wish to stand. Rather, he had utterly lost control over his lower body for the first time in his memory. The commands from his cognitive centers dissipated upon reaching the muscles of his legs. The invisible tremors seemed to shatter the imperceptible directives emitted by his consciousness. Ian's brain began to work rapidly, striving to remember this detail, while simultaneously attempting to reverse engineer the process and its causes. Soon, he was dragged aside and unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. He had committed no error. Yet Blackjack's 3 strikes had imparted to him a true understanding of what it meant for this place to dictate terms. Lying on the ground, he observed all the other trainees adopt a peculiar stance, following Blackjack's demonstration. Their legs spread apart, shoulder-width apart, with their calves forming a 90-degree angle with the ground, back straight, and arms extended forward. Once everyone was positioned, Blackjack instructed the instructors to hang 2 iron weights from each person's arms, enhancing their strength training while maintaining balance. "Hold this squat. Those who fall will miss lunch." Blackjack declared before turning to Ian, commanding, "Stand up." "Yes, sir." Ian struggled to rise, trembling as he endeavored to stand tall. "Like them, hold your squat." Blackjack gestured, and 2 weights were affixed to Ian's wrists. This level of exertion was not particularly difficult for a level 3 ability user. And for Ian, it was naturally even less challenging. However, as time passed, it became visibly apparent that most people's arms and thighs began to tremble. Blackjack stood before the formation, glancing at the time. Chapter 83, 2 quotas. This was a training method derived from Eastern bloodlines. Endure until lunchtime, and that shall conclude this session. The weights hanging from your wrists must not fall, or you will forfeit your meal. Allow me to share something with you. Each year, at least 1 second lieutenant emerges from the selection camp. This year, he flashed a broad grin, surveying the crowd. I'll grant you 2 quotas. If only 1 person remains at the end, then there will be just 1. If everyone perishes, then, well, that would spell disaster for this year. Upon hearing there were 2 quotas, all minds began to stir. This was the most typical number. Should only 1 person remain, they would not emerge as a second lieutenant, but rather as a first lieutenant. Do not underestimate this rank. The resources available to second lieutenants and first lieutenants are essentially doubled. Yet, barring extreme necessity, no one wished to kill one another while there were 2 quotas, as that would also gamble with their own lives. Moreover, emerging from the selection camp as a second lieutenant typically allowed for promotion to first lieutenant within 2 to 3 years. This was the safest and most reliable path. Thus, throughout history, aside from the truly ruthless individuals, it was rare for the last 2 remaining to insist on killing one another. 5 days a week are dedicated to physical and other training. Weekends are reserved for academic learning. Regardless of whether you have studied at home, you must learn what is taught here. Lastly, I must remind you of the rules here. You all know them. Do not engage in petty schemes. Otherwise, dying would be in vain. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Regardless of any grievances outside, the final 2 weeks will grant you opportunities. Yet it depends on whether you can survive. I reiterate, without my consent, should you engage in private conflict, I shall make you experience a fate worse than death. With that, he departed, leaving 4 instructors to supervise. Ian, being distanced from the others, watched them, while the other trainees gazed back at him, their expressions unremarkable. Thus far, he felt no hostility directed at him. The cafeteria's fare was unremarkable. However, in addition to their meals, everyone could collect a tube of nutritional supplement. After stowing the supplement in his pocket, Ian returned to his dormitory, seizing the opportunity to sleep for less than half an hour before the assembly whistle rang out. Rising from his bed, Ian prepared for the afternoon training. For reasons unknown, until the afternoon training concluded, shortly after dinner, the assembly whistle sounded again. N01 anticipated that the evening's training would involve engaging in hand-to-hand combat against 37 captains brought in by Blackjack. With the prohibition of using abilities, according to Blackjack, this was aimed at identifying their collective combat flaws to tailor the training accordingly. With his novice-level close combat skills, he was mercilessly beaten throughout that night, suffering 2 broken ribs and a fractured forearm. By the time he entered the infirmary, his face was bruised and battered, and in front of him was none other than the female soldier Ava, who had received a blow from Blackjack earlier that morning. He vividly remembered that although Ava had been struck, her graceful movements while running in circles had left a lasting impression on him. However, at this moment, he was already injured, and the heightened sensitivity of his perception, many times more acute than that of ordinary ability users, made his pain unbearable. Yet, he could not simply turn off his pain receptors. In close combat, shutting down the sensation of pain would only lead to a more brutal beating, and it was likely that most of his injuries were a consequence of having deactivated his pain response. Inside the infirmary, Ava lay on a bed, undergoing examination. Unsurprisingly, she bore the same bruises as he did. It seemed that the combat instructors aimed to undermine their confidence. Regardless of who they were, they would leave them battered and bruised. Infuriatingly, the examination occurred in a spacious room, open for all to see the grim fates of others. Gritting his teeth, he lay down on another bed. The group of doctors summoned by Blackjack conversed casually while observing him. Teske, such a pretty face, reduced to this state. Silver hair, quite alluring. Don't get any funny ideas. She's taken. Ha, who here isn't taken? I'm just shooting the breeze. Oh, but there's more. Ian turned his head slightly. Several trainees entered the infirmary. And, worse still, One was being carried in. The throng of doctors rushed over, chattering excitedly as they began their selection. Adhering to the belief that Blackjack reigned supreme here, despite the doctors' insufferable chatter, no one dared to stir up trouble. For everyone understood that today's beating was inescapable. As for the severity of injuries, that was purely a matter of luck. Blackjack would not go so far as to permit the instructors to kill them. But anyone harboring thoughts of winning would inevitably face serious injuries. Ultimately, within that vast treatment room, 37 individuals lay on 40 beds, with at least 10 of them having been carried in. The most unfortunate among them had suffered a ruptured liver. And not only had his liver been damaged, but he had also sustained a shattered kneecap from a kick by an instructor. As for Ian, he merely had a splint affixed to his arm, without even a cast. His broken ribs were hastily bandaged with a thick layer of gauze after being coated with oil, and then he was unceremoniously expelled from the infirmary. Returning to his dormitory, Ian lay on the floor, fully clothed rather than on the bed, reflecting on his experiences within that combat room. His opponent had also been a second lieutenant, and the two had refrained from using their abilities. Given Ian's physical strength, had he faced another individual, the outcome would likely have been at least 4 broken ribs, fractured forearm, and a cracked tibia. That was the best result he could achieve. Unbeknownst to him, within the combat room, the gravitational facilities had not been activated, and should another function be engaged, abilities would be rendered unusable. He had adhered strictly to Blackjack's requirements, refraining from using his powers, in terms of current physical conditioning. His speed and reaction time were commendable, yet the unfortunate reality was that he had always relied solely on firearms for combat. His hand-to-hand combat skills were at a mere novice level, with no evolution points ever allocated to them in the face of the instructor's relentless onslaught. He could only rely on speed and instinct to retaliate. The fracture of his forearm occurred after he, driven by rage, threw a desperate punch at the instructor's jaw. In retaliation, the instructor delivered a powerful kick that sent him soaring through the air, followed by a precise side kick. In that moment of suspension, unable to twist his body, he instinctively raised his arm to shield his already fractured ribs. Thus, with that single kick, the valiant Ian's forearm was left fractured. Fortunately, after halting his assault, the instructor touched his own jaw and let out a chuckle. Indeed, his reaction and explosive speed were commendable. With a smile, he opened the door and departed, allowing Ian to slowly rise from the wall and make his way to the infirmary. Chapter 84. Everything under Blackjack's surveillance. The highest building in the selection camp stood 3 stories tall above ground. Yet below, it extended 6 additional levels. At this moment, Blackjack sat in a modest room on the deepest underground level, which served as a monitoring station for observing the conditions within the combat rooms. This level also housed a monitoring center with more screens, overseeing the entire selection camp. It could be said that these 6 subterranean floors were entirely dedicated to surveillance. This included even the public baths and restrooms. It is important to note that there was no distinction of gender within the selection camp. Both the public restrooms and baths were communal. Gender was the least significant matter here. Simultaneously, Blackjack scrutinized the duels between the instructors and the cadets on 40 screens. His dark skin paired with a mane of white hair made him quite an eye-catching figure, provided one overlooked his ample girth. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this very bulk allowed him to sustain high-intensity combat for at least 10 hours. Once a figure of muscle, Blackjack had only been seen by a select few within the Crimson Moon Legion. With more than a dozen screens playing simultaneously, this required formidable imaging and data analysis capabilities. He watched with amusement as the instructor mercilessly battered the cadets, whistling when a female soldier was struck in the groin, and laughing heartily when a male cadet was slammed against the wall. He nodded approvingly at Ian being sent crashing into the wall, and his smile broadened as he observed a cadet frantically assaulting only to be swiftly brought down. Kill him, even if everyone perished. It merely signified the conclusion of this year's selection, granting him a full year of leisure, unlike previous years that only afforded 9 months. He stroked the stubble on his chin, retrieving a bottle of liquor, and after biting off the cork, tilted his head back to take a hearty swig. Today was merely the first day. From 5 a.m. until now, Ian had consumed far too little to meet his nutritional needs. Despite the presence of nutrient supplements in the room, he had not touched them. Upon taking out the nutrient supplement from his pocket, he devoured it in a few bites, but still felt uneasy. If all went as expected, The assembly whistle would sound at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Without breakfast, if he did not find a way to secure more nutrient supplements, he feared he would not last more than a few days. He was unaware if there were cameras in the room, nor did he care to check. For Blackjack, it made little difference whether there were or not. The lives of the cadets were inconsequential. For Ian, however, his life was paramount. Even if there were surveillance, he could not voice his concerns and chose instead to ignore them. Nonetheless, he still needed to conceal what was necessary. He attempted to squat in a horse stance within the room. Even after merely 2 hours of squatting in the morning, he sensed through his central nervous system that the tensile strength of his thigh muscles had improved by 0.00016. This was merely the result of 2 hours of effort, and his body would retain this improvement permanently, not diminishing with the passage of time. Had his arm not been in a splint, he might have used both hands to lift the bed for balance. However, upon hearing footsteps outside, he relaxed his body and quietly lay on the floor. He would not sleep on the bed. Blackjack, having switched rooms, cast a glance at the expansive infirmary and smirked before moving to another room. Just that glance informed him that aside from the gravely injured and one incapacitated individual, everyone else had either returned to their dormitories or gone elsewhere. When he observed Ian practicing his horse stance, he stared at the still frame for several seconds before shifting his focus to other rooms. Meanwhile, by the edge of the woods at the selection camp, two figures converged. Did you see anyone? Yes. Silver hair, demonstrated excellent flexibility during morning runs, impressive explosive power, and remarkable endurance. How did you deduce that? His speed was controlled with remarkable stability. He finished fourth in the end, I believe, if he truly wanted to run. He could reach speeds of at least 60 to 80 kilometers per hour. Can we ascertain he is indeed level 4? Not necessarily. His speed may not be it. Otherwise, he could not manage it so well. All right. How many spots are available this time? 2. Last year there were 3. Why has it decreased by 1 this year? Why are you asking me? Who else would you ask? Blackjack calls the shots here. You know that. He could say there are 10 or just 1. Fine. If you desire anything, let me know. I'll bring it to you in 3 days. Nothing for now. You may leave. I need to rest. My ribs are quite painful. That's normal. With your physical condition, you'll be fine in 2 days at most. Blackjack shook his head as he watched the figures on the screen. Is this all? There are no fewer than 999 cameras in this selection camp. There is nowhere he cannot see, nor anywhere he wishes to remain unseen. Once, a cadet attempted to obscure a camera and was promptly crushed and expelled from the camp the next day. Since then, no one has dared to touch the cameras. Lives are in another's hands, and given willingly. Is there any need for privacy? Moreover, while Blackjack has never assaulted any female cadets, he has certainly violated countless cadets with that short rod. Irrespective of gender. As brutal as he is, he remains the top authority in the selection camp. Interpret that as you will. At 4:55 p.m., Ian had washed his face and brushed his teeth. Sitting on the bed awaiting the assembly whistle, the moment the clock struck 5, he stood, pushed open the dormitory door, and as the whistle blew, he shut the door behind him and sprinted to the training ground. He was the first to arrive, catching the instructor off guard. How did he get here so quickly? In just a minute, over 20 individuals had already gathered on the training field. Counting carefully, aside from those incapacitated in the infirmary, everyone else had arrived. Blackjack appeared before the crowd, tapping his palm with a short baton. Let us begin. Today, you will run 100 laps, but you must complete it within 2 hours. Only the top 10 may have lunch. Anyone exceeding 2 hours is to leave the selection camp. Yes, sir. The chorus of responses was followed by the sound of scattering footsteps. Ian deliberately lagged behind, cautious not to reveal his awareness, fearing that Blackjack might find a reason to beat him. Chapter 85. Cold weapons. Given his current condition, his ribs would not recover until tomorrow, but the fracture in his forearm would heal by this afternoon. Having endured 3 strikes from Blackjack yesterday, coupled with 2 hours of horse stance and an afternoon of physical training, he had earned himself an evolution point. Although it was just 1, if he could accumulate 1 each day, it would lead to considerable wealth. As he ran, he counted the number of participants present. Only 20-4. At least today, if he squatted in horse stance, he would avoid punishment. He did not wish to relive the sensation of being utterly unable to control his nerves. Little did he know that solitary evolution point was solely due to the 3 strikes from Blackjack. Evolution points were coveted by all, yet they did not simply materialize. they required rigorous mental and physical trials to attain. Each of you has come to the selection camp not merely for the rank of second lieutenant, but to better yourselves. The emergence of an unknown ability can only occur through two pathways: rigorous mental and physical training, or the use of genetic agents. I am aware that some of you have developed new abilities through genetic agents. Not just you, but within Crimson Moon City and among both major factions, the majority have acquired their abilities through genetic agents. The 36 cadets stood at attention, Blackjack's slightly hoarse voice resonating in the air. Ian could not fathom why he neglected to mention the option of absorbing another's genes to form new genetic fragments and acquire new abilities. He believed that several individuals he had encountered along his journey should possess such capabilities. If you wish to advance further along this path and prolong your existence, I advise you to refrain from using genetic agents. For once you have utilized a genetic agent, even just once, your potential is capped at level 7. Historically, there has never been anyone who has achieved level 8 after using a genetic agent. Not a single one. Thus, you can only obtain additional abilities through similar means, striving to transform yourselves into level 7 monstrosities. Moreover, the risks associated with genetic agents are not unknown to you, as you are no longer children. The primary concern is the potential for genetic collapse, which, once initiated, becomes irreversible. Typically, the onset of genetic collapse occurs at level 2. Once it begins, one must continually elevate their ability levels to mitigate the rate of collapse. By the time one reaches level 7, the only option left is to await death. However, not all individuals who utilize genetic agents will experience genetic collapse. Therefore, I have little to say regarding those among you who employ such agents. It is far more prudent to strive for the acquisition of resources for your family or the forces behind you. In contrast, those who have never resorted to genetic agents are truly on the right path, as countless cases have demonstrated that they are indeed following the correct course. At dawn, before the light of day had fully arrived, Blackjack surprisingly refrained from making them run and instead commenced a lengthy discourse. This content should be considered fundamental knowledge for any ability wielder. Ian had never utilized a genetic agent. The last time he employed a genetic repair agent was during his time with Wayne in that underground nutritional chamber within the church. Yet, he understood that it was referred to as a genetic repair agent, not merely a genetic agent. Over the years, Wayne had guided him through the final genetic modulation and repair according to the professor's prescribed sequence. To this day, he remains uncertain about the true function of that particular agent, whether it was to rectify the defects in his genes or to augment the potential for their extension, or perhaps to enhance the perfection of his genetic makeup. Blackjack emphasized repeatedly that abilities which evolve naturally, despite exhibiting variations, pose no inherent risks. This aligns perfectly with Wayne's previous admonitions. Yet, he remains perplexed as to why Uncle Wayne would succumb to genetic collapse. Unless he had been deceitful. Thus, regular training commenced. Why now? A week had elapsed, and Ian had yet to detect any hostility directed toward him. In fact, no animosity had arisen among them, which left him somewhat bewildered. Each meal, he would conserve a nutrient agent, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that should he voice his needs, the nutrient agents were free, and he could have as many as he desired. Meanwhile, Blackjack's training had become increasingly intense. Regardless of the disparities in the training regimens assigned to each individual, he consistently ensured that everyone returned to their dormitories utterly exhausted, as if their very essence had been wrung dry. Every night before sleeping, Ian would consume 2 nutrient agents entirely. Nevertheless, he had yet to utilize the high-energy nutrient agents stored within his space. In the days that followed, everyone trained relentlessly, driven both by the desire to enhance themselves and the necessity to survive the final challenge. As the second week drew to a close, Blackjack announced that weapon crafting training would commence the following day, focusing on how to create a weapon with the tools at hand. Ian found this perplexing, as such skills seemed necessary only in the wilderness. If they survived, weapons would be plentiful, provided by either the Red Moon Legion or the families backing them. All were diligently learning, over the weekend. The so-called theoretical knowledge revolved around small-scale combat command skills, which piqued Ian's interest significantly. Among all, he studied with the utmost seriousness, for he had previously known nothing of such matters. The culmination of 2 weeks of weapon crafting culminated in a final test where each individual was to create their desired weapon, a tool for survival within the confines of a forest. Enhanced by their abilities to maximize their chances of survival, Ian chose a short-handled axe, the handle measuring approximately 1.2 meters, featuring a spike at the front and a flawlessly rounded blade, with the center aligned at the junction of the blade and handle. Its thickest point was 5 centimeters, and its total weight was 20 kilograms. Throughout this period, he had amassed 13 evolution points, and with his initial strength already established, he was just 1 point shy of elevating his strength to level 4. While uncertain, he had indeed grasped during the weapon crafting process that firearms were merely supplementary. Without ammunition, he would rely solely on his weapon for combat. The most formidable weapon, therefore, was his own body, requiring no supplies whatsoever. However, close-quarters combat necessitated skill, a nuance that remained untaught, leaving him to navigate it through personal experience. Among the other trainees, some crafted firearms, others forged swords, while yet others produced a pair of daggers. In comparison, his axe appeared the most cumbersome. All materials were identical, crafted from the latest N63L91 alloy, renowned for its hardness and resilience. Arguably the finest available in the Dark Factions. Chapter 86. Blackjack's craftsmanship. The first month concluded, and Ian's strength ascended to level 4. The axe felt slightly lighter, yet this did not impede its use. When Blackjack instructed everyone to select genuine firearms, Ian chose an old, overlooked Barrett, drawn to it due to his wilderness experience. Its purely mechanical components could be crafted at any time. Moreover, the absence of electronic parts significantly diminished the likelihood of malfunctions. Despite the odd looks from others, speculating on his sniping proficiency, Ian remained resolute in his choice. The true reason was singular. In his eyes, this firearm was a masterpiece among masterpieces, not solely for its handcrafted nature, boasting a precision error measured to 4 decimal places, a feat rarely achieved even in mass production. More importantly, any firearm crafted by hand was the work of a master artisan. This particular weapon merely resembled a Barrett, chambered for standard 12.7mm sniper rounds. Yet, combined with his enhancements, acceleration, explosion, penetration, and poison, he could achieve a perfect strike rate within 2 kilometers. A few instructors exchanged knowing glances upon seeing his selection, but none voiced their thoughts. The choice of weapon lay with the trainees themselves. The lack of a scope was the only drawback of the firearm. But for a level 4 sniper specialist, it was a trivial concern. For a level 5 expert, it made little difference. In fact, the potential reflections from a scope might inadvertently reveal their position. Having studied firearms knowledge, Ian increasingly harbored distrust toward energy weapons and the plethora of electronic components in the latest generation of firearms. In the wilderness, a malfunctioning weapon meant death. Survival hinged on escaping. Otherwise, no other outcome awaited. Beasts did not care for identity. They recognized only flesh to satiate their hunger and quell their burning cravings. None of the firearms came with ammunition. When Blackjack inspected the selections, he merely smiled. If anyone requires additional weapons, I offer you an opportunity to approach me privately. 3 days later, the first wilderness survival training commenced. Indeed, whether in combat against the forces of light or the icy northern expanse, it ought to transpire in the wilderness. Yet, until Blackjack revealed the location for this year's wilderness training, no one knew where it would take place. This time, Ian did not conceal his intentions, being the first to speak. Yes, sir. Reporting, sir. I require supplementary close-range weaponry. Blackjack cast a glance at the Barrett in Ian's hands and, narrowing his eyes, replied, Then you come first. Follow me. The others were instructed to procure a second firearm with that. He turned and walked away, Ian trailing behind with the large firearm in hand. Blackjack led him through the armory and into a semi-open warehouse. The shelves were cluttered with various metal ingots and parts. While another wall housed a workbench, at the entrance stood a small table and a sofa. Blackjack settled into the sofa and asked, Why choose this gun? There are newer models available. Yes, sir. This gun is a masterpiece. Ian replied emphatically. Blackjack chuckled as he grabbed a bottle of liquor from the table, taking several hearty swigs before emptying it entirely and grinning as he said, Not bad. You have good taste. This gun's precision and durability are unparalleled, and I crafted it myself. Upon entering the room, Ian had suspected that this weapon must be one crafted by Blackjack himself. Observing the parts on the workbench, they were unmistakably firearm components. Speak up. What close-range weapon do you desire? Yes, sir, I need 2 revolvers with the same firepower as the M500, utilizing 12.7mm rounds, along with at least 20 magazines, Ian specified. Blackjack burst into laughter. M500? Ha ha ha. Who would have guessed such a pretty face would prefer weapons meant for real men? He stood up, and in stature, height, and build, Ian found himself unable to compare. Blackjack approached the shelf, bending down to rummage through it before extracting 2 metal ingots. The material was identical to that of the one in your hand. However, can you be certain that the ammunition used is compatible with your firearm? Yes, sir. Universal ammunition is easier to replenish. Answer every question posed. This aspect seemed to appeal to Blackjack. He placed one of the ingots on the lathe and began to work on it. Do you require a sight? No, never mind. A sight is unnecessary. Since you have chosen that firearm, it is evident that you possess at least a level 5 sniper specialization. Otherwise, you would not recognize the advantages of that weapon. Moreover, you hail from the wasteland, and though I am unaware of how that madwoman, Nama, managed to retrieve you, your experience in the wilderness must be substantial. This M500, when employed in close combat, does not necessitate a sight given your capabilities. Just a mechanism that can fire will suffice. Ian was taken aback by Blackjack's transformation into a loquacious individual while working, his hands moving tirelessly in tandem with his incessant chatter. Metal was meticulously shaped into a colossal revolver. Blackjack occasionally whistled, seemingly satisfied with his craftsmanship. Yet, Ian noticed that Blackjack's focus was remarkably intense at that moment. 2 hours later, the 2 firearms were complete. However, the most challenging task lay in crafting the cylinder. Regardless of how durable the alloy, where would inevitably occur during the cutting process. While manufacturing the barrel, Ian observed Blackjack continuously changing drill bits. When it came to creating the cylinder, Blackjack boldly switched tools altogether. After nearly 4 hours of labor, past mealtime, the 2 remained in the workshop. Before them lay 2 unadorned revolvers, gleaming with metallic luster, accompanied by 20 cylinders set aside. Ian felt a newfound respect for Blackjack. This was a master craftsman. Without blueprints or any guidance, every component was a success on the first attempt. Blackjack picked up a gun, deftly affixing the cylinder before replacing it. He tested all 20 cylinders on the 2 guns. Only then did he turn and search the shelf for ammunition. Once he completed the loading test, he tossed the firearm to Ian, stating, "You won't receive any ammunition for now. You will be issued bullets before departure." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Your craftsmanship is truly rare in this world." After Ian saluted and was about to leave, Blackjack remarked from behind him, "You'd better not eliminate all the trainees." Ian paused momentarily. "I am unaware of what promises you made to Nama. However, if you eliminate everyone, not only could you face death, but she will also encounter significant troubles. I have stated before, there are only 2 slots available this year." Chapter 87. Processing. Ian turned around, contemplating before responding, "Sir, I do not know how many will survive in the end, but I will certainly strive to ensure my own survival." Blackjack strode over, picked up a bottle of liquor from the table, bit off the cork, and took several swigs before fixing his gaze on Ian and saying, "Given Nama's temperament, she will undoubtedly compel you to eliminate everyone. Moreover, I am aware that your abilities are somewhat concealed. They are all like delicate greenhouse flowers. Even if a few are exceptional, they are no match for you. Only you have truly grown up in the wasteland." Ian scratched his head, replying, "Sir, that is not within my control. If they mean to kill me, I can only respond in kind." Blackjack regarded him steadily for 2 seconds before he suddenly sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "Get lost." After Ian saluted, he turned to leave. As too much time had elapsed, all the other trainees had already departed. In the dormitory, Ian slowly caressed the guns in his hands. The 2 firearms offered a cold, smooth sensation. The grips of the revolvers featured non-slip metallic patterns. After a moment's thought, he rummaged through his wardrobe, retrieving a roll of bandage. He meticulously wrapped the grips of both pistols in 2 layers of bandage. Subsequently, he wrapped the unnecessary areas of the sniper rifle's barrel and body with bandage. Regrettably, there were no bullets. However, ammunition would be allocated in 3 days because that would mark their first practical training exercise. This so-called practical training not only involved facing potential mutated beasts, but also the possibility of being slain by other trainees outside. The use of supernatural abilities was prohibited within the selection camp. Once in the wasteland, with the enhancement of powers, he would fear no contemporaneous trainees. For now, there was nothing in the dormitory that could serve as a weapon. The short-handled axe had already been surrendered. He needed to gather a set of tools, at the very least. A carving knife. He wished to inscribe poison and penetrating runes on the axe blade and tip. He wanted to test whether repeated runes would have a cumulative effect, but had yet to find an opportunity. The only difficulty lay in lacking an implement capable of etching marks on the alloy surface. He contemplated whether Blackjack would permit him to borrow a carving knife. What no one anticipated was that on the third day, Blackjack unexpectedly declared a day of rest, allowing everyone to return home but insisting they must return to the selection camp by nightfall. "Sir, may we bring weapons to prepare for tomorrow's survival training?" A trainee raised their hand to inquire. Blackjack neither erupted in anger nor provided an answer but instead looked at everyone and asked, "Do you all wish to return with your customary weapons and ammunition?" "Yes, sir. I want to bring my preferred weapon," came the chorus of fragmented voices from the ranks. Blackjack, with a stoic expression, stated, "The selection camp has existed for over 100 years, and no one has ever been allowed to bring weapons into the camp." The group dispersed, leaving only Ian and another female trainee standing still. Ian was unaware of her name. Seeing the two remain stationary, Blackjack asked, "Do you not wish to return?" The female trainee replied, "Report, sir. I do not wish to go back." "Report, sir. I do not want to waste time returning. I want to test the firearms," Ian replied earnestly. Blackjack shook his head, stating, "If you do not wish to return home, then stay in the dormitory.as for you. Testing firearms is not permitted. You will only receive ammunition when you depart tomorrow." Ian immediately inquired, "Report, sir. May I use the machinery in the warehouse?" Blackjack grumbled, "Follow me." Unexpectedly, the female trainee silently trailed behind Ian as they followed Blackjack to the warehouse. Blackjack seemed to be in a rather good mood these past few days. Despite being displeased with Ian's response the other day, he understood that it was unreasonable to expect Ian to show mercy when others aimed to kill him. No one could be expected to do that. Thus, he could only sigh and let him go. Upon entering the warehouse, the female trainee stood at the door without entering. Ian pretended not to notice her and busied himself at the workbench, quickly finding a metal rod and crafting a small carving knife. The knife measured only 8 centimeters in length and 3 millimeters in thickness. Once completed, he turned to Blackjack, who was sipping liquor, and asked, "Report, sir. Is there a way to engrave patterns on the gun or axe?" Blackjack, without even glancing at him, replied, "When in the wasteland, use your control abilities." The female trainee, noticing Blackjack's unusually amiable demeanor, also asked, "Report, sir. May I craft a few small knives?" Blackjack chuckled, "Do it yourself, but you can only find the materials you need at the workbench. Laser cutting is not allowed. The rest is up to you." Ian observed as the female trainee skillfully operated the lathe, seemingly unconcerned about the quality of materials. Almost any scrap metal she could find was transformed into a finished piece. Moreover, her speed was astonishing. Her rapid and fluid movements caused Blackjack to pause his drinking and watch her intently for several moments. Ian noticed that the small knives she produced all had multiple sharp edges, and she only worked on the cutting edges, leaving the other parts as slender strips, indifferent to whether they were square, round, or flat. In less than 20 minutes, she completed at least 30 knives that appeared extremely dangerous. Ian glanced down at the carving knife in his hand and, once the female trainee paused, approached to create a dozen or so knives of varying sizes, all with sharp, pointed edges. He understood that such multi-edge designs would accelerate blood loss. However, for him, as long as he applied penetrating and poison runes, the lethality of these small knives would increase. Once infused with his blood, they would yield a lethal effect. Blackjack observed the female trainee's hands for a moment and inquired, "What is your name?" "Report, sir. My name is Faruna." The female trainee did not mention her family name, but Blackjack seemed to murmur to himself, "From the Pycea family?" "Yes, sir," Faruna replied loudly. Ian's pupils contracted momentarily before returning to normal. The Pycea family. He recalled that on his first day entering Red Moon City, Norwood had brought him to a bar where he shot off a chunk of a leg belonging to someone named Shabroka Pycea. There was also a certain Adela Pycea, one of Nama's suitors. If this Faruna was indeed from that family, did it mean she chose to remain behind upon seeing him not wanting to return home? Were the knives she crafted intended for confronting the beasts of the wasteland or for dealing with her own kind? Chapter 88. Evolution points through beatings at the very least, within the confines of the selection camp. Faruna would never dare to lay a hand on him. If it were against him, it would be during the wilderness training meant to confront him. Ian cast a glance at Blackjack and declared loudly, "Sir, I have finished. I have crafted a carving knife and 16 small weapons." Blackjack waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Since everything is ready, you may leave." Ian silently gathered his belongings and departed from the warehouse. with Faruna trailing behind, packing all her items into a small bag. After releasing his perception, most of his attention was focused on Faruna, wholly unconcerned whether she was aware of his sensing abilities. However, even upon returning to his dormitory, Faruna made no move, offered no conversation, and even took an early turn towards the infirmary. Furrowing his brow, Ian unleashed his perception. Previously, a dozen patients had been lying in the infirmary. But after more than a week, they had all been discharged. Blackjack's training was tailored with different plans for various individuals. He had shown mercy by not increasing the training intensity for those whose injuries had not fully healed. Yet, what could Faruna possibly want in the infirmary? Through his perception, Ian discerned that Faruna had merely collected a few items before returning to her dormitory. Regardless of her actions, Ian felt a sense of reassurance. Even if that woman employed poison, it posed little threat to him. Purely chemical substances were harmful to him, while in this era, nearly all poisons were biochemicals. The moment such toxins entered his bloodstream, they would be devoured by his own cells, obliterating all organic components. The remaining pure chemical constituents would be further decomposed into their smallest atomic forms, rendering the toxins utterly ineffective against him. Throughout the selection camp, aside from the 3-story building, he had essentially explored every other area. It was not that he intentionally avoided that building, but rather that it seemed impervious to his perception, likely employing advanced technology to shield against mental sensing. Ian quietly retrieved the carving knife he had fashioned. Gripping the blade, he activated his manipulation-type ability. His manipulation powers were limited to metals, and he had never encountered this particular alloy before. The effects of his level 2 manipulation ability were not particularly impressive, yet they were still functional. Using the carving knife as a medium, he concentrated on the characters for acceleration, penetration, and poison. The blade represented penetration and poison, while the surface signified acceleration. Additionally, he inscribed the characters onto the tip of the AXE.in. Comparison to this extraordinarily hard material, the limitations of his level 2 manipulation abilities became glaringly apparent. It took him nearly 2 hours to carve out 3 sets of characters, positioned on either side of the blade and at the tip. With nothing else to occupy his time, he continued to carve. Under the influence of his ability, the softened metal was etched with delicate patterns by the carving knife. He worked steadily and methodically. After finishing his lunch, he continued carving until it was time for dinner. At that point, he repeated the characters for acceleration and penetration. However, he was unaware if the repeated carvings would produce an additive effect. To test this, he grasped the axe and exited his dormitory. The training grounds of the selection camp featured dozens of steel-reinforced concrete pillars, each thick enough for a person to grasp. With a single hand, he swung the short-handled axe, feeling the speed of the axe as he swung it. He was somewhat uncertain if there was any acceleration effect. Yet, with a single swing, he severed what was arguably the hardest metal in the Dark faction without surprise. Observing the cross-section, he noted it was surprisingly smooth. Furthermore, he discerned that the resistance he felt had significantly diminished. This indicated that the penetration effect was indeed quite pronounced. Satisfied, he carried the axe and had just reached the dormitory area when he encountered Blackjack, who stood at the intersection wielding a short baton. Although the concrete pillar was of little value, you did not have my permission to sever it. Are you planning to compensate me, or do you wish to receive a beating instead? Blackjack's tone was surprisingly calm. However, Ian could already feel a prickling sensation on his skin, indicating that Blackjack was, in fact, quite displeased. How much? I choose to compensate, Ian replied hastily, and no sooner had he spoken than Blackjack was already upon him. Just as Ian raised his axe to block, he received a heavy blow to his abdomen. Before he could even stumble, and before the pain registered, he felt strikes against the more vulnerable areas of his body, the muscles of his legs, the longitudinal muscles of his waist, and the muscles of his arms each received a hit in quick succession. Ian collapsed to the ground, completely incapacitated aside from desperately gasping for air. His legs could no longer support his weight, and the muscles in his waist had lost sensation, while his arms were utterly immobile. The most excruciating pain came from that first strike. Blackjack, brandishing the baton, loomed over the prostrate Ian, delivering a heavy kick to his abdomen. Watching Ian slide several meters across the ground, he bellowed, "On the first day of entering the selection camp, I taught you all. How should you respond to my words?" He strode closer, looking down at Ian, who was struggling to breathe. Tio say yes, sir. Have you forgotten? At this moment, Ian's 8 cognitive centers were not only urging his muscle cells to recover swiftly from their injuries, but were also analyzing that he had endured a total of 6 strikes. With Ian's previously esteemed reaction speed, he could hardly fathom just how fast this massive figure before him was moving, or rather, how high his ability level truly was. There was no way to resist. Whenever Blackjack wished, he could easily take Ian's life. This sense of helplessness was akin to his experience when facing Nama. However, with Nama, he had felt no urge to resist. In contrast, with Blackjack, he felt utterly powerless to fight back. Perhaps it was because he understood that Blackjack had never personally killed a single trainee. Therefore, there was no need to entertain thoughts of rebellion. Blackjack regarded Ian, who lay limp and immobile on the ground, and spat a mouthful of saliva onto his face before turning to leave. Yet, not 10 steps later, Ian had already begun to struggle back to his feet. Blackjack halted, pivoting to face him once more. "Oh, and if you dare to release your perception within the selection camp, I'll have to give you another whack." Without a visible motion from Blackjack, Ian was sent flying once more. This blow was a pure display of brutish strength. Ian was propelled several meters before rolling on the ground multiple times before coming to a halt. Blackjack spat disdainfully before finally departing. "Damn it, what kind of monster is this kid, that he can get back up so quickly?" Blackjack was exceedingly confident in his control over his strength. Under normal circumstances, those 6 strikes, if landed on a typical level 5 ability user, would likely leave them incapacitated for at least 10 minutes unless they specialized in physical enhancement. The pain stemmed not from the bones but purely from the muscles. With muscle fibers shattered, how could one possibly stand? Chapter 89. Remarkably gluttonous as for the final strike, he had not exerted much force. It was merely intended to send Ian flying, and would not cause any internal injuries. What he was unaware of, however, was that Ian's body was unlike that of an ordinary person. His sensitivity was at least 3 times greater than that of the average individual. The anguish he experienced was more than thrice that of a normal person. Faruna stood quietly in the dormitory area, observing the scene before her. When Blackjack passed by, she offered a standard military salute of the Red Moon Corps but refrained from speaking. Blackjack grunted dismissively and returned to his quarters. It was clear that those who entered the selection camp were not without merit. Faruna recognized that the final blow that sent Ian flying was not particularly damaging. She not only failed to discern how many times Blackjack had struck Ian, but also did not see that Ian had managed to raise the axe, albeit at a significantly reduced speed, yet still a speed far superior to his own. Faruna remained in place for a moment longer, watching silently until Ian once again rose and their eyes met, before she turned to leave. Ian made his way back slowly, retrieved the axe, and then ambled towards his dormitory. Enduring the beating was of little consequence. The strikes from Blackjack represented evolution points for him. Upon his return to the dormitory, Ian, now dusty and disheveled, took a shower and changed clothes before sitting on his bed to observe the changes in his body. He could not help but suspect that Blackjack was employing this method to grant him evolution points and strengthen his legs, waist, and arms. The true punishment had only been that initial strike. Whether his strength would be enhanced could only be determined once his muscles fully recovered. Nevertheless, the 5 evolution points were undeniably his point. 1 point was allocated to speed, while the remaining 4 went towards physical strength. As he delved deeper into his senses, he discovered that the beating had only yielded him 3 evolution points. The other point had arisen from his hours of carving characters with his manipulation ability. At present, his most formidable abilities were level 5 sniping proficiency and speed, with most others resting at levels 2 or 3, albeit in greater numbers. Observing the patterns engraved on the axe, he skillfully interconnected them, creating the appearance of a cohesive design. He then retrieved the 15 spikes he had crafted and inscribed the characters for acceleration, penetration, explosion, and poison upon them. Among these 4 characters, explosion was the most difficult to master, as he was uncertain whether it should be triggered before or after penetration. After sitting in contemplation for a while, he pressed out a drop of blood, applying it to all the characters before heading out for dinner. This meal took him a full hour to consume, devouring approximately 6 times the portion of an average individual. Under the influence of his conscious manipulation, he not only ate rapidly but digested even faster. Within his stomach, aside from the food, there was nothing but gastric fluid. If someone were to glimpse into his abdominal cavity at this very moment, they would be astounded by the alarming speed of his gastrointestinal peristalsis. Not only that, but he brazenly made his way to the logistics department. Upon discovering that the nutritional supplements were provided free of charge, Ian seized an entire box of them. Although these were of an inferior grade compared to the high-energy supplements that Nama had previously given him, he expressed no disdain whatsoever. In the presence of the lady at the logistics office, he consumed the entire box of nutritional supplements with remarkable fervor. "Can you actually handle such a voracious appetite?" the woman inquired. Ian responded with a wry smile. "I'm simply famished." The woman scrutinized him from head to toe and tossed him 2 additional boxes of nutritional supplements. "It requires a considerable amount of energy to transform evolution points into special abilities. This is freely supplied. Will 2 boxes suffice?" Ian expressed his gratitude, saying, "While it may not be entirely sufficient, I am immensely thankful. Under the crimson moon, isn't 3 boxes enough?" The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Ian explained, "I hadn't anticipated that Commander Jack's physical altercations could yield evolution points." The woman chuckled heartily. This secret is not to be shared with anyone. She promptly produced 2 more boxes of nutritional supplements, adding, "You are quite the handsome one. Eat right here before my eyes, and let me see just how much you can consume. Today, I will take charge. Eat as much as you wish." Ian said little more. Fully engaging his digestive faculties in total, he swallowed down 5 boxes of nutritional supplements. The woman, seemingly undeterred, produced 2 additional boxes. Glancing at the final 2 boxes of nutritional supplements placed before him, he cautiously inquired, "May I take these back to consume later?" The woman nodded in a daze. Ian lifted the 2 boxes of nutritional supplements and turned to leave. Behind him, the woman swiftly inputted something into the control panel. To consume 5 boxes of nutritional supplements in one sitting was indeed a rarity within the selection camp, though it was far from the highest record. In truth, he had already replenished his necessary nutrients after his meal. However, with the wilderness expedition looming, he was uncertain whether nutritional supplements would be provided, so it was prudent to stockpile energy. The only method was to store this energy within his muscle fibers or fat reserves. As he was dining in his dormitory, the door was suddenly kicked open. Blackjack's imposing figure loomed at the entrance. Ian set down the nutritional supplements he was holding, rose, and saluted. Blackjack glanced at the nearly empty boxes of nutritional supplements and asked, "You've consumed enough to feed at least 6 people, and after eating 5 boxes in front of Maria, you still find these 2 insufficient?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ian replied loudly, "Yes, sir. I still feel a bit hungry. I've been feeling quite ravenous lately. I can hardly endure an hour after a meal without discomfort." This was, of course, a fib. Blackjack reached into his pocket and tossed 3 tubes of high-energy, nutritional supplements onto his bed. "I'll be watching you consume these." "Yes, sir." Ian swiftly consumed all 3 tubes of high-energy nutritional supplements and then finished off the remaining ordinary ones. After witnessing him finish every last morsel, Blackjack turned and departed. Ian quietly watched his retreating figure before silently closing the door. Before midnight, all the trainees had returned to the dormitory. Though he could hear hushed conversations, even his name being mentioned, he remained unperturbed. In the wilderness, he possessed countless methods to eliminate all the trainees. With his level 5 speed, he had no fear, even if these individuals had transformation abilities, as long as he could pierce them with his weapon. Be it a spike or a bullet, the outcome would be death, without exception. That night, he chose to sleep on the floor. At 5 in the morning, he hoisted his axe, slung his large rifle over his shoulder, and strapped on dual pistols, being the first to arrive at the assembly point in the dim light. Everything before his eyes appeared as bright as day. A long table was lined with an array of ammunition of various models, calibers, and performance specifications, along with outdoor survival gear and assorted tools. Today marked the commencement of the wilderness survival training for this selection camp, lasting 15 days. Each of you may carry sufficient weaponry and ammunition. However, you are allowed only 1 tube of nutritional supplements. Chapter 90. 15 days. The destination for the wilderness survival training was a secret realm located in the northern ice plains. Excluding the one who was eliminated, there were still 36 of you remaining. Prepare all your desired items. You have 10 minutes to board the vehicles for departure. Now disperse. Blackjack's voice was not loud. Aside from Ian, everyone else seemed to be aware of the nature and format of the wilderness survival training. However, Ian was in the dark, as neither Nama nor Norwood had informed him. Namo, you certainly have faith in me. 15 days, for Ian, meant that if he concealed himself well, he could likely avoid combat. Yet, unpredictability was always a factor. Observing the trainees rush to the long table to select their gear and ammunition, he joined them. The 20 minutes allotted allowed him ample time to make his selections. He noticed that others were taking at least 2 medical supply kits. While he opted for 4. Additionally, he selected a larger backpack to accommodate more items. He also prepared a combat vest. Uncertain of what dangers awaited him in the icy plains, he gathered a bulletproof vest and ceramic armor as well. 1 set of outdoor utensils would suffice. He gathered a rain tarp and cloak, a spade, a mini flashlight, a powerful torch, a combat knife, fire-starting devices, and water filtration tools, taking 1 to 3 of each item he deemed necessary for outdoor use. Now came the crucial section, ammunition. Each box contained 50 rounds. After taking 10 boxes, he reconsidered and took another 10. Once everything was packed into his backpack, he tested its weight, combined with his weapons. It totaled over 170 pounds, with the heaviest items being the weaponry and ammunition. All the trainees finished packing. The time was drawing near. Blackjack, accompanied by 8 instructors, stood observing the novices with disdain. Clearly unimpressed by their anxious demeanor, a few individuals still lingered at the table, including Ian, who was currently gathering additional bandages from other medical kits. Others were preparing flammable materials, which did not surprise Ian. The icy plains would undoubtedly be cold, but he found no issue with the chill. The latest thermal blankets folded to a mere palm-sized square, easily fitting into a close pocket. With proper usage, one could prevent body heat loss. Once they reached their destination, as long as there were living creatures around, he would not starve. As time elapsed, an instructor called out, "Everyone, strap on your packs." 2 heavy troop transport vehicles rolled onto the playground. The trainees lined up and climbed aboard as the doors sealed shut. The interior was shrouded in darkness, save for the narrow windows and shooting ports above. Ian closed his eyes, toying with his combat knife. This was the first time he and these fellow trainees were in such close proximity while armed. Although Blackjack had said nothing, Ian was aware that they might face attacks from the trainees during this outing. He surmised that the real bloodshed would not commence until the final wilderness survival training of the selection camp, where only 2 individuals would likely emerge alive. He had no objections to this. Rather, he was concerned that the other trainees might not share his perspective. Moreover, Faruna hailed from the Pasaya family, and he remained oblivious to the names of the other trainees, as he had had no interactions with them. He had no idea how many suitors Nama had or how many were connected to this cohort of trainees. Furthermore, he was unaware of the backgrounds of the 2 individuals Nama had killed. As they had pursued him for over 2,000 kilometers, certainly not to invite him for a drink. Were there any individuals from those 2 families among the trainees? There were too many unknowns. In contrast, his greatest deficiency lay in the lack of information. The massive troop transport vehicles appeared cumbersome and heavy, yet they surprisingly exhibited remarkable performance, quickly reaching speeds of 140 kilometers per hour. At this pace, those inside the vehicle barely felt any jolting. Ian kept his eyes closed, instinctively recording the route through his senses. As the speed of the transport vehicle increased, he discerned that they had transitioned onto a broad, straight roadway. Though there were occasional bumps, he confirmed they had traveled at least 200 kilometers away from Crimson Moon City. The transport vehicle accelerated to 180 kilometers per hour, heading straight north, if the tactical map he had previously utilized was not erroneous. The distance from Crimson Moon City to the northern battlefield of the Dark Camp exceeded 800 kilometers. This meant that in no more than 4 hours, they would reach the battlefield. However, his assumptions proved incorrect. Just before they were to reach the front lines, the transport vehicle veered approximately 30 degrees to the east. After an hour of travel, Ian estimated they should have entered the battlefield, yet upon disembarking, they were confronted with a heavily guarded checkpoint. The so-called secret realm was simply a vast mountain range located beyond this checkpoint. From here, they would have to hike up and then enter the icy plains. Blackjack carried a large pack, just like the other instructors, leading the group at the forefront, while the rest trailed behind. Upon reaching the halfway point up the mountain, they encountered another military camp. After Blackjack led them through the barracks, he pointed to a gate under the watchful gaze of numerous cannons and multiple heavy machine guns, declaring, "Beyond this door lies the secret realm. Your mission is to eliminate as many living beings as you encounter upon entry. Teaming up is permitted, as is going solo." The mortality rate here has always been exceedingly high, so if anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to speak up. Once inside, those who wish to exit must wait a full 15 days. Remember, each of you will be under strict surveillance. Engaging in combat with one another is strictly forbidden. Should such an occurrence arise, the instigator shall remain here to fight to the death. I have no desire to personally carry out executions. Do you all understand? Yes, sir. The synchronized response elicited a broad grin from Blackjack, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. The door would open and remain so for only 5 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? Blackjack's smile glimmered with a bright light. No one answered. Ian speculated that this might be a prank. A response of yes, sir, would imply a desire to withdraw, thus concluding his training. Blackjack gestured with his hand, and the door before them slid open, revealing an inner layer. After Blackjack and the instructors followed them inside, the first door slowly closed behind them. Chapter 91. The leap soon, the second door began to open. After passing through a total of 3 doors, they finally entered the secret realm that in Ian's mind. The concept of a secret realm signified a space that does not exist in the real world, yet simultaneously coexist within it. The secret realm and the real world should represent overlapping portions of 2 distinct realms, symbolizing different forms of life, cultures, and modes of existence. They could be adversaries or allies. However, as far as Ian knew, the relationship between humanity and any overlapping worlds had always been one of relentless conflict, with no exceptions. Before him lay a precipice. Approaching the edge, he noticed a railing. Blackjack pointed at the railing, stating, "Below the railing lies the abyss. You must find your own way down. I will wait here for 1 day. If anyone remains here after that, consider it a failure." Ian was the first to reach the railing, leaning over to take a glance. Below, a thick fog obscured everything. He released his senses to their fullest extent. Approximately 600 meters below was the bottom of the cliff. He sensed movement beneath, and to his surprise, the forest below was not blanketed in ice and snow. Turning back to Blackjack, he reported, "Sir, how do we descend?" "There are no ropes or tools." Blackjack grinned. "Jump." Ian locked eyes with Blackjack for a full 2 seconds before stepping onto the railing and leaping off. Behind him, a cacophony of mixed male and female screams erupted. Quickly fading away, he plummeted swiftly, landing on an unseen soft surface less than 100 meters down. The scenery around him shifted dramatically, and he found himself on the ground. Looking up, Ian gazed at the sky, which was equally shrouded in fog, obscuring his view. He was uncertain about the nature of the soft substance beneath him. Perhaps it was advanced technology from Red Moon City, or simply an inherent feature of the secret realm below. Regardless, it was something he had never encountered before. Quickly calming himself, he unstrapped his backpack, storing it in his spatial pocket, and then did the same with his firearms, retaining only an axe. After slightly assessing his direction, he began to sprint eastward, following the mental compass that guided him. His running style felt somewhat awkward as he clutched the axe, causing his balance to shift. He was unsure if everyone who jumped had landed in the same location. Nevertheless, he needed to escape anyone's line of sight as swiftly as possible. After a few strides, he decided to store the axe in his pocket as well, shedding his entire gear while running. Once his shoes were off, he activated his first level of transformation. His arms elongated slightly, and he began to move on all fours, bouncing off tree trunks as he progressed through the forest. Leaving no trace behind, he ran continuously for about half an hour, navigating through dense woods. The towering trees were predominantly 70 to 80 meters high, far too large for him to embrace. Even so, he remained attuned to the surroundings, scanning about 800 meters ahead, yet he had yet to spot any signs of animal activity. Even the occasional insect went unnoticed. Utilizing his level 5 speed to its fullest, he could now reach approximately 150 kilometers per hour on flat ground, but in this environment, his speed was limited to around 60 kilometers per hour. By this calculation, he had ventured at least 40 kilometers into the forest without encountering any wildlife. The absence of clues from Blackjack was a source of unease, prompting him to employ his transformation skill. As the trees grew denser and taller, Ian chose to climb to the treetops for a better vantage point, hoping to discern how far he might be from the creatures Blackjack had mentioned. From the treetop, he scanned the horizon. His instincts confirmed that he was moving in the right direction, at least several dozen kilometers ahead. He spotted a thick plume of black smoke seemingly suspended in the sky. He knew it should be a billowing cloud of smoke, but the distance obscured its movement, descending from the treetop. He located a sturdy branch and began to don his clothing. Knowing the precise direction made things considerably easier. Wrapping himself entirely in bandages, he left only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed before putting on his tactical uniform. After securing his belt, he sat down to carve symbols onto his ammunition. To engage in battle, one must be adequately prepared. The more thorough the preparation, the greater the advantage. Unless there was a significant disparity in levels. That was an entirely different matter. With 1,000 rounds of ammunition, he only needed to prepare a few hundred. He did not take many magazines for his sniper rifle, as it only held 10 rounds. The twin pistol magazines were crafted by Blackjack himself. Devoting approximately 20 seconds to each bullet, he engraved symbols on 200 rounds, roughly the quantity required to deplete all of his magazines. Following this, he drew forth several drops of blood, applying it to each bullet. Acceleration, penetration, and poison were added. He omitted explosion. Once everything was ready, he strapped the magazine to his waist, with his firearms stored within his spatial pocket, ready to materialize in his hands at a moment's notice to fire. This was his greatest reliance within the secret realm. With an unassisted visual range nearing 3 kilometers, he could accurately strike targets up to 2 kilometers away without a scope. With a sniper rifle in hand, he was confident he would not perish within the next 15 days. The other 35 students who had jumped alongside him had surely landed as well. He just didn't know where they were now. In fact, each individual's landing location was not fixed, and one student even fell into a lake in a different direction. However, as of now, everyone remained safe. Behind the final door, Blackjack and 8 instructors had set up a camp, comfortably sitting inside, smoking, drinking alcohol, or sipping subpar coffee. 2 of the instructors had even activated a massive screen, segmented into 36 different feeds, each displaying the performance of a student. Had the students not dawdled, delaying the instructor's camp setup by a mere 10 minutes, they would have witnessed Ian in his natural state. At that moment, he was still in transformation mode. However, by the time the screen was fully operational, Ian had already begun to carve symbols onto his bullets. Blackjack's eyes were fixed on Ian's actions. The patterns he had seen on the axe now appeared on the bullets, though he wondered about their purpose. Observing Ian quietly sitting in the tree, engraving designs on the bullets, he couldn't help but ask, has anyone noticed the patterns on number 1's axe? Now he is carving designs on the bullets. What's the point? Chapter 92. Humanoid beings? Several instructors paused their discussions and focused their attention on the screen displaying Ian. The patterns on the axe were nearly identical to those now adorning the bullets. It was likely a symbol of good fortune. Furthermore, carving designs onto the bullets would enhance the damage inflicted upon penetration. Blackjack chose to remain silent. His inquiry had been casual, with no expectation of a satisfactory answer. However, when Ian stored his items away, a flicker of disdain crossed Blackjack's eyes. He was aware that some individuals had naturally acquired spatial abilities, but the Dark Faction was most renowned for this power. Originating from the Who family, he did not believe Ian's spatial abilities were a product of natural evolution. Ian Red Moon City, who was unaware of the Who family's and the Duval family's repercussions for attacking Norwood, resulting in the untimely deaths of 2 promising level 6 abilities. Moreover, the Kane family had exacted a heavy toll on them. Who was Nama? She was a household name in Red Moon City. This kid was undoubtedly a pawn of Nama. He was oblivious to the fact that Ian's spatial abilities were gained through absorption and never considered whether Ian had taken the gene serum for abilities. Would Nama even have taken an interest in him? Blackjack retrieved a bottle of liquor, bit off the cap, and took a swig, redirecting his attention to the other students. Ian maintained a steady speed of approximately 50 kilometers per hour as he sprinted through the dense forest. Apart from his footprints, he left no broken branches or trampled vines in his wake. However, the air carried an unpleasant odor. Amidst the soil, trees, and rich oxygen, a faint hint of decay lingered. It might have arisen from the rotting leaves on the ground. Mixed with the stench of organic matter, in the dense forest, visibility was of little use. Thick trunks obstructed all directions. The only ability he could rely on was the exploration system's sensing capability. When an inconspicuous path appeared in his perception, Ian halted his movements. Within the dense forest, a trail frequently traversed by humans or creatures emerged. In this place, he was surrounded by enemies. Ian drew two sharp spikes and held them like a great cat. Cautiously approaching the path, he leaned against a large tree, waiting silently. Up to this point, none of them had consumed anything. The only sustenance available in the environment was the provided nutrient solution, and there was not even any water. Upon entering the selection camp, he had left all his belongings at Nima's home. The forest was not lacking in water. The air was saturated with moisture, allowing him to absorb some hydration through his skin. However, to reduce the likelihood of being detected, he had tightly wrapped himself in bandages and clothing. He had considered finding a hiding place, but he understood that was not the purpose of this survival training. Uncertain of the evaluation criteria, but since Blackjack had mentioned the presence of living beings and the need to kill as many as possible, he decided to comply. He waited in this position for over 10 minutes. Yet no creatures appeared in his sensing range. Upon stepping onto the narrow path, he realized it was somewhat constricted for him, suggesting that the creatures he might encounter were likely not large. Yet, observing the fractured branches predominantly at around 140 centimeters high indicated that these target creatures were at least 160 centimeters tall. Suppressing his presence, he began to accelerate, eager to locate the mission objective. Following the path, he advanced in a singular direction, and after a brief 10 minutes, he sensed a patrol of humanoid beings approximately 700 meters ahead. Ian swiftly leaped onto a nearby tree, darting between its branches. Over 200 meters away, he spotted a group of 7 humanoid figures. The tallest, based on central data, was approximately 174 centimeters, while the shortest measured around 167 centimeters. Their heights were relatively uniform. The targets appeared slender yet not frail, with disproportionately long necks that seemed quite uncoordinated for their bodies. They wore leather armor of indiscernible material, covering only their vital areas. However, the array of ornaments and weapons they bore was truly eye-opening for Ian. Each individual had several slender tubes hanging from their waists. Some wielded a spear approximately 2 meters long, while others carried a hollow blowpipe about 1.5 meters in length. The tip of the spear was crafted from an unknown beast's bone. Most astonishingly, these 7 humanoid beings were transporting a genuine human, a female trainee from his cohort, whose identity he did not recognize. It was evident she was in a state of utter unconsciousness, and even Ian's keen eyesight could not discern any visible injuries. Perhaps the wounds were on the opposite side of her body, hidden from his view. Her backpack was carried by the foremost creature, and it appeared weightless to them. All her weapons were similarly in the possession of these beings. Clearly, they possessed significant strength. He did not observe any bulging muscles. Ian, perched atop a tree trunk a few dozen meters away, watched as they conversed in an unknown language, occasionally prodding the female trainee with their weapons. He was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. The target creatures showed no signs of injury, suggesting that the woman must have encountered an attack from another direction, leading to her unconscious state. However, he was certain he had not heard any gunfire. Since his entry, no more than 4 hours had passed. The number of individuals captured or killed during this time frame remained uncertain. After the targets vanished from his sight, Ian turned and leaped away in the opposite direction. He needed to locate the area where his kind had been attacked. The targets demonstrated proficiency in ambush tactics using blowpipes, which was his first conclusion. The second was that these beings moved swiftly in the woods and likely possessed unique concealment techniques. Only those with at least a level 3 ability could qualify for the selection camp, and they had to possess sufficient talent to merit training. Even with a rudimentary sensing ability, one should be able to detect movements within a 100-meter radius, preventing them from being ambushed unawares. Sensing was one of the most fundamental and crucial abilities, and nearly every ability user sought to develop exploration capabilities first. The only possibility was that this female trainee had unexpectedly stumbled upon these creatures upon descending from above. Taken by surprise, she may have been incapacitated by a blow dart before she could even react. It was likely that there was no time for gunfire, and the confrontation ended in an instant. As Ian leapt and sprinted, his mind raced with thoughts. To avoid falling into passivity, he resolved to proceed cautiously. Chapter 93. Dissection of humanoid beings. The fate of that trainee held no significance for him. Ian unleashed his full sensory capabilities, expanding beyond a singular direction to encompass a circular area with a radius of 400 meters. This was his limit. Half an hour later, he descended from the tree, sharp spikes in hand. Ahead lay the site where a battle had presumably occurred, a faint metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils as he stealthily advanced. The moss on the ground was trampled beyond recognition. Yet signs of a struggle were not overtly apparent. He meticulously searched the surrounding trees, discovering several long, hair-covered quills. After extracting them from the tree, Ian examined them closely in his palm. Ranging from 8 to 10 centimeters in length and only 2 millimeters thick. They were crafted from hollow bone. He remained unsure of the creature from which these bones originated, as they were light and almost weightless. The fur at the tail end differed, likely sourced from various birds, though he could not ascertain if they were domesticated or wild. Bringing them to his nose, he detected a faint, fishy odor. He speculated that some toxic substance had been applied. It seemed the female trainee was in grave danger. No signs of cold weapon marks marred the surrounding tree trunks, indicating that the poison's potency was formidable, rendering her senseless in an instant. Whether it acted on her nerves or some other function was uncertain. An array of analyses flowed through his mind like a stream of subtitles. Just as he contemplated pursuing those beings to eliminate them with his sniper rifle, gunfire echoed through the forest. The sound was soft, and he could only determine a general direction. The trees in this forest were thick and tall, making it challenging to accurately pinpoint the source of the distant noise. Ian glanced up towards the direction of the gunfire before lowering his gaze to search for blood on the ground. Unfortunately, he found nothing, not even an indication of the female trainee's injuries. It appeared his earlier deductions were correct. She had faced those 7 beings upon being brought here, subsequently falling victim to a blow dart attack and quickly losing consciousness. Ian resolved to eliminate that group of beings. He turned and pursued the direction of the previously observed group. This time, he ran at full speed along the narrow path. At this pace, he could catch up to them within 10 minutes. Ian sped through the woods, deftly maneuvering to avoid snapping branches. Soon, he sensed the group moving ahead. He shifted his body and dove into the thicket, circling around to position himself several hundred meters in front. This time, he intended to utilize dual pistols rather than spikes. Concealed in a bush less than 100 meters downwind from the path, he patiently awaited their arrival. Before long, the 7-member team appeared, still carrying the female trainee. Ian waited until they entered his range before launching an instantaneous strike. He materialized directly behind the last individual, unleashing a rapid volley from both guns. In an instant, the ground was littered with corpses. The 12.7 millimeters bullets, coupled with close-range fire, obliterated the heads of all present. He doubted any formidable creatures could mount a counterattack under such circumstances. The deafening gunfire reverberated through the forest as he swiftly collected the bodies into his spatial storage. He did not overlook the female trainee's gear either. He paid her no heed, leaving her behind without a thought. After all, he had not violated any regulations by killing a trainee. At worst, he was guilty of neglecting to assist. Blackjack had not mandated mutual rescue among the Academy members, only stating that they could operate independently or in groups. The words had been clear. Within 5 seconds of the gunfire ceasing, Ian's figure vanished into the forest. Sprinting with all his might, he ran perpendicular to the path for nearly 10 minutes, covering at least 20 kilometers before finally stopping. Releasing the corpses, he unsheathed his combat knife without hesitation and began dismembering the bodies. He needed to ascertain the most vulnerable physical weaknesses of these creatures. All weapons and equipment from the 7 corpses were stored, yet their faces had been utterly ruined, rendering identification impossible. However, that was inconsequential. As the blade sliced through skin and flesh, he confirmed that these beings possessed remarkably tough skin, and even more astonishingly, their bone density was at least double that of a human. Their seemingly frail bodies concealed muscle fibers of extraordinary strength, surpassing that of the robust savages found in the wilderness. What astonished him even more was that, while most of their internal organs resembled those of humans or beasts, heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidneys, their intestines were longer, and their hearts were relatively larger, while their stomachs were smaller. 7 gastric sacs, all of which he had meticulously dissected, revealed that the majority contained meat, along with a small quantity of unidentified substances that were certainly not flesh, indicating an omnivorous diet. All the viscera were enveloped by membranes, distinctly partitioned, the evolutionary reason for which remained a mystery. After examining the innards, Ian directed his attention to the incomplete corpse, focusing on the teeth. The sharp canines protruded slightly beyond the lips, while the incisors were similarly pointed. At this moment, Ian had confirmed that these creatures were predominantly carnivorous, consuming a wide variety of meats. Their blood, aside from its metallic tang, also bore a faint bitterness. Dipping his finger into the blood and tasting it confirmed the bitter flavor. Ultimately, his cerebral conclusions indicated that aside from having slightly tougher skin and bones, these creatures bore no significant differences from humans or other beasts. However, the disproportionately large heart and gastric sacs suggested that these beings possessed formidable vitality and sustained combat capabilities. After spitting out the liquid, Ian replaced the bandage on his hand and replenished his spent ammunition, ensuring he always had 10 fully loaded magazines at his waist. The handgun crafted by Blackjack was rather powerful, boasting an extra bullet compared to the M500, totaling 6 rounds. Consequently, the dimensions of this firearm were somewhat larger and thicker than the original M500, with each gun weighing nearly 50% more. This necessitated the shooter to possess considerable muscle strength and control. Otherwise, the second shot might go awry. To avoid leaving footprints, Ian teleported away from the site, seeking a new location to study the enemy's weaponry. As for the corpses here, they would likely be reduced to nothing but a pile of clean bones within a day in the forest. Insects and ants would swiftly assist in the obliteration of the remains. What he was unaware of was that all his bullet projectiles were laced with poison, a toxin catalyzed by his own blood. Less than 10 minutes after his departure, precisely half an hour after he had extracted these corpses from the space, they began visibly dissolving into a pool of blood, starting from the head and subsequently seeping into the moss below. Within an hour of his exit, there were no remnants left on the ground. Apart from a dark humanoid silhouette, only a faintly sweet aroma lingered, gradually dissipating once all organic matter was consumed. The primary weapons of these beings were blow darts and throwing spears. Beyond that, he found no melee weapons. Although throwing spears could also serve as close combat weapons, Ian had no desire to engage in hand-to-hand combat with these entities. Given the uncertainty of their numbers and observing their bodily structure, he surmised that these creatures were exceptionally adapted to life in the jungle. While prey was abundant, their relatively small gastric sacs indicated their food supply was not plentiful. Ian believed he had prepared thoroughly for facing these animals. It was now time for him to commence the hunt. Instructor Blackjack had instructed that the mission entailed eliminating as many of these creatures as possible. With no specific numerical limit, to secure a top rank, survival was paramount, followed by the quantity of kills, and finally, the avoidance of encounters with fellow humans. Ian traversed the terrain predominantly through teleportation, navigating the tall trees towards the direction of the black smoke. Gunfire erupted ahead, not from a single weapon but from at least 3, indicating that a minimum of 2 humans were engaged in combat with the local fauna. Consequently, Ian altered his trajectory toward the source of the gunfire. Eventually, he detected 2 groups of the same creatures, seemingly engaged in conflict with his fellow humans. To gain a clearer view of the scene, he teleported closer, positioning himself behind a tree trunk of comparable girth. Observing the fierce battle unfolding 300 meters away, the skirmish was separated from him by a river over 100 meters wide, where several corpses lay strewn upon the grassy bank. 2 fellow trainees were utilizing the tree trunks for cover, evading the enemy's blow darts while retaliating with bullets. However, it was evident that it was not merely blow darts. Several throwing spears had already pierced the trunks before them, and the ground behind was scattered with more. Ian slowly withdrew his sniper rifle but immediately halted all movement, remaining perfectly still, akin to a statue, perched over 30 meters above the ground. He sensed the presence of no fewer than 30 local beings behind him. Although the means of their communication remained unclear, the direction of the group, 300 meters away, was distinctly heading toward the ongoing battle. Ian's greatest concern was not their numbers, but rather the mysterious toxin. He had only caught a whiff previously without conducting a thorough analysis, as that would be exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, the speed at which these local beings traversed the dense forest was astonishing. Their velocity reached approximately 75 kilometers per hour, even amidst the relatively spacious gaps between the trees. While not extraordinary, it was still remarkable. Ian patiently awaited as they dashed past beneath him, and upon reaching the riverbank, they leapt into the water, their elongated forms swiftly propelling through the currents. The distance of over 100 meters was traversed in merely 30 seconds. Ian exhaled in relief. Such a distance, whether with a handgun or a sniper rifle, a lethal shot was assured. The moment they emerged from the water, Ian fired. A tremendous roar echoed through the woods, startling nearby birds, and even Ian himself was taken aback by the volume of the shot. The meticulously handcrafted rifle erupted in a burst of flames, and simultaneously, two creatures on the opposite bank fell, one dead and another injured. At over 300 meters, the bullet reached its target almost instantaneously. The first victim was struck in the head, while the second sustained a gaping wound in the abdomen, with the bullet subsequently piercing the leg of a third, toppling him to the ground. While they were still reeling from shock, the second bullet followed. Bang, bang, bang. Elevated above, Ian could not possibly miss from such a close range. The sound of gunfire drew the attention of those engaged in battle. The distant gunfire intensified suddenly, and it was reasonable to assume that any trainee hearing the shots would hasten toward this direction. When firearms clashed with melee weapons, a certain scale of numbers often led to a one-sided massacre. The question remained, could the trainees truly band together? Ian switched magazines and continued firing. After his second round claimed 5 more creatures, he exchanged magazines once again and vanished from the tree. He teleported to the riverbank, standing firm at the edge of the water, over 100 meters across, and began shooting without any aiming process, merely raising his hand to fire. The creatures scattered in panic, emitting various shrieks as they fled into the woods at an unbelievable speed. Ian emptied his magazine and stowed away his sniper rifle. After 2 consecutive teleports over the 100-meter distance, Ian's figure materialized on the opposite bank, hands now gripping Blackjack's crafted handgun. The 2 groups of creatures that had engaged in combat with his fellow trainees were hiding in the foliage, launching their throwing spears at him. Ian's focus remained on the fleeing entities. During the teleportation process, he swapped magazines twice, resulting in the demise of all 30-plus beings that had crossed the river in various directions. This marked Ian's first instance of such unrestrained slaughter. Devoid of any reservations, in an instant, his silhouette flickered across the opposite bank, moving with such speed that he seemed to vanish as soon as he appeared, with no pause in between. Short-range teleportation posed no strain for him. But distances exceeding 100 meters still consumed some energy. After eradicating all the creatures, Ian did not linger but immediately teleported away, continuing toward the direction of the black smoke. He heard the shouts behind him but did not halt his pace. He had no desire for face-to-face conversations with these individuals. In fact, had it not been for the urgency to eliminate these creatures swiftly, he would not have employed his dual pistols. At least 4 other trainees also wielded dual guns. So he was not particularly concerned about the potential for information leakage. In the dense forest, 2 trainees emerged, wide-eyed, surveying the field strewn with corpses. That the silver-haired kid. What? I can't see clearly. It seems like there's no silver hair. But during that moment of teleportation, I think I saw he wasn't carrying a backpack. I can't fathom how his gun could fire so rapidly. It's just a big rifle, right? Take a closer look at the bodies on the ground. Consider the caliber needed to inflict such damage. Hiss, have you ever used such a bulky gun? If it were that kid, I do believe at least the caliber should match. But what? If I recall correctly, the silver-haired kid's weapon wasn't an automatic rifle. It was a replica Barrett. Moreover, it was a bolt-action antique. Regardless, its firing rate could not possibly be this fast. Wait, I remember that kid had 2 large handguns strapped to his waist. Are you out of your mind? Who uses such large caliber handguns? Forget it. Let us keep moving. If we encounter others again, it would be prudent to persuade them to join our group. These indigenous people are truly terrifying. That blow dart is nothing short of a nightmare. Reeves merely suffered a single dart wound and collapsed like a lifeless log. The speaker cast a wary glance around. Another person nodded and said, Harvey, stop overthinking it. What I desire most right now is a sturdy wooden shield. I simply hadn't anticipated encountering such lethal blow darts. David, you are exceedingly clever. Let us each craft ourselves a robust wooden shield. As long as we can evade the darts, I can dispatch them with my short sword. David gestured towards the direction of the black smoke and remarked, Let us leave this place swiftly. Those indigenous folks will soon converge here. After changing their magazines, the 2 set off rapidly along the path that Ian had taken. Ian had contemplated making a wooden shield, but he believed it unnecessary at this moment, at least. Not yet, he wondered if the others possessed the ability to teleport. Utilizing such power could significantly minimize the risk of being struck by blow darts. Moreover, he did not think he could be ambushed while his senses were heightened. Teleporting into the crowd with dual guns drawn, he could potentially unleash at least 12 rounds to eliminate 20 foes in close quarters. Additionally, the firearms and ammunition of the woman who had been captured were now in his possession. Thus, as long as he discerned the situation in the black smoke area, he could surely escape after eliminating 100 adversaries. Along the way, he heard the sound of a group of at least 20 to 30 individuals rushing in the direction of the recent skirmish, their shouts piercing the air with shrill whistles. This must be their method of exchanging information. Ian paused atop the treetops, waiting for a moment of relative silence below before organizing the firearms and ammunition in his spatial storage. He still did not know the name of the female cadet, but he noted that she wielded a practical PM-1092 semi-automatic assault rifle, equipped with 2 magazines and a total of 60 rounds. Though the caliber was somewhat small at only 5.56 mm, Ian believed he could achieve precise kills at a distance of 1 kilometer. Her tactical vest was a new model, featuring 6 double magazine pouches in the front, with 2 more on each side. Furthermore, her backpack contained 20 boxes of ammunition and a signal flare. After contemplating the signal flare, he decided to store it in his spatial inventory. Once he had cleared the items, he strapped her combat dagger to his other leg and stowed away anything unnecessary. Additionally, he extracted her medical kit and placed it into his spatial storage as well. All items were directly placed into the spatial realm rather than being packed into the backpack first. The sheer volume of ammunition was too great for him to carve individually. As for the 2 handguns hanging from the woman's tactical vest, they too found their way into his spatial storage. The most crucial aspect was the weapons and ammunition. Everything else was secondary. The handguns were inherently designed for close combat, and upon inspecting the magazines, he noted they were fully loaded, indicating that the woman had not fired a single shot before her capture. The spare handgun magazine was secured to her waist by a belt. A slight smile crept on Ian's face as he observed these items. He removed his own belt and stored it in his spatial inventory. Donning the woman's tactical vest and belt along with the other weapons, he opted for a smaller backpack to carry. Aside from a dagger, the woman possessed a short sword measuring 120 centimeters in length, with a blade length of 90 centimeters excluding the hilt. This particular style of weapon was unfamiliar to him, single-edged and slightly curved. Overall, it bore no resemblance to any weapon he had encountered in the light faction or the wilderness. He swung it and found the balance quite pleasing. Unsure how to carry the scabbard, he decided to store it in his spatial inventory as well. This weapon might prove more convenient than an axe in a 1 versus many combat scenario. He retrieved his carving knife and diligently etched several penetration and poison symbols onto it, applying his blood before placing it in storage. While he was still occupied among the dense treetops, he suddenly heard gunfire emanating from the direction he had come. This time, he distinctly recognized it as the sound of handguns. He found it puzzling. Why would those 2, armed with rifles and capable of rapid fire, resort to handguns? However, the location of the skirmish was at least a kilometer away, beyond his sensory reach. Ian glanced back before teleporting to the ground and continued onward, in a singular direction. His sensory ability exceeded 700 meters. But for safety's sake, he maintained a 400-meter radius of exploration ahead and to either side. The gunfire behind him persisted, indicating that the individuals there were unharmed. Ian stood on a path formed by prolonged running, weapon drawn, awaiting the approach of the nearest group of creatures. Beyond them, more beings raced towards him. Ian showed no mercy to these fortuitous targets. The effective lethal range of an assault rifle is typically 300 meters. But that applies to ordinary individuals. For example, a civilian or mobster without any special abilities would be incapable of hitting a target beyond that distance, as they could scarcely discern where their target lay, let alone achieve an accurate shot. However, for Ian, the effective range was at least 1,000 meters. This was solely due to his ability to see the eyelashes of a person a kilometer away without the need for a scope. In the dense forest, visibility was limited, yet within his sensory range, he was undoubtedly a harbinger of death if no obstructions hindered him. This principle generally applies to individuals with abilities. The 2 cadets from earlier likely relied on their senses for aiming and shooting. However, without teleportation capabilities and facing an unending stream of reinforcements from these creatures, they found themselves in a precarious situation. Ian only realized why Blackjack insisted that each of them craft a cold weapon after witnessing the combat prowess of these beings. The best way to hone combat training is through the visceral struggle of life and death, discovering the weapon and fighting style that best suits oneself. Yet, if one possesses firearms, why not utilize them? The first approaching squad, unaware of the enemy's position, was entirely annihilated by Ian. Blackjack's white eyebrows twitched with astonishment. He had witnessed how Ian dispatched the 7 creatures he encountered and observed him collecting their gear before departing, abandoning the unknown fate of the female cadet. Blackjack held no particular sentiment towards this. Misfortune is an unavoidable aspect of life. He even saw someone fall into the water, pursued by aquatic creatures, desperately teleporting to escape. When Ian sniped from the riverbank and then teleported across to eliminate foes with dual pistols, Blackjack couldn't help but smile slightly. The kills were executed with remarkable decisiveness, adeptly leveraging the advantages of his powerful 12.7mm caliber universal heavy machine gun rounds. Not only could they be used in a Barrett rifle, but when employed in handguns at close range, their lethality was off the charts. However, Ian's rapid pace of killing astonished Blackjack. He was taken aback by Ian's ability to achieve such precise kills on his first use of the handguns, even shooting through 2 or 3 foes with a single bullet. Truth be told, each of those handguns weighed no less than an assault rifle. Had it not been for his need to monitor the cadets, even if Blackjack had an hour to spare after Ian finished his grim work, he would have noticed the abnormal dissolution of the corpses. Such is life. Missed opportunities cannot be reclaimed. As Blackjack observed the unusual disappearance of the battle remnants across the river, Ian had already eliminated at least 6 squads on his path. Curiously, each of these groups consisted of the standard 7 members. Ian continued his methodical slaughter while gradually advancing forward. Meanwhile, Blackjack focused on the 2 struggling cadets in the rear. By now, nearly 40 indigenous individuals had gathered in their vicinity. Although bows and arrows are ranged weapons, both humans had prepared massive shields, 2 thick boards hewn from felled trees. Lacking effective offensive capabilities, the indigenous people could only encircle them, angrily launching arrows and throwing spears. This was utterly futile. The 2 humans, one slowly firing to intimidate, and the other rapidly reloading his magazine, were nearing the completion of their ammunition supply for both the assault rifle and handgun. Firing one-handed was not particularly challenging. They could not hear the gunfire a kilometer ahead of them. Instead, they were excited by the prospect of their large wooden shields, gradually harvesting the indigenous foes. For them, this was undoubtedly the best way to earn Blackjack's favor through sheer numbers. Little did they know, Blackjack merely glanced at them before shifting his attention elsewhere. Thus far, less than 10 hours had elapsed. Blackjack observed that out of 36 cadets, only 4 had perished. 2 had encountered a patrol squad upon being teleported to the lower levels, one of whom fell near the indigenous palace, immediately pierced by dozens of thrown spears. Reeves had perhaps placed too much faith in his abilities. While blow darts indeed cannot penetrate a flame barrier, he should not have been so single-minded. To date, the individual with the highest kill count among the indigenous was number 37, the last cadet to report to the selection camp. While others may not be aware, Blackjack certainly knew this individual's background. As long as this trainee does not cause any trouble, he will be completely ignored. Any trainee who harbors intentions to harm their own comrades during the training will meet a deadly fate at his hands in this wilderness survival exercise. In the eyes of Blackjack, this trainee numbered 37 is unmistakably a wilderness hunter, utilizing a false identity in both age and name. Although Blackjack remains indifferent, he pays particular attention to this individual. Indeed, his level of scrutiny surpasses that of anyone else. This is due to the trainee's remarkably silent approach to killing, even employing a silencer on his firearm. Furthermore, after descending to the lower ground, he removed his shoes and tightly bound his feet with bandages. Like Ian, his weapons are stored in a spatial domain. The cold weapons he occasionally retrieves were not forged by him during the selection camp. Rather, they were delivered to him from the woods outside the camp on the night before their departure. When attacking indigenous creatures, he prefers to strike from behind. After eliminating the last member of a group, he proceeds to pierce the skull of the second individual before switching to an automatic pistol to dispatch the remaining targets. Not only that, he has amassed a considerable collection of indigenous weapons, from blow darts to throwing spears, all of which he has stored in his spatial domain. The capabilities he exhibits during his actions are merely at level 4. Yet the skills he demonstrates are not ones that could be acquired in a city. They undoubtedly stem from prolonged experience of evading detection or engaging in assassinations in the wilderness. In contrast, Blackjack surmises that if Ian were to confront this individual, he might not stand a chance, particularly in the jungle. The combat skills of Trainee 37 in the jungle are evidently superior to those of Ian. Thus far, Trainee 37 has claimed the lives of over 100 individuals, while Ian has only just approached that count. Both exhibit a fluidity in their killing methods. Ian stands boldly on the path, utilizing the range of his assault rifle for long-range kills, yet remains unaware of the multiple teams approaching from behind. Trainee 37 has not altered his hunting pattern, only engaging in gunfire while moving when faced with a larger number of humanoid entities. His and Ian's positions maintain a sharp-angled parallelism. Should they continue forward for a few more kilometers, an encounter is inevitable. When Ian finally departs from that narrow path, he discovers a sheer cliff before him. This clarifies why, despite his numerous kills, there has been no unending stream of creatures. The cliff rises less than 20 meters high, from which one can gaze across to the distant black smoke emerging from a low hill. Chapter 97. The City. The smoke ascends straight into the sky. At the base of this smoke column lies a vast city built against the mountains. The so-called low hill is merely a raised mound, positioned at least 10 kilometers from his location, rendering the buildings merely visible from afar. Between the cliff and the city stretches an intricate network of farmlands. Ian has never witnessed farmland of such extensive scale, though he has seen plenty of abandoned fields. Yet that is not the crux of the matter. The key realization strikes him. The indigenous people he has slain thus far were merely peripheral sentinels. The true defensive forces lie beneath the cliff. Moreover, the length of this cliff is unfathomable. Frighteningly, the city visible from his vantage point spans at least 30 kilometers in width, suggesting the existence of over 1 million humanoid beings residing within. Since the first encounter with humanoid creatures, he has traversed a distance of at least 50 kilometers. What manner of city and species necessitates such a distant perimeter for jungle sentinels? Or perhaps, do they exist solely for the purpose of hunting? Almost all buildings appear to be situated far away. It is unclear whether there are designated areas for the rearing of herbivorous creatures. But what he can currently see are countless people and warriors mounted on gigantic beasts, rapidly advancing in various directions, akin to a marching army of ants. Among them, several giants, easily distinguishable, march forth fully armed. Ian stands in one of the directions from which reinforcements approach. He gazes at the grand cityscape in the distance, swallowing hard. With 14 days left, he has ample time to take a glimpse. Alternatively, should he eliminate targets from this vantage point using firearms? No, that is not Blackjack's intent. Furthermore, there may be unforeseen risks associated with firearms lurking beneath the cliff. After standing still for barely a minute, he senses the humanoid beings behind him forming a fan-shaped encirclement. Ian unhesitatingly opens fire on the humanoids emerging from the woods before plunging headlong into the thicket. Amidst the thunderous sound of dual pistols, he swiftly dispatches this wave of encircling creatures, then seizes an axe and astonishingly fells a tree at remarkable speed, subsequently crafting several shields nearly 5 centimeters thick and 150 centimeters tall. As long as these shields can protect him from direct blow-dart attacks, he fears little. The giants he previously observed pose no threat, provided their bodily structure is similar. Moreover, he affixes the unknown female trainee's knife to a 4-meter-long tree trunk using bandages. The method is straightforward. Using his manipulation abilities to reshape the knife handle, he creates a wedged structure on the wooden pole, aligning both ends before binding them with bandages. Thus, a long spear materializes in his grasp. Following this, he collects the entirety of the equipment from dozens of humanoid beings, preparing for the impending battle. Once ready, he teleports to the treetops and counts his ammunition. He has expended only a small fraction thus far. He carries 1,000 rounds of 12.7 mm caliber ammunition. The female trainee also possesses a substantial supply of bullets, whether for assault rifles or pistols, sufficient for him to last 14 days. However, Blackjack's insistence on preparing cold weapons is certainly not without reason. His firearms and ammunition are securely stored in the spatial domain, and he is currently equipped solely with the female trainee's weapons. Even if he encounters unforeseen circumstances rendering firearms unusable, he would not be overly distressed. The items within the spatial domain are impervious to damage. Even if he were to perish in battle and the spatial domain were to collapse, All possessions would vanish alongside at that point. It would be of no concern to him. After leaping down from the great tree, he takes a bold leap off the cliff. The moment he descends, he immediately senses a profound hostility. This enmity does not emanate from a single individual, but rather seems to be a collective consciousness of the entire world beneath the low cliff. Consciously rejecting his presence, Ian does not pause to analyze the situation further. Instead, he crouches low and accelerates in a sprint toward the city, moving forward without an ounce of hesitation. His cognitive center gathers data relayed from all over his body. This is an independent world, perhaps possessing its own consciousness, or perhaps it is a conglomeration of countless individual consciousnesses filled with hostility toward foreign species and gunpowder weapons. At his full running speed, he could reach the city's outskirts in just over 10 minutes. However, combat is inevitable along the way. The crops in the fields are unfamiliar to him, and the roads between the farmlands are nearly 3 meters wide. Flanked by low shrubs, he must bend low to conceal his figure behind the bushes. Yet, as he attempts to hide, the thicket erupts with sharp spines, each adorned with tiny white droplets. Ian's pupils dilate, and he withdraws his form. He has never encountered such a situation. Yet his mind quickly concludes that not only does the thicket reject his concealment, but it also secretes a form of toxin that clings to its spines. An absurdity. Is this a mutation or a natural occurrence? Even amidst countless mutated creatures in the wilderness, he has never seen a plant with oval leaves suddenly transform into one bedecked with spines. Slightly irked, Ian extends a finger, summoning a spark of flame at its tip, causing the thicket to recoil. Ian does not ignite a fire. Instead, he rises and charges toward the humanoid beings rushing toward him. With his wooden shield leading the way and his battle axe in hand, though his entire body is wrapped in bandages, concealing every inch of skin, his height, body proportions, and attire compel the incoming beings to raise their blowpipes. From afar, archers begin to nock their arrows, undoubtedly coated in poison. Ian bends slightly, and as he swings his axe, he crashes into the throng. With the simultaneous activation of the poison, penetration, and acceleration attributes, his battle axe whirls with astonishing speed, severing limbs and scattering bodies across the ground. His primary targets are the two giants among the humanoids mounted on colossal beasts. Although the weight of the axe has inexplicably doubled, it poses merely a slight challenge for him. Within a distance of 20 meters, his speed reaches its zenith. Chapter 98, Battle, blow darts and arrows was past, either missing their mark or being thwarted by the wooden shield. Beings that do not perish under his axe are sent sprawling into the fields by the force of his strike. A cacophony of peculiar screams and whistles fills the air. Gunfire erupts from the cliff behind him. It seems that everyone, like him, is hastening toward the city. With a surge of determination, he charged forward, striking with his axe, feeling the blade slice through skin, muscle fibers, and the resistance of bone. Within a mere 2 minutes, he had eradicated all ordinary beings from the surface. It was not to say that he had slain them all. Rather, the right side bore almost no survivors, while those on the left either lay on the ground, howling in agony from shattered bones due to the blows of his wooden shield, or were sent sprawling far into the fields. Struggling for breath, the colossal beasts, one in front of the other, could not possibly traverse the 3-meter-wide road side by side. The thrown javelin struck against the wooden shield, and after penetrating its 5-centimeter thickness, the bone spear revealed only a small portion of its length. Ian's nostrils filled with the acrid scent of toxins. In an instant, Ian vanished from in front of the beast. The next moment, this adversary, who incited both fear and fury among the creatures, reappeared within the range of the javelins. Ian, crouched behind his shield, withdrew his revolver .1 gun, 6 bullets. The towering beast, at least 2 meters tall and resembling a wild boar, charged forward, bellowing, its massive form propelled by the giant it bore. Its gleaming fangs, glistening like white light, measured a daunting 20 centimeters. The colossal creature hurled a javelin, thick as Ian's own arm, with tremendous force. Swift as lightning, Ian's form disappeared from the spot. When he re-emerged, he found himself behind the last giant. With both hands raised, he fired 3 shots into the creature's head, shattering its skull just as the other giant turned, launching 2 javelins nearly simultaneously towards him. Ian smiled slightly, watching as the javelins whistled past him, and he raised his gun, shooting one bullet straight through the giant's eye. The two giants appeared to belong to different squads. Yet they had converged. With 6 bullets remaining, he sent them all into the beast's head before holstering his revolver. With deft movements, he hurled javelins from his spatial arsenal, skewering the fallen humanoid creatures into the ground. Blackjack observed as Ian dispatched the ordinary beings with the ease of slicing through vegetables, efficiently eliminating this wave with his firearms. A smirk playing on his lips, I am curious to see how you will handle it when you enter the city and discover that your firearms inexplicably fail to ignite the bullets. Will you continue this reckless charge, or will you truly reveal your combat skills from the wilderness? The instructor chuckled, saying, this is only the first day. In just a few hours, several have already perished. I wonder how many will remain after 15 days. Blackjack shook his head, stating, you have overlooked the fact that the 4 who have already died met their demise for specific reasons. The most perilous aspect of the lower world is the blow darts. While once inside the city, the unceasing battles pose the greatest threat. Those 4 had no time to react or defend themselves. It can only be said that their fates were sealed. I want you to pay attention to the few who are currently among the top kill ranks. The rest will inevitably be eliminated. We can already consider them dead. I can hardly believe they will survive the final skirmish. The instructor chuckled. Shall we place a bet? Blackjack shrugged. Forget it. You all have your fun. We'll know who survives this round after 15 days. Likely just a handful, ultimately relying on luck. Under the influence of the mysterious system's luck, those who possess it will have a greater chance of survival. The rest are of no consequence. Several instructors nodded in agreement. Indeed, the luck of the mysterious system is unpredictable. As for combat prowess, by the time it comes to close quarters, the differences will be minimal. Even a single-level disparity won't create a significant gap. Yet, if luck is involved, that changes everything. Number 37 is on a killing spree. Have you noticed number 24? I suspect he possesses the ability to conceal his presence. Furthermore, number 37 exhibits remarkable proficiency in spatial manipulation, appearing to be a seasoned survivor of the wilderness. But I wonder which family he hails from. In my opinion, the most reckless must be number 1. Although he thought to use a wooden shield and seamlessly switched between various weapons as if flowing like water, it was a sight to behold. But it's futile. Once we enter the city, we shall see how many remain alive. Were we not also subjected to this? The cave fell into a silence. The scenes on the screen continued to unfold. Below, Ian, having eliminated all foes, swiftly reloaded his magazine. Collecting the weapons of these creatures while leaving no corpse behind, all stored within his spatial realm. After observing the situation in the wilderness, he noted that about 3 kilometers away, several students were banding together, taking turns to shield themselves from arrows and javelins, while also taking turns to shoot at the creatures of the plains. Ian turned away after 2 seconds of watching. Given their reckless rate of fire, it wouldn't be long before they found themselves out of ammunition. When that time came, even with wooden shields, they would likely be gradually surrounded and slain. To facilitate his concealment, Ian donned a cloak. The camouflage cloak offered limited disguise, yet he believed his concealment was effective, though these creatures always seemed to pinpoint his location with uncanny accuracy. Reinforcements continued to swell in number, prompting him to adopt a guerrilla tactic, striking down a portion of the creatures before utilizing his teleportation to shift positions. A moment's delay would see his previous location swarmed by blow darts, arrows, or even javelins. Under such circumstances, a shield would serve little purpose. Mere evasion was insufficient. Ian found himself pursued relentlessly, dodging as the foes multiplied. Reluctantly, he executed several teleportations towards the cliff's edge. A long-range teleportation could extricate him from the reach of all weaponry. However, the energy consumed by teleportation was considerable, and he found it hard to believe how swiftly his stamina and energy were depleting. Assault rifles began to blaze from 200 meters away, and one by one, the natives fell to the ground. After he had worn them down completely, he returned to the cliff's edge. It was precisely for this reason that he truly realized the gravity at the base of the cliff was 7% greater than that at its summit. Gazing at the several empty magazines in his spatial realm, he vanished into the forest without a backward glance. If he continued to fight below, he feared he would be struck by blow darts. Chapter 99. A pure world. Although he deemed himself nearly invincible against these natives, he was disinclined to engage in a prolonged battle. He needed to replenish his fluids. The rapid energy depletion from continuous teleportation was significant. And since this was not an unavoidable life-or-death struggle, there was no need to gamble his life foolishly. With 14 days remaining, he could easily kill hundreds. Given the current pace at which these natives poured from the city, it would take but an hour for over 10,000 warriors to emerge. Counting every last one, there were merely 36 individuals, and it was likely that at least one or two had already perished. Even if each were armed with 2,000 rounds, they could hardly contend with the seemingly endless tide of natives. First, he sought a place to hunt for food to satiate his hunger. While also heading to the Great River for a water supply. At night, he would return for another wave of slaughter. Entering the dense forest, Ian leapt from the treetops in a direction away from the city. Having never experienced such a method of slaughter, he felt that this wilderness survival training seemed devoid of meaning, merely an exercise in killing. Yet, for such a vast city, even if tens of thousands were slain, it would hardly be significant. What purpose did it serve? As he ran, Ian contemplated that there must be a deeper meaning. Otherwise, the standards of this selection camp would be rather low. Thus, cold weapons would undoubtedly prove useful when the time came. Perhaps it would be within that city. At that point, high-energy gunpowder weaponry might become ineffective. More cold weapons must be prepared. After an intense 30 minutes of sprinting, he halted approximately 70 kilometers from the cliff's edge. Still within the confines of an astonishingly dense forest, beyond lay a continuous range of mountains. By his calculations, darkness would soon descend. Raising his gaze, the sun hung low in the sky, seemingly on the verge of setting. Ian stood at the upper reaches of the Great River. Observing the rushing waters, he sensed that within a 500-meter radius, there were no humans, only numerous small wild animals, both herbivores and carnivores. Ian crouched by the water's edge, assessing the radiation of the river. To his astonishment, the water showed no signs of radiation. It teemed with countless microorganisms, yet to him, it appeared to be healthy, normal water. Perhaps this was the natural water from before the nuclear war. Without hesitation, Ian stripped and plunged into the water, replenishing his body's moisture. He did not drink from the river, but instead absorbed a substantial quantity of pure water through his skin, repelling the microorganisms entirely. Entering the forest, he left behind dozens of humanoid corpses to attract carnivorous animals before returning to the riverbank. He intended to test whether the two colossal beasts were consumable. Swiftly, he used his dagger to slice open the beast, which weighed no less than 2 tons. It resembled a ferocious wild boar of the wilderness, bringing him immense surprise, while also raising a question. In this world, was there truly no radiation? Not only was the water untainted, but during the dissection of the corpses, he had also felt no radiation. There were no mutated tissues, no tumors. All that remained were flesh and bone. The subcutaneous fat of the colossal beast was remarkably thick, with a layer approximately 3 centimeters deep even on the scalp that had been battered by self-inflicted blows. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, Ian meticulously skinned the beast, refraining from uttering a word, and subsequently dismembered it, placing the parts into his spatial storage. What remained before him was a pure mass of fat, the most calorically dense portion. He sliced it into small morsels and swallowed them whole. After this simple nourishment, he proceeded to treat the second beast in a similar fashion. He preserved all the edible parts, including the heart and liver, while the rest were discarded amid the pile of carcasses. Ian then concealed himself atop the dense treetops, towering over 30 meters high. Dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings. He inhaled the pristine, radiation-free air, while the gentle whispers of the wind rustled through the foliage, accompanied by the melodious chirping of insects and the calls of birds, all resonating in his ears. His body lacked neither energy nor hydration. Indeed, the stored fat was sufficient to sustain him for at least a day of combat ahead. Leaning against the sturdy trunk of a tree, he closed his eyes and attuned his senses. Apart from the corpses strewn across the ground and the metallic scent of the beast's entrails, everything else mirrored the wild. It was only when he detected the approach of predators, following the scent, that he realized some of the bodies had already liquefied into blood. Observing the vanishing corpses below, he was filled with bewilderment. However, not all bodies had disappeared. Those that had, without exception, were the natives he had slain with his hand axe. He fixed his gaze on the gathering throng of carnivorous creatures, both large and small, and pondered silently. After a moment, he recalled the poison on his axe. Even the natives he had wounded succumbed in a remarkably brief span of time. This confirmed that the toxin, formed from the combination of the characters and his own blood, could lethally affect an adversary in an astonishingly short duration. The moment blood was drawn, death was inevitable. Even a single blood cell from his own blood, embedded within the character markings, was sufficient to unleash a potent toxicity. This was somewhat related to the voracious nature of his blood, yet the decisive factor remained the characters themselves. Ian harbored no doubts regarding the lethality of his blood. He simply acknowledged that such effects did require time in battles at the cellular level. Even with the blood circulating throughout the body, it was implausible for a complete transformation into blood water to occur in less than half a day. The creatures below had begun to feast heartily, and Ian observed them silently, motionless. After more than half an hour, apart from the lingering blood stains, not even a single bone remained. Everything had been consumed entirely. Slowly he reclined, draping his cloak over himself, and closed his eyes to rest in the latter part of the night. The sky unexpectedly opened up with rain. Upon awakening, Ian's first instinct was to seek shelter from the downpour. It was only when he retrieved his rain tarp from his spatial storage that he remembered this world was devoid of radiation. Unlike the radiation rain of the wild, which posed a severe threat to all, particularly to those of lower levels, who, if not treated within 15 minutes of exposure, were almost certainly doomed. This rain bore no such peril. Unless one could erect an energy shield, a tent, or find refuge, survival was fraught with difficulty. Although his own constitution rendered him unafraid of radiation rain, the dampness was undeniably uncomfortable. He pondered how many lives might be extinguished in the imminent battle beneath that cliff. Under the rain tarp, Ian gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, on the screen above the cliff, his tarp was displayed, propped up by branches, and supported below by spatially summoned long-haired projectiles, forming a modest triangular space.